Are you kidding me? I become the scumbag villain from the game who won't survive past 3 chapters and is destined to be chopped off by the hero? No, my life is more important. Hiding in a remote village, I simply wanted to rely on scientific knowledge to farm and quietly make a fortune. But can anyone explain how I accidentally turned this barren land into the continent's first special economic zone? And the heroines of the original novel, please stop looking at me with those admiring eyes. My leisurely farming life. Chapter 1. The Scum Villain. Survive online. The fingertips feel the cool and smooth touch of top-grade silk, and the nose is lingering with the fragrance of gardenia as cool as moonlight. Kyle's eyes suddenly opened as his consciousness struggled to the surface like a drowning man from the deep sea. What greeted him was a scene of dazzling opulence. A massive crystal chandelier, like a frozen waterfall, cast soft light across the velvet-carpeted hall. Melodious string music drifted through the air. Elegantly dressed men and women, holding glasses filled with golden liquid, chatted and laughed in low voices, their every gesture exuding a meticulously rehearsed elegance. He himself was standing under an archway leading to the terrace, one hand pressing on a girl's shoulder in an extremely rude manner. The girl had long, silver hair as bright as moonlight, and her profile was as perfect as a sculpture of a god. Her eyes were slightly lowered, and her long lashes cast a dim shadow on her fair skin. Those eyes, once said to be as bright as amethyst, now seemed covered in an impenetrable frost. There was no anger or struggle in them, only a dead, heart-wrenching despair. "Saraphina, my dear fiancée," a frivolous, arrogant, and impatient voice slipped out of Kyle's throat uncontrollably. "Don't always have that cold expression. Smile. You are the most dazzling jewel in the audience tonight." Kyle's brain buzzed as if it had been hit hard by a battering ram. Saraphina? Fiancé, this name, this face, this scene. He stiffly turned his head and looked at a polished floor-length mirror not far away. In the mirror, a handsome young man with black hair and blue eyes grinned, a textbook villain smile. He was familiar with that face. It had appeared countless times in the game Eternal Crown CG, always accompanied by the player's barrage of greetings. Kyle Eisenberg, one of the 3 great dukes of the kingdom, the 3rd son of Duke Eisenberg, a man who combines arrogance, stupidity, lust, and cruelty. He specializes in adding bricks and tiles to the love story of the hero and heroine, and was eventually sent to the guillotine at the age of 20, a standard scum villain. The icy beauty in front of him is naturally the heroine of the game, Saraphina Valois, the daughter of the Marquis of Valois. In a split second, countless game plots were like a flood that broke through the dam, destroying Kyle's last hope. He remembered, this is the annual celebration of the Royal Academy. And what is happening right now is the first and most classic death plot in Eternal Crown, the shame of the terrace. Gah! Death start. Li Fan's heart was roaring wildly, his soul screaming hysterically, but his body, the body of the scumbag Kyle, still faithfully executed its original program. He even reached for Seraphina's chin without knowing the consequences, and continued to recite the extremely shameful line, "Come on, dear, if you just smile at me, tonight I will, shut up." Kyle yelled to himself in his heart, "If you want to die, don't drag me into this." The moment he touched her shoulder, Seraphina's body went as stiff as stone. She didn't dodge or resist, but simply uttered a few cold words in a voice that was almost a whisper. "Lord Kyle, please respect yourself." Her voice was soft, but it stung Kyle's eardrums like an ice pick. It wasn't a plea, nor a warning, but rather a statement of complete resignation. She seemed resigned to her fate, knowing she couldn't resist the power of the Eisenberg family and could only silently endure this humiliation. This resignation horrified Kyle more than any fierce resistance, because he knows better than anyone what's going to happen next. According to the original plot, after he finished this complete line, which was enough to be nailed to the pillar of shame, he would try to forcefully kiss Seraphina. Then, at this critical moment, the original male protagonist of the game, the genius swordsman of commoner origin, hero Leo Estria, would rush over like a lightning bolt of justice. Leo would yell, "Let go of that girl," and then use his fist, filled with righteous rage, to punch his own handsome but punchable face hard. Then, all the nobles in the audience would look at the humiliated Seraphina with sympathy and look at him, the disgraceful villain, with contempt, while the brave Leo would be bathed in the admiration of everyone and become a hero. It sounds like just a beating. No, Kyle broke out in a cold sweat. He knew better than anyone that this seemingly simple act of saving the beauty was the straw that broke the camel's back and the first stepping stone to his guillotine. First, this incident will transform Seraphina's already deep dislike for him into an undying hatred. In future plots, this seemingly weak marquise will mobilize the full might of the Valois family to secretly create countless obstacles for him. Secondly, he, the son of the Duke of Eisenberg, was publicly beaten by a commoner. This would become the biggest laughingstock of the entire royal aristocracy. His father, the old duke, known for his ruthlessness, would feel that he had brought disgrace upon the family. His status within the family would plummet, and he would become a complete outcast. Most fatally, this would create a mortal enemy between him and the original protagonist, Leo. Later in the story, driven by jealousy and resentment, he would constantly cause trouble for Leo and Saraphina, his methods becoming increasingly vicious and his charges becoming increasingly serious, ultimately perfectly assembling the necessary conditions for execution, including treason, murder, and collusion with demons. This was a perfect closed loop of death. And now he was standing at the starting point of this closed loop. He could sense that the nobles around him seemed to be chatting and laughing, but their peripheral vision was focused here like searchlights. They were anticipating, waiting to see the show. Waiting to see how the scoundrel from the Eisenberg family would harass the beautiful Mademoiselle de Valois, waiting to see the farce that was about to unfold. Kyle's back was soaked with cold sweat. What to do? Just let go and then apologize? No. Given Kyle Eisenberg's character, this behavior was too out of character and would only be seen as a more egregious prank. Saraphina wouldn't believe it and would only become more vigilant, continue to follow the plot and take Leo's punch. What a joke! He didn't want to use his face to experience the hardness of the brave fist, and he didn't want to start this damn chain of death. Time ticked by. He could even feel the gravity of the plot in the air pulling everything back on track. His hand on Saraphina's shoulder felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds, completely ignoring his brain's commands. His lips were still moving, as if he was about to utter the decisive line. No. Don't. Kyle wailed in his heart. Saraphina closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and a crystal teardrop finally couldn't bear the weight and slid down her smooth cheek. That tear, like a bucket of cold water, poured over Kyle's sanity, which was almost burned by panic. He looked at her beautiful yet lifeless face, and a crazy idea came to him, like a flash of lightning in the darkness, instantly illuminating his dead-end situation. You can't play by the rules. To break the impasse, he must make a move that no one could have expected, one that is consistent with Kyle's identity and can instantly reverse the situation. Must be quick, because he had heard a slight commotion from the other end of the hall, and the sound of steady and powerful footsteps approaching this side. Those are the footsteps of justice. Those were the footsteps that sounded his death knell. Leo Estria, here we come. Chapter 2. The brave man of justice appears. The footsteps were neither fast nor slow, but they were like the drumbeats of death, each one hitting Kyle's nerves on the verge of collapse with precision. Here he comes, here he comes. The man with his own background music and holy light, the man who can cut the ribbon for my VIP channel of the Guillotine Tour with just one punch. Here he comes. Li Fan, or rather Kyle, had already played out his inner drama to its fullest, but his body, that of a scumbag villain, still maintained its aristocratic arrogance. He even tilted his head slightly, glancing at the source of the voice with a look of disdain and interruption. At this moment, a voice as loud as a bell, filled with the unique sense of justice of young people, broke the hypocritical harmony of the banquet hall. Sir Kyle Eisenberg. Please release Miss Valois immediately. The sound was not loud, but it was very penetrating, like a thunder exploding in everyone's ears. The nobles, who had been chatting in low voices, pretending to admire the scenery, finally found a legitimate excuse and cast their gazes in unison. The melodious string music had ceased at some point, and the entire hall had fallen into an eerie, expectant silence. The stage is set, the spotlights are on. A path parted through the crowd, and a tall, upright young man slowly emerged. He was wearing the standard formal dress issued by the Academy, which seemed somewhat out of place in the banquet hall filled with silk and satin, but this did not diminish his brilliance in the slightest. His short, brilliant golden hair shone brilliantly under the crystal chandelier, like a fragment of the sun god. His features were handsome, and between his brows radiated an inviolable air of heroism. Most striking of all, his azure eyes burned with a blazing rage, as if to incinerate all injustice in the world. His hand rested on the hilt of the sword at his waist. It was not one of those ornate rapiers used by nobles for decoration, but a simple, unadorned weapon that had clearly tasted blood. Leo Estria, the only special recruit who entered the academy as a civilian in 100 years, a genius in both swordsmanship and magic, a walking hormone, the embodiment of justice, and the chosen male protagonist of Eternal Crown. Kyle looked at him, with only one thought in his mind: dude, aren't you turning up the special effects a little too loud for that? Entrance? Leo's gaze passed Kyle and fell on Saraphina. When he saw her pale face and the traces of tears, the anger in his eyes burned even more fiercely. "Kyle Eisenberg," he spoke again, his voice thick with undisguised rebuke. "Your actions are a disgrace to the chivalry of the Eisenberg family, and even more so, a sullied honor to a noble lady. In the name of the Royal Academy's disciplinary committee, I command you to apologize immediately." These words are powerful and righteous. Many of the surrounding noble ladies were already showing admiring looks. "Look, what a brave young man! Daring to face the Duke's son and stand up to protect a fragile lady, this is a plot straight out of a chivalric novel. Wow, it's Leo Astria. How dare he? The other party is from the Eisenberg family. As expected of a commoner hero, your courage is far superior to those of us who can only talk behind his back." The whispers came like a tide, and every word of praise for Leo was like a small hammer, knocking a nail on Kyle's road to hell. Kyle could feel Saraphina's body tremble slightly behind him. He didn't need to look back to guess her expression at the moment. Sure enough, when Saraphina saw Leo appear, a subtle flicker of light flashed across her lifeless eyes. It was a mixture of surprise and some complex emotions, like a stone dropped into a stagnant pond, but the ripples only spread for a moment before being swallowed up by deeper and thicker despair. She knew better than anyone present that Leo's justice would only make things worse. Yes, he is brave and upright, but this bravery and integrity, at this moment, seems extremely reckless. This is the royal capital, a hunting ground woven by the power and rules of the nobles. Here, a momentary impulse can bring devastating consequences. Kyle Eisenberg is a loser and a villain, but his last name is Eisenberg. This surname represents the kingdom's most powerful military force and represents the iron-blooded Duke. Leo's bravery might have saved her temporarily, but the Eisenberg family's wrath would never be quelled by Leo's righteous act. On the contrary, it would only add fuel to the fire. A duke's son being publicly rebuked by a commoner was no longer a personal grudge, it was a disgrace to the entire Eisenberg family, and who will this anger be directed at in the end? It couldn't be Leo. He was a common genius, a future star favored by both the king and the academy. Even if Duke Eisenberg was furious, he wouldn't do anything to him openly then. The only ones who would bear the wrath would be her and the Valois family behind her. This idiot. Saraphina let out a weak cry in her heart. She looked at Leo's righteous face and felt for the first time that the so-called light of justice was so dazzling. Instead of bringing hope, it pushed her and her family into a more dangerous abyss. Kyle took it all in. He saw the rage in Leo's eyes, heard the chatter of the surrounding nobles, and felt Saraphina's emotions behind him shift from a momentary wave of emotion to utter despair. "Dude, see?" Kyle mentally complained to Leo, "You thought you were a hero saving the damsel in distress, but you were actually doing more harm than good. The heroine was nearly brought to tears by your righteous backstab." He took a deep breath, knowing he couldn't wait any longer. If he waited any longer, Leo's fist, infused with the aura of the protagonist, would be firmly imprinted on his face. The atmosphere has been pushed to a climax. Everyone's eyes were on Kyle, wanting to see how he would respond. Was he going to fight back arrogantly, relying on his family background as he did in the past, and order the guards to drag this ignorant civilian out and break his legs, or will he tremble like a coward in front of Leo's righteousness and beg for mercy in a desperate manner? Leo stared at him closely, his hand already removed from the hilt, clenching slightly into a fist, his knuckles making a slight crackling sound. If Kyle dared to insult Saraphina again, he swore that his fist would make him understand that a noble title was no license to commit evil. Pressure, like real seawater, squeezes in from all directions. A drop of sweat trickled down Kyle's forehead. He knew his next move, his next words, would determine his future. Would he walk down the thorny road of farming, or face a fateful end, like the guillotine? He slowly released his hand from Saraphina's shoulder. This action made everyone hold their breath. Chapter 3. A perfect bad showtime seemed to be stretched into sticky syrup at this moment. Leo's fist, brimming with rage, was clenched, ready to wield the iron hammer of justice at the mere sound of a single disrespectful word from Kyle. Saraphina closed her eyes in despair, bracing herself for the inevitable chaos that would only worsen everything. The nobles in the room, like a group of gourmets awaiting a feast, their eyes gleaming with excitement and anticipation. However, just when everyone thought Kyle would be furious or act cowardly, he made a move that dislocated the jaws of the entire audience. He didn't even glance at Leo, as if the hero, who radiated the light of justice, was just a piece of insignificant air. Kyle's body jolted violently, like a sleepwalker awakened by Leo's shout. He looked at his hand, still suspended in midair, about to touch Saraphina's chin, his face filled with horror and disgust, as if he had seen something utterly filthy. What am I doing? He muttered to himself. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by Saraphina beside him. Then, as if struck by electricity, he jerked his hand back, staggering 2 steps back, losing his balance and nearly falling. He looked terrified, as if he had just emerged from a horrific nightmare. Everyone? Leo's fist of justice, raised high, froze in midair. The criticism he had prepared was instantly stuck in his throat, unable to flow out, and his handsome face turned pale and blue. What is this? The script is wrong. Shouldn't the villain scream, "Who the hell are you?" and then get knocked out with one punch? Why does he look like he's been possessed and then exorcised? Leo felt like a boxer who had packed all his strength, only to have his punch land on the softest cotton. The force, with nowhere to vent, made him feel so uncomfortable that he wanted to vomit blood. But the one who was even more shocked than him was Saraphina. She suddenly opened her eyes, and within those once lifeless amethyst pupils, a violent wave of emotion appeared. She saw Kyle's face, a look she had never seen before, a mixture of self-loathing and pain. That's not a disguise, right? No, impossible. This man was a notorious villain in the capital. The word repentance simply didn't exist in his vocabulary. This must be some new, more sophisticated tactic of humiliation. Seraphina's nerves instantly tensed, and she watched him warily, eager to see what tricks he was up to. However, Kyle's next move completely shattered her cognition. He ignored Leo, who was frozen in place, and the murderous curiosity in the audience. He took a deep breath, as if making up his mind, and turned sharply towards Saraphina. Then, under everyone's incredulous gaze, his straight back slowly bent down, and then down again, finally forming a 90-degree angle that couldn't be more standard. This is a great apologetic gift that a noble would only perform on the most formal and humiliating occasions. In the entire banquet hall, you could hear a pin drop. Everyone seemed to be under a petrification spell, staring blankly at the arrogant Third Master Eisenberg, who now bent his proud waist deeply like a devout sinner. Sorry. Kyle's voice rang out, with a hint of suppressed trembling and extremely painful regret. Miss Saraphina, please forgive me, a fool who was blinded by desire and arrogance. His voice was not loud, but it was like a stone thrown into a silent lake, causing ripples that spread clearly throughout the hall. Just now, Lord Leo Astria's rebuke, filled with the glory of justice, was like a ray of holy light, splitting the filthy fog in my soul. I saw my own ugly face, and my beastly behavior. Leo, who was called, was completely stunned. Holy light? Me? I just yelled. He felt as if he was placed on an extremely awkward platform, with a script of holy light shining everywhere forced into his hands, but he himself didn't even understand the lines. Kyle's performance continued. He still maintained a 90-degree bow, and his voice became more and more sad. And your tears? Miss Saraphina, those tears of yours didn't burn your cheeks, but they were like a drop of boiling holy water, dripping onto my filthy soul, waking me from the abyss of depravity. I see how despicable and insignificant I am next to your figure, as noble as moonlight. The hand I extend to you is not an invitation from a noble, but the claws of a beast. The words I speak are not the intimacy of a fiancé, but the whispers of a demon. I, Kyle Eisenberg, am a complete bastard. I am a scumbag who is unworthy of the name Eisenberg, let alone tarnishing yours. He degraded himself to the dust, each word laced with the venom of self-flagellation. This shocking confession made the nobles present feel as if their worldviews were being reshaped. Is this the domineering Kyle? Is this the villain who treats human life as worthless? Is he crazy? Or, is he a prodigal son? This dramatic and shocking reversal is more exciting than any night novel. So, Kyle's voice cracked with relief, please hold back your tears, Miss Saraphina. You are so pure and noble, your tears should not be shed for a scum like me. I offer you my deepest apologies for everything I have done just now. I don't deserve your forgiveness. After saying the last sentence, he slowly stood up, but he didn't look at Saraphina, nor did he look at anyone else. His face was a complex mixture of shame, pain, and a hint of relief, and there was even a suspicious moisture in the corners of his eyes. He simply turned around with an almost dispirited look, took a step forward, and like a loser who had been drained of all his energy, he staggered out of the banquet hall dejectedly and disappeared from everyone's sight. The whole process was smooth and completed in one go. From the awakening when being scolded, to the retreat of self-loathing, to the bow. of humiliation, and finally the painful confession that can be said to be at the level of an Oscar-winning actor. A perfect crisis. Public relations. Kyle used his ultimate acting to turn an imminent physical conflict that would do him no good but harm into a moral monologue of the prodigal son repenting in public. At this moment, the banquet hall was dead silent. Everyone was still immersed in the overly impactful performance and couldn't extricate themselves. Leo Astria, our brave man, remained in the awkward position of one hand clenched into a fist and the other extended forward, like an awkward statue. His righteous anger was completely dampened by the other party's self-deprecating actions. What else could he do? Chase down the repentant sinner and punch him again? Then say, "You bastard, stop insulting yourself." The scene was so beautiful that he dared not think about it, and Saraphina, whose face was always like a frozen snowfield, had a confused expression. She stood there blankly, looking in the direction where Kyle disappeared, her amethyst eyes filled with incomprehensible confusion and chaos. What just happened? Those words, that expression, was he acting? But if this was acting, it was too realistic, too humiliating. When had the third young master of the Eisenberg family ever degraded himself like this? If it wasn't acting, that would be even more impossible. Saraphina felt her mind become a tangled mess. For the first time, she felt that the man she thought she had seen through, the man labeled scumbag, was beyond her comprehension. Chapter 4, Aftermath and quietly changing rumors. Kyle's lonely and desolate figure silently merged into the shadow of the porch and disappeared, but what he left behind was the dead silence of the entire banquet hall and a storm that was enough to set off the social circle of the royal capital. Time seemed to freeze for 3 seconds, or perhaps 30. The melodious string music had long forgotten when it would resume, and the waiters, carrying silver trays, stood frozen in place, even breathing cautiously. Finally, in a corner, a young viscountess covered half of her face with a feather fan and exclaimed to her best friend beside her, as if a mosquito flapped its wings, oh my God, Hermione. Pinch me, I must have had too much champagne tonight and am hallucinating." The lady called Hermione also had her eyes wide open and shook her head mechanically. "No, dear, I saw it too. The one from the Eisenberg family," he bowed. 90 degrees. "I swear on my grandfather's title, that angle is more accurate than the one drawn by our college's geometry professor." This whisper was like a spark that ignited the fuse. Buzz, the entire hall instantly switched from absolute silence to the clamor of a market. The long-suppressed chatter erupted like a flood. The nobles who were originally waiting to watch Dragon Quest now had astonishment and confusion written all over their faces, as if they had just watched a god-level drama with a shocking ending, and were eager to share their thoughts with their companions. Unbelievable. Is this still the Kyle Eisenberg I know? Last week, he almost hanged the groom at the city gate because a horse stepped on his boots. A bearded earl lowered his voice, his tone full of horror. "The key is repentance. Did you hear what he said? Filthy soul, minions of the beast, scum. My God, he was so cruel to himself. I've lived for 50 years, and this is the first time I've seen a noble curse himself like that." Another lord exclaimed, "The focus of the discussion has completely gone off track. No one cared about the Kyle harassing Saraphina incident itself anymore. That plot point was too cliché, and everyone was already tired of it. Now, everyone's curiosity was piqued by that shocking confession and that lonely figure. Rumors began to take root and sprout in this chaotic soil, and evolved into different versions at an astonishing speed. Version 1, Brave Holy Light Inspiration version. Without a doubt, this must be the credit of Lord Leo Astria. A young knight who admires the strawn looked at Leo, who was still frozen in place, his eyes full of admiration. "Did you hear that roar? It was filled with righteous rage and power. I suspect it wasn't just a sound, it must be a rare spiritual magic capable of purifying the human heart. Just like the legendary paladin's holy words of evil breaking. That makes sense. Otherwise, you can't explain Kyle's reaction, which was like being struck by lightning. His soul must have been instantly washed away by Lord Leo's righteousness, and he saw his own sins." This version received support from many young people. Their gazes towards Leo became increasingly intense. Leo, who was regarded as a human-shaped self-propelled holy light purifier by everyone, felt only one word at this moment: numb. He could feel countless eyes focused on him, filled with inquiry, admiration, and a hint of fear. He even heard people whispering that they must never offend him again, because if he yelled at them and told them all about the immoral deeds of 3 generations of their ancestors, they would be doomed. Leo's handsome face twitched slightly. I didn't, don't talk nonsense. I just spoke a little loudly. He opened his mouth, but found that he couldn't explain it at all. Should he tell everyone I didn't do anything, that bastard just went crazy? No, that would only make him look more like a fool. In the end, he could only stiffly retract his fist, make a hasty salute to a duke next to him, and then almost escape from this uncomfortable place. Version 2, Saint's Tears Redemption version. No, you have all missed the point. An elegant marquise wearing a purple long dress shook the feather fan in her hand and said in a tone of "You are too young." Lord Leo's justice is certainly admirable, but it was Miss Valois who truly moved that villain. Didn't you hear what Kyle said herself? Your tears are like boiling holy water. The ladies around her immediately showed expressions of sudden realization. You mean, love? No, the marquise smiled mysteriously, her eyes gleaming with wisdom. It's redemption. This is a real-life version of Beauty and the Beast, my friends. Mademoiselle de Valois' character, as pure and noble as moonlight, and that tear that symbolizes sorrow and tenacity, finally pierced the beast's hard shell at the last moment, allowing him to see the ugliness within himself and thus repent. This version immediately received overwhelming support among the ladies. Oh my God, that's so romantic. I was saying that Mademoiselle de Valois had an extraordinary temperament. It turns out she even had the power to change the wicked. Poor girl, she must have suffered a lot of grievances before she finally completed this great redemption with her own character. Suddenly, the gazes towards Saraphina changed. No longer simply sympathy, but admiration, a hint of pity, and even a kind of reverence as if looking at a saint. Saraphina stood there, feeling that those gazes were sharper than knives. What saint? What redemption? She didn't do anything. She just shed a tear of despair. She watched the group of noble ladies enthusiastically discussing how she had converted Kyle, feeling like a puppet being forcibly placed on a pedestal. The absurdity made her want to laugh, but she couldn't. She clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her palms, using the pain to maintain her composure. She also bowed slightly to the crowd, then, with her personal maid, Anna, she left the hall as quickly as possible. Version 3, The Prodigal Son Comprehensive Edition. After both protagonists left the stage, the final version of the rumor was finally determined in a circle composed of several veteran aristocrats. That kid from the Eisenberg family, today's show is quite interesting. A white-haired duke said slowly, holding a wineglass. Whether it was Leo's provocation or Miss Valois' tears, I'm afraid they were just a prelude. The real reason might be that he himself finally got tired of that kind of life and decided to turn back. Yeah, that makes sense. As the saying goes, a prodigal son who returns is worth more than gold. Although the process was a bit embarrassing, the courage to publicly admit that you are a scumbag is truly a sign of the Eisenberg family. That's right. Compared to a pure and hopeless villain, a prodigal son who admits his mistakes is actually easier to accept. It even gives people a hint of hope. This version neutralizes the drama of the first two versions, appears more rational, and is more in line with the noble's way of thinking of weighing the pros and cons. Thus, overnight, the rumor mill in the capital completely changed. The old scandal of the scumbag from the Eisenberg family is harassing Mademoiselle de Valois again was completely swept into the dustbin of history. Instead, a new hot topic, full of dramatic tension and imagination, emerged. The prodigal son returns, the villain. Kyle's public confession, is it the holy light of a brave man or the tears of a saint? Kyle's image has also quietly changed from a pure, flat villain to a complex, three-dimensional prodigal son who knows his mistakes. He succeeded. Chapter 5 The Iron-Blooded Duke's late-night study. When Kyle's carriage drove into the gate of the Duke of Eisenberg's mansion, which looked like the mouth of a giant beast, rumors in the royal capital had just begun to ferment. He ignored the servants' looks, which were a mixture of fear and curiosity, and did not, as usual, hide in his room to vent his anger with alcohol and violence. After getting into trouble, he took off his dress coat that was stained with the smell of the banquet and threw it to a stunned servant. He was only wearing a white shirt, unbuttoned the first button of his collar, and then walked straight to the deepest part of the Duke's mansion, the place that made his body and soul tremble. My father's study, that is the restricted area of the entire Duke's mansion, the heart of power of the Eisenberg family, and Kyle's trial court. Kyle stopped in front of the heavy oak door, which was carved with a two-headed griffin family crest. He could smell the man's unique scent leaking through the crack of the door, the smell of old parchment, cigars, and, rust. He took a deep breath and suppressed the pounding of his heart. The performance at the banquet was just the beginning. Now, he had to face the first regional boss in this survival game. He didn't knock on the door, but pushed it open and walked in. Squeak. The heavy door hinges groaned under the weight, as if mourning his upcoming fate. The scene in the study was as depressing as I remembered. There were no luxurious decorations, only dark bookshelves reaching the ceiling, crammed with military tomes and historical documents. The air was filled with a sense of majesty, making it difficult to breathe. The fire in the fireplace roared, casting a terrifying light on the few ornaments hanging on the wall. On the left was a two-handed giant sword, taller than a man, its blade covered in dark red lines, said to be the bloodstains left by the dragon it had slain. On the right was a completely skinned lion-scorpion skull, its empty eye sockets facing the doorway, as if roaring silently, and in the center of the room, behind the huge desk made of a whole piece of obsidian, sat a man. Gabriel Eisenberg, Duke of the Empire, Guardian of the North, known as the Iron Duke. He was about 50 years old, a heavy-set man, and even when seated, he resembled a silent mountain. Time had etched its mark on his face, leaving a wisp of gray at the temples, but his gray eyes were as sharp as a hawk's, as if they could penetrate a person's heart. He didn't look at Kyle, but instead slowly and calmly polished a short-handled tomahawk with a piece of deerskin, his movements focused and steady. There were two other people in the room. A man stood by the fireplace, dressed in a crisp military uniform, his posture like a javelin. He was Kyle's eldest brother, Leon Eisenberg, Vice Master of the 3rd Imperial Knights and a rising star in the military. He looked at Kyle, his face, resembling a duke, with undisguised contempt and disgust, as if he were looking at a pile of mud that had stained the family carpet. Another man sat leisurely on the sofa by the window, gently swirling his glass, the crimson liquid swaying in it. He was Kyle's second brother, Elliot Eisenberg, a man who worked in the capital's treasury and a renowned political thinker among the aristocracy. He looked at Kyle with a playful smile on his face, his eyes twinkling, as if he were enjoying an amusing play. One that represents the family's military glory. One that represents the political wisdom of the family, and Kyle represents the Eisenberg family's shame. This is the family environment he lives in, a sure field that makes him trapped both internally and externally. Kyle walked into the room and stopped 5 steps away from the desk. Then, under the different gazes of his two brothers, his knees softened and he knelt down neatly. "Father, elder brother, second brother, I'm back." His voice was calm, without a trace of trembling. Eldest brother Leon sneered, the sound not loud, but full of sharp sarcasm. "Oh, look who this is? Our Eisenberg family's great poet is back. I just heard from my colleagues that you gave a wonderful confession speech at the banquet, describing yourself as a wild beast. So, are you crawling back now, ready to accept the whip of the tamer?" Elliot, the second brother, took a sip of his wine and spoke slowly. His voice was as smooth as silk, yet tinged with icy coldness. "Leon, you can't say that. I actually think our little brother's performance tonight was quite innovative." He bowed publicly, lashed out at himself, and took all the responsibility on himself. He saved Miss Valois' face, made that righteous civilian genius punch a cotton ball, and finally created an image of himself as a prodigal who admits his mistakes. This is much more clever than your previous brutal tactics of flipping tables and drawing swords. Kyle, tell me, second brother, who gave you this idea? Elliot's eyes were like a scalpel, cutting into Kyle's face with precision, trying to find any flaws. He never believed that his stupid brother could have such a brain. Kyle still kept his head down, hiding his face in the shadows. He knew that his eldest brother's disdain was the easiest to deal with, as it was pure emotion, but his second brother's probing, a smiling fox, was the most dangerous. Big brother is right, I am the disgrace of the family. He calmly accepted Leon's ridicule, then turned to Elliot. Second brother is right too, it was indeed a performance. A clumsy performance to save my face and the last bit of dignity of the Eisenberg family name. He did not refute it, but admitted everything. Even Elliot, who had been intrigued, was taken aback. The series of probing attempts he had prepared seemed to be blocked by Kyle's confession. "Oh?" Elliot raised an eyebrow. "So, you don't think you're really wrong?" "No," Kyle's voice was tinged with self-deprecating bitterness. "Of course I was wrong. My mistake was that I was clearly a loser, yet I tried to imitate others, wearing fancy clothes and mixing with the rich and beautiful. I brought shame upon myself and my family." These words made Leon frown even deeper. He hated Kyle's self-pitying cowardly look. At this moment, the iron-blooded duke, who had been silent all this time, finally put down the battle axe in his hand. Bang! The heavy axe was placed on the obsidian table with a dull thud. The temperature in the entire study seemed to drop several degrees in an instant. Duke Gabriel raised his eyes, and his gray pupils finally landed on Kyle. His voice was low and slow, yet filled with undeniable authority. Kyle. Yes, father. Do you know what the Eisenberg family motto is? Glory is more important than life. Kyle replied in a low voice. Very good, you still remember. Duke Gabriel leaned forward slightly, folded his hands on the table, and looked at me with a sharp gaze. Then tell me, how did your behavior tonight reflect the glory of Eisenberg? You retreated like a coward in front of that civilian boy? Or are you going to bend your worthless waist in front of everyone and humiliate yourself like a clown? Or are you using the family reputation that your father and your two brothers earned with their blood and wisdom as a stage prop to gain sympathy? The Duke's voice was not loud, but every word he spoke was like a heavy hammer, hitting Kyle's heart hard. A look of satisfaction appeared on Leon's face, and the amusement in Elliot's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a cold calmness. They all knew that their father was really angry. Kyle's body trembled slightly, and this time, it wasn't all acting. Facing the terrifying aura of this iron-blooded Duke, it was difficult for anyone to remain calm. Kyle Eisenberg, the Duke's voice was as cold as the northern wind. This isn't the first time you've brought shame upon our family, but it will be the last. The last time. These understated words sounded like the sentence of death in the quiet studied. It meant that the Duke had completely lost his patience with his incompetent third son. What awaited Kyle next might be the disinheritance, house arrest, or even being sent to a secret military base to spend the rest of his life in drill. Either way, it goes against Kyle's plan of leisurely farming. The pressure, like a physical dome, descended from the sky, threatening to crush him. Kyle knelt on the cold floor, buried his head deeply, and said nothing, but at this moment, his brain was working at an unprecedented speed. Chapter 6, Application for Exile. As a step back, the iron-blooded Duke's words, "This will be the last time," were like a cold tombstone, slamming heavily on the floor of the study and on Kyle's heart. The eldest brother, Leon, curled his lips into a cruel arc. He could already foresee the tragic end of his useless brother. The second brother, Elliot, put away all his expression and sat upright, like a juror awaiting the final verdict. The air was frozen and the pressure was like a mountain. In this almost soul-crushing silence, Kyle, who had been burying his head, suddenly let out a low, suppressed laugh. He. The laughter was very light, but it was like a small hammer, breaking the frozen silence in the study. Leon's brows knitted together immediately. What are you laughing at? Are you finally going crazy now that death is imminent? Kyle slowly raised his head, his expression a complex mix of despair, self-mockery, and a hint of strange enlightenment. His eyes were red, but his gaze was surprisingly bright. I laughed at myself. I finally understood. He looked at his father, his voice hoarse but unusually clear. Father, you are right. There is not a trace of honor in my actions tonight. I am a coward, a clown, and a scum who tramples on the reputation of our family. He did not make any excuses, but instead cursed more harshly and thoroughly than the Duke of this time. Even Leon, who was ready to enjoy the show, was stunned. The script was wrong. Shouldn't this loser be begging for mercy with tears? Kyle ignored his brother's surprise. His eyes were fixed on the iron-blooded Duke, and he sublimated the performance at the banquet to a deeper and more devastating level. Tonight, when that commoner, Leo, looked at me with eyes full of justice, when Miss Saraphina, with her pure and noble demeanor, silently accused me. I saw it. His voice trembled, and this time, it was his acting skills that were burning from the heart. I saw the filthy, ugly, uncontrollable beast in my soul. It was fed by desire and jealousy, and it was driven wild by arrogance and inferiority. I always thought I could control it, but tonight I realized that I can't. I am nothing but a piece of trash whose spirit has been completely corrupted. He exaggerated the scandal at the banquet to provide irrefutable evidence of his spiritual depravity and sentenced himself to death. Elliot, the second oldest brother, narrowed his calculating eyes. He keenly sensed that things were beginning to develop in a direction he couldn't have anticipated. These words went beyond crisis public relations and were more like self-destruction. What's your purpose? Elliot said calmly, interrupting Kyle's performance. Stop acting, Kyle. You're only making me look more ridiculous. Put away your clumsy drama and tell me your true intentions. What's your real intention? Kyle laughed bitterly, as if he'd just heard a ridiculous joke. He turned to his second brother, his eyes filled with unprecedented honesty, a frankness bordering on cruelty. My intention is that I, Kyle Eisenberg, am a bomb that could explode at any time. A source of devastating disaster for this family. These words made Leon and Elliot's expressions change at the same time. Kyle didn't stop. He seemed to want to dig out all the filth in his heart and show it to his family. Big brother, you have been the pride of the Empire since childhood. Your sword has brought unparalleled glory to our family. Second brother, you have used your wisdom to maneuver on the chessboard of power in the royal capital, paving the way for our family's future. And me? He pointed at his chest, a smile uglier than crying on his face. All I know how to do is drink, cause trouble, chase women, and bring shame to your name. Today, I'm just publicly embarrassed. What about tomorrow? What about the day after tomorrow? What if one day I get drunk and insult a prince, or accidentally kill an important minister? What will happen to the Eisenberg family then? That would be a devastating disaster. He called out the word himself, his voice shrill with emotion. Leon's face turned pale, because what Kyle said was the most real worry in his heart. Elliot's eyes grew extremely serious. For the first time, he realized that he had never understood his foolish brother. His words were no longer a plea for mercy, but rather, a warning. The study fell silent again, this time out of shock. Kyle's words accurately hit the softest point of this iron-blooded family honored. He perfectly elevated his personal problems to the level of the safety of the entire family. He packaged himself as an uncontrollable risk product that would bring disaster. What is the best way to deal with risky products? It's isolation. Kyle hit his head hard on the ground, making a dull sound. So, father. He raised his head, tears welling in his eyes. They were tears of a mixture of regret, fear, and determination. I beg you. Don't let me stay in the capital anymore. I can't control myself. The prosperity here only nourishes the beast in my heart. I don't want the family's resources, and I don't deserve any comfortable life anymore. I only ask you to exile me. Send me to the most barren, remote, and neglected fiefdom in the empire. Let me go to that place, temper my soul with the hardest labor, and wash away my sins with the simplest life. Until I can kill the beast in my heart with my own hands. Otherwise, he lowered his voice, full of ominous prophecy, sooner or later I will destroy everything Eisenberg has with my own hands. As soon as the words fell, it was earth-shattering. Leon was completely stunned. He had thought of countless possibilities, but he had never imagined that this cowardly, pleasure-seeking loser would voluntarily ask to be exiled to the most difficult place. Elliot's glass faltered in midair. He stared at Kyle, his mind racing, trying to analyze the conspiracy behind this. But Kyle's logic was flawless. A worthless man who recognized his own worthlessness and, to avoid burdening his family, voluntarily requested self-isolation. This was the epitome of the prodigal son, the ultimate embodiment of cowardice and self-destruction, and this perfectly fits the stereotype that everyone has of Kyle. There was a violent fluctuation in the hawk-like eyes of the iron-blooded Duke Gabriel. He looked at his little son who was kneeling on the ground, his body trembling slightly with excitement. He saw the pale face and the eyes filled with fear and determination. He certainly didn't believe in sudden awakenings, but he believed in the fear Kyle spoke of. Yes, this worthless son had finally been completely frightened by the trouble he had caused, the rise of that commoner genius, and the pressure from the entire capital. He was scared. He wants to escape in the most cowardly and self-destructive way possible. The Duke's anger subsided quietly at this moment. Instead, he felt a cold disappointment and a sense of relief. Perhaps, keeping this risky product away from the power center of the royal capital is indeed the best option. Where do you want to go? The Duke's voice finally sounded again, without a trace of emotion. Kyle was delighted, knowing the fish had taken the bait, but his face still wore that sorrowful expression. Blackwood territory. He spat out the name without hesitation. I remember it was the poorest territory owned by our family, close to the wild lands in the north. The land was barren, monsters were rampant, and even decent taxes couldn't be collected. Just let me go there. That place is perfect for a loser like me. After saying this, he kowtowed deeply again and made his final request in an almost pleading tone. Please, exile me. There was silence in the study. The iron-blooded Duke looked at his third son kneeling on the ground, and then looked at his other two sons standing beside him, one as sharp as a sword and the other as sharp as an abyss. Finally, he slowly closed his eyes, as if using up all his strength, and squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. As you wish. Chapter 7. The Valois family's balance of interests. The news of the late-night trial at the Duke of Eisenberg's mansion that determined Kyle's fate spread silently like an invisible night crow, flying across half of the capital and landing on the windowsill of another ducal mansion, the Marquis of Valois' palace. Unlike the fortress-like austerity of Eisenberg House, everything here was exquisitely crafted, like a work of art. Every rose bush in the garden was pruned to perfection, every piece of marble in the corridors was polished to a gleaming shine, and the air was filled with a faint scent of incense. Yet, this ultimate elegance was tinged with a suffocating coldness, like a gorgeous, lifeless gilded birdcage. Saraphine de Valois, at this moment, sat in the most exquisite room of the birdcage. She had just returned from that exhausting banquet, and hadn't even changed out of her moonwhite gown. Without lighting a lamp, she sat quietly by the window, letting the moonlight cast a shadow over her unrealistically beautiful face. For the first time since the banquet, her icy expression cracked, replaced by a bottomless blankness. Kyle Eisenberg, the rogue, the villain, the biggest nightmare of her life, his final 90-degree bow and that painful confession were like an absurd drama, playing out over and over in her mind. Is it a conspiracy? Is it a show? Or, no, she immediately extinguished the unrealistic fantasy in her mind. How could a person's nature be changed by just a few words? That must be a more sophisticated trick, a trick she couldn't see through yet. Just as her thoughts were in turmoil, there was a gentle knock on the door. Miss, the Marquis asks you to go to the study. It was the voice of her personal maid Anna. Saraphina's body stiffened slightly. Her father's study was the center of power of the Valois family and also the exchange of her destiny. She stood up and adjusted her slightly wrinkled skirt. The brief blankness on her face faded away, and was covered by the ice again. She walked across the mirror-like floor, her figure reflected in it, lonely and fragile. In the Marquis de Valois' study, there were no greatswords or animal heads. Instead, a vast map of the kingdom hung on the wall, with the spheres of influence of each family marked in different colors of ink. The air smelled not of cigars or rust, but only of aged books and the burning of expensive fragrant wood in the fireplace. Her father, Adrien, Marquis de Valois, stood before the map with his back to her. He was a thin man, dressed in a meticulously crafted silk robe, and even from behind he exuded a calculated elegance. Father. Saraphina bowed, her voice as calm as water. Please sit down. The Marquis of Valois did not turn around. His voice was gentle, but without a trace of warmth. Black tea or warm milk? No, father. All right. The Marquis finally turned around. He had meticulously groomed silver-gray hair, an elegant face, and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. Behind the lenses, his eyes gleamed with a rational and calm light. He looked less like a father and more like a meticulous scholar. I heard about what happened at the banquet. He slowly walked to the desk and sat down, crossing his hands on the table. That kid from the Eisenberg family caused you trouble. His tone was as if he were discussing the weather rather than the humiliation suffered by his daughter. Saraphina remained silent. However, his subsequent performance was quite amusing. The Marquis of Valois' lips curled up slightly. Publicly repenting and self-flagellation are far superior to his previous foolish tactics. It seems we all underestimated him. Saraphina's heart sank. She knew her father's focus was never on her feelings. Just now, the Marquis got to the point, his tone still calm. News came from the Eisenberg family. Kyle Eisenberg, deeply aware of his own depravity and wanting to avoid bringing further disaster to the family, has taken the initiative to ask his father for permission to go to the family's northernmost fiefdom, Blackwood territory, to undergo a self-imposed exile. This news was like a stone dropped into Saraphina's dead heart. Blackwood territory? That place said to be even more barren than the Orc wastes. A faint glimmer of hope, one she herself hadn't even noticed, quietly sprouted. If Kyle went to that kind of place, so, father. She raised her eyes, and a slight tremor appeared in her cold voice. Our engagement with the Eisenberg family, of course the engagement must continue. The Marquis of Valois crushed the newly sprouted hope with just one sentence. He pushed his gold-rimmed glasses, and the lenses reflected the candlelight, making him look particularly cold. Saraphina, my daughter, you must understand one thing. It doesn't matter whether Kyle is a loser or not, or whether he went to Blackwood territory. What matters is that his last name is Eisenberg. The Marquis stood up, walked to the map, gently tapped the location of the royal capital with his finger, and then moved towards the northern border. The Eisenberg family is the shield of the Northern Empire and the sharpest sword in His Majesty's hand. Their military strength guarantees our foothold in the capital. Leon Eisenberg is a rising star that cannot be ignored in the military, and Elliot Eisenberg's position in the Ministry of Finance is becoming increasingly solid. Marrying them means that the Valois family will be safe for the next 50 years. His voice was clear and calm, as if he was analyzing the pros and cons of a deal rather than deciding his daughter's lifelong happiness. As for Kyle's actions this time, he chuckled, his tone filled with knowing mockery. Do you really think he's repented? No, my child, this is just his new way of humiliating you. He hid away in that godforsaken place just to force us, the Valois family, to cancel the engagement, leaving us to bear the responsibility of breaking it, and letting the entire aristocracy laugh at us. He wanted us to give up and then put all the blame on us. This was a much more beautiful move than before. Saraphina's face turned paler inch by inch. She understood that the ultimate purpose of that performance and that confession was to drag her into a deeper and darker quagmire. Father, She wanted to say something, but found her throat was so dry that she couldn't make any sound. The Marquis of Valois turned his head and looked at her with a look that was almost tender, but the words he spoke were more biting than the cold wind in the north. So, Saraphina, you must go. Saraphina suddenly raised her head, her eyes full of disbelief. You must fulfill your engagement, the Duke said in an unquestionable voice. Follow Kyle Eisenberg and travel to Blackwood territory. This is the best way to demonstrate our Valois family's sincerity to the Eisenberg family. We want to show them that no matter how absurd their son's decision, we, the Valois family, will keep our promise and never abandon him. We want the iron-blooded Duke to see that our daughter of the Valois family possesses the character and tenacity to match the glory of the Eisenberg family. You should understand the relative importance of a daughter's temporary grievance and the stability of the entire family for the next 50 years. As soon as the words fell, the study fell into dead silence. Saraphina stared at her father in a daze, at his elegant face, at his calm and cold eyes behind his glasses. She finally understood. She's not just Kyle Eisenberg's prey, she is also the most delicate weight that her family uses on the scale to gain benefits. Her pain, her humiliation, and her despair are worthless in the face of the family's interests. The hope that had just been crushed was now gone, leaving only an endless, cold darkness. After a long moment, she slowly stood up and curtsied to her father with a flawless grace and impeccable posture. Yes, father. Her voice was as calm as a pool of stagnant water, without a single ripple. I see. Chapter 8. The dagger under the iceberg and the dead heart. Walking out of her father's study, which was filled with rationality and coldness, Saraphina took every step with extraordinary stability, as if she was not walking on a soft wool carpet but on the stone steps leading to the guillotine. Late at night in the Marquis de Valois' residence, the scene was tranquil and magnificent. Moonlight streamed through the tall, arched windows, casting dappled shadows on the polished marble floor. The artwork hanging on the walls lay silent in the shadows, and the sweet fragrance of incense hung in the air. But to Saraphina, all this faded, leaving only black and white ash. She walked through the long corridor, her figure stretched out by the moonlight, like a soulless puppet, perfectly executing the command to return to her position. Miss, you're back. Anna, the personal maid, had been guarding the door. Seeing Saraphina, she hurried over, her face full of worry. The Marquis, did he give you any trouble? Saraphina walked straight into the room without stopping. Her voice was as light as a feather, but carried the chill of ice crystals. No. She sat at her dressing table, staring at herself in the mirror, her face pale and her eyes hollow. The face known as the flower of the capital was now devoid of any emotion. It was beautiful, but it looked like a piece of porcelain about to shatter. Anna looked at her worriedly, hesitant to speak. Miss, I heard you were going to that Blackwood territory with the third young master of the Eisenberg family? Yeah. Saraphina responded, picked up the comb, and mechanically combed her long silver hair that looked like a waterfall. But what kind of place is that? Anna was so anxious she was about to cry. I heard from the groom at the mansion that it's cold and poor, full of monsters and savages, and even passing caravans don't want to go there. How could you go to such a place and suffer like that? Saraphina paused as she combed her hair. Suffer, she slowly put down the comb, looked at herself in the mirror, and suddenly a very faint, self-deprecating arc appeared at the corner of her mouth. Turns out this is Kyle Eisenberg's new trick. His public confession at the banquet was not a sudden awakening, but a carefully planned and sophisticated drama. He portrayed himself as a prodigal son who admitted his mistakes, winning everyone's sympathy and even causing rumors to favor him. The climax of this drama is this self-exile. He knew that, given the Valois family's emphasis on honor and profit, they would never voluntarily break off the engagement at this time, thus risking the stigma of disdain for the poor and love for the rich. He also knew that his father, the calculating Marquis of Valois, would force him to go with them out of family sincerity. So, he succeeded. He no longer had to struggle with his scheming, no longer had to play the foolish villain. He only had to sit in that wild quagmire, smiling and admiring himself like a trapped beast, being pushed step by step into the abyss by the family's honor and his father's orders. What he wanted to see was not his own surrender, but his desperate and helpless look when he was tortured by fate and his family. This is more cruel and heartbreaking than any direct humiliation. It felt like a hole had been dug in the place of my heart, and a cold wind was rushing in. The last shred of my fantasy of escaping was completely crushed by my father's words. For the good of the family, she can't escape this world. From family to engagement is a gorgeous and sturdy cage tailor-made for her. Anna. Saraphina suddenly spoke, her voice terrifyingly calm. Yes, miss. I'm a little tired. You can go down first. Tomorrow, there are still a lot of things to pack. But, miss, your expression, go down. Saraphina's voice was still soft, but it carried an undeniable determination. Anna shuddered, not daring to say anything more. After a bow, she retreated worriedly, gently closing the door behind her. Finally, she was the only one left in the room. The world became completely quiet. Saraphina didn't light the lamp. She walked to the bedside and fumbled to open a secret compartment in an inconspicuous corner. Inside the secret compartment, a velvet box lay quietly. She opened the box and found not any precious jewelry inside, but a dagger with a strange shape. The dagger was short, only palm length, and crafted entirely from an unknown black metal, devoid of superfluous ornamentation. Its only distinctive feature was its shape, like a curved snake's fang. In the moonlight, the sharp edge shone with a faint, almost azure light. She had bought this dagger a few years ago for a considerable sum of gold coins from a shop selling all sorts of oddities. The shopkeeper told her that it was called the Kiss of Tranquility, and that its blade was quenched with the venom of the legendary abyssal serpent. Its venom was indestructible, and the victim felt no pain, only a deep sleep, a peaceful and eternal sleep. At the time, she simply thought the desperate story behind this collection was interesting, but I never expected that one day, it would become my final liberation. She stretched out her slender fingers and gently stroked the cold blade. The chill spread from her fingertips to the depths of her heart. She hadn't thought of using the dagger to kill Kyle. That makes no sense. Killing Kyle would immediately make her and her family pay 100-fold. Her death would not solve any problems, but would only become a new scandal and bring shame to the Valois family. What she wants to retain is her last bit of dignity. She could be used as a bargaining chip by her family and pushed into the quagmire by fate, but she could not allow that man to enjoy watching her being tortured beyond recognition. If Kuroki territory is really hell, then she can at least choose to draw the curtain for herself before stepping into the deepest part of hell. In the calmest, most respectful way possible, this dagger is not a weapon. It was the last key she prepared for herself, the key to unlock the cage called life. The day of departure soon arrived. The Eisenberg family's carriage had already stopped in front of the Marquis de Valois' palace. Its black carriage, emblazoned with the golden family crest, a two-headed griffin, appeared majestic and grim in the morning light. Saraphina was wearing a long, dark dress suitable for traveling, and her long hair was neatly tied back. Her face remained expressionless, like a perfect ice sculpture. Her father, the Marquis de Valois, personally escorted her to the door with a perfectly fatherly smile on his face. Saraphina, when you arrive in Blackwood territory, take good care of yourself and take good care of Kyle. Remember, you represent the glory of Valois. He instructed gently, as if he was sending his daughter to visit a neighbor. Saraphina bent her knees slightly and gave an impeccable salute. Yes, father. Without looking at her father again, she turned and walked towards the carriage that was like a mobile cage. Anna, the personal maid, was accompanying her on the cargo carriage. At the moment she stepped onto the carriage step, Her wide cuffs slipped down gently. On the inside of her slender wrist, covered in a white lace glove, a black dagger curved like a snake's fang was neatly hidden in a special strap, tightly attached to her cold skin. With the determination to die and the deep-rooted, desperate hatred for Kyle, she calmly embarked on the journey to Blackwood territory. Her heart was dead. The only thought was to preserve her final dignity of choosing death before the man's self-righteous drama came to an end. Chapter 9, Journey to the Garbage Dump. The wheels of a carriage are the best metronome. On the smooth bluestone road of the royal capital, it made a brisk tick, tick, tick sound, like an elegant waltz, announcing the dignity of the noble's travel. But when the carriage drove out of the tall gate of the royal capital and stepped onto the post road leading to the north, the rhythm suddenly changed. Clang, click, clang, the waltz turned into a rough, disorganized country ballad, and every bump was like a drunk farmer kicking the carriage hard. Kyle Eisenberg sits upright with his eyes closed, looking like a prodigal son who was reflecting deeply. In fact, he had a huge champagne party going on inside. Woohoo! Freedom! His soul spun 360 degrees on top of the carriage. Goodbye, royal capital. Goodbye, iron-blooded dad, and those two Roll King brothers. I'm going to farm. This feeling is better than quitting my job and running away. In my previous life, no KPIs, number 996 work schedules, no complicated interpersonal relationships. He was about to own a piece of land that was completely his own. While others might see it as a garbage dump, he saw it as a blank slate, a place full of endless possibilities, a novice village. The mind map in his head has expanded rapidly. Blackwood Territory Development Plan V1.0. First priority, survival, safety, count the number of guards, survey the terrain, and set up simple fortifications. Just in case there are thieves or monsters who are not careful, you can't just end up in a dead end right from the start. Sanitation, public restrooms. It has to be public restrooms. God knows how terrible the sanitation conditions in this world are. A plague would make him delete his account and start over. I need to draw a blueprint for a 3-chamber septic tank. Simple and efficient as food, inventory the food you brought and learn about the local crops. Potatoes. We must plant the potatoes we brought, they're a high-yield tool. Also, we need to get a curved plow to improve farming efficiency. Second priority, development, population, people are the primary productive force. We need to find a way to attract refugees, or, well, can we convert those starving people in the neighboring territories who can't survive? Economy, not counting on it for now. Just being self-sufficient is a blessing. Long-term goals might include developing specialized industries, such as never mind, let's just survive first. Just when Kyle was working on the PPT in his mind, a chill that could almost freeze the air seeped in from the opposite side of the seat. He quietly opened his eyes a little. There he saw his fiancée, Mademoiselle Saraphine de Valois, sitting there. He sat as straight as a ruler, his hands placed elegantly on his knees, his eyes looking out the window, as if he was admiring a beautiful landscape painting. But Kyle knew that outside the window was only bare trees and an increasingly desolate dirt road. She wasn't looking at a landscape. She was looking at emptiness. That breathtakingly beautiful face was covered with a thick layer of ice, and there was no anger, no sadness, and not even disgust in her eyes. It was as if the person sitting there was not a living person, but a beautiful statue that was about to be transported to the mausoleum for burial. The grand party in Kyle's heart was instantly chilled by this chill. Ahem. He cleared his throat, feeling that his nominal fiancé was even more difficult to deal with than his iron-blooded father. His father's pressure was a physical attack, while the silence of this icy young lady was a magical damage that struck directly at the soul. The atmosphere is so awkward. There were only 2 of us in the carriage, and the journey to Heimeling would take at least 10 days, half a month. Were we silent for more than 10 days, trying to play the game of who's the statue? No, we have to find a way to break the ice, even if it means just cracking a hole in the iceberg. He gathered his emotions for a moment, then spoke softly in a tentative and guilty tone. Miss Saraphina. No response. Saraphina's eyelashes didn't even flutter, and she still maintained a perfect profile angle, as if there was no difference between Kyle and the air in the car. Kyle felt his face stiffen. He took a deep breath and continued, "It's a long journey. If you feel tired, you can lean back and rest for a while." This time, the iceberg statue finally showed some reaction. She slowly turned her head, and her amethyst eyes, like the surface of a frozen lake, looked quietly at Kyle. No focus, no emotion. It's like a person looking at a stone on the side of the road. Then she slowly turned back and continued to look at the void outside the window. He didn't say a word the whole time, but Kyle understood. That look translated to, shut up, leave me alone, and stay away. Okay, just pretend I didn't say anything. Kyle silently raised the white flag in his heart. He gave up. Communicating with someone who was determined to die and believes that you are the culprit who pushed her into the abyss is as difficult as discussing philosophy with a goblin. Forget it. I'll just continue working on my PPT. The carriage continued to move forward with a clang and clatter. The silence in the car was thicker and colder than before. It was like a thick liquid, filling the entire space and making it hard to breathe. Kyle truly closed his eyes, no longer pretending. He forced himself to shift his attention away from the moving iceberg across the way and immerse himself again in his plans for the Blackwood territory. And Saraphina was still looking out the window. The scenery on both sides of the road is becoming desolate at a speed visible to the naked eye. At first, there were neatly maintained farmlands and scattered villages. Gradually, the villages fell into disrepair, the farmlands turned into wasteland, and eventually, even decent roads disappeared, leaving only 2 tracks carved by wheels in the wilderness. The sky also seemed to turn gray. Saraphina watched all this without a ripple in her heart. She knew this road led to the end of her life, the stage Kyle had meticulously prepared for her. She could imagine how, once they reached the so-called Blackwood territory, that man would shed his mask of repentance and, in the most despicable way, admire her being devoured by this wild land. Her hand subconsciously stroked the cuffs of her sleeves. The cold touch of the poisoned dagger, transmitted through the cloth, was her only comfort on this desperate journey. Another violent jolt. One of the carriage's wheels seemed to have sunk into the mud, and the entire carriage suddenly tilted to one side. Kyle's body hit the car wall uncontrollably, and Saraphina fell towards Kyle due to inertia. Just as the two were about to collide, Kyle subconsciously reached out and tried to support her, but before his hand touched Saraphina, she, like a frightened cat, steadied herself with unimaginable agility, shrank back, and leaned against the other side of the carriage again. Her movements were full of undisguised resistance and vigilance. Kyle's outstretched hand paused awkwardly in midair. He looked at her and she looked at him. This time, her eyes were no longer dead, but flashed with a cold, sharp vigilance, like a sword drawn from its sheath. Kyle slowly withdrew his hand. Sorry, he whispered, then sat back down, closed his eyes, and never opened them again. The suffocating silence returned to the carriage. Only this time, there was a hint of subtle tension in the silence. The journey to the garbage dump continued in this cold and strange atmosphere. One was busy with construction in his mind, while the other was calmly waiting for death in his heart. There was an invisible, bottomless chasm between the two of them. Chapter 10. Welcome to Blackwood territory. On the 13th day, when I was being shaken in the carriage to the point of feeling my soul almost leaving my body, the eternal symphony of clang and clatter finally came to an end. The carriage stopped. Sir, miss. We're here. The driver's voice came through the carriage wall, carrying a sense of relief and a hint of indescribable sympathy. Kyle's eyes, clenched shut for so long, finally fluttered open. He stretched his weakened muscles, and the champagne party he'd been holding for half a month finally came to an end. He adjusted his slightly wrinkled collar, his face once again adorned with the solemn expression of "I've repented and am ready for spiritual cleansing," and he was the first to exit the carriage. Then he froze. The biting cold wind, mixed with the smell of earth, rotten grass, and some indescribable poverty, hit me on the head. The scene before him caused the version 1.0 version of the development plan PPT in Kyle's mind to freeze instantly. Good guy. I just called him good guy. This is no longer the hell. Difficulty start in the game. This is simply deleting the file and starting over, and accidentally clicking on the self-abuse mode. The so-called village was little more than a dozen rickety thatched houses scattered across a patch of mud, like a group of rotting mushrooms trampled by a giant. The thatch on the roofs was uneven, revealing dark holes, and the walls were a haphazard mixture of mud and stone, looking like a strong wind could send them back to nature. The so-called road didn't exist at all. There was only a ditch covered in mud and sewage, stretching from the village entrance to a building not far away. Let's call it the Lord's Palace. A few ragged, skinny people were leaning against the wall, basking in the thin sunlight. Seeing the carriage, they showed no curiosity or awe, but simply slowly raised their eyelids, glanced at it with a blank, numb look, as if looking at a moving stone, and then lowered their heads again. It was a kind of pure indifference that didn't even bother to show despair. At this moment, Saraphina also got off the carriage. She didn't even look at the surrounding scenery, because the smell of despair in the air had already given her all the answers. She simply raised her eyes and looked towards the so-called Lord's mansion not far away. It was a 2-story stone building that might once have held a certain dignity, but now resembled the skeleton of a dead beast. Moss and cracks covered the walls, and the windows were punctured with holes patched with rags and boards. One of the door's hinges had broken, and it lay crookedly open, like a sighing mouth that couldn't close. A cold, self-deprecating smile played at the corner of Saraphina's mouth. It turns out that this is the stage he prepared for me, even more perfect than I imagined. This land forgotten by the world, these zombie-like people, this dilapidated tomb, everything is just right. She felt the last shred of life in her body being completely drained by the biting cold wind. The dagger in her sleeve seemed to sense its owner's intentions, and the cold touch became increasingly clear. At this moment, a trembling figure trotted out from the dilapidated lord's mansion. He was a gray-haired, hunched old man wearing a housekeeper's uniform that was washed to a pale but still clean surface. He ran so fast that he almost slipped in the mud. He finally managed to steady himself and came to the two of them, panting. Oh my God. Are you Lord Kyle, Lord Kyle? The old butler gasped, tried to straighten his back, and gave a not-so-standard salute. Kyle came back to his senses from the shock of the blue screen, and looked at the butler in front of him, who might be the only living thing in the entire territory, and sighed inwardly. Yes, I'm Kyle Eisenberg. He answered in a calm tone, then pointed to Saraphina beside him. This is my fiancée, Miss Saraphina Valois. A glimmer of light flashed in the old butler's cloudy eyes, and he bowed excitedly again. Hobson, here to greet the lord and the future mistress. Welcome to the Blackwood territory. When he said the word welcome, his voice was full of shame, as if he was apologizing to his guest for serving a plate of moldy bread. Saraphina simply nodded, saying nothing. Her gaze passed Hobson and fell on the haunted mansion behind him, her eyes growing increasingly empty. Butler Hobson, there's no need to be so polite, Kyle said. There was no disgust or aristocratic arrogance in his voice, only a calm businesslike manner. Take us in. Yes. Sir, miss, please come this way. Please be careful with your step. Hobson hurriedly led the way, carefully choosing a slightly drier place to step on. Saraphina lifted her skirt, and each step she took was extremely graceful, as if her feet were not mud, but the polished marble of the Marquis de Valois' palace. But the splash of mud stained the hem of her expensive skirt, like a malicious splash of ink on a perfect painting. She watched all this with a cold heart. She could almost foresee what was going to happen next. Kyle would fly into a rage, cursing this damn place and venting all his anger on the poor old housekeeper. Then, he would turn to her and, with that playful yet cruel look in his eyes, smile and say, "Look, my dear fiancé, this is the new home I prepared for you. Do you like it?" However, when they finally walked into the leaky and dusty hall of the lord's mansion, the expected rage did not occur. The hall was empty, save for a few worn pieces of furniture covered in thick dust. Light streamed in through the broken windows, revealing the dust motes dancing in the air. A draft blew through, and the spiderwebs hanging from the ceiling swayed like spirit banners. Hobson's face flushed crimson, and he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. "Sir, I'm so sorry. This place hasn't been taken care of for a long time. The previous tax collector, he ran away with the last of the territory's taxes 6 months ago, and the servants, all left too." He lowered his head, his voice filled with despair. "Kuroki collar, there's nothing left." The entire hall fell into silence. Saraphina stood quietly, waiting for the judgment to come. She could feel Kyle's eyes on her. Here it comes, she thought. He is about to start his performance. She was even prepared to respond to his upcoming and most vicious ridicule with the coldest eyes. However, Kyle just looked at her quietly, then turned his head and looked at the old butler Hobson. There was no anger, no disgust, or even disappointment on his face. He simply glanced calmly around the dilapidated hall, and then the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It wasn't a mocking smile, nor a wry smile of self-abandonment, but rather a smile, like the one a chess player might give when they see a complex but interesting endgame, with a hint of excitement. "No more?" Kyle repeated softly, then dusted his hands. The sound was not loud, but it echoed clearly in the empty hall. "No, Hobson. I think there's everything here." Saraphina was startled and looked at him in disbelief. Kyle turned around and faced the open, dilapidated door of the hall. Outside the door was a gray sky and a dead land. His voice was calm and clear. "There's land, there's people, and there's a chance to start over. Very good, this is our starting point." After saying that, he even shrugged his shoulders easily. Saraphina was completely stunned. Her brain was in a state of confusion that she couldn't process this. What is going on? The script is wrong. Why wasn't he angry? Why wasn't he laughing at me? What was that eager look on his face? Could it be that this garbage dump that even hell despises is actually a treasure land in his eyes? In her eyes, this is the end of despair, but in his eyes, this is just the beginning? Chapter 11 The Lord's First Order. Kyle's words, "This is our starting point," were like a stone thrown into a stagnant pond. It did not stir up huge waves, but it spread out circles of silent, confused ripples in the hearts of the old butler Hobson and Saraphina. Hobson opened his mouth, his cloudy old eyes filled with confusion. Starting point? Did this young lord lose his mind on the way here? This place is clearly everyone's destination, a graveyard where even vultures are too lazy to circle. And he actually said it was the starting point. Saraphina was like an ice sculpture frozen in an instant, and even her empty eyes were filled with a hint of astonishment that she had no time to digest. The script that had already been written in her mind was torn off the first page by Kyle's casual words. Wrong, this is not right according to normal aristocratic logic. He shouldn't be like this at this moment. Inwardly, Saraphina, like a calm drama critic, began to analyze and rehearse rapidly. Act 1. He should first pinch his nose with an extremely exaggerated expression, as if he smelled something indescribable. Act 2. He would glance with disgust at the dusty hall with his frivolous eyes, and then wipe the stain that did not exist on his luxurious coat with a silk handkerchief. Act 3. He would roar at the poor old butler in a cold and impatient tone, asking him why the manor had become a pigsty and threatening to hang him on the crooked tree at the door. Act 4. Also the climax. He would turn around and, with a triumphant air, savor the inevitable expression of despair and humiliation that would appear on his face. He would smile, speaking the most gentle words, the most cruel, "My dear Saraphina, welcome to our new home. From now on, you, the most delicate flower in the capital, will take root in this muddy land." That's right, this fits his image as Kyle Eisenberg, the hopeless scumbag villain who enjoys torturing others. But now, what did he do? He actually smiled. And you say this is the starting point? Saraphina felt a crack in her logic. She forced herself to calm down and find a reasonable explanation for Kyle's abnormal behavior. He got it. This is a more sophisticated and destructive form of humiliation. He wasn't outright mocking them, but rather using this comfortable attitude to contrast his own embarrassment and despair. He wanted to show himself that even in this pigsty-like environment, he could still maintain the composure and elegance of an aristocrat, while he himself would only be dragged and corroded by this filth, eventually becoming unrecognizable. Yes, that must be it. After realizing this, Saraphina's initial sense of surprise was instantly replaced by a deeper chill. She readjusted her expression, preparing for Kyle's inevitable performance. "Ahem, sir." The old butler Hobson finally found his voice from the shock. He hunched his back, his voice filled with tears. "You, don't be ridiculous. There's nothing here, not even a bed to sleep on. It's all broken. I've had the gifts that Sir brought down, but this house is drafty everywhere. It's going to be very cold at night." He pointed upstairs. "The room my granddaughter and I live in is, well, windproof. How about you and the young lady stay tonight?" Saraphina sneered inwardly. Here it comes, the foreshadowing is here. Kyle would surely interrupt him next and issue his first order as Lord. This order must be extremely extravagant and selfish. For example, gather all your subjects immediately, regardless of whether they are dead or alive. Within 3 days, I want them to live in a brand new palace, even more magnificent than the Duke's palace in the royal capital. As for where you will sleep, just sleep on the mud. You're used to it anyway. Or, hand over all your food so we can prepare a grand welcome dinner for Miss Saraphina and me." "What? You don't have any food? Then go dig up grass roots." "I don't care, I want to have a roasted whole lamb and a 7-layer cake tonight." Saraphina was ready to use her strongest armor to resist the impending, humiliating order. However, Kyle simply waved his hand, interrupting Hobson. "There's no rush for the bed. We'll talk about the night later." He ignored Hobson's face, which looked like it was about to burst into tears, and didn't even glance at Saraphina. He started walking slowly in the dilapidated hall. His boots made a soft rustle sound as they stepped on the dusty stone slabs. He walked to a broken window and reached out to feel the direction of the draft. He walked to a load-bearing stone pillar, stretched out his fingers, knocked it, and listened to the echo, as if to judge its solidity. He even walked to the corner of the wall, squatted down, picked up a little moss that seeped out of the cracks in the wall, and put it under his nose to smell it. His every move revealed a kind of concentration that Saraphina could not understand at all. That wasn't a noble examining his property, but more like a craftsman inspecting a tool that needed repairing. Seraphina's brows knitted slightly, acting. Is that too much? Is this necessary? The only people in the audience are me and an old man who was about to die. Just as she was filled with confusion, Kyle finally stopped. He stood in the middle of the hall, his back to them, facing the dilapidated door. Silence, depressing silence. Hobson was so nervous that he forgot to breathe. He felt that the new lord was about to explode in rage at any second. Seraphina also held her breath. She knew that the final judgment was finally coming. Kyle turned slowly. His face didn't have any of the expression Seraphina expected. There was no teasing, no cruelty, no disgust, and no pretentious calmness. His eyes were as calm as a pool of deep water, reflecting no one's shadow, only a pure, emotionless determination. He looked at the old butler, who was trembling slightly with fear, and issued his first order since he became the lord of Cherokee territory. Hobson. Yes, yes. My lord. Notify them. Hobson's body was as tense as a drawn bowstring. Seraphina's fingertips had already touched the cold handle of the dagger in her sleeve. Kyle said in an unmistakable and clear voice, "Gather all the people who can still move. In 1 hour, gather in the open space in front of the mansion." Having said this, he paused, as if considering a word. Then he uttered a word that was incredibly unfamiliar to both Hobson and Seraphina. Meeting. The entire hall instantly fell into a silence that was even more eerie than before. Hobson's mouth opened into a funny O shape, and he blinked, as if wondering if his ears were damaged by the wind. Open, what? Seraphina was also completely stunned. She had rehearsed 100 possible orders in her mind, from building palaces to plundering the people, from whipping the people to humiliating herself, but she never expected it to be such a completely incomprehensible order. Call the people to a meeting? What is a meeting? Was it a new form of torture, or perhaps a new and more bizarre form of humiliation he had invented? She looked at Kyle's calm face, and saw something completely unfamiliar in that face that she had hated countless times. It was a kind of seriousness that she had never seen before, belonging to a doer, an unquestionable seriousness. At this moment, Seraphina's frozen heart, the iceberg made of desperate disgust that she thought was indestructible, made a faint sound that she herself did not even notice. Click sound. Chapter 12. Toilet. The Lord is drawing a toilet. An hour later, on the only relatively flat piece of dirt ground in front of the Lord's mansion, a spectacle that had not been seen in the Blackwood territory for 100 years was unfolding. More than a dozen households, with a total of less than 40 still able to move residents, were recruited by the old butler Hobson through coaxing and deception. They weren't so much standing as hanging there. Each one hunched over, their heads drooped, their hands tucked into their tattered sleeves. They looked like scarecrows whose souls had been drained by the cold wind. The air was filled with a suffocating silence, a mixture of fear, numbness, and resignation. Every time a new lord arrives, it means a new disaster for them. Are we going to increase taxes again, or should we take the last able-bodied man in the family to do forced labor? Or maybe, this great man from the royal capital felt that the existence of these lowly people had tarnished his noble vision, and was preparing to drive them all into the mountains to fend for themselves? No one dared to look up. No one dared to speak. They just glanced in fear at the figure standing on the steps of the mansion. From the corner of their eyes, Seraphina stood not far away, like a beautiful statue from a temple, incongruous with the dilapidated scene. She folded her arms and observed the absurd scene with a cold and indifferent attitude. The drama critic in her comes online again. Okay, the audience is here. Now it's time for the great playwright, Mr. Kyle Eisenberg, to present his brilliant play. She could almost imagine what Kyle would do next. He would clear his throat and, in a tone steeped in arrogance, deliver a flowery but hollow speech that would simply emphasize his supreme authority and the unconditional obedience of his subjects. Then he would throw out that truly cruel order, enjoying the look on those poor people's faces that went from numbness to despair, and drawing his perverted, sickening pleasure from it. However, Kyle just stood there quietly. Yet he didn't make a long speech. Nor did he even spare a glance at his subjects. He simply turned and gave Hobson an order. Hobson, find me a level box, a piece of charcoal, and some clean parchment. Although Hobson was full of confusion, he still ran into the house tremblingly and quickly brought back a fairly sturdy wooden box, which served as a temporary drawing board, and handed over what Kyle wanted. As everyone, including Seraphina, looked on in daze and confusion, Kyle spread the parchment over the wooden box and picked up the charcoal. He didn't say anything. He started painting. The people froze. Hobson's eyes nearly popped out of his head. An obvious expression called downtime appeared on Seraphina's icy face. A draw, at this time? In this place? In front of a group of starving people? What kind of performance art was this? Was it the latest trend in the capital, a ritual used to showcase the unconventional tastes of the nobility? The people in the territory began to stir quietly and uncomfortably. Lord, what are you doing? A man as thin as a monkey asked his companion next to him in a low voice. I don't know. It looks like they're drawing a map? Are they going to remeasure our land so they can collect more taxes? Another person's voice was filled with panic. Hush! Stop talking nonsense, an elderly farmer shouted in a low voice. Shut up! Do you think you can guess what the Lord is thinking? Saraphina's brow furrowed tightly as she stared at Kyle's pen, trying to decipher his intentions from the scribbled lines. What is that? A few blocks, a few pipes, and some strange structures she had never seen before. This wasn't an architectural blueprint, a military deployment map, or even a work of art. This thing exuded a strangeness I'd never seen before. Finally, Kyle stopped writing. He held up the parchment covered with strange patterns and faced all the bewildered citizens. Instead of giving a direct order, he asked a question that no one had anticipated. Let me ask you, every spring, after the ice and snow melt, do many people in the village always suffer from diarrhea and become sick? His voice was calm, as if he was asking, how's the weather today? The people looked at each other, unsure how to respond. Finally, the elderly farmer mustered up the courage and spoke tremblingly, Sir, yes. Every spring, the earth goddess sends down a spring plague, and the weak just can't survive it. Spring plague? Kyle's lips curled up into a meaningful smile. No, that's not a punishment from the goddess. You ate that yourself, ah? Everyone was stunned. Kyle pointed to the surrounding land and then to the river in the distance. His tone was calm, but he said something that made everyone blush. You eat, drink, defecate, and urinate on this land, and you throw your waste everywhere. When it rains or the snow melts, this dirt flows into the river you draw water from. You drink water tainted with dirt and eat food from filthy hands. How can you not get sick? He paused and concluded in a more understandable way. I'll tell you a simple truth. Remember it. Disease is acquired through the mouth. Diseases come from the mouth? The people were confused. They didn't understand what kind of dirty things would flow into the river, but the saying diseases are acquired through the mouth kept circling in their minds like a strange spell. Seraphina's brain buzzed. Although she was the daughter of a marquis, she had received the highest level of aristocratic education, including some basic pharmacology and alchemy. She knew that some diseases were related to unclean environments, but no one had ever directly linked excrement and disease in such a vulgar, yet so straightforward way as Kyle. This theory is too shocking, but when you think about it carefully, it seems there is a hint of perverseness in it. While everyone was still digesting these shocking remarks, Kyle raised the drawing in his hand. So, in order to prevent everyone from getting sick in the future and to ensure your children live to adulthood, the first thing we need to do is this. He pointed to the odd structure on the drawing. We're going to build something I call a public restroom. Public restroom? Yes, a place specifically designed to meet your physiological needs. Look here, Kyle pointed to a section of the blueprint with his charcoal pencil. We're going to dig 3 interconnected deep pits. The first pit will be used for sedimentation, the second pit will be used for fermentation, and the third pit will discharge relatively clean water. This way, all excrement will be centrally processed and will no longer pollute our water sources and land. Every word he said was like a stone, hitting everyone's already numb nerves. The people were completely dumbfounded. They looked at each other, their expressions changing from fear at first, to confusion in the middle, and finally to a dull look that was a mixture of shock, absurdity, and disbelief. Lord, our honorable Lord from the royal capital, call all of us here, don't collect taxes, don't hit people, don't curse, just teach us how to poop, and he even drew a blueprint of a shithouse himself. A brave child couldn't help but burst out laughing, but his mother immediately covered his mouth tightly and he looked at Kyle on the stage in horror. But Kyle wasn't angry. He just looked at them calmly, watching the wonderful expressions on their faces. He knew that for these people, already squeezed to the limit by survival, any grand blueprint or passionate slogan would be pale. Only the most practical things, the things closest to their lives, could pry open their long-dead hearts, and nothing is more practical than eating, drinking, defecating and urinating. Seraphina stood there, motionless. She felt that her rationality and logic, which she was proud of, were crumbling in the face of Kyle's shocking actions. The drama critic in her mind had completely lost his voice. Because the scene before her was beyond any kind of dramatic scope she could understand. Acting, no. Actor would design such outrageous, such specific, and such technically intensive script just to humiliate a woman. This is not a drama, this is a dimensionality reduction attack. She looked at the man standing on the steps, holding a toilet blueprint, and explaining the principles of sedimentation tanks and fermentation to a group of stunned farmers with a serious face. Kyle Eisenberg, the man in the royal capital who only knew how to raise a wine glass with his hands and play with women. This moment, his hands were covered with charcoal ash and he was talking about the filthiest things in the world, but for some reason, Saraphina felt that he looked more clean. She subconsciously touched her cuffs and felt the cold touch of the poisoned dagger, but this time, a thought emerged in her mind that made her tremble. Was I wrong from the very beginning? Chapter 13, Why is this plow curved? The mental impact of the shithouse designed by the Lord himself is so strong that it far exceeds the lowest quality beer in the Blackwood territory. The brains of the people, these ancient machines that hadn't undergone a firmware upgrade in decades, were now smoking furiously from overload. They stood there, motionless, as if collectively petrified, their faces frozen with the same expression of worldview shattering. Seraphina's situation wasn't much better. She felt that her pride in the finest aristocratic education of the House of Valois was as fragile as a piece of soaked parchment in the face of Kyle's completely unjust 1-2 punch. Toilet? Diseases come from the mouth? Sedimentation tank, these words raced through her mind, completely upending her previous understanding of aristocratic behavior. She even began to harbor an absurd delusion. Perhaps Kyle's absurd behavior in the capital was just a cover-up for his true identity, a tech geek with a passion for civil engineering and public health. As soon as this thought came to her mind, she strangled it to death. Impossible, that's too outrageous. In this silence that was enough to freeze time, Kyle made a move that made everyone's nerves tense again. He casually handed the drawing with toilet on it to the old butler Hobson, who was completely petrified beside him, and then he picked up another clean piece of parchment. He spread out the paper again, he picked up the charcoal again. He started painting again. Oh my. Someone in the crowd groaned in despair. Another painting. If the first time they painted, the people in the territory felt fear and confusion, then this time, their emotions were inevitably mixed with a hint of a desperate curiosity. They were really curious about what shocking things this unconventional lord could come up with from his noble head after designing an unprecedented shithouse. Is it a well that draws water automatically? Or a pot that cooks without burning a fire? Seraphina stared intently at Kyle's pen. Her heart raced, inappropriately, as if anticipating a suspenseful drama, the final resolution to the mystery. She desperately wanted to know what else this man had in store this time. Kyle drew quickly, with smooth and precise lines. It was no longer a square pool, but some complex parts full of curves and angles. A few minutes later, he stopped writing and showed the second work to everyone. It was an exploded diagram of farm equipment. More precisely, it's an exploded view of a plow. All right, everyone. Kyle's voice woke everyone up from their new daze. Just now we talked about the issue of pulling. Now, let's talk about the issue of eating. As soon as they heard the word eat, the ears of all the people in the territory perked up unconsciously as if they were under a spell. This is much more important than pulling. If you want to have enough to eat, you have to farm. If you want more food to grow, you have to till the land well. Kyle pointed to the barren land behind them. I know the soil in Blackwood territory is hard and sticky. It's hard to till, right? This sentence, like a key, instantly opened the mouths of the people. Especially the elderly farmers who had worked with the land their whole lives, felt the same way and nodded subconsciously. It's more than just a struggle, sir, the old farmer who had spoken earlier said, now a little bolder. The soil here is rocky and has a layer of hard yellow mud underneath. An ox can barely plow an acre in a day, and the plowshare often breaks. That's right, another skinny, dark-skinned man couldn't help but interject. If you plow too shallow, the wheat won't be able to take root, and a strong wind will knock it all down. If you plow too deep, the oxen won't be able to move, and the workers will be exhausted. It's really killing me. Listening to their complaints, Kyle gave a look of as expected. Well said, the problem is with your plow. He held up the blueprint in his hand and raised his voice a few degrees. The plow you are using now is what I call a straight plow. It is heavy, labor-intensive, and inefficient. But this new thing in my hand can solve all your problems. Everyone's eyes were focused on the drawing filled with strange parts. Silence. There was a silence even more complete than when they were discussing the toilet. After a while, the old farmer, in an extremely confused and somewhat cautious tone, pointed to the most important component on the drawing and asked everyone's question. "Excuse me, sir, this plow you drew, why is it curved?" This is a very good question. The plow in the blueprint was completely different from the plow they knew. The plow they used was a thick, straight piece of hardwood with an iron plowshare at the front. It was simple and crude, yet full of power. In Kyle's drawing, the plowshare is curved, the plowshare has an elegant arc, and the whole structure looks very light, even a little slender. In a farming world where strong bricks fly, this thing looks like a flashy toy. It looks like it could be blown off by a gust of wind. The dark and thin man muttered softly, immediately attracting whispers of agreement. Saraphina frowned as well. Though she knew nothing about farming, she had a basic understanding of mechanics. In her opinion, a straight structure was obviously stronger than a curved one, and could withstand greater resistance. Kyle's curved plow looked like a whimsical work of art, more beautiful than practical. Good question. Why is it curved? Kyle didn't get angry at their questioning. Instead, he smiled, a smile that showed a confidence of mastery. Because smart tools rely on skill, not brute force. He walked to the bottom of the steps, picked up a small branch, and started drawing on the mud. When you plow the land with your straight plow, what does it feel like? It's like hitting a rock with your fist. It can only forcefully push the clods of earth apart, and all the force is used in the struggle. That's why the oxen are tired, and the workers are tired too. Then he drew an elegant arc with the branch. But my curved plow is different. It doesn't use fists to smash, but knives to cut. He pointed to the exploded diagram on the drawing and began his persuasive science popularization. See this curved plow beam? It reduces the resistance of the plow as it moves forward, making it easier for the ox to pull. See this adjustable plow blade? It controls the angle at which the plow blade turns the soil, allowing the soil to follow this curve and be smoothly rolled up and turned to the side, rather than being pushed away abruptly. Most importantly, it's small and can turn freely. One person or one ox can easily operate it, plowing as deep or shallow as needed, and even bypassing large rocks in the ground. It saves effort, is highly efficient, and can plow the ground deeper and more finely. Kyle spoke until his mouth was dry, but the faces of the people still had a blank expression of "I don't understand it, but I feel it's very powerful." Theoretical knowledge is still too far away for these pragmatists. "Sir, what you're saying, we don't quite understand." The old farmer scratched his sparse hair, looking embarrassed. "This winding plow, is it really better than the straight plow passed down from our ancestors? Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth." Kyle uttered a word they couldn't understand, then waved his hand. "Hobson, go to the warehouse and drag out the most worn-out old plow for me." Although Hobson didn't know what the Lord was going to do, he immediately ran to carry out the order. Soon, an old straight plow with a missing corner and wood almost falling apart was dragged in front of everyone. Without a word, Kyle took off his gorgeous velvet coat embroidered with gold edges and threw it to Hobson beside him. Then he rolled up the sleeves of his spotlessly white silk shirt. This action made everyone gasp. Seraphina's pupils shrank suddenly. Kyle walked to the broken plow, bent down, held the plow handle with both hands, squatted slightly with his legs, and made a standard plowing posture. "Look, this is a straight plow." He pushed hard, and the broken plow left a shallow mark in the mud, but it didn't budge at all. "I have to use all my strength to make it move even a little bit. Now, imagine I'm the ox, and you are the people holding the plow from behind." After saying that, he threw away the broken plow, picked up the branch he had just used, squatted on the ground, and started to demonstrate it himself. "But if I use my curved plow," he said, using a branch to carve a smooth S-curve into the ground, "the plowshare will cut into the soil effortlessly, like this, and then the plowshare will push the soil aside. See, it's not pushing, it's guiding the soil. I can even control its direction with one hand." The third young master of the Duke of Eisenberg's family, a villain known in the capital for his extravagance and ostentation. At this moment, he took off his coat that symbolized his status, rolled up his sleeves, squatted in the mud, his hands covered with mud, and used a broken branch to enthusiastically discuss with a group of pale and skinny farmers how to use their buttocks to plow the fields. This picture is too magical and too subversive. Saraphina felt like her brain had completely stopped functioning. She looked at Kyle, who was squatting on the ground, head tilted, listening carefully to an old farmer pointing out that this corner may still be too big and it is easy for grass roots to get stuck. Her eyes were filled with unprecedented confusion. The most experienced farmers, no longer concerned with noble etiquette, also came over, squatted down, pointed at the sketch Kyle had drawn on the ground, and began to discuss it skeptically. "Sir, look at this place. If it can really turn the soil as you said, then shouldn't the angle of the plowshare be sharper?" "Yes, yes, yes. And this plow handle doesn't feel strong. There are a lot of rocks in our field. It will break if we're not careful. And this wooden pin called a plow arrow that connects the plow shaft to the plow base. If you could make it move up and down, would you be able to control the depth of the plow?" The attitudes of the people in the territory have changed dramatically without them noticing, from the initial fear and numbness, to the confusion of not understanding, to this moment, a skeptical, technical discussion. This was the first time in the land of Hamu territory that an equal dialogue on how to cultivate the land well occurred between the Lord and the people of the territory. This is the first step in building trust. Chapter 14, Soil and Sweat. The shaking of the iceberg. Saraphina retreated quietly back to the dilapidated lord's mansion. Instead of returning to her equally dusty room, she went upstairs and stood behind a window that was barely still intact. This place became her exclusive box. The muddy ground downstairs was the most absurd, bizarre, and incomprehensible stage she had ever seen in her life. At the center of the stage, there was no bard, no prince or nobleman, only a duke's son with his sleeves rolled up, and a group of farmers who had forgotten their identities, their fears, and even their rumbling stomachs. They looked like a group of primitive people warming themselves around a campfire, except that the campfire was a series of strange symbols and lines that Kyle had drawn on the ground with branches. "No, no, no, fellow, look here." Kyle's voice was filled with a strange, energetic enthusiasm, completely devoid of the aloofness of the nobles. "The curvature of this plow blade is not the bigger the better. If it's too big, the clods of soil turned up will be too big, which is not conducive to sowing. We want to roll it up and then smash it, do you understand? Smash it." But sir, the most experienced farmer, known as Old Patton, had completely lost his awe and, like a stubborn master, pointed at the pattern on the ground and retorted, "Your design is too delicate. The land of our Blackwood territory is as hard as iron when it gets angry. A plow shaft this thin could break with a single sneeze from a cow. I told you, it's about skill, not brute force." Kyle got excited too. He pointed to his temple. "Use this. Work here. We can solve the material problem. We'll use the best hardwood and reinforce key areas with sheet metal. But the design ideas must be my own." "That won't work." Another farmer joined the fray. "Sir, look at this connection, it's just a wooden dowel. It doesn't seem secure no matter how you think about it." If any noble in the royal capital saw the scene, they would probably be shocked and wonder if they were hallucinating because of the fake wine they drank. A duke's son was arguing fiercely with a group of peasants whose status was lower than his groom over the structure of a farm tool. Saraphina just watched quietly. She folded her arms and leaned against the cold stone wall, trying to use the coolness to calm her already confused heart. She forced herself to analyze everything in front of her. With the most demanding and rationalized, is this a new kind of drama, a more sophisticated and complex form of humiliation? Was he deliberately acting approachable and down to earth, just to contrast my apathy and incompatibility? Did he want me to see that even a scumbag like him could mingle with these lowlives, while I, a noble Miss Valois, could only stand here like a superfluous decoration, feeling the cold wind? This thought circled in her mind for a while, and then she rejected it ruthlessly. No, that's not right, the cost is too high. An absurdly expensive one-man show just to humiliate me? He needed to personally design 2 blueprints that were beyond the level of knowledge of this era, master sanitation knowledge and farm tool principles that even the most knowledgeable scholars in the capital had never heard of, and even lower himself to squat in the mud and argue with the farmers, just to see my unhappy expression. This is illogical. Kyle Eisenberg is a jerk and a villain, but he is not a lunatic. Everything he does is done with a strong self-interest. So, what is his purpose in doing this? Just when Saraphina was puzzled, the argument downstairs became increasingly heated. Kyle found that no matter how he explained the mechanical principles and streamlined design, these pragmatic farmers could never truly understand the essence of the curved plow language. At this moment, seemed so pale and powerless, damn it. Kyle cursed under his breath and stood up suddenly from the ground. He looked around, his eyes finally fixed on a forgotten hoe used to cultivate wasteland in the corner. The next second, he did something that made Saraphina's heart skip a beat. He strode over and grabbed the dirty and heavy hoe. If you can't explain it, I'll show you. Kyle raised the hoe high, then smashed it hard to the ground. Bang! Mud splattered everywhere. He seemed to have a grudge against the barren land beneath his feet and started digging with one hoe after another. Look, he roared, panting. That's how your plow works. Smashing. Pushing. Nothing but strength. Then he adjusted his posture and used the side of the hoe to imitate the curvature of the plow blade of a curved plow, making an elegant and effortless stroke on the soil that had just been loosened. Look. Look here. This is my plow. It cuts. It rolls. It guides. It uses the least amount of effort to do the most. Do you understand? The mud splashed on his face, which was once stained only by precious ointments and wine, leaving a few funny stains. The sweat dripped down his forehead and quickly soaked his dazzlingly white shirt, which was made of the capital's finest silk. It stuck tightly to his back, outlining the firm lines of his muscles. The noble who, at a banquet in the royal capital, could only lift a jeweled wineglass gracefully with his hands, the villain who only touched the waist of ignorant girls in a frivolous way with his hands at the college dance. At this moment, his hands, which were once slender and clean, with even the delicate details between the nails, were tightly gripping a rough hoe handle. It was covered with black mud and crystal. Sweat. Saraphina stood behind the window, motionless, like a completely frozen ice sculpture. Her eyes were fixed on the figure downstairs. That figure is so strange. It was so strange that she felt that her understanding of this man for the past 10 years was a complete and ridiculous lie. Her mind went blank. The demonic image named Kyle Eisenberg that had occupied her heart for countless days and nights was collapsing and shattering bit by bit. Instead, there was a monster that she could not define or understand at all. A monster who wears aristocratic clothes but does peasant work. A monster who talks the most vulgar topics but paints the most beautiful blueprints. A monster who was flirting with his fiancée at a party one second, and sweating profusely for the arc of a plow in barren territory the next second. At this moment, Saraphina's heart, wrapped in layers of despair and disgust, as hard as 10,000 years of black ice, finally uttered a clear, decisive cry, click sound. A huge crack suddenly spread out from the core of the iceberg. She could no longer maintain that cold, onlooker attitude, so she turned around and almost stumbled back to her room. She closed the door with her backhand, leaned her back against the cold door panel, and gasped for breath, as if she had just experienced a life and death struggle. After a long time, she walked to the dusty desk with trembling hands. She took out a diary wrapped in fine calfskin and locked with a silver lock from her luggage. She opened the diary, and found there were still words written before she left the capital, full of despair and dead silence. She looked at the words and felt for the first time how glaring they were. She picked up the quill pen with trembling hands, dipped it in the ink that had already become sticky, and wrote a line on a brand new page. That line of words was crooked, as if she had used up all her strength to write it. Is he acting? After writing this sentence, she paused for a long time, and then, below it, with a force that almost cut through the paper, she wrote another question that made her tremble. But who is the audience? Chapter 15. The embryo of Hope. Kyle's Ho show, which could be called performance art, was much better than he expected. Nothing could break down class barriers more than the Lord himself digging the ground. The splashing mud was like a bucket of cold water, awakening all the people still immersed in fear and numbness. When Kyle dropped the hoe, wiped the sweat off his face with the sleeve of his silk shirt that could now be used as a rag, and picked up the curved plow blueprint again, the looks of the people around him had completely changed. Doubts and confusion still exist, but the deepest, most deeply rooted fear and resistance have loosened like hard soil dug up by a hoe. Sir, are you serious? You want us to build this? Old Patton looked at the blueprint, then at the mud spots on Kyle's face, his voice trembling with an imperceptible tremor. Of course it's true. Kyle slapped the blueprint into Old Patton's hand and said in an unquestionable tone, not only do I want you to build it, I want you to build it immediately. The toilet and the new plow, 2 projects, start at the same time. But, sir, Butler Hobson came forward tremblingly, his face full of embarrassment. There's no more food in the territory's warehouse. Everyone is struggling to even stand. How can we have the energy to work? This question, like a needle, instantly pierced the warm atmosphere that had just been ignited. Yes, no matter how well the drawings are drawn or how clearly the principles are explained, if you are hungry, everything is in vain. Everyone's gaze dimmed again. Kyle smiled. He looked around at the people who had lowered their heads again and said loudly, I know what you're worried about. Don't worry. I, Kyle Eisenberg, may not be a good person, but I won't let the people who work for me starve to death. He turned to Hobson and gave the order, open my private warehouse. Hobson was stunned. Sir, your private warehouse? You brought that stuff from the Capitol, just open it if I tell you to. Kyle interrupted him. Take out all the black bread, dried meat, and ale inside. From today on, everyone involved in the project will get 2 meals a day, guaranteed to be full. If you do a good job, you'll get dried meat and ale in the evening. What? If the toilet and the bent plow before were spiritual atomic bombs, then the 2 words full stomach were the most primitive and fiercest shock waves that directly acted on the body. The whole scene exploded in an instant. Guarantee food? A skinny young man couldn't believe his ears. There's also dried meat? A child's saliva flowed from the corner of his mouth. They had not heard the word full stomach for a long, long time. To them, this was more tempting than the bishop's preaching of entering heaven after death. I'll say this only once. Kyle looked at the fire of desire that had been rekindled in their eyes and spoke word for word. I give you food, and you give me strength. I call it work for relief. If you work, you'll have food to eat. If you don't work, you'll have to find food in the forest, just like before. The choice is yours. No complicated reasoning, no false comfort. It's the most blatant transaction, but this is exactly the way that this group of people who have been squeezed to the limit by survival can best understand and accept. I'll do it. Among the crowd, the thin, dark man who had previously questioned the strength of the plow handle was the first to raise his hand, his eyes flashing with a wolf-like green light. I'll do it too. Count me in. Sir. I can dig a hole. I'm very strong. The responses went from being scattered to becoming more and more frequent. The numb faces finally showed a long-lost, lively expression. Under Kyle's command, the less than 40 people who were still able to move were quickly divided into 2 groups. A group of strong young men, led by Hobson, went to a designated spot on the edge of the land to dig a deep pit for a public toilet. Their mission was simple and brutal: dig. Dig with all their might. The deeper they dug, the bigger the rye bread they would receive in the evening. The other group was led by Old Patton and the only blacksmith in the territory who could forge iron, a lame blacksmith named Hammer, and was responsible for overcoming the technical difficulty of the curved plow. The construction of Heimuling began in such a chaotic, primitive, yet strangely vibrant atmosphere. In the next few days, the entire territory seemed to wake up from a dream that had lasted for 100 years. Hey, hey! Hey, hey! The digging crew's calls echoed from dawn to sunset. The men were bare-chested, their sweat and dirt mixing to form a glistening armor. Each swing of their shovels and hoes seemed to carry a thirst for food, pounding into the hard earth. But in the only open space in front of the Lord's mansion, the scene was quite different. No! No! This curve is too abrupt. It needs to be round. As round as a woman's waist. Kyle held a charcoal pencil and yelled at a piece of iron sheet that had just been hammered out by the blacksmith's hammer. The blacksmith, Hammer, was a taciturn man. He held up his hammer, looking at the iron plowboard that he had hammered into a pitted mess, and looked at Kyle with the eyes of a madman. Sir, this is just a piece of iron, not a work of art. This is a work of art. A work of art that can feed everyone. Kyle refused to back down. Do it again. Knock it again. Until I'm satisfied. Ding. 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 The sound of the hammer hitting the anvil is crisp and persistent. On the other side, Old Patton brought a few skilled carpenters to study the connection methods of wooden parts based on the exploded diagram drawn by Kyle. This pin, called the plowshare, must be made of the hardest oak. Old Barton stroked the wood with his rough fingers, as if caressing a lover's skin. And it must be polished smooth so that it can move up and down and control the depth. But Uncle Barton, a young carpenter, said worriedly, the plowshare your lordship drew is curved. We don't have wood that long and naturally curved. Old Patton frowned, thought for a long time, and finally turned his gaze to an old crooked tree not far away. If there isn't one, then let it be. Go, chop down that crooked tree for me. Roast it with fire, pour water over it, bend it with a rope. Even if you have to use your hands, you have to bend it for me. Theory and practice, drawings and reality, are undergoing the most intense and primitive collision on this small construction site. The sounds of quarreling, hammering, and sawing would mix together to form a noisy and hopeful symphony unique to Blackwood territory. 3 days later, after consuming countless pieces of black bread and dried meat, and almost all of the blacksmith hammer's patience, the first one, a crooked curved plow that looked like it would fall apart at any time, was finally built. It's really ugly. The plow's haft was bent hard by fire, its curve rigid and still bearing scorch marks. The plowboard was hammered out with all the force of a hammer. It wasn't so much a curved surface as it was a complex of countless small flat surfaces, cratered and pitted like a tin pumpkin battered by hail. The entire plow shaft was held together with thick, ugly mortise and tenon joints and nails, looking clumsy and ridiculous. When this monster that embodies everyone's blood and sweat was carried in front of everyone, even Kyle himself couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This thing, can it really work? Someone whispered. It looks even more unstable than my lame dog. Kyle took a deep breath. He knew that now was the final moment to test the results. He looked at the old farmer in the crowd who had been the most stubborn and experienced throughout. Old Patton, come here. Old Barton's expression was extremely solemn. He walked forward and, as if examining a work of art, circled the ugly plow 3 times. He felt the curve of the plow beam with his hand, knocked on the iron plate of the plow wall, and finally, he grasped the crooked plow handle. Bring the strongest cow in the territory. Old Patton said in a deep voice. Soon, an old ox that was skinny but still had a strong look in its eyes was led over. Under the gaze of everyone, Old Patton personally harnessed the crooked curved plow to the ox. He took off his tattered shirt, revealing his bronze, leaned back, and then he gripped the plow handle tightly with both hands. Drive. With a shout, the old ox started moving. Everyone held their breath. Saraphina appeared behind the second-floor window again at some point, her heart in her throat. The plowshare pierced the earth. At first, it was a bit awkward. Old Patton was obviously not used to this light farm tool, and his body subconsciously exerted all his strength to press down, causing the plowshare to dig too deep and making it difficult for the ox to move. Relax. Patton. Use your strength. Kyle reminded loudly. You're not pushing it, you're guiding it. Old Patton was stunned for a moment, then seemed to understand something. He straightened his back slightly, relaxed the strength in his arms, and tried to use the strength of his wrist to control the direction of the plow. A miracle happened at this moment. With a light puff sound, the crooked plow wall actually followed the resistance of the ground, rolled up a large piece of black soil completely and smoothly, and then turned it aside gracefully. During the whole process, there was no hard, teeth-grinding friction sound like that of a straight plow, but only a smooth, neat feeling like cutting through butter. The old ox's pace became visibly lighter, and Old Patton, an old man who had been dealing with the land and the plow all his life, the expression on his face changed from solemnity at the beginning, to astonishment in the middle, and finally, to an incredible ecstasy. Oh my, oh my. He almost muttered in his sleep, it really saves effort. He even tried to free one hand and hold the plow with only one. The ugly curved plow continued to move forward steadily, turning over a deep and even furrow. Oh, my earth goddess. Old Patton couldn't hold it in any longer. He threw down his plow and rushed to Kyle excitedly. He grabbed his hand, and turbid tears instantly flowed out. Sir! Are you the messenger sent by the earth goddess to save us? The whole audience was silent. Then, thunderous cheers broke out. It worked! It really worked! I saw it! The soil was looser than flour. With this, we're no longer afraid of that damn hard ground. The people were in an uproar. They rushed forward, caressing the ugly curved plow as if witnessing a miracle. The last trace of numbness and doubt in their eyes vanished at that moment. In its place, a blazing light called hope filled their place. On the other side of the territory, the 3 deep toilet pits that emit a foul smell but represent a new lifestyle have already been dug. Chapter 16. The smell of potatoes by the campfire. The success of the curved plow was like a powerful shot of adrenaline, piercing into the dying body of Heimling. The cheers continued for a long time. Old Patton's call of Lord God, though full of the exaggerated simplicity of a countryman, was like a spark that ignited the long-suppressed firewood in everyone's hearts. The look in their eyes as they looked at Kyle had quietly shifted from awe to something close to fanatical worship. Kyle, however, didn't indulge in this atmosphere. He knew that morale was something invisible and intangible, coming and going quickly. He had to use the most practical means to forge this arrogance into indestructible steel. "All right. Be quiet." Kyle clapped his hands. The sound was not loud, but it instantly suppressed all the noise. He looked at the people whose faces were flushed with excitement and smiled a slightly mysterious smile. "To celebrate the birth of our Blackwood territory's first artifact and to reward everyone for their hard work over the past few days, I've decided to give you an extra meal tonight." As soon as the word extra meal came out, the crowd immediately heard the sound of swallowing saliva. Oh my God, is there any more jerky to eat? Maybe there's even some ale." Kyle shook his finger, grinning like a weird uncle about to hand out candy. No, the jerky and beer are just appetizers. Tonight, I'm treating everyone to a fine grain from the capital you've never seen in your lives." He turned around and snapped his fingers at the bewildered butler Hobson. "Hobson, go and get me those sacks covered with black cloth from my carriage." "Sir?" Hobson's face turned pale. Those you brought out from the Duke's manor specifically to prepare food for everyone." Kyle waved his hand impatiently. "Go! If you keep nagging, you'll have to eat black bread tonight." Hobson shuddered and dared not say anything more. He quickly took his 2 guards and trotted to the carriage. Soon, several heavy sacks were carried in front of everyone. The people craned their necks in curiosity, wondering what this so-called capital's fine grain might be. Was it finely ground flour as white as snow? Or golden millet? Kyle walked forward and, under the watchful eyes of everyone, untied the rope of one of the sacks. With a crash sound, a pile of muddy, strange-looking, yellowish stone eggs rolled out. The entire audience instantly fell into an eerie silence. Everyone stared with wide eyes at the pile of round, lumpy things on the ground, their minds full of question marks. What is this?" The dark, thin man couldn't help scratching his head. "A goblin's egg? It looks like a pebble in the river, but it's a little ugly." "Sir," Old Patton approached cautiously, picked up one, weighed it in his hand, and then asked in a very confused tone, "The fine grain you are talking about is this?" He even brought it up to his nose and sniffed it. The pure, fresh earthy smell made him even more confused. This thing, no matter how you looked at it, had nothing to do with the word food. Looking at everyone's expressions that looked like, "Are you kidding us?" Kyle almost laughed out loud. "Yes, that's it." He picked one up, tossed it in his hand, and announced loudly, "Its name is potato. Don't look at its ugly appearance, but it is what I prepared for everyone. It is the hope for the future." Potato, hope? The people looked at each other in bewilderment, obviously unable to connect the pile of mud balls before them with such a grand vocabulary. Kyle didn't elaborate. For this group of pragmatic people, 100 words of hype couldn't compare to the warmth of a bite. "Hobson," he shouted, "bring out the biggest iron pot in the Lord's house, used for boiling bath water. Hammer, have your men gather more dry firewood. We'll light a bonfire here tonight." The order was promptly executed. As night fell, a huge bonfire burned brightly in the open space in front of the Lord's mansion. The orange-red flames dispelled the cold and darkness that lingered in the Blackwood territory all year round, and made everyone's face look warm. A large iron pot, big enough for 2 people, was placed on the fire, filled with water. Kyle personally directed several women to pour the washed potatoes into the pot. As the flames licked the water, it began to boil, and a strange aroma, a mixture of the fragrance of soil and the sweetness of plants, began to waft out. It was a smell they had never smelled before. It's not as plain as wheat, nor as overbearing as dried meat. It's gentle and soft, with a reassuring, grounding warmth, like the breath of Mother Earth. The children could no longer hold back and gathered around the pot, staring eagerly, their saliva dripping all over the floor. Although the adults were still able to maintain restraint, their constantly twitching nostrils and frequent glances at the iron pot also exposed their inner desire. Even Saraphina's personal maid, Anna, who always had a stern face, couldn't help but stick her head out of the window and take a curious look when she smelled the smell. "Sir, is this thing really edible?" a woman couldn't help but ask while making a fire. "Of course it's edible, and it's delicious." Kyle pulled a bench and sat by the campfire, enjoying this rare moment of leisure. Not only does it fill your stomach, but it's also incredibly productive. Plant a small patch and you'll harvest a large crop in the fall. With it, no one in Blackwood territory will ever go hungry again. He said these words lightly, but they were like a huge rock thrown into everyone's heart, stirring up huge waves of finally. The potatoes in the pot were cooked. Kyle scooped up a scalding potato with a long-handled spoon, blew on it, and then carefully tore off the thin skin. Sizzle, the golden, steaming interior is revealed. Its texture is delicate and dense, like the best cheese, and it exudes an even richer aroma. Come on, little one, you're the first to taste it. Kyle handed half a potato to a little girl with pigtails who was watching most attentively. The little girl looked timidly at Kyle, then at her mother. After receiving her mother's encouraging nod, she reached out her little hand and took the hot potato. She imitated Kyle, blew on it, then opened her little mouth and took a light bite. The next second, her eyes suddenly widened. The pair of eyes that seemed a little dim due to long-term malnutrition suddenly burst into a light as bright as stars. Sweet, so sweet. She murmured incoherently, and then couldn't wait to take another big bite. Her little cheeks were stuffed with food, like a hamster that had stolen pine cones. A satisfied, bright smile without a trace of gloom appeared on her face. The smile seems to have infinite magic. It was like a flash of lightning, piercing the silent night sky of Heimeling and striking the hearts of every adult present. Give me one. Sir, I want to try it too. Quick. Give my son one too. The crowd could no longer remain calm. Kyle laughed heartily and directed the women to distribute the cooked potatoes. If there were no plates, they would hold them in their hands. If there were no cutlery, they would eat them directly with their mouths. For a moment, the sounds of people inhaling due to the heat, the sounds of satisfied chewing, and the children's laughter were intertwined. The skinny, dark-skinned man ate 3 in one go, burping and weeping. Wiping away tears, he mumbled to the people around him, "Goddess of the earth, I've never tasted anything so delicious in my life. Soft and fragrant, even better than the black bread we eat during festivals." Old Patton held a potato in his hand and ate it with great care. He savored it in small sips, as if he were savoring some rare wine. His cloudy old eyes reflected the flickering firelight, and he kept muttering, "Hope. This is the taste of hope." Even the usually serious blacksmith Iron Hammer rarely relaxed his tense face. With a simple smile on his lips, the entire Haimu colliery was immersed in the most primitive and purest happiness. They forgot the hunger of the past and the worries of the future. At this moment, their world was filled with only the warm bonfire in front of them and the soft, sweet potato in their hands. Every weather-beaten face showed a long-lost, heartfelt smile. That smile was clean and pure, more moving than the most exquisite makeup on the face of a noble lady in the royal capital. Kyle sat among the crowd, without any aristocratic airs, just watching everything silently, with a smile always on his lips. He knew that from tonight on, this land and these people would truly bear the mark of him, Kyle Eisenberg. This brand has nothing to do with power or bloodline. It has only to do with the warmth of the bonfire and the aroma of the potatoes. Chapter 17, Future Pie and Fairy Tales. The atmosphere of the bonfire party reached its peak in the aroma of potatoes and the slight intoxication of ale. The people of the territory sat together in groups of 3 or 4, holding the remaining half of the potato, licking it in small bites as if it were a rare treasure, unwilling to waste even a bit of the skin. Their faces were filled with a kind of pure satisfaction that was almost luxurious. The children were much more energetic. After eating and drinking, they were like a group of wild animals that had been released from their cages, chasing and playing around the campfire, their clear laughter echoing far into the night sky. Lord! The pig-tailed little girl who had first tasted the potatoes was now much bolder. She ran over, tugged at the hem of Kyle's shirt, which had lost its original color, and looked up at him with her dusty little face and sparkling eyes. "Ha? What's wrong, little one?" Kyle smiled and touched her head. "My mother said you're from the capital and know a lot of things." The little girl's eyes were full of curiosity. "Can you tell us a story? Like those wandering bards?" This question is like a stone thrown into a calm lake. The adults around immediately quieted down, and even the children who were chasing each other stopped and cast curious glances. Story, for these people whose lives are poor and whose entertainment activities are limited to daydreaming and creating people, stories are spiritual food as precious as fine grains. Kyle was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. He had been thinking about how to liven up the atmosphere, but he didn't expect someone to offer him a pillow just when he felt sleepy. "Okay." He agreed readily, then patted the empty space beside him and said, "Come here and sit closer. I'm going to tell you a story you've never heard before." The children cheered and gathered around him like chicks around a hen, looking at him expectantly. Even the adults subconsciously moved closer, their ears pricked up. Kyle cleared his throat and quickly adapted a classic Earth fairy tale to fit the setting of another world. A long time ago, deep in the forest, there lived a mother pig and her 3 piglets. Pig, a chubby boy asked immediately. Are they the kind with black bristles all over their bodies that can break trees when they rear up? Almost, but not that impressive. Kyle's mouth twitched as he continued, Big Pig is lazy. He just built a house with thatch. Thatched house. The children immediately resonated with each other, and many of them pointed to their own dilapidated houses. The second pig brother is similar. He is a little more diligent than the eldest brother. He used wood to build a wooden house. Where's Little Pig? Where's Little Pig? The little girl with pigtails asked anxiously. Little Pig is the most diligent and the smartest. Kyle's tone became more persuasive. He's not afraid of hard work. He moves stones every day, sweating a lot and spending a lot of time to build a sturdy stone house. Stone house! The children exclaimed. To them, it was a building as unattainable as the Lord's palace. One day, Kyle's tone suddenly became mysterious and nervous. A terrifying wolf monster that could spit black flames appeared in the forest. Ah! The children cried out in fear, subconsciously shrinking into the adults' arms. Even the adults' expressions became solemn. Low-level monsters occasionally appeared at the edge of the Blackwood forest. The big bad wolf monster was hungry. He came to Big Pig's thatched house and blew a huge breath. The house collapsed. Big Pig screamed and ran to Second Pig's house. And then what? The big bad wolf monster came to the wooden house again. It rammed it hard, and with a loud bang, the wooden house fell apart. Big Pig and Little Pig ran crying to Little Pig's stone house. At this point in the story, everyone held their breath. Finally, the big bad wolf monster arrived in front of the stone house. Kyle lowered his voice, imitating the monster's tone. Oh, there are 3 little fat pigs inside. I'm going to knock your house down and eat you all. It blew and blew until its face turned purple, but the stone house didn't budge. It banged and banged until its head got a bump, but the stone house still didn't budge. Yeah! The children cheered excitedly. In the end, the big bad wolf monster had no choice but to run away with its tail between its legs and hungry. But the 3 little pigs were saved because of the sturdy stone house. The story is over. There was silence beside the campfire. The children were still savoring Little Pig's victory, while the adults had a thoughtful look on their faces. Old Patton looked at the blazing bonfire and muttered to himself, Thatched house, wooden house, stone house, isn't this what the Lord is leading them to do? That crooked curved plow and that stinking deep toilet pit, aren't they the first stones that Little Pig brought? Although they may seem insignificant now, they represent a completely different, more solid, and more long-term way of life. Kyle looked at the expressions on everyone's faces and knew the time had come. He slowly stood up from the bench. He did not raise his voice or use any inflammatory words. His voice, amid the crackling of the campfire, was unusually calm, yet it reached everyone's ears clearly. The story is over. He looked around at the firelit faces that were looking up at him. I know many of you are still living in thatched houses like Brother Pigs. You worry every day about whether it will leak when it rains or collapse when the wind blows. In winter, it's like an ice cellar. His words, like an awl, pierced everyone's heart precisely. I know you worry every day about your next meal, worry that the harvest from the fields won't be enough to pay the taxes, and worry that your children will die of hunger or disease in the cold winter. Muffled sobs began to be heard from the crowd. A woman holding a child pressed the child's head tightly against her chest, her shoulders shaking. Kyle did not try to comfort her, but continued to say what he really wanted to say in that calm tone. He held up a finger. I promise you. From today on, as long as you follow me and use the stones we make to build our own houses, then this winter, no one in Hymo territory will starve to death. These words, like a thunderclap, exploded in the silent crowd. No one will starve to death. This is a promise they dare not even dream of. Before they could recover from their shock, Kyle extended a second finger. Next year, when we have cultivated enough land and planted this high-yield crop called potatoes, I guarantee that we will have endless black bread to eat and even be able to drink ale at every meal. Endless black bread. Drinking ale at every meal, the crowd began to stir, their breathing became heavy, and the flame of hope in their eyes suddenly jumped up, burning their whole bodies. But that's not all. Kyle slowly extended his third finger. His gaze seemed to penetrate the bonfire before him, gazing towards the distant, bustling capital. His voice carried a hint of pride and passion of a builder, which he himself had not even noticed. 3 years from now, when our water conservancy projects are complete and the land is fertile, I, Kyle Eisenberg, will transform the wheat fields of Blackwood territory into the kingdom's most abundant granary. I will make the wheat ground in Blackwood territory whiter than the flour on the tables of the nobles in the capital. Whiter than the flour in the royal capital. Boom. At this moment, everyone's brain completely shut down. What is that concept? It is a myth, a legend, a dream that even bards dare not invent. The entire audience fell into an extreme and shocking silence. After a long while, old Patton fell to his knees with a thud. This old man, who had been resolute all his life, burst into tears and cowed out heavily in the direction of Kyle. Lord God's messenger. He burst into tears. I am willing to bury my old bones in this land, as long as I can see that day. His action was like a signal. All the people in the territory, regardless of gender, age or status, knelt down spontaneously and silently. They no longer shouted or cried, they simply put their foreheads against the cold and barren land where they have lived all their lives in the most pious and simple way. Chapter 18, The Distance to a Baked Potato Lord's Mansion, 2nd floor. Saraphina's room seemed to be separated from the noisy, mundane life downstairs by two different worlds. Here, it's cold and quiet. The only candlelight flickered on the old candlestick, casting her lonely figure on the mottled wall, pulling out a deformed, lonely shadow. Outside the window, the crackling of the bonfire, the rude laughter of the people, and Kyle's low but penetrating voice were like waves of annoying waves, persistently beating against the defenses of her heart built with silence and coldness. She did not attend the bonfire party, which she thought was vulgar. As the daughter of the Marquis de Valois, she had her own unshakable pride and could not imagine herself sitting with a group of muddy, vulgar-speaking subjects, sharing the strange-shaped roots dug out of the mud. That's too cheap. A crude ploy to win people's hearts. She sat upright in the cold chair, her back straight, and calmly analyzed the situation in a voice only she could hear. Using the cheapest food and the most empty promises to gain the loyalty of a bunch of fools. This method is too low level. She could even imagine Kyle's face at that moment. The face that always wore a frivolous smile in the capital must now be facing those people, putting on a compassionate, savior-like attitude. How ridiculous and hypocritical. Boom, boom, boom. A soft knock on the door interrupted her thoughts. Come in. Her voice was as cold as the air in the room. The door was pushed open, and her personal maid, Anna, walked in cautiously, carrying a silver tray covered with a silver lid. Mississippi. Anna's expression was a bit complicated, showing both the respect of a servant and a hint of unconcealed curiosity. Kyle. My lord, I have ordered the kitchen to prepare a special dinner for you. Saraphina's brows furrowed slightly. Did he actually remember himself? Or was this just another part of his performance? A play called Considerateness that he was performing just for himself? Take it away. She spat out two words coldly, I have no appetite. But, miss. Anna's face showed an embarrassment. The master specifically instructed that this is the fine grain he brought from the royal capital, and that you must taste it. He said, even if you don't think about yourself, you should think about this body that needs energy. These words were a little unconventional, but they contained an irresistible and pragmatic truth. Saraphina's eyes fell on the silver dinner cover. After a moment of silence, she finally nodded, let it go. Anna felt as if she had been pardoned. She quickly placed the tray on the table and gently lifted the lid. Beneath the lid lay no exquisite royal capital cuisine, but a roasted potato, its skin slightly wrinkled, quietly lying in the center of a pristine white porcelain plate. Next to it, a brand new set of silver knives and forks was placed solemnly. This combination is so ridiculous that it makes people laugh, like a monkey in a tuxedo, imitating a noble dinner. Is this what he calls fine food? Saraphina looked at the ordinary potato with a mocking tone. Anna lowered her head and replied softly, yes, Mississippi. The people downstairs, they all said that this was the most delicious thing they had ever eaten in their lives. That's because they haven't had any good food. Saraphina's evaluation was sharp, cold, and true. She didn't look at Anna again, but just waved her hand, motioning her to leave. She was the only one left in the room again. She looked at the potato for a long time, and finally picked up the silver fork. Her education did not allow her to waste food, even if it was something that she thought was not presentable. She gracefully cut off a small piece and put it into her mouth. The taste is ordinary. It wasn't as amazing as I'd imagined, just a pure, slightly sweet, soft, and chewy texture. In terms of deliciousness, it was far inferior to the most common cream of mushroom soup in the Duke's Palace in the royal capital. But why could such an ordinary thing make the group of people downstairs cheer so crazily? As she was thinking, outside the window, Kyle's magically modified story of The Three Little Pigs had just reached its climax. The children's exclamations and laughter came clearly up. A hint of cold sneer appeared at the corner of Saraphina's mouth. It is indeed his style to use such childish stories to deceive children and bewitch people. However, Kyle's steady promise, which seemed to carry some strange magic, penetrated the night sky in the window and fell into her ears word for word. This winter, no one in Kuroki territory will starve to death. Saraphina paused slightly as she held the silver fork arrogant. Next year, we will have endless black bread and even ale at every meal. Her breathing became barely perceptible. Madman. In 3 years, I want the wheat ground by Kuroki territory to be whiter than the flour on the tables of the nobles in the capital. When the last promise was made, the noisy and lively atmosphere outside the window came to an abrupt end. Instead, there was a suffocating, heavy silence. Saraphina could even imagine the stunned expressions of the people downstairs. Then, the silence was broken. But what came out was not the laughter at such absurd remarks that she had expected, but a suppressed, excited sob that seemed to tremble in the soul. Then, there was the dull thud of heavy objects falling to the ground. That voice represented an emotion she had never understood. That is the humblest and most ardent hope that bursts out at the end of despair. Bang! A soft sound. Saraphina's hand holding the silver fork trembled suddenly, and the silver fork slipped from her fingers and hit the white porcelain plate, making a crisp sound. Her heart began to beat violently and uncontrollably. Why is this happening? This is unreasonable. A dandy, a scoundrel, a scum who only knew how to use sweet words to play with women. On what basis did he have the power? On what basis could he use a few empty, unrealistic promises to make these numb subjects kneel down? What kind of ingenious deception was this? Or did he master some kind of bewitching magic that he himself could not comprehend? Her reason told her that all this was fake, like flowers in the mirror and moon in the water, like bubbles that would burst at the slightest touch. But the resonance she heard in her ears, the resonance that came from the heart and shook her soul, was so real. Doubt, confusion, bewilderment, shock, countless emotions mingled and collided within her, stirring up a turbulent tide. She felt her pride in her composure, built on logic and aristocratic upbringing, crumbling inch by inch. No, I can't sit like this any longer. Just watching from afar and listening with your ears will not give you the answer. She stood up suddenly. Anna! Miss? Anna, who was guarding outside the door, immediately pushed it open and came in. Change clothes. Saraphina's tone was hurried for the first time. I want to go out. Go out? Anna was stunned and subconsciously glanced at the dark night outside the window. But miss, now, as the future mistress of the territory, it is my responsibility to monitor the Lord's every word and action to ensure that he does not act rashly and do anything that would damage the family's honor. Saraphina found a plausible and impeccable excuse for her behavior, but she knew that her cold heart had been tightly grasped by the invisible hand of curiosity. She was no longer content to observe and speculate from afar. She wanted to see, hear, and confirm it for herself. She wanted to see with her own eyes how that man was creating this miracle that she could not understand at all. Chapter 19, Observation Diary of the Iceberg Fiancé. After monitoring outside for a while, Saraphina returned to the room and the first thing she did was to close the window. She needed to isolate herself from the noisy, cheap hope-filled world that didn't belong to her. Anna lit the candlestick on the desk for her. The dim candlelight dispelled the darkness in the corner of the room and illuminated her face, which looked a little pale due to her intense emotional fluctuations. Miss, are you okay? Anna looked at her worriedly. Just now, outside, although her young lady had said nothing, her tense face and slightly trembling fingertips revealed her inner unrest. I'm fine. Saraphina's voice was emotionless. She walked to the desk and her eyes fell on the exquisitely crafted leather-bound diary she brought from the royal capital. This is her habit, using words. She could organize chaotic thoughts into a coherent whole. Using logic, she could construct rational explanations for incomprehensible phenomena. This was the rationality that the Marquis de Valois had taught her since childhood, the essential quality of aristocracy. But today, she began to doubt her own rationality. She slowly sat down and opened her diary. The brand new page glowed softly in the candlelight. She picked up the quill pen, dipped it in ink, and the tip of the pen hung in the air, but did not fall. What to write? How to record everything that happened in the past few days? The Lord went crazy today and drew a picture of a toilet. The Lord has gone crazy again today. He is working in the fields like a muddy peasant. The Lord has gone completely crazy tonight. He used a fairy tale and a few empty words to make all the people in the territory grateful to him. No, that is not a record, but an expression of emotion. And emotion is the enemy of thinking. She took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, and distanced herself from the identity of Kyle's fiancé and turned herself into a pure, objective observer. She finally put pen to paper and wrote a title at the top of the page in a beautiful yet powerful handwriting, a Blackwood Territory observation log. Then she began to record them one by one. Subject of observation, Kyle Eisenberg. Observation period, since arriving at the territory. Behavior record. She paused for a moment, as if weighing her words, before finally writing the first one. Item 1, Proposal on Public Health. On the day of arriving in the territory, the subject convened a meeting of all residents and proposed the idea of establishing a centralized waste disposal facility. His theoretical basis was that germs are spread through unclean food and water. To this end, he personally drew the structural blueprints of the facility. As she wrote the phrase excrement disposal facility, Saraphina couldn't help but curl her fingertips. The image was simply shocking. A duke's son, a renowned dandy in the kingdom, excitedly explaining the structure of a toilet in front of everyone. She tried to analyze it logically. Motive analysis, she continued. Preliminary inference suggests this may be a new type of performance intended to humiliate the House of Valois. By associating the future Duchess with such filthy matters, they aim to achieve psychological torture. This inference aligns with the subject's consistent behavior while in the capital. She paused here. Does it really comply? If he wanted to humiliate her, he should have loudly proclaimed, "This was Miss Saraphina's suggestion," or perhaps engraved the Valois crest upon its construction, but he didn't. He was merely explaining the germ theory. It sounded crude, but, thinking back to the strange illness that plagued the territory every spring, leaving its inhabitants vomiting and suffering from diarrhea, it seemed to have some strange, irrefutable logic. Her brows furrowed even more tightly. There was a logical contradiction in the first entry. She decided to put it aside for now and move on to the next entry. Entry 2, regarding improvements to agricultural tools. The subject designed a uniquely curved plow, claiming it was more efficient than traditional straight plows. To convince the people, the subject personally demonstrated the tool, arguing endlessly with several veteran farmers over the details, his clothes and skin stained with mud and sweat. As she wrote this, Saraphina couldn't help but imagine Kyle with his sleeves rolled up, mud on his face, spitting at a few old farmers. That image, and the Kyle at the banquet in the royal capital, who was holding a goblet and reciting third-rate love poems in a slick tone, seemed like two completely different souls, forced into the same body. Motive analysis, she once again tried to rationalize it. This move may be a political show to win people's hearts. By showing a gesture of sharing the people's suffering, they are trying to gain the initial trust of the grassroots. Their behavioral logic is similar to that of some politicians seeking fame. But, once again, she couldn't write anymore. But the politician's show is to walk around the ridges of the fields in spotless boots and give an impassioned speech to the most fertile wheat fields. What nobleman would really make himself look like a wild dog that had just rolled in the mud just to get the arc of a plow? Or would he argue with a group of old peasants who couldn't even read and write over the size of a wooden part? This show is too real. Who was the audience? This group of numb subjects? Or his fiancée, who wished him dead immediately? The cost was too high. Saraphina felt a dull pain in her temple. She turned the page and decided to record what happened tonight. Item 3, an attempt at spiritual inspiration. The subject held a bonfire gathering at night, distributing the rare crop potatoes they had brought with them to all the citizens who participated in the work. Then, using the childish fairy tale The Three Little Pigs as a guide, they made 3 promises to all the citizens. She copied down the 3 promises word for word. 1. This winter, no one in Cherokee territory will starve to death. 2. Next year, we'll have endless black bread and even ale at every meal. 3. In 3 years, I will make the wheat of Cherokee territory whiter than the flour on the tables of the nobles in the capital. Each word seemed to carry a strange weight, falling heavily from the tip of her pen onto the paper. After finishing writing, she stared at the 3 lines of words for a long time and a daze. Motivation analysis. She muttered to herself, but found that she couldn't write even a single word this time. What to analyze? Analysis. Is this a scam? But she had heard the reactions of her subjects with her own ears. The soul-shaking cries that erupted from the abyss of despair were beyond the reach of any deception analysis. Is this just a momentary boast on his part? But his calm, non-inflammatory tone didn't sound like crazy talk. It was more like a statement. A calm statement about the future. Logic, at this moment, completely fails. Saraphina felt herself caught in a huge, contradictory vortex. There are 2 Kyles in her mind. Point 1 was Kyle from the capital. He was frivolous, incompetent, cruel, and foolish, enjoying all kinds of vulgarity and torturing others for pleasure. His existence was a stain on the Eisenberg family. The other is Kyle of the Blackwood territory. He is calm and pragmatic, possessing a wealth of unheard of knowledge. He is willing to humble himself and share the joys and sorrows of his people, and he can ignite the most ardent hope with the simplest words. How could these 2 people be the same person? Could it be some kind of evil soul-stealing magic? A powerful, disguised wizard has taken over Kyle's body. The moment the thought came to her mind, she rejected it. There was no trace of magic. His words and actions, though eccentric, were surprisingly logical and consistent. Everything was done to make this land a better place. So, could it be that everything he did in the capital was just a facade? Was he actually a scheming, long-suffering tyrant? This guess made her even more frightened than the previous one. If this is true, then what is he planning? Can a barren territory abandoned by his family be the starting point for his ambitions? The more I analyze, the bigger the mystery becomes. Every logical chain she tried to construct was shattered in the face of new facts. She closed the diary irritably. She realized that all her past knowledge of Kyle was based on rumors in the capital and those few humiliating encounters. Those data now seemed worthless, but she knew nothing about this practical and mysterious builder in front of her. She could no longer use her past experiences to define the person in front of her. She had to recollect intelligence, rebuild the files, and reanalyze it. Saraphina reopened the diary and, beneath the pile of chaotic analysis and contradictory records, wrote the last sentence in an unprecedented, serious style. Conclusion: previous intelligence contains significant errors. The true character, abilities, and motivations of the subject of observation, Kyle Eisenberg, are unknown. Preconceived biases must be abandoned and, from this moment on, all of his actions must be observed and recorded closely, over a long period of time, continuously, and closely, in order to uncover the truth. Chapter 20 Alert! Thieves are attacking. Hope is an addictive thing. For the people of the Blackwood territory, after having tasted the feeling called hope, they can never go back to the numbness of the walking corpse. A few days after the bonfire party, the entire Hymo territory seemed to have been injected with a powerful dose of stimulant. The air was no longer filled with dead despair, but was instead a mixture of the fragrance of earth, the scent of freshly cut wood, and the sour smell of sweat. Hey! Old Barton! The foundation line on your side is crooked. The Lord said that if it's a fingernail's width off, the house will be built crooked. Bullshit! I've eaten more salt than you've eaten black bread. How could the line I drew be wrong? It's you who has a crooked eye. Stop arguing. Kyle's voice came from nearby. He was squatting on the ground, arguing fiercely with several carpenters over a mortise and tenon joint. Dimensions. Follow the dimensions on the blueprint. I've told you so many times, you have to believe in science, believe in geometry. Angles. Angles are the most rigorous laws bestowed upon the world by the gods. The people didn't understand what geometry meant, but they understood what the Lord meant. That was, work according to the blueprint, and you'll never go wrong. On the construction site, the clang of hammers hitting wood, the shouts of people pulling logs together, and Kyle's roar that occasionally uttered a few strange words, intertwined into a rough but energetic symphony. Everyone was sweating, but everyone's face was filled with a down-to-earth, heartfelt smile. They are building their own stone houses with their own hands. Saraphina stood on the balcony on the second floor of the Lord's mansion, which was her newly opened fixed observation point. She no longer held the diary in her hands, because all the details were already firmly engraved in her mind. She looked downstairs at Kyle, who looked anything but aristocratic. He wore a simple linen shirt, the sleeves rolled up high, revealing his sturdy forearms. He would sometimes point at blueprints and shout, sometimes grab a saw and demonstrate it himself. He would even squat on the ground with the craftsman to calculate a number, drawing on the dirt with a small branch to eye in the sunlight. Sweat slid down his forehead and across his dusty cheeks. Is this man really the same person as the one she met in the royal capital? Saraphina had an illusion called absurdity in her heart. She even felt that the frivolous villain in the capital was just his clumsy disguise, and the focused, pragmatic, and even somewhat charming builder in front of her was his true self. No, Saraphina immediately killed this dangerous thought. Calm down. This might be a more sophisticated performance, she said to herself. It's just that the stage is bigger, the audience is bigger, and the purpose is more secretive. She had to remain vigilant and must find out the true motives behind all his unusual behavior. At this moment, a sudden, sharp noise that was completely out of place in this construction symphony broke the sky when the sound came from a makeshift sentry tower on the edge of the territory. A tattered bronze bell hung atop it, part of the early warning system Kyle had ordered. The sound of the bronze bell was not loud, and even had a cracked tone, like the last roar of a dying person. The bustling atmosphere on the construction site froze in an instant. Everyone stopped what they were doing, looked up blankly in the direction of the sound. What's going on? Did we knock on the wrong door? A young citizen asked in confusion. Old Patton's face turned pale in an instant. He threw away the measuring rope in his hand, and a deep, bone-deep fear emerged in his cloudy eyes. No. I didn't knock it wrong. His voice was shaking. This rhythm is 3 short and 1 long. It's the highest level, an alarm for incoming thieves. Dang, 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 when? The rapid and chaotic bells once again confirmed Old Patton's judgment. Thief. These 2 words were like a basin of ice water, poured over the heads of all the subjects, extinguishing the flames of hope that had just ignited in their hearts, making them sizzle and almost extinguish them. For a defenseless and barren place like Blackwood territory, bandits are like a natural disaster. They will steal your only food, burn down your thatched hut, ruthlessly kill any man who dares to resist, and kidnap young women. The construction site, which was full of vitality just now, fell into complete silence at this moment. Then, the dead silence was replaced by screams of terror. Oh my God! Thief! Hurry! Go home! Block the door! My child! My child is still at the river. The smiles that had just graced everyone's faces vanished in an instant. In their place was the primal fear and despair that Saraphina was so familiar with, the kind she had witnessed on her first day in Blackwood territory. Hope, it turns out to be such a fragile thing. All it takes is one alarm to smash it to pieces. Like sheep frightened by wolves, the people dropped their tools, cried, screamed, and fled in all directions. The entire situation was instantly out of control. On the balcony, Saraphina's heart sank. She subconsciously gripped the railing, her knuckles turning white from the effort. She wasn't afraid. There was no fear in the blood of the Valois family. She was just analyzing the situation quickly. The Blackwood territory lacked any decent fortifications. Its guards, including those Kyle had brought from the capital, numbered no more than a dozen. And the inhabitants were a mob without even a decent weapon. Facing even a small group of thieves, there is only one result: being crushed, plundered, and destroyed. All Kyle's previous efforts, the blueprints he drew, the promises he made, the order and hope he had worked so hard to establish, will all be wiped out in the face of this sudden disaster. This may be his true ending. An idealist who overestimates his own abilities is beaten to a pulp by the cruel reality. Involuntarily, she turned her gaze to the center of the chaos. Kyle, what will he do? Would he, like other incompetent nobles, panic and hide in the Lord's mansion, leaving his guards to die? Or will? She saw Kyle standing there, motionless. He did not run like the others, nor did he shout loudly to try to maintain order. He just stood there quietly, letting the chaotic crowd surge past him. His face showed no fear, no panic, not even anger. He just frowned slightly, raised his head and looked in the direction where the bell came from, his eyes as sharp as a sword drawn from its sheath. That was the look of a hunter who had spotted his prey. In the doomsday scene where everyone was in panic, his unusually calm figure seemed like the only still reef in the storm, so abrupt that it was heart-wrenching. Chapter 21. A typical defensive deployment. Stop right there. A roar, like thunder from a clear sky, instantly penetrated all the cries and screams. The voice was not particularly loud, but it had an unquestionable penetrating power that seemed to nail people's hearts to the spot. The chaotic crowd froze in place, as if under a spell. The fleeing citizens instinctively looked towards the source of the sound. Kyle Eisenberg, their overly young lord, had unknowingly stood on a huge square stone used for laying the foundation stone. He looked down from above, his eyes like lightning sweeping across every terrified face. His face did not show the fear that everyone expected. nor did it show the cowardice that a noble would show in the face of crisis, just cold, absolute calm. What are you panicking about? Kyle's voice rang out again, this time slowly but clearly. The thieves haven't even reached the gate of your territory yet, and you're already freaking out? Are you trying to scare them away with your cries, or pierce their eardrums with your screams? These words, with a strange, sarcastic sense of humor, brought a strange sense of relaxation to the extremely tense atmosphere. Several of the people who were running in the front stopped in embarrassment, their faces turning pale and blue. On the balcony, Saraphina's pupils suddenly shrank. She imagined countless possibilities. Kyle would panic and hide in the mansion, he would cowardly order his guards to their deaths, or even collapse in fear, but she never expected that he would be the first person to stand up and calm the situation. Moreover, it was done in such a frivolous way. Lord! A middle-aged man in leather armor, evidently the captain of the guards, rushed over, his face filled with anxiety. According to the sentry tower, there are approximately 40 or 50 bandits. We must immediately gather our guards and form a shield formation at the entrance to the territory to prepare for the enemy. This is the most conventional and logical response. Concentrate superior forces, hold the key roads, and confront the enemy head-on. Saraphina agreed that this was the only option, though it was like trying to hit a rock with an egg. The Blackwood territory's guards were simply not enough. However, Kyle didn't even look at the captain of the guard, but just shook his head. Meet the enemy? No. He uttered these two words, which stunned the captain of the guard and Saraphina in the distance. We won't meet the enemy head-on. Kyle's lips curled up in a cold, confident arc that struck Saraphina as unfamiliar. We are the hosts, and they are the guests. How can a host rush to the front door to greet a bunch of unwelcome guests? We should prepare a grand welcome party for them at home. Party? The captain of the guard was completely stunned. He seriously suspected that his lord was scared crazy. Kyle didn't explain any further. He just started issuing a series of orders that sounded incomprehensible to anyone. Carl! He called out the captain of the guard. Yes, sir. I order you to abandon frontal defense immediately. Sir? Carl was horrified. This is leaving us to die. Shut up and follow orders. Kyle's eyes sternly said, divide your 12 brothers into 2 teams. You will lead each team of 6. Immediately go upstream of the aqueduct we're digging. Do you see the wooden gate I asked you to build in advance? Carl nodded subconsciously. I see, sir. You said it was to control the amount of irrigation water, now, it has a new purpose. Kyle's voice was emotionless. You and your men will hold the gate there. Do not act rashly without my orders. Remember, your mission is not to fight, but to guard the gate. Yes. Although Carl was full of confusion, Kyle's unquestionable aura made him obey subconsciously. Second team. Kyle turned his gaze to another guard. You, take the rest of the people, and immediately disperse and hide in the foundation pits of the new houses under construction. And next to the deep pits of the toilets we dug. Hide them all. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. Let the distinguished guard hide, next to the toilet pit. This is simply an insult to the honor of the soldiers. Even Saraphina on the balcony felt that this was absurd and like a farce. Sir, this. The guard's face turned purple. That's an order, Kyle interrupted. Your mission isn't to fight either. It's to wait. Wait for those guests to walk into our banquet hall on their own. Then, he turned to the subjects who had calmed down a little. Old Patton. Hey! Lord, I'm here. The old carpenter squeezed out from the crowd, still with a frightened look on his face. You, immediately organize all the men who can still move and move all the unused wooden planks, rattan, and those broken mats used for building thatched houses on our construction site. Move them over and cover those deep foundation pits and toilet pits. Remember, you have to lay them out like flat ground, but not too solid that they collapse when you step on them. Understood? Old Patton was stunned for a moment, and a glimmer of light flashed in his cloudy eyes. He seemed to understand something. I understand. My lord. I understand. This is a trap. The boy is teachable. Kyle nodded approvingly and continued to give orders. As for all the women and children, return to the Lord's mansion immediately. Anna, the maid who had been accompanying Saraphina, was startled when she heard the shout and quickly stuck her head out. Yes. Lord. You and the housekeeper, organize them. Don't let them run around in the yard. Have them go to the kitchen and use all the pots and pans they can find to boil water. The more the better, and the hotter the better. Boil water. Saraphina was completely confused, digging holes, hiding people, and covering with wooden boards. These she could barely understand as a primitive and crude trap tactic, but when facing a powerful enemy, why would they ask all the women to boil water in the kitchen? Was this to prepare hot tea for the thieves? Kyle's series of orders were like a pile of unrelated, disorganized parts, thrown out one by one. Each part, viewed individually, was full of absurdity. Send guards to guard a sluice, let the other half of the guards ambush next to the toilet pit, let the people set up traps like children playing house, let the women boil water. How can this be considered a defensive deployment? This is clearly the ravings of a madman. However, what was incredible was that as his orders were clearly conveyed one by one, the originally chaotic scene miraculously returned to order. After being assigned specific tasks, the panicked residents still wore fear on their faces, but their eyes were no longer filled with blank despair. They began to move. The guards ran to the canal, the men began to carry wooden planks, and the women, organized by Anna and the old butler, screamed and rushed to the kitchen of the Lord's mansion. The entire Blackwood collar, like a strangely structured machine with the start button pressed, began to squeak and run in a strange way. Saraphina stood on the balcony, looking at this incredible scene, her mind in unprecedented confusion. She received the finest aristocratic education, which naturally included military history and strategic theory. She was familiar with the battles of all the kingdom's famous generals and could analyze the key to every victory or defeat, but in all her knowledge systems, she couldn't find any that could explain Kyle's tactics in front of her. This goes against all military common sense, but she watched Kyle jump down from the stone, walk slowly to the center of the construction site, and pick up a large, abandoned blueprint he had drawn earlier, a plan for the entire Blackwood territory renovation. He spread the drawing on the ground, pressed down the four corners with stones, then squatted down and used a charcoal pencil to quickly circle something on the drawing. The sunlight outlined a golden contour on his focused profile. His eyes didn't show any nervousness about the upcoming battle, but instead were filled with a kind of excitement and dedication similar to that of an engineer solving a technical problem. Seraphina's heart skipped a beat for no apparent reason. A terrible thought emerged uncontrollably from the depths of her mind. Aqueduct, foundation pit, toilet. Isn't everything Kyle has done these days just to improve people's livelihood and develop agriculture? Could it be that from the first day he set foot on this land, he had already been? Are you setting up a huge and sophisticated chess game for this moment today? This thought made Saraphina shudder. If this is true, then how terrifying is this man's scheming? Chapter 22, Victory Without Bloodshed. A group of ragged uninvited guests appeared at the entrance of Heimoling. The leader was a one-eyed burly man with a face full of flesh. He was carrying a rusty axe and spitting as he encouraged his men behind him. Everyone, get your act together. He grinned, his yellow-toothed mouth wide open, greed gleaming in his single eye. See? This shabby place doesn't even have a proper door. The bell in the watchtower is ringing like a woman at a funeral. I guess there are only a few guards. The dozens of people behind him were all pale and thin, but their eyes were green with hunger, like a group of wild wolves that smelled blood. Boss, you're right. I smell the aroma of boiled potatoes. A thief, as thin as a bamboo pole, sniffed, his Adam's apple rolling up and down. We missed that pot a few days ago, and today we have to make up for it with interest. And women, another thief with a scar on his face laughed obscenely. A noble from such a poor place must have brought along a delicate young maid from the capital. These hungry, roving bandits had no tactical skills at all. To them, conquering a poor territory like Blackwood territory was nothing more than an armed parade, a premature celebration. Charge in. Kill the men, and all the food and women will be ours. The one-eyed leader swung his axe and charged out first. Dozens of people followed him, howling and howling. Like a foul torrent, they rushed towards the village that they saw as defenseless and within their grasp. On the balcony, Saraphina's heart was in her throat. She saw the bandits rushing into the territory unhindered, unhurt by any arrows or shields. Everything was just as Kyle ordered: abandon frontal defense to is this self-confidence or self-destruction. The thieves rushed in smoothly, so smoothly that they were surprised themselves. They soon rushed into the construction area where a large-scale construction was in progress. Ha! Look! The one-eyed boss stopped and looked at the newly dug foundations and the rudimentary walls. He was not surprised but delighted. This shabby place is actually building a new house. It seems that this new noble has brought a lot of money. Brothers, we are rich. His greedy eyes swept across the seemingly ordinary ground, as if he had already seen the gold coins hidden underground. He waved his hand and shouted, "Scatter! Search! Take away all the valuables." He didn't finish his words, because he was the first one to rush forward. The ground beneath his feet suddenly made a teeth-grinding, crackling sound. Before the thieves could react to what was happening, they felt their feet go empty. A plop. Plop. Accompanied by a few short screams of terror, several tall and strong thieves disappeared out of thin air in full view of the crowd. Only a few large black holes were left at the original site, with broken wooden boards and torn straw mats scattered around the edges of the holes. Immediately afterwards, the sound of plop one after another turned into a symphony throughout the construction site. Ah! Help! I fell into a pit. What the hell? There's nothing underneath. My leg seems to be broken. The dozen or so thieves who were at the front seemed to have stepped into a trap set by goblins, and disappeared one after another in those carefully camouflaged foundation pits and toilet pits. The thieves behind were so frightened that they stopped in their tracks and looked at the man-eating land in front of them in horror. "Yes, there is a trap," someone shouted at the top of his lungs. The one-eyed boss was also frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. He looked at the bottomless pits and felt a chill run from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. In all his years in the business, this was the first time he had seen such a trap dug to look like his own backyard. Don't panic. Don't panic. Retreat. Retreat to the middle road. The only boss still had some brains. He immediately found the central main road that ran through the territory and looked the strongest. It was originally planned to be used for horse-drawn carriages. The remaining 20 or 30 thieves, as if they had been pardoned, crawled back to the wide dirt road, huddled together like a group of frightened quails. They gasped in shock, looking at the deep pits with lingering fear. However, they did not notice that, out of their sight, Kyle was standing at the window on the other side of the Lord's mansion, calmly raising his right hand and then gently waving it downwards, almost at the same time. Far away at the upstream canal, the guard captain Carl, who had been staring at this side nervously, suddenly lit up his eyes. "It's the signal! The Lord's signal!" He shouted to his brothers behind him, "Open the gate!" The 6 guards used all their strength to push the rough but sturdy wooden lever. Crack! The huge wooden gate was yanked open. The stream, which had been blocked for a long time and had accumulated a huge amount of water, roared like a beast out of a cage, and rushed down the water diversion channel with a carefully designed slope. Boom! The sound of water is like thunder. The thieves crowded on the main road were shocked by a strange loud noise before they recovered from the fear of the pit. What's that sound? The one-eyed boss turned around in confusion. The next second, his one eye reflected a surging, turbid torrent mixed with mud, sand, and grass roots. The end of the newly built canal was exactly in line with the main road where they were standing. Oh shit! It's water! Run! The one-eyed boss let out the most shrill scream of his life, but it was too late. The violent water flow, with a force of 10,000 pounds, hit the group of thieves who were huddled together. Crash! 20 or 30 people were like sand sculptures hit by huge waves, and were instantly scattered. They were thrown to pieces, some choking on the water, some rolling on the ground, and their weapons had long since flown away. The water flow was not lethal, but it was powerful and extremely insulting. The muddy mud filled their mouths, and the cold stream water chilled them to the bone, completely extinguishing the last bit of fighting spirit in their hearts. On the balcony, Saraphina watched in amazement. She opened her mouth, feeling that the Valois family's top-notch education, of which she was so proud, was shattered by the absurd scene before her. Her mind was blank. What did she see? A group of aggressive thieves first fell into the toilet pit, and then were washed away by a flood. This is not war. It wasn't even a fight. This is a carefully planned cleanup of country rats. Just as the thieves were dizzy and struggling in the mud, spears stretched out from all directions. The guards who were hiding next to the foundation pit and toilet pit finally showed up. They don't even need to charge or fight, they simply walked over and pointed their spears at the throats of the thieves who were rolling in the mud and had completely lost their ability to resist. Don't move. If you move, I'll poke a hole. The guards' voices were filled with a sense of relief that they themselves couldn't believe, and a hint of pleasure from having a successful prank. The battle ended just like that. It took no more than a quarter of an hour. 40 or 50 thieves who fell into the pit and were knocked down by the water were all tied up tightly without exception. On the other hand, no one was injured or killed on the side of Lord Haimu. Not even a drop of blood was shed when the thieves, who were tied up like dumplings, were taken to the open space in front of the Lord's mansion like a bunch of mud monkeys. The people who had been hiding carefully poked their heads out when they saw the scene before them. There was a deathly silence at first, then someone started cheering first. We won! We won! Oh my God! The thieves have been caught! Long live the Lord! The overwhelming joy of surviving the disaster instantly ignited the entire Blackwood territory. People poured out from their hiding places, hugging, cheering, and crying. They looked at the subdued thieves, their eyes no longer filled with fear, but with a mixture of contempt and pride. Saraphina quietly looked at the reveling crowd downstairs, and then looked at the miserable captives. Her gaze finally fell on the man who had just watched everything happen quietly from beginning to end, Kyle Eisenberg. He did not cheer, nor did he show the slightest joy of victory. He just walked down the steps calmly and came to the prisoner, as if he had just accomplished a trivial task. Seraphina's hands trembled slightly in her sleeves. She finally understood, aqueducts are not just for irrigation. Their slope and direction of flow are themselves a huge hydraulic weapon. Those foundation pits and toilet pits are not just for construction and sanitation. Their location is the most natural trap. Every construction and every seemingly absurd action that Kyle took when he came to Blackwood territory unknowingly transformed this barren land into a huge, sophisticated defensive fortress specially designed to catch turtles in a jar. He wasn't pushing his luck. He had calculated everything from the very beginning. This perfect victory without bloodshed was not a miracle. It's a plan. It's a calculation. It's a dimensionality reduction attack. Chapter 23 The trial of hot soup and black bread. The carnival of victory was soon replaced by a more primitive and bloodthirsty emotion. When dozens of captives were tied up with ropes and knelt in the open space in front of the Lord's mansion like a bunch of pitiful mud potatoes, the joy in the eyes of the people gradually turned into a hideous look mixed with hatred and fear. Hang them! These damned bandits! Cut off their hands! See how they can steal things in the future. My child was nearly scared to death by them. We can't let them get away with it like this. Shouts and curses rose and fell. For these simple citizens, newly freed from the terror of annihilation, punishing these invaders with the harshest punishment was a matter of course. This was the power granted to the lords by the kingdom's laws, and it was the law of survival ingrained in their minds for centuries. Guard Captain Carl strode up to Kyle, knelt on one knee, and spoke in a loud voice, still brimming with excitement. Sir, all the thieves have been captured. According to the laws of the kingdom, armed thieves who invade the territory can be sentenced to hanging or amputation. Please give the order. The brothers have prepared the ropes and axes. His words were like adding fuel to the fire, and the crowd's emotions became increasingly heated. On the balcony, Saraphina watched all this silently. After the initial shock, her heart had returned to its aristocratic coldness and calm. She knew that Carl was right. A bloodless victory is certainly magnificent, but afterward, one must solidify one's authority with blood. This is a lesson every lord must learn. Mercy only attracts more wolves. She could almost foresee Kyle selecting a few ringleaders and publicly executing them as a warning to others. This is the most correct and logical choice. Kyle didn't respond to Carl immediately. He didn't even look at the excited people. He just walked slowly towards the group of prisoners. He squatted down and looked at the one-eyed strong man in the lead at eye level. The captives trembled with fear, especially the one-eyed leader. His arrogance had been completely washed away by the mud and water, and now all that remained was the fear of death. He thought the young noble was going to kill him with his own hands. However, Kyle simply asked calmly, "What's your name?" The one-eyed burly man was stunned for a moment, subconsciously trying to be tough, but when he saw Kyle's calm eyes, for some reason, a chill made him swallow his curse words and stammered, "Buck." "Buck." Kyle nodded, as if chatting with an old acquaintance. "Where are you from? You don't look like professional thieves entrenched in the mountains." You look more like refugees. A trace of astonishment flashed in Buck's one eye. He didn't expect that this noble boy could see through their background at a glance. Beside him, a young thief, extremely thin and unrecognizable, seemed to have suffered a mental breakdown and suddenly cried out, "Sir, please spare us. We didn't mean to do this. We are farmers from the neighboring Silver Creek territory. We really can't survive." This cry was like opening the floodgates. "Yes, sir. Our Lord took away all the food and left us no seeds for the winter. There's nothing to harvest from the fields. If we don't get out to find something to eat, our whole family will starve to death." Cries and pleas for mercy blended together. They were no longer ferocious thieves, but had turned back into a group of hungry people with nowhere to go. Kyle listened quietly, his expression unchanged. He stood up and brushed the non-existent dust off his trouser legs. Everyone held their breath, waiting for his judgment. The people were waiting for his order to carry out the execution. The prisoners waited for the butcher's knife to fall. Saraphina, on the other hand, was calmly analyzing which punishment he would choose to maximize his majesty. Kyle turned around and spoke to the old butler and made Anna behind him. His voice was not loud, but in the silent open space, it was clearly heard by everyone. "To the kitchen. Here we come." Everyone's heart was in their throat. "Should I get some boiling oil? Or a red-hot iron?" The nobles had many ways to punish people. Kyle's next words caused everyone's brain to temporarily shut down. "Reheat the hot water we boiled earlier, add some salt, and boil it into hot soup. Also, take out the black bread we baked yesterday." The whole world seemed to have pressed the mute button. The fanatical subjects opened their mouths but forgot to shout. The nervous guard, holding the spear, forgot to breathe. The desperate captive stared and forgot to cry. Saraphina on the balcony had an almost dull expression on her pretty face that had been frozen for thousands of years. The old butler stepped forward tremblingly, seriously suspecting that his hearing was failing him due to his age. He cautiously inquired, "Lord? Lord, you mean hot soup and black bread?" "Yes." Kyle answered crisply without hesitation. "Didn't you hear clearly? Or is it that we can't even get this little stuff out of our kitchen?" "No. No. Yes. Of course." The old housekeeper woke up as if from a dream, nodded and bowed hurriedly in response, then stumbled to the kitchen with Anna, who also looked confused. Guard Captain Carl was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't help but ask, "Sir, what are you doing?" "They're thieves." "I know." Kyle looked at him and asked, "But they are my prisoners now, aren't they?" "Yes, but that's fine," Kyle interrupted. "I just think it's too inefficient to interrogate a group of starving people. Besides, what if they starve to death before I can finish questioning them? Wouldn't all my efforts to capture them be in vain?" This reason sounds so outrageous, but it also seems to make a little bit of sense. Carl was completely confused and couldn't figure it out, but he knew that the Lord's orders had to be carried out. Soon, a mixture of hot air with a light salty taste and the rough aroma of wheat wafted out from the kitchen. The women came out with a big pot and a basket of blackened bread, looking strange. They couldn't understand the Lord's order, but they obeyed it anyway. When bowls of steaming salt water soup and pieces of hard black bread were brought to the captives, this group of thieves who had just been ready to face death or were ready to face death, completely collapsed. They looked at the food in front of them and couldn't believe their eyes. Buck, the one-eyed burly man, the man who had just threatened to burn, kill, and loot, looked at the wooden bowl that was handed to his mouth, and tears instantly welled up in his turbid one eye. Instead of taking the bowl, he slammed his head into the mud, making a dull bang sound. "My lord, are you a messenger sent by the merciful goddess? Wow, food, real food, am I dreaming? We don't have to die?" Suppressed sobs quickly turned into unbridled wails. These ragged men cried like lost children. They didn't cry because they had found a way to live, but because this sudden, incomprehensible kindness had completely broken their psychological defenses. They carefully lifted the bowl of hot water, which was actually just salt, as if it were the most delicious nectar in the world, sipping it in small sips, afraid to drink it too quickly and think it was just a dream. With their dirty hands, they picked up the black bread that could be used as a brick, first putting it under their noses to smell it hard, and then chewing it carefully, one mouthful at a time. The way they devoured the food with such eagerness and appreciation made the surrounding people, who were originally clamoring to execute them, gradually quiet down. They looked at this group of people, just like themselves, crying bitterly over a mouthful of hot soup and a piece of black bread, and the hatred in their hearts was unknowingly replaced by a more complex emotion. On the balcony, Saraphina's hands tightly gripped the cold stone railing, her knuckles turned white from the exertion, her brain was experiencing an unprecedented storm. Hanging them is to establish authority, cutting off hands and feet is a deterrent. She understood all of this. It was a political maneuver written into the aristocratic code, a necessary evil to maintain rule, but give them a bowl of hot soup and a piece of brown bread? What's this? Is it mercy? No, being kind to the enemy is cruel to oneself. Kyle is definitely not that kind of naive fool. Bribery? Bribing a group of precarious refugees with a bowl of soup? The return on this investment is ridiculously low-is it humiliation? Using food to demonstrate one's magnanimity and the other's humility? It's possible, but is it necessary? Countless possibilities flashed through Saraphina's mind, but each one was overturned by her. She found that the wisdom and knowledge she was proud of were completely ineffective in the face of Kyle's incredible behavior. She completely couldn't understand the logic behind a person's behavior. This man, like a bottomless whirlpool, completely disrupted all her established cognition. Chapter 20. For the most merciful villain, the night wind swept across the open space, making the torches flicker and blowing away the aroma of food. The ragged captives had licked the salty soup in their bowls clean, even dipping their fingers into the hard black bread crumbs and putting them into their mouths without leaving a single bit. The warmth in their stomachs dispelled the coldness in their bodies, but it made their hearts hang even more tense. In their understanding, this is called the last meal before execution. After eating, it's time to hit the road. One-eyed Buck placed the wooden bowl neatly in front of him, closed his only remaining eye, and stiffened his neck, as if ready to be killed. The dozens of people behind him also turned pale, stopped crying, and fell into a deathly silence. The entire Hamu territory is waiting for the final verdict. Kyle looked at them, his face not showing the coldness of an impending execution. Instead, he took a few leisurely steps like a farmer who was ready to digest his food after a full meal. He cleared his throat and finally spoke. Are you all full? His voice was calm, as casual as if he was asking a neighbor, is the weather nice today? The prisoners shuddered, and no one dared to answer. Kyle didn't care and continued, now that you're full, your mind should be clearer. So, now I give you two choices. Here we come. Everyone's nerves were on edge, hanging or beheading? This is the favorite choice of the nobles. Buck's heart sank. However, what Kyle said next was like an invisible hammer, hitting everyone's head hard. The first option, Kyle held up a finger, his tone as flat as if he were discussing a trivial matter. If you want to survive, stay here. Blackwood territory is in ruins right now, and what it lacks is capable labor. As long as you're willing to work hard, digging ditches, cutting wood, and reclaiming wasteland, I don't care if you were farmers or thieves before. Here, I'll provide you with food. Now it's black bread, but in the future, there will be better. The clearing was so quiet that even the sound of the wind seemed to have disappeared. The captives opened their eyes suddenly, their faces filled with disbelief. Buck's one eye was as big as a copper bell, and his mouth was half open, enough to fit an egg. What? Stay and work, free meals? What kind of divine judgment is this? Even the nearby residents and guards were stunned. Guard Captain Carl opened his mouth to say something, but looking at Kyle's undeniable profile, he swallowed his words back. Saraphina, who was standing on the balcony, suddenly stopped breathing. Her mind raced, trying to decipher the deeper meaning behind this order. Converting captives into slave labor was not uncommon throughout history. But this was different from what Kyle had said. He hadn't said become slaves, but stay and work, and even promised better things in the future. The difference is huge. Before everyone could recover from the shock of the first choice, Kyle had already extended his second finger. The second option, he said calmly, is that if you want to go home, or rather, if you want to get out, you can leave now. I'll have someone untie the ropes for you and confiscate your weapons, but I won't block your way. You can go back to where you came from. Boom. If the first option is a thunderclap, then the second option is an earthquake that completely overturns everyone's common sense. Let them go, just let them go like that. This is no longer kindness, this is stupidity. This is letting the tiger go back to the mountain. Sir! No! Guard Captain Carl could no longer bear it. He rushed forward and said anxiously, let them go. Once they recover, they will definitely come back for revenge. Then we will, they won't. Kyle interrupted Carl, his eyes swept coldly over the group of prisoners, especially Buck. the leader, the corner of his mouth curled up into a smile that made everyone shudder. It was a smile that was a mixture of coldness and mockery, completely different from his kind image just now. Because, Kyle's voice suddenly turned cold, like an ice-hardened knife, striking everyone's heart with every word. I'm only giving you this one chance. He took 2 steps forward and looked down at the group of completely stunned captives. Mark my words. Today, you can choose to stay and become builders of my Blackwood territory, or you can choose to leave and continue to be your precarious refugees. I, Kyle Eisenberg, mean what I say, but, as soon as he changed the subject, an invisible, suffocating pressure instantly enveloped the entire audience. If I see any of you appearing as thieves in my territory, or on any road leading to my territory again, he paused, and that cold smile became more obvious, I will no longer wash you down with canals, nor will I serve you hot soup and bread. I will dig a pit on the road you must pass through. He stretched out his hands and gestured. A deep, deep pit from which you will never, ever climb out. I will fill the bottom of the pit with sharpened stakes. Then, I will bury your bodies in it, along with your rusty weapons, and plant potatoes on top. His voice was soft, but it carried an unquestionable, factual certainty. Believe me, I'm very experienced in digging holes. A chill rushed from everyone's tailbone to the top of their head. The people who had just thought that the Lord was too kind felt a chill run down their spines when they saw Kyle smile. Guard Captain Carl, looking at the carefully camouflaged pits and hearing Kyle's words, felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead. He had no doubt that this young lord was capable of such a thing, and would do it brilliantly. The group of captives were terrified. That bloodless trap, that elusive water attack, had become an indelible nightmare in their minds. Kyle's threat wasn't just empty talk. It was based on the bloody reality they had just experienced. This young nobleman is not kind, he was just demonstrating his power and rules in a way that they could not understand at all. One-eyed Buck shuddered all over and suddenly woke up. He finally understood. The man before them offered them 2 paths. One was a visible, tangible path to survival, with food to eat and the ability to stay alive. The other was a return to the despair of the past, with the constant need to guard against an invisible, absolutely deadly pit. Is there any need to choose? He is not giving a choice, he is giving alms. I am telling them with absolute, overwhelming confidence, your lives are now in my hands. A thump. Buck knocked his head hard on the ground again. This time, he did not shed tears. His one eye was filled with awe and determination after surviving a disaster. I'm Buck. I'm willing to stay. To serve you, my lord. From now on, my life is yours. You can ask me to dig a ditch, but I won't cut down a tree. You can ask me to go east, but I won't go west. His voice was hoarse, but firm. Once one person took the lead, the rest of the people immediately woke up from their dreams. I am willing to stay too. Sir. Please accept me. I don't want to go back. I don't want to be hungry anymore. I'll work like a slave for you. As long as I have something to eat. Cries of pleas for mercy and pledges of allegiance filled the air. Dozens of thieves who had just been prepared to die in just a quarter of an hour were vying to become the most loyal laborers of the Blackwood territory. Kyle nodded with satisfaction and waved his hand. Carl, untie them and take them away to arrange accommodations. Starting tomorrow, they will be organized into a unified team and work together with the people. Yes. My lord. Carl answered loudly, his eyes filled with fanatical admiration for Kyle. He finally understood, killing dozens of starving people is useless except for intimidating enemies who may not even exist around them, but leave them, without spending a single soldier or spending a single penny. Hymo County suddenly gained dozens of young and strong laborers. What a brilliant move. On the balcony, Saraphina watched the dramatic scene downstairs in silence for a long time. Her heart was beating wildly. She finally understood. Carrot and stick. No, this is much more clever than carrots and sticks. Kyle first completely destroyed the group's will to resist with an incredible victory, then he completely defeated their psychological defenses with a bowl of hot soup. Finally, with a seemingly merciful choice, he tied them firmly to his chariot. The kindness he offers is both poison and antidote. The bottom line he drew is both a deterrent and a commitment. This man is not a reformed prodigal son, nor is he a naive idealist. He was the most benevolent villain and the most pragmatic ruler. Each of his actions was filled with subtle calculations, and ultimately pointed to one goal: to make Hymo territory, this barren land, develop at the fastest speed. Saraphina found that her understanding of aristocracy, rule, and power seemed so naive and ridiculous in front of Kyle. Compared to him, the so-called elites in the capital who were obsessed with balls and conspiracies were just like a group of children playing house. Chapter 25, questioning under the moon. The noise, like the receding tide, slowly receded from the open space in front of the Lord's mansion. Comforted by the old steward, the people dispersed in twos and threes, filled with shock and a newfound awe for the future. As they walked, they whispered that everything that had happened tonight was even more bizarre and magical than all the bard stories they had ever heard in their lives combined. Guard Captain Carl, like a victorious general, held his head high as he led the newly sworn new laborers to arrange their quarters. His back was straight, and every step was filled with strength. He glanced at the dejected yet relieved captives, then back at the young lord standing by the firelight. The last vestiges of doubt in his heart vanished, replaced by steely conviction. Soon, Kyle and the crackling, dying torches were all that remained in the clearing, and a slender figure always standing in the shadow of the balcony columns. Saraphina didn't leave. It wasn't that she didn't want to, it was that she couldn't. Her feet felt like invisible nails pinned to the ground, her mind a chaotic blank from the overload of information. She needed time to process and analyze everything she'd seen tonight, but her thoughts were like a ball of yarn that a cat had played with, unable to make any sense. She watched Kyle finish the finishing touches, watched him clap his hands, and then she saw him turn, his eyes fixed squarely on the shadows where she was. It was as if he had known she had always been there from the beginning. Seraphina's heart tightened for no reason. She saw Kyle taking his time, walking towards her at a leisurely pace. The night wind blew his plain shirt, and the moonlight shone on his shoulders, outlining a calm and resolute figure that was completely different from the one he had seen at the royal capital ball. His footsteps were not heavy, but each one seemed to be stepping on Seraphina's heartbeat. She subconsciously wanted to retreat, to hide in her room, close the door, and rebuild her defenses with the thick diary and cold rationality. But her body refused to obey her, and she could only watch him approach closer and closer. Finally stopping a few steps below the balcony, he raised his head and looked up at her. The bright moonlight shone unreservedly on his face, and Seraphina could see his eyes clearly. What kind of eyes are those? There was no more disgusting, undisguised desire in the capital, nor was there the pretentious, dramatic regret at the celebration in those eyes. There was only the clear moonlight and a kind of calmness like a deep pool that she had never seen before, clear and frank. Seraphina found herself unable to look away. Then he spoke. His voice, through the silent night, reached her ears clearly. Miss Saraphina. A perfectly normal, even slightly distant, address. Seraphina's eyelashes trembled imperceptibly. Kyle seemed completely oblivious to her annoyance. He continued in a matter-of-fact tone, as the future mistress of this territory, do you think my actions are appropriate? Seraphina's breathing stopped instantly. Her brain buzzed as if it was hit by a huge hammer. What is he talking about? The future, hostess, from her father's mouth. This word was an order, a yoke. From the mouth of the royal nobles, it was a mockery, a pity. From the mouth of the old Kyle, it was an obscene humiliation, but now, speaking from the mouth of the man before me, it was pure and clear. It wasn't a label of identity, but more like a title of a position. A position that required responsibility and a voice. Before she had time to digest this earth-shattering statement, Kyle's next words came right after. If you have a better approach, I'm willing to listen. Willing to listen. These 4 words, like a bolt of lightning, split the lonely mountain in Seraphina's heart that was covered with ice and snow all year round. She was stunned. The Valois family's top-tier education, of which she was so proud, had endowed her with wisdom and insight far beyond her peers. However, her environment never afforded her the opportunity to display all of this. Her father only sought her obedience, her family only her marriage value, and those around her either coveted her beauty or were in awe of her family background. There has never been anyone like Kyle, standing in the moonlight, looking at her with such calm and sincere eyes. He was not seeking her approval, not showing off his achievements, but asking for her opinion. That he was putting her on an equal footing, one worthy of respect. Bang! Seraphina seemed to be able to hear the loud thump of her own heart. The sound was so intense that she wondered if Kyle could hear it. A strange, scorching heat instantly surged from her chest to every part of her body, causing her cold fingertips to begin to burn. She subconsciously touched her sleeve. The fingertips touched something cold and hard. It's the poison dagger. It had been hidden there all along, her last line of defense, her final trump card to maintain her dignity, the cold comfort she was prepared to use to end this nightmare. But at this moment, when the warmth of her fingertips touched the coldness of the dagger, Saraphina no longer felt resolute and tragic, she just felt that the dagger was ridiculously cold. Ridiculous, how could I find it ridiculous? As soon as this thought appeared, it was like a red-hot iron rod, instantly burning through her hard shell built of despair and indifference. A decisive crack suddenly spread across her strong defenses. She recalled the dead heart she had felt when she arrived at Blackwood territory, and her cold observation and rational analysis of Kyle's actions. She thought she was a brilliant chess player, observing everything calmly from outside the chessboard, but now she realized that she was not a chess player at all, not even a chess piece. She's just a fool who locked herself in a box and thought she saw everything, and the man whom she thought was a villain, actor, and conspirator was transforming this barren chessboard into a field full of vitality in a way that she could not understand at all. Then he walked to her box, knocked on the door, and asked calmly, "Future hostess, what do you think we should do next?" "What is this? What the hell is this?" Saraphina's lips trembled slightly, and she wanted to speak, to say something. Do you agree? Do you refute? Or do you offer your own opinion? She found that she couldn't utter a word. Her brain, which had always operated with greater precision than a precision instrument, was now in complete disarray. All her analyses, all her judgments, all her plans, seemed so pale and powerless in the face of Kyle's sincere question. The only thing she could feel was her uncontrollable and increasingly rapid heartbeat, and the increasingly absurd coldness coming from the dagger in his sleeve. Chapter 26. The back that cannot be responded to seemed to be stretched into a taut, almost breaking string the moment Kyle asked the question. The only sound in the air was the moonlight and the last crackling of the burning torch. Saraphina stood in the shadow of the balcony, feeling like a soldier stripped bare in public. That armor, carefully crafted of coldness, arrogance, and aristocratic etiquette, had been easily removed by Kyle's calm, unpretentious question, revealing the turmoil within. Answer. Her brain gave her this most basic instruction. As the daughter of a duke who had received the highest level of education in the kingdom, it should have been her instinct to give an appropriate and impeccable answer to a question, but how should she answer? Countless textbook-style standard answers flashed through her mind. The Lord is wise and powerful, and he handled the situation appropriately. This was so hypocritical that even she couldn't convince herself. Upon hearing this, Kyle's clear eyes would surely reveal disappointment. No, it would be ridicule. I think this is too lenient, like letting a tiger go back to the mountains. This was in keeping with the iron-blooded logic of traditional aristocrats. But as soon as she said this, didn't it mean to deny the heart-wrenching skill he had just demonstrated? And deep down, did she really think so? No, she didn't. She was just shocked. I have no opinion. This is the safest and stupidest answer. It is equivalent to declaring to Kyle, "I am just a thoughtless vase sent by my family." Every answer was instantly rejected by herself. She found that the wisdom she was so proud of had, at that moment, become a prison. She could analyze the pros and cons, weigh gains and losses, and understand people's hearts, but she couldn't give a single, honest answer, because she herself has not yet figured out her true thoughts. Kyle didn't urge him, he just stood quietly in the moonlight, waiting patiently. His patience was an invisible pressure in itself, more suffocating than any harsh questioning. He seemed to see through her embarrassment, and with a slight smile on his face, he broke the silence. "It seems that this is a difficult question to answer?" There was no sarcasm in his tone, only a hint of pure curiosity, as if a teacher were asking a student who was stuck on a difficult problem. This seemingly considerate remark became the last straw that broke Saraphina's psychological defenses. She finally opened her mouth and tried to say something to break the awkward deadlock. However, only one syllable was squeezed out of her throat with difficulty, and then it got stuck. She felt as if her vocal cords were frozen, unable to make any meaningful sound. My mind went blank. The pounding of my heart was like the roar of a war drum in my ears. My cheeks started to heat up uncontrollably. She, Saraphina Valois, the icy duke's daughter who could maintain perfect manners in any social occasion in the royal capital, disguised herself with coldness, and discouraged countless young talents, lost her composure in front of a man for the first time she could no longer maintain. That cold, distant expression, she could no longer bear Kyle's calm gaze that seemed to see through everything. Escape, an unprecedented and extremely strong thought instantly occupied her entire mind. Get away from here, escape from his sight, escape from this man who makes her heart beat out of control and her mind confused. The thought was so strong that her body reacted before her brain. Saraphina turned almost abruptly. The movement was so hasty that the hem of her elegant and meticulously crafted dress drew a hurried arc on the stone floor. She didn't say another word, nor did she even show her profile in accordance with aristocratic etiquette. She just left irresolute, even somewhat embarrassed back view to Kyle in the moonlight. She picked up her skirt and walked away quickly. The footsteps were particularly clear in the quiet night. They were no longer her usual leisurely, metronome-like pace, but instead had an obvious, rapid rhythm. It was as if there was some invisible beast chasing her from behind. Kyle stood there, not moving, nor saying anything to stop him. He just quietly watched the hurriedly departing figure, watching her disappear into the dark porch leading from the balcony to the interior of the mansion. The night wind blew, lifting the loose hair on his forehead. The expression on his face was very subtle. There was no triumph of a winner, nor the anger of being ignored. He just tilted his head slightly, as if he was tasting a new dish, and a glimmer of understanding and interest flashed in his deep eyes. Of course he knew that his problem was a dead end for Saraphina now. What he wanted was never her answer. What he wanted was her inability to answer at that moment. What he wanted was for her to escape at this moment. Because a woman who despairs of you and regards you as a dead object will not run away. She will only be like a real iceberg. No matter how you strike, she will only respond with deeper coldness and indifference. Only when the iceberg begins to care, begins to be confused, begins to waver, and even begins to feel panic, will she make a lively and energetic response like escape. Kyle looked at the empty balcony. The moonlight was still cold, but it seemed not so icy anymore. He stretched out his hand as if trying to catch a ray of moonlight. After a long while, he finally chuckled softly. The chuckle was very light, and carried a hint of joy that only he understood. "That's really interesting," he whispered to himself. "This back view is much better than when I came here." The back view when he came was resolute, upright, and full of tragic and deathly aura, as if he was walking to the execution ground, and the back figure just now, although hurried and embarrassed, was like a frightened deer, full of the most primitive and panicked vitality of life. Kyle turned around, put his hands behind his back, and walked slowly towards his room. He is in a good mood. The iceberg, it seems, is no longer the indestructible iceberg. A tiny but decisive crack has quietly appeared in the moonlight. Chapter 27. Hope in the fields. Ever since the theft incident, Heimeling has been running at a high speed, like a machine that has been wound up and lubricated with plenty of oil, leaving everyone dumbfounded. In the early morning, when the first ray of sunlight just passed over the mountain ridge, the open space in front of the Lord's mansion was no longer lifeless, but filled with a noisy, chaotic, yet vibrant vitality. "Captain Carl, all 36 members of the Buck Squad have assembled. We are ready to go at any time. We will complete the mission assigned by our Lord. You ask us to dig ditches, but we will not cut down trees." One-eyed Buck puffed out his chest and reported to the captain of the guard, Carl, in his hoarse voice. His single eye gleamed with a feverish glint, as if he were facing not a captain of the guard, but the king about to review the troops. Behind him, the 30-odd new laborers stood at attention, their faces etched with the nervous urgency of someone who feared they wouldn't work hard enough and would be dragged out to fill in the gaps. Carl patted Buck's shoulder with satisfaction and responded loudly, "Very good, Buck. Remember, the Lord said that your mission today is to clear all the brush from the wasteland to the west. Whoever's hoe is not covered in mud before lunch will not have potatoes for dinner." "Yes. I guarantee that I'll complete the mission." Buck roared loudly, then turned and roared at his men, "Did you hear that? If you want to eat potatoes, then give them your all. Anyone who dares to slack off, don't wait for the Lord to take action, I'll throw him into the toilet first." "Yes, boss." A group of former thieves and current laborers roared in unison, picked up their hoes and axes with great momentum, and strode towards the wasteland. On the other side, the natives of Haimo territory were unwilling to be outdone when they saw how excited these new colleagues were. "Hey, old guys, come on. We can't let those newcomers outdo us." An old farmer waved his arms. "We are the Lord's earliest followers. We can't bring shame to him." "That's right. Let's go. There are a few new plows ready at the blacksmith shop. Let's go get them." The entire Haimo colliery was like a pot of boiling water, filled with steaming energy everywhere. However, this high-speed machine soon encountered its first technical bottleneck. "No, my lord. This thing is really not okay." In the smithy, the muscular blacksmith Hans, facing a newly completed curved plow, scowled and scratched his tangled hair. Pointing at the graceful curve of the plow shaft, he complained to Kyle, who was standing nearby, "Look at this bend. No matter how I knock on it, it feels wrong. If it's too soft, it won't be strong, and if it's too hard, it'll break easily." The way it absorbs force is so strange. I've been a blacksmith all my life, and I've never seen anything so bizarre. Kyle was holding a blueprint with his sleeves rolled up. He didn't get angry when he heard this. Instead, he walked forward with interest and tapped the arc with his finger. Hans, you need to change your mindset. Learn more from Old Hammer. Kyle drew a mechanical analysis line on the blueprint with charcoal. You can't just keep straightening it. Its soul lies in this bend. You see, when the ox pulls forward, the force is transmitted like this. Through this curve, it cleverly converts some of the forward force into downward pressure, allowing the plowshare to dig deeper into the soil. Also, because of this curve, turning the soil is smoother and more labor-saving. Kyle's mouth was dry as he spoke, and Hans was completely bewildered. He didn't understand a single word about mechanical analysis or conduction and transformation. Just then, an old farmer carrying an old plow walked in. He saw the failure in front of Hans at a glance, and his eyes suddenly lit up. My lord! Hans! Is this new? Can it be used? This old farmer was none other than old Hannes, who had also tried the curved plow before. Hans replied angrily, "What's the use of it? It's as fragile as a girl's waist. I'm afraid it will break if you put too much force on it." How could it be? Old Hannes was anxious. He put down his old plow and touched the new one like a treasure. Your Excellency's plow is a divine object. I tell you, I've used a straight plow for most of my life. My legs are almost as thick as an ox's. Every time I finish plowing the land, I can't even straighten my back. But yesterday, I used yours, and hey, my old cow thought it was rejuvenated. It ran so fast. It did 3 days' work in one day, and even ate an extra bundle of hay in the evening. His words were easy to understand and full of the simplest truths of farmers. Hans was stunned after hearing this. He looked at old Hannes's face, which was flushed with excitement, and then at Kyle's expression, which said, "See, I didn't lie to you," and finally gritted his teeth and picked up the hammer. I'll try again. I just don't believe it. Even though I can't match a hammer, I just don't believe that Hans can't even knock a single bend. Kyle smiled and patted his shoulder. That's right. Remember, trust science, ahem, trust me. Leaving the noisy blacksmith shop, the scene outside was even more bustling. The village roads, once muddy and filled with sewage, have been widened and paved with gravel, becoming clean and tidy. On both sides of the road, at regular intervals, there are newly dug public toilets, deep pits that emit the smell of lime. Although some residents are still not used to it, the village's perennial stench has indeed become much less. Farther away, on the wasteland, dozens of men toiled profusely. The thuds of felling trees and the shouts of digging for roots echoed one after another. The edge of the Blackwood forest, a symbol of poverty and despair, was receding inch by inch at a visible pace. The newly reclaimed land revealed moist, fertile black soil, like a canvas waiting to be sown with hope. The faces of the people were no longer numb and indifferent as when they first arrived. Sweat streamed down their cheeks, soaking their tattered clothes, but there was light in their eyes. It was a light they had never seen before, a light called hope. As they looked at the young lord who was moving back and forth between the ridges of the fields, their eyes changed drastically. Two villagers who were resting were drinking water and talking in low voices. Look at the lord, a villager pointed his chin at Kyle, who was not far away. He looks at that pile of freshly turned black soil the same way we look at a roast chicken fresh out of the oven. Another villager chuckled and took a big gulp of water. That's right. I've lived for 30 years, and this is the first time I've seen a nobleman more interested in dirt and cow dung than gold coins and beautiful women. Shoo! Keep your voice down. If Captain Carl hears you, you'll be in trouble. The first villager looked around nervously. What are you afraid of? The second villager wiped his mouth, his tone filled with sincere admiration. But after all, it's all thanks to you, my lord, for taking an interest in this dirt and cow dung. Otherwise, we'd probably be tightening our belts and counting our days this winter, just like every other year. That's right. The first villager sighed deeply, but that sigh was filled with relief and gratitude. Now, I'm actually looking forward to winter coming soon. I really want to taste the broth the Lord described, made with potatoes we grew ourselves. Their eyes were once again cast on the young lord who was squatting on the ground, grabbing a handful of soil, and seriously discussing something with old Hannes. That look was no longer the initial numbness and fear, nor was it the later suspicion and curiosity. It was a bright look that was a mixture of awe, trust, and the most earnest anticipation for a better life in the future. Chapter 28 The Cold Dagger. It is already very late at night. Saraphina sat alone by the window, wearing only a thin silk nightgown. She didn't light the lamp, the cold moonlight poured in like running water through the spotlessly clean glass windows, covering the floor in front of her and outlining her lonely and elegant silhouette. Outside the window, the Heimuling is undergoing miraculous changes day by day. And inside the window, there was herself, a world that was also undergoing drastic changes, but no one was aware of it. Ever since that night on the balcony when she was forced to flee in embarrassment by Kyle's question, Saraphina found that she had developed a new habit. Days, her personal maid, Anna, expressed her concerns to her more than once. "Miss, have you been feeling unwell lately?" Anna's voice was filled with concern. "You always sit here alone, daydreaming, and you eat very little dinner. Is the food here not to your liking? Or has the Lord been treating you badly again?" Anna didn't dare to say anything more. In her opinion, the only person who could make her daughter lose her mind was the infamous Kyle Eisenberg. "I'm fine, Anna." Seraphina's voice was soft, like a feather falling on velvet. "I'm just thinking about something." "Thinking?" Anna blinked. She felt that the young lady had become strange recently. In the past, the young lady, though cold, had a sharp gaze, like a sword unsheathed. But now, the young lady's eyes were always vague, as if shrouded in an impenetrable mist. Anna hesitated for a moment, then whispered, "Miss, when I went out today, I heard the people in the territory talking about you." "Talking about me?" Seraphina finally reacted and turned her head. "Yes," Anna said with a proud smile on her face. "They all say that the reason the Lord has become so wise is because of you. They say that you were sent by the goddess of luck to save the Blackwood territory, and that it was you who influenced the Lord with your noble character. They all say that the future Lord's wife will definitely be an extraordinary woman." The future Lord's wife. This title, like a tiny needle, gently pierced Seraphina's heart. She didn't say anything, just waved her hand. "I understand, you go down and rest first." "Yes, Mississippi. You should also go to bed early." Anna bowed, tiptoed out, and closed the door behind her. Absolute silence returned to the room again. Seraphina's gaze returned to the newly cultivated fields outside the window, bathed in moonlight. Subconsciously, her hand slowly rose and touched her sleeve. The fingertips, through the soft silk, touched a cold, hard, and well-defined object. "It's the poison dagger." Her breathing paused slightly. This dagger once meant everything to her. As she left the capital and embarked on this journey to hell, this dagger was her last bit of courage. Its cold touch allowed her to find a trace of calm in the darkness of despair. When she arrived at Blackwood territory and saw the devastation and numbness, this dagger was her last bit of dignity. Its sharp blade was the untainted ending she had prepared for herself. It was not a weapon, but the final note of the tragedy she had composed for herself, the noble, cold consolation with which she freed herself. Every time she touched it, Seraphina could feel a resolute power, a tragic sense of control over her own destiny. But now, when her fingertips touched it again, the familiar feeling was gone. Cold, yes, it's still cold, but this coldness no longer brought her any strength or comfort. It was left with nothing but pure, meaningless coldness. It's a bit ridiculous. Seraphina was stunned by the word that popped into her mind. Ridiculous. She actually found this dagger, which carried all her determination and dignity. Ridiculous? Why do you think it's funny? Scenes emerged uncontrollably in her mind. In the picture, there are a pair of slender, aristocratic hands. But these hands don't wear rings symbolizing power, nor do they hold jeweled wine glasses. Those hands, with rolled-up white shirt sleeves and fingernails clogged with black dirt, clumsily yet earnestly traced the arc of a plow on the ground, arguing fiercely with a few sweaty, old peasants. The scene changed. The bonfire party, it was those same hands. Unlike the other nobles, they didn't disperse alms from a high position. Instead, they calmly passed pieces of steaming hot roast potatoes to the hungry children. In those eyes of Kyle's, there was no pity or boasting, only a focused calm, like watching the seeds of the future sprout. The picture finally froze on the balcony under the moon. The man looked up at her. The moonlight shone on his face, his eyes were so clear and so sincere. "Miss Saraphina, as the future mistress of this territory, do you think my actions are appropriate? If you have a better approach, I'm willing to listen." Those words, like a thunderclap, still echo in her ears, not an order, not a tease, not a temptation, not it's an inquiry. It's respect. The it puts her on an equal footing and extends a sincere invitation. Saraphina's fingers were still on the dagger in her sleeve. She suddenly realized a fact that shocked even herself. She hadn't thought about using this dagger for a long time. When did it start? Did it start with him drawing those weird toilet drawings in public, or did it start when he got himself covered in mud just to strike the arc of a plow? Or did it start when he conquered a group of desperate criminals with a pot of hot soup and a few promises? She doesn't know. All she knew was that she had imagined countless humiliating and desperate scenarios that could happen in the Blackwood territory, and she had prepared her resolve to draw the dagger for each one. However, nothing she expected happened. There are no luxurious palaces, no decadent banquets, no unreasonable demands, and no tyrannical rule. Instead, there was a bustling construction site, a catchy fairy tale, an increasing light in the eyes of the people, and a man, Kyle, whom she could not understand at all, who was using his hands and wisdom to turn this garbage dump into a field of hope. She prepared the most decisive weapons for a war she imagined, but that war never started from beginning to end. Her enemy didn't even appear on the battlefield she had planned. He turned and went to another, even wider battlefield called construction, and the battle was fierce and colorful. So, what is this dagger in her sleeve? A tragic heroine was about to commit suicide at a grand ball, but she found that the ball had not even started, and the host was busy digging a canal in the backyard with all the guests. This feeling, Saraphina couldn't find a more appropriate word to describe it except ridiculous. She slowly removed her hand from her sleeve. There was still a hint of coldness on the fingertips, but her heart was filled with huge waves because of the absurd ridiculousness. All her past cognition, judgment, and self-defense systems, which were based on the premise that Kyle is a complete scumbag villain, were completely shaken from the foundation at this moment. If the premise is wrong, then everything she did, everything she thought, everything she prepared, what does it matter? Chapter 29. I must find the answer. That heartfelt feeling of self-determination was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing long-lasting ripples in Saraphina's heart. She stood up from the window, and the moonlight cast her long, lonely shadow on the floor. She did not go to the bed, but went straight to the mahogany desk that she brought from the capital and was engraved with the family crest. On the table lay quietly a thick diary wrapped in fine calfskin. This is her world, her only refuge, where she can take off all her disguises. Here, she doesn't have to be the daughter of the Marquis de Valois, nor the cold, perfect socialite. She is just herself. Saraphina reached out and gently ran her fingertips across the smooth leather cover. Then she flipped it open. The aroma of ink mixed with the unique dry smell of paper hits you in the face. She didn't start from the beginning, but flipped directly to the first page after arriving at the Blackwood territory. The handwriting there was sharp and decisive, with a force that almost cut through the back of the paper. Arrived. This place is even more hellish than the rumors say. The air is filled with the stench of poverty and despair. And he, the protagonist of this farce, has not even a flicker of emotion on his face. I suspect he will soon order the construction of a magnificent palace for himself on this rotten land, using the bones of his subjects as its foundation and our despair as its embellishments. That will be his new stage for humiliating me. No matter, my script has already been written. The coldness in my sleeves is my only comfort. Saraphina looked at this text and her beautiful brows slightly frowned. She remembered the feeling she had as she wrote this. It was a mixture of disgust, indignation, and resignation, a deadly calm. She was certain she had seen through everything, the true intentions behind Kyle's clumsy performance. She felt sad about her lucidity but also a morbid pride in her foresight. But now, after reading this text again, she felt her face getting hot. Palace? Bones? She almost whispered these two words unconsciously. This sounds so dramatic, just like those exaggerated and cheap lines written by third-rate playwrights to incite the audience's emotions. She, Saraphina Valois, a talented woman who graduated with the highest honors from the kingdom's most prestigious institution, actually wrote such a judgment, lacking in imagination and completely dominated by emotions. Her fingers turned to the next page somewhat stiffly. This page of records was written on the night when Kyle rolled up his sleeves and argued with the old farmers about the curved plow. The handwriting is no longer as sharp, but has a hint of hesitation and uncertainty. He was covered in mud. Over the arc of a plow, he argued fiercely with farmers who couldn't even read. Sweat soaked his expensive silk shirt, and mud splashed on his face, which once knew only a frivolous smile. I don't understand. This is ridiculous. Is he acting? But who is the audience? Me? Or these numb people who don't even know if they can survive tomorrow? The cost of this play is too high. Or is this just his new, more deceptive, and torturous method? She drew the question mark at the end of the sentence very large, and the ink even seeped through to the back of the paper. Looking at the question mark, Saraphina seemed to be able to see herself sitting under the lamp at that time, her heart shaken for the first time. Yes, shaken. Her indestructible defense, built with the logic of Kyle as a scumbag, was cracked by the mud-covered figure that day. Leaving a tiny but unignorable crack, she continued to move forward. The contents of the diary began to look more and more like an observation report. He took in those thieves. No, he called them new labor. He didn't use whips and chains, but a bowl of hot soup and a piece of black bread. This doesn't conform to any law of aristocratic rule. Merciful? No, this can't be mercy. My father taught me that kindness to the enemy is cruelty to yourself. But his theory of carrot and stick actually worked. The one-eyed man named Buck now looks at him with more piety than he looks at a god. This is simply witchcraft. He's drawing more and more diagrams. Outhouses, canals, and something called compost. He talks about mixing human and animal feces and fermenting them to make fertilizer. My God, he's actually discussing feces in public. If the Eisenberg family's ancestors knew their descendants were using their wisdom for such things, they'd probably be so angry they'd crawl out of their graves. But those old farmers look at him with conviction. I have to admit, he always manages to explain the most complex ideas in the crudest language. Page after page, from desperate disgust to incomprehensible suspicion to confused curiosity, this diary, like the most faithful mirror, clearly reflects her inner trajectory. She looked at the words written by her own hand, as if she was looking at the mental journey of a stranger. She saw how the stranger went from being steadfast at the beginning, to running into obstacles at every turn, and now to being at a loss. The knowledge, logic, and judgment that she relied on and was proud of were proven to be worthless in front of the Cherokee territory and the man named Kyle. She was like a self-righteous navigator, armed with a map of the old world, who stumbled upon a completely new, uncharted continent. Every route and every mark on the map lost its meaning. All her experience became a ridiculous burden. Seraphina slowly closed the diary, making a soft click sound. In the silent room, this soft sound was like thunder. She stood up, walked to the window, and put her hands on the cold windowsill. She finally understood where she went wrong. What is her entire perception of Kyle Eisenberg based on? It was built on the gossip of the capital, the exaggerated gossip spread by noble ladies at tea parties, and the slanders of young talents out of jealousy or contempt based on several unpleasant and harassing experiences she had in the past. She used these fragmented, biased, and hearsay evidence to construct a complete scumbag model named Kyle Eisenberg in her mind. Then she brought the model to Hymo territory. She used this preset model to fit his every word and action. He holds meetings for show. He farms and acts. He is kind. It is a conspiracy. She was like a stubborn painter. No matter what pose the model took, she would only depict the distorted and ugly image according to the draft she had already drawn in her mind. And here, what she saw with her own eyes was another Kyle. A Kyle who would argue with a farmer over the curvature of a plow. A Kyle who would give food to hungry children. A Kyle who uses strange traps to repel enemies without a fight. A Kyle who would ask her opinion sincerely and equally under the moonlight. Everything she saw with her own eyes did not match the scumbag model in her mind at all. So she was confused, she was shaken, she was lost. She even doubted for a moment whether there was something wrong with her sanity. And now, she knows, it wasn't her sanity that was wrong, it was her premise that was wrong from the beginning. She can't go on like this. We can no longer be like a passive bystander hiding behind the curtains, using our own logic that has long been proven wrong to make futile analysis and guesses. That was not only stupid, it was an insult to her own intelligence. Seraphina took a deep breath. The cold night wind blew across her cheeks through the window, making her mind clearer than ever before. She straightened her back. At that moment, the innate pride and sharpness of the daughter of the Marquis de Valois returned to her, but this time, it was no longer the coldness that kept people away, but a kind of determination and enterprising spirit that belonged to those who seek knowledge. Her eyes were no longer confused or wandering. An unprecedented bright flame ignited in those ice blue eyes. She was no longer a passive observer. She made up her mind. She will take the initiative to find out the truth. She wanted to find out for herself who this Kyle was. Why had he become like this? Where did his endless stream of strange knowledge come from? What profound plans lay hidden behind his seemingly absurd behavior? I must find out. Chapter 30. I never knew you. At the moment of making the decision, Saraphina felt that the heavy and confusing boulder that had been weighing on her heart had quietly shattered and turned into powder. She is no longer the helpless duckweed pushed by the torrent of fate. She took hold of the rudder again. Although the sea ahead is still full of unknowns and fog, she at least has a direction. Her gaze fell back on the open diary on the desk this time. Her eyes no longer contained the confusion of examining the past, but were filled with determination to embrace the future. She picked up the finely crafted quill and dipped it in ink, letting the tip hover in the air for a moment without a tremor. Then she put pen to paper. After recording all the confusion, hesitation, self-doubt, and final awakening of tonight, she wrote the last words of the night with unprecedented clarity and calmness. That sentence was both her farewell to her past self and the prologue she wrote for her future self. Perhaps I never knew the real Kyle Eisenberg. After writing this sentence, she paused. The ink from the tip of the pen spreads out into a tiny but thick dot on the paper, like a meaningful pause. As she read these words, she seemed to see the distorted and blurry silhouette in the rumors of the royal capital, and also saw the extremely clear back of the man sweating on the soil of the Blackwood territory. Two figures overlapped and tore apart in her mind, and finally, the former was completely covered and swallowed by the latter. She took a deep breath and wrote again, this time with more force and determination. I have to find out for myself. When the last stroke of the last word was finished neatly, Saraphina felt that her whole body became extremely relaxed. She didn't look at the diary again, but closed it neatly. It was as if her entire chaotic and prejudiced past was closed. She stood up, walked to the table, and blew gently at the candle that had accompanied her all night and was now half burned out. The orange flame flickered violently in her breath, struggled and jumped twice, and finally went out unwillingly, leaving only a wisp of rising green smoke with a waxy smell. The room was instantly plunged into pure darkness and silence dominated by moonlight, but Saraphina's heart has never been so bright as it is now. She did not go to the bed immediately, but walked to the window again out of habit. She gently pressed her hand against the slightly cool glass and looked out the window. The night is getting deeper. But Heimoling was not completely asleep. In the distance, towards the newly reclaimed wasteland, tiny sparks of light still flickered. These were the torches and bonfires used to illuminate the bustling area, illuminating it like daylight. At such a distance, she couldn't hear the specific conversation, but another sound was faintly heard in the wind. That was One-Eyed Buck, directing his men with slogans in his broken voice. 1, 2, hey yo. Come on. Hey yo. The Lord said there will be broth tomorrow. Hey. The sound of the horn was crude and without any rhythm, but it was full of the most primitive and vigorous vitality. Between the calls, there were some uncontrollable, rough laughter. Perhaps someone told a dirty joke, or perhaps someone made a fool of themselves while working. These sounds should be noises that disturb people's dreams in the quiet night. Just a few days ago, Saraphina had thought these noises were rude, barbaric, the noise of inferior people that upset her. But now, when these voices reached her ears again, she found that the feelings in her heart were completely different. It was no longer noise. The hey yo sound seemed not to be hammering, but directly hitting the heart of this barren land, making it beat strongly again. The rough laughter was no longer harsh, but instead was like the most effective medicine, dispelling the haze of despair that had shrouded this land for a long time. These voices are the voices of construction, the voices of hope, and the voices of life. They are interwoven together to compose a simple yet extremely moving symphony that is unique to Heimoling. Saraphina listened quietly. She found that her heart, which had been tense and hanging ever since she left the royal capital, slowly fell to the ground at this moment. A strange sense of security that she had never experienced before, like a warm tide, quietly surged up from the deepest part of her heart and enveloped her whole body. That was not the sense of security that he had felt when he returned to the Marquis of Valois' palace, under the protection of power. Nor is it the peaceful feeling of being immersed in the ocean of knowledge in the library of the Royal College. It was a new, more grounded feeling that made her feel more at peace. She knew that as long as these sounds continued, Kuroki Ling was getting better. As long as these voices continue to ring, the future she promised, 3 years from now, the wheat will be whiter than the flour in the capital, is gradually turning from an unattainable dream into a reality within reach. And she will no longer be a bystander, she will be a witness to it all. Even participants. Saraphina's lips unconsciously raised up a very shallow, very faint, but very real arc. It was a smile that even she herself had not noticed. Outside the window, the moonlight is like water and the fields are boundless. Inside the window, the iceberg melts and the lake in my heart ripples. Chapter 31 Grey Death of Autumn in Kirokiling is sweet. The air was filled with the sweet aroma of freshly turned earth, mingled with a distinct, rich aroma from the distant composting yard, a mellow, symbolic of the cycle of life. The ridges of the fields were neatly laid out, as if measured with a ruler. The already yellowing ears of wheat swayed in the autumn breeze, bowed with weight, humble yet proud. Kyle Eisenberg was standing on a high hill, his hands on his hips, with a relieved smile on his face, like an old father seeing his silly son finally get into college. "Buck, look at this field," Kyle said, pointing to the golden ocean at the foot of the hill. "I bet even the wheat from the royal farm in the capital isn't as strong as ours." One-eyed Buck, the former bandit leader and current captain of the Blackwood Territory Construction Brigade, grinned, revealing a mouthful of tobacco-stained teeth. The look in his eyes as he gazed at the wheat field was even more intense than when he had first seen the vault. "Boss, you're right," Buck replied in a deep voice, his voice full of awe. "I've lived for over 30 years, and I've never seen anyone take care of crops this way. You tell me how deep to plow, how far apart to plant, and you even have to feed the land that stinky fertilizer. At first I thought you were messing around, but hey, the land really does take it. This is called scientific farming." Kyle patted Buck's shoulder proudly. "Remember, Buck, knowledge is power." Yes, whatever the boss says is right." Buck smiled innocently and scratched his messy hair. In this atmosphere full of hope and joy of harvest, a discordant note tears apart this peaceful picture. A militiaman who was responsible for patrolling the perimeter, riding a skinny horse that was about to die, rushed up the hill, tumbling and crawling. He didn't even have time to dismount before he fell off the horse, rolled twice, and knelt in front of Kyle covered in dust. Lord! The militiaman's face was pale, his lips trembling, and his eyes were filled with extreme fear, as if the real god of death was chasing him. "Oh no! Something terrible has happened." The smile on Kyle's face instantly faded. Johnson, what happened?" It's Chatuyan Village. And the village is downstream." The militiaman named Johnson gasped for breath, his voice sharp and hoarse. It's all over." "Finished? What do you mean?" Buck stepped forward and grasped Jodson's shoulders with his large, fan-like hands. "Robbed by bandits?" "No. It's not bandits." Jodson shook his head in horror, as if recalling some horrific scene. His body began to tremble uncontrollably. "It's 10,000 times more terrifying than bandits. It's a curse. The curse of the god of death." "Speak clearly." Kyle's voice was not loud, but with an unquestionable calmness, he forcibly pulled Johnson back from the brink of collapse. Jodson swallowed and forced himself to recall the hellish scene. I was ordered to go to Chatuyan Village to exchange some salt rocks that we don't have here. But, when I reached the village entrance, I felt something was wrong. It was too quiet, not a sound at all, not even a dog barking. His voice gradually became lower and lower, with an eerie feeling like someone telling a ghost story. I walked into the village. Every door was open, the wooden doors creaking in the wind. I saw uneaten black bread on one family's table. It was already growing green mold. By the well in the center of the village lay several corpses. No, they couldn't be called corpses. Jodson's teeth began to chatter. Their skin was covered in patches of gray patches, like mold on a wall, and murky liquid was seeping down. Their eyes were wide open, bloodshot and filled with fear. Kyle's pupils shrank suddenly. I mustered up the courage to ask a living person, so I pushed open the door of a room. Then I heard a cough. Jodson's voice was trembling. That cough, my lord, I will never forget it in my life. It was like a broken bellows filled with broken glass, pulling and cutting with every breath. I looked through the crack in the door and saw an old woman lying in bed. She was also covered in those gray spots. She coughed up. It wasn't phlegm, but blood foam with gray flocks. I was so scared I turned and ran. On the way, I saw many people who had escaped from villages downstream. They brought their families with them, and they all looked like they had lost their souls. They said that it was the same in the villages downstream. Many people had contracted this strange disease. First they had a high fever, then gray spots appeared on their bodies and they coughed non-stop. Within a few days, they were gone. Jodson raised his head, his eyes filled with tears and pleading, "My lord, they all say this is grey rot, a plague sent by the god of death. If you touch it, you will be infected. What should we do?" Grey rot. Kyle muttered the name, a chill running from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He was not a native of this world, and he knew better than anyone else the terrifying destructive power behind the word plague. The blood had long since drained from the faces of Buck and the surrounding militiamen. They were all men who had licked blood on the edge of a knife, but now, listening to Johnson's description of that invisible and intangible way of death, which could easily take away everything, made them shudder from the bottom of their hearts. "Boss, this thing is scarier than being stabbed." Buck's voice was a little dry. Kyle ignored the panic of the crowd. After the initial shock, his brain had begun to work at an extremely high speed. He did not ask, "What is this curse?" or "Which god should I pray to?" Like a precision instrument, he quickly grasped the crux of the matter. "Jodson," he snapped, "exist. When you entered the village, did you come into contact with the corpses? Or the patient?" No. No. Absolutely not. I stayed away from him." Jodson immediately shook his head. "Have you ever drunk the village water?" "No. I brought a water bladder." "Very good." Kyle breathed a sigh of relief, then immediately turned to Buck and issued a series of unquestionable orders. His voice was calm and almost cold. "Buck. Here. Boss. First, immediately send someone to take Jodson to the riverbank and isolate him. Have him scrub his entire body with strong liquor, burn all his clothes, and change into clean clothes. Observe him for 3 days, and only allow him to return to the team after confirming he is fine. Secondly, from now on, Blackwood territory enters a state of maximum alert. All personnel out on patrol or for procurement are not allowed to return without my order. Those already outside must immediately establish temporary camps at designated locations and isolate themselves on the spot. Third, notify all militiamen to drop their work and gather immediately at the border of the territory. We must establish a physical barrier as quickly as possible. Wooden walls, trenches, cordons, everything we can. Fourth, send someone as fast as they can to notify all the construction sites that everyone is currently working on the land to return to their territory immediately. Quickly. Immediately. Immediately." Buck was stunned by Kyle's series of decisive orders, but when he saw Kyle's emotionless eyes, he immediately swallowed all his questions and shouted, "Yes. I'll do it right away." Watching Buck and his men running away, Kyle's eyes became more and more serious. He knew this was just the beginning. Lockdowns and quarantines are merely passive defenses. The real test lies ahead. At this moment, the scout Jodson, who had been taken away for isolation, seemed to remember something. He turned around suddenly and shouted at Kyle's back with all his strength, "My lord! There is one more thing." Kyle stopped and looked back at him. Jodson's face showed an expression that was even more desperate than before. Those refugees who escaped from downstream, they heard that we in Blackwood territory have plenty of food, a peaceful life, and no plague. They are all heading towards our Blackwood territory. Chapter 32, The Parade of Holy Light and Sword. As the grey god of death ravaged the eastern border, dragging one village after another into the abyss of despair, a ray of light symbolizing hope finally pierced through the thick haze. The Holy Sea of Light, the largest religious organization on the continent, finally responded. They sent a team to patrol the disaster area and comfort the people. This team was extremely well organized. Leading it all was Alia, the prospective saint among the younger generation of the Holy Sea of Light. Renowned for her healing arts, her bodyguard is Leo Astria, a man who has recently gained fame and is known as the commoner hero. Holy light and sword, mercy and justice, this classic combination, wherever it goes, is enough to rekindle the flame of hope for people who are in despair. At this moment, in the hard-hit area called Oak Town, this group is staging a textbook rescue. Everyone, look! It's the Holy Lady and the brave man of the Holy Sea. We are saved. The God of Light has not abandoned us. The town's central square was packed with pale-faced, terrified townspeople who had surrounded a makeshift platform, making it impossible to get through. On the high platform, a businessman dressed in fancy clothes and with a bloated body was being pinned to the ground by 2 tall Templar knights. "Have mercy, my brave lord. I was wrong. I was really wrong. The merchant burst into tears, and his fat body shook like a ball of butter about to melt. Standing before him was none other than Leo Astrea. He stood tall as a pine tree, his golden hair gleaming in the sunlight, as if embodying all the justice in the world. He didn't even draw the sword from his waist, just his azure eyes, burning with rage, were enough to make the merchants on the ground tremble with fear. Where did you go wrong? Leo's voice was as loud as a bell, full of unquestionable majesty. I shouldn't. I shouldn't have sold the well water as holy water to these poor people. The merchant answered tremblingly. Not only that. Leo took a step forward, and the wooden planks beneath his feet groaned under the weight. You've even raised the price tenfold. You're using their despair to fill your filthy purse. Every gold coin you own is stained with their blood and tears. I was wrong. I won't do it again. Please spare my life. Leo snorted coldly. Without looking at the businessman again, he turned to face all the townspeople in the square and raised his arms high. Everyone, listen up. This scum who exploited the national disaster to profiteer, all his property will be confiscated. Half will be used to purchase food and medicine and distributed to everyone. The other half will be used as compensation for the deceased. Oh! Long live the brave hero! Thunderous cheers erupted from the crowd. They looked at Leo with eyes filled with admiration and gratitude, as if they were looking at a god descended to earth. Leo bathed in the thunderous praise, a look of satisfaction on his face. He relished this feeling, the feeling of using his own strength to crush evil and uphold justice for good. This was the meaning of his existence. However, in this frenzied clamor, there was one person who was out of tune with the atmosphere. The saint in preparation, Alia, did not stand on the podium to share the glory that belonged to the victor. Dressed in a simple white gown, her long silver hair held back by a simple cloth band, she knelt in a corner of the square where a dozen or so patients lay dying from gray rot. There was no joy of victory on her face, only deep compassion and sorrow. God of light, please grant your humble servant strength and heal their pain, she whispered a prayer, her fair hands gently pressing against the forehead of a little boy. The boy's body was burning hot, his skin covered with large gray patches, his breathing was weak, and every cough seemed to tear his small body apart. As Arya prayed, a soft, milky white light emanated from her palm and slowly enveloped the little boy's entire body. The light was warm and sacred, as if carrying a mother's comfort. Under the shining light, a miracle happened. The boy's face, twisted in agony, gradually relaxed. His scorching body temperature began to drop at a noticeable rate. The hideous gray patches on his skin gradually lightened, from a terrifying dark gray to a less noticeable light gray. His heart-wrenching cough finally ceased. Thank you, Lady Saint. The boy's mother, a haggard woman, knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Alia repeatedly, her tears mixed with the dust on the ground, covering her face. Hurry up, my lady. Arya helped her up and showed a slightly tired but extremely gentle smile. The God of Light will protect every one of his people. She performed her healing magic on the patients one by one, and everyone she touched found their pain greatly relieved. However, Alia's heart sank a little with each healing. Night falls. After dealing with the profiteer, Leo returned to their temporary residence, the only relatively clean church in the town. With the joy of victory and the praise of the people, that he saw Arya kneeling in front of the statue of the God of Light, her back looking thin and tired. Alia, you've worked hard. Leo walked forward, his tone cheerful. Don't be too tired, you've saved many people today. Did you see the hope in those people's eyes? This is the meaning of our trip. Alia turned around slowly, her face looked a little pale under the candlelight, and her moon-white eyes, which were always full of tenderness, now held a trace of inextricable confusion. Leo. She whispered, did we really save them? Of course. Leo answered, as a matter of course, we punished the wicked, took back the wealth that rightfully belonged to them, and used divine magic to alleviate their pain. We brought them order and hope. Isn't this salvation? But, the pain has only been relieved, hasn't it? Alia's voice trembled slightly. Leo, haven't you noticed? My magic can only temporarily reduce their fever and lighten the gray spots. But the root of the disease, the god of death hidden in their bodies, is still there. I can feel it's just dormant for the time being. She paused, her voice filled with weakness. The first patient I treated this afternoon, the little boy. I just went to see him. His fever has returned, and it's even worse than before. The gray spots on his skin have turned back to dark gray. My magic is like extinguishing the flames on the surface of a fire, but the coals beneath are still burning. The smile on Leo's face froze. He frowned and tried to comfort her. Alia, don't overthink it. Grey rot is a test sent by the gods, and it cannot be easily eradicated by mortals. Our duty is to uphold justice in this test and punish those who take advantage of the disaster. As for natural disasters, we can only do our best and trust in the guidance of the God of Light. Believe? Alia raised her head and looked directly into Leo's eyes. This question was like a needle, piercing the belief she had always held. But Leo, I have exhausted all my divine power today, and I can only watch their vitality slip away bit by bit through my fingertips. I prayed to the gods, but the gods did not respond to me. We punished a merchant, and the people cheered for it. But tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, when the grey rot takes the lives of more people, their cheers will turn into deeper despair. She looked at Leo and asked word by word, Leo, our sharp swords have cut off the sins of the world. But my holy light cannot dispel the shadow of death. Is everything we do really useful? Leo was speechless when asked. He looked at Arya's eyes that were full of pain and suspicion, and he found that his logic of slaying demons and upholding justice was so pale and powerless in the face of the natural disaster called plague. He could easily chop down 100 robbers and judge 1,000 corrupt officials. However, he could not prevent the most insignificant patient from dying painfully in front of him. The sword of justice seemed like a useless joke in front of the grey god of death. Chapter 33, The Powerless Miracle. Leo's silence, like a huge rock, weighed on Alia's heart. She knew that this brave man wasn't cold-hearted, he simply focused on the sins he could understand and resolve with his sword. He attributed the invisible despair that couldn't be cut off by his sword to a test from the gods. However, when the test turns into a massacre, when prayers go unanswered, where should we place our faith? Alia didn't argue with Leo anymore. She just turned around silently and walked back to the open space outside the church that had been temporarily used as an isolation area for patients and was filled with groans and the smell of death. No sleep all night. At dawn the next day, when the first ray of grey morning light struggled to penetrate the mist-shrouding Oak Town, Arya had already dragged her exhausted body to begin a new round of treatment. Her eyes were bloodshot, and the hem of her pure white robe was stained with indelible dirt and dust. But her gaze held a firmness that bordered on paranoia. She doesn't believe it. She didn't believe that the God of Light would abandon his believers. She didn't believe that the healing magic she was so proud of would become a gorgeous but useless bubble in the face of this disaster. It must be that her faith is not devout enough, and her divine power is not pure enough. Lady Saint, please take a rest. You haven't slept a wink all night. A nun from the Holy See advised worriedly. I'm fine. Alia shook her head, her voice hoarse but undeniable. Bring the most seriously ill patients to me. She walked to the little boy's bed again. Overnight, the boy's condition deteriorated drastically. His breathing was like a leaky bellows, each inhalation a sharp whine. The gray patches on his skin seemed to come alive, becoming even darker than the day before, even taking on an ominous, metallic sheen. The boy's mother, that poor woman, had cried herself dry. She just knelt numbly beside the bed, wiping her son's burning forehead with a wet cloth. In vain. Seeing Alia coming, a faint glimmer of hope rekindled in her gray eyes. Lady Saint, leave it to me. Alia's voice was not loud, but it seemed to carry a force that made the woman subconsciously step back. Kalia took a deep breath and placed her hands on the boy again. In the name of Holy Light, I pray to you, merciful Father, to dispel this unclean disease and save this lost lamb. This time, she gave it her all. A brilliant, almost materialized milky white light gushed out from her palm, more dazzling than any of the previous day. The light was no longer a gentle enveloping presence, but instead carried an unquestionable will of purification, forcibly pouring into the boy's small body. The air around them became warm due to this huge sacred energy. Miracle happens again. Under the powerful impact of the holy light, the boy's rapid breathing miraculously calmed. His terrifying fever quickly subsided. The dark gray patches on his skin faded at a visible speed, until only a few faint marks remained. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, no one would believe that the child was on the verge of death just a few minutes ago. Oh my God! A miracle! This is a real miracle. The saint succeeded. She dispelled the gray rot. The surrounding patients and their families erupted in suppressed exclamations. They looked at Aaliyah as if they were looking up to a god walking among the earth. The boy's mother was so excited that her whole body was shaking. She fell to her knees and kowtowed to Aaliyah, crying and saying, "Thank you, Saint. You saved my child. You saved my life." A smile finally appeared on Aaliyah's face. The smile was pale and tired, yet filled with the joy of relief. "See, the gods have not abandoned you. My efforts are not enough. If I am more pious and work harder, I will definitely succeed." However, before this idea could fully form in her mind, it was completely shattered by a sudden, violent cough. Cough, cough, cough. The little boy, who had just calmed down, suddenly arched his body, as if an invisible hand was squeezing his chest hard. His cough was more violent and painful than any other time before. The smile on Aaliyah's face froze instantly. She was horrified to see a glaring red spilling out from the corner of the boy's mouth, mixed with a heart-pounding gray flock. Then, something even more terrifying happened. Those gray patches that had just been purified by the holy light and were almost gone, like the sea water rising again after the tide receded, crawled back all over the boy's skin faster and more ferociously than before. This time, the gray was no longer a simple patch, but showed signs of decay and necrosis, as if the flesh and blood under the skin had completely lost its vitality. A rebound that is more violent and deadly than any previous one. How could this happen? Aaliyah muttered to herself. She couldn't believe her eyes. Her magic, the most powerful healing magic that she was proud of, not only failed to eradicate the disease, but instead acted like the most powerful catalyst, angering the god of death hidden in the boy's body, causing it to devour this fragile life in a more brutal way. My child, what happened to you?" The boy's mother let out a shrill scream. She rushed to the bed, but did not dare to touch her son's body that was rapidly turning gray. Aaliyah was completely panicked. Desperately, she injected her divine power into the boy's body again. "It's okay. It will be fine. Hang in there," she said to herself and to the child, who could no longer hear any sound. The holy light surged once again, trying to suppress the gray aura of death. However, this time, the magic failed. The gray spread without a pause. The holy white light and the ominous gray engaged in a silent and tragic tug-of-war on the boy's skin. White, retreating step by step. Gray, marching straight in. Aaliyah watched helplessly as the gray color, like ink dripping into clear water, quickly spread from the boy's limbs, to his torso, then to his neck, and finally, climbed onto his little face, which was twisted in pain. The boy's body twitched violently. Then, everything stopped. The heart-wrenching cough disappeared. The weak but tenacious breathing sound disappeared. The heartbeat that Aaliyah perceived, which was being maintained with great difficulty by her divine power, also disappeared. Time seems to freeze at this moment. The exclamations and discussions of everyone around became indistinct background noise. In Arya's world, there was only that small body, which was rapidly getting cold and completely covered in the gray of death. She remained frozen in place with her hands outstretched. The hands that once brought warmth and hope were now filled with the coldness of helplessness. Ah! The heart-wrenching cry of the boy's mother finally woke Aaliyah from her nightmare. She staggered back 2 steps and knocked over the wooden frame behind her with a loud clang. She looked at her hands, which seemed to still retain the warmth of the boy's body, and seemed to be stained with the indelible smell of death. She couldn't save him. Not only could she not save him, she even accelerated his death. This realization, like the sharpest ice pick, pierced her heart. She didn't know how she left that area filled with crying and despair. Like a puppet with its soul sucked out, she stumbled and fled back to the empty church. With a thud, she fell heavily to her knees on the cold ground, kneeling before the tall, majestic, and compassionate statue of the God of Light. The sunlight shines through the stained glass windows at the top of the church, casting mottled beams of light, quiet and sacred, but Aaliyah only felt a biting cold. She raised her head and looked up at the statue. In the past, just seeing this compassionate face would bring her peace and strength, but today, when she looked at that smile carved out of stone and which had never changed for thousands of years, she felt an unprecedented sense of absurdity and anger of betrayal. Why? She trembled and uttered her first question. Why can't I save him? Why does my magic only make things worse? Am I not pious enough? I have given you everything I have. My youth, my faith, everything I have. Or is it that my strength is not enough? I have exhausted everything I have. What else can I do? Her voice, from an initial whisper, turned into a suppressed roar, echoing in the empty church. Of the statue was silent. Answer me. Aaliyah pounded the cold ground with her fists, making a dull sound. Aren't you omnipotent? Aren't you merciful? Look outside. Look at those people dying in agony. They are your believers too. They pray to you day and night, but what have you given them? What have you given them except deeper despair? Tell me. What should I do? Her questioning, her roaring, her anger, in the end, all turned into silent sobs. The huge feeling of powerlessness, like a tide, completely submerged her. She finally broke down. She lowered her head and buried her face deeply in her arms, her thin shoulders trembling violently. The hot tears could no longer be held back and burst out from her eyes. The tears soaked her long silver hair and the white robe in front of her that symbolized purity and holiness, leaving a dark, messy stain on it. She knelt before the statue, praying constantly and shedding tears. But in her heart, she was clearer than ever. God, no response, perhaps. God will not respond at all. Of the pillar of faith that had supported the entire world since she could remember, at this moment, accompanied by the boy's cold body and her unstoppable tears, quietly cracked. Chapter 34. The only light in despair. As Arya's faith began to crack in the church, the grey god of death was reaping lives on the northern border with an even more cold-blooded and ruthless attitude. The Vatican's procession was like a stone thrown into the ocean. They punished a few merchants who profited from the national crisis and hanged a few derelict officials. Aaliyah's magic did soothe some of the patients, but it was nothing compared to a drop in the bucket against the ever-increasing plague itself. Village after village fell. The roads were filled with refugees, their families in tow. They carried simple backpacks, their faces painted with a grayish mixture of sadness, fear, and numbness. The shadow of death, like a sticky swamp, dragged each of them down, slowly sinking them into the abyss of despair. One night a few days later, outside an abandoned farm, several bonfires were burning sporadically, like candles in the wind. Cough, cough, cough. The suppressed coughs that came one after another were the only melody in the dead silence. A middle-aged man with an unshaven beard handed a piece of roasted meat from an unknown animal to the woman holding a child. Eat, Martha, we have to travel tomorrow. The woman's name was Martha. She shook her head, her haggard face devoid of any color. She simply held the fevered child tightly in her arms, using her own body temperature to vainly fight against the ominous heat emanating from the child's body. He's refusing to eat again, old hawk. Her voice was as dry as if it had been rubbed with sandpaper. The Saints group just left our village yesterday, but you see, Tom's illness hasn't improved at all. The former mercenary, known as Old Hawk, added a damp log to the fire, creating a crackling sound and thick, choking smoke. He glanced at the grayish patches that had begun to appear on the child's face and fell silent. Don't mention the saint. A man with a broken arm nearby spat in annoyance. I saw it with my own eyes. She healed a child, but not long after, the child coughed up blood and died, even faster than before. That wasn't a cure at all, it was a death sentence. Don't talk nonsense. Old Hawk glared at him. The saint lady is a good person. What's the use of being a good person? The man with the broken arm sneered. Can good people fill our bellies? Can good people keep the gray rot away? That brave man named Leo was so impressive that he killed our town's grain merchant with a single sword strike. But what happened? All the grain was taken away by the soldiers sent by those noble lords, claiming it was for unified distribution. We didn't even get a single grain of wheat. My arm was broken by those damn soldiers when I went to grab some food. These words made the atmosphere around the campfire even more depressing. Yes, the saint is kind and the brave is just, but their kindness and justice seemed so distant and pale in the face of this all-consuming natural disaster. Martha couldn't hold back her tears and they fell drop by drop on the child's hot face. Is there really no hope? She whispered desperately. God of light, please open your eyes and look at us. At this moment, a staggering figure came out from the darkness in the distance. The man was dressed in rags and was as thin as a bamboo pole, but there was a strange light burning in his eyes. Water. Is there any water? He sat down by the campfire and stared greedily at the water bag on Old Hawk's waist. Old Hawk hesitated for a moment, but still handed over the water bag. The man unscrewed the lid, gulped down several mouthfuls, and then he breathed a long sigh of relief, as if he had come back to life. Thanks, man. Where are you going? The man asked after he recovered. Where to? The man with the broken arm laughed self-deprecatingly. Who knows? I'll just go wherever I can. Maybe tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow, I'll find a ditch and lie down like those corpses on the roadside. No, there is a place we can go. The man suddenly lowered his voice and said mysteriously. Where? The royal capital? Stop joking. The royal capital has been sealed off for a long time. Not even a fly can fly in. Old Hawk disagreed. It's not the capital. The man leaned closer, his voice carrying a hint of allure. It's the east. The easternmost part of the eastern border. That place close to the wild lands in the north. East? Old Hawk frowned. Isn't that the Eisenberg family's territory? I heard it's poorer than hell, and the Lord is a notorious villain. Why go there? To die? That was in the past. The man's voice suddenly rose, his face flushed with excitement. It's different now. It's completely different. He looked around and saw that everyone's attention was drawn to him. He cleared his throat and, like a bard, began to tell an incredible story. You know what? There's only one place in the entire eastern frontier where no one has gray rot. Not a single person. Impossible. The man with the broken arm was the first to refute, this disease can spread. How is it possible? But that's the truth, the man waved his arms excitedly. That place is Blackwood territory. The Eisenberg family's garbage dump. As soon as the name came out, there was a burst of sneers all around. Cherokee territory? Did I hear that right? That weird place where there are more rocks than sand? My uncle's cousin escaped from the Blackwood territory. He said that the people there have to eat tree bark in winter. Faced with everyone's doubts, the man was not annoyed, but became even more proud. I told you, that was in the past. Now, the lord of Blackwood territory is that young man named Kyle Eisenberg. Some say he's possessed by a demon, others say he's received divine inspiration. In short, he's a monster. He farms in a way none of us can understand, and the grain piles up like mountains. Now, in the Blackwood territory, let alone chewing tree bark, they even feed their pigs better than we do. Furthermore, he paused, then dropped the ultimate bombshell, they have food, clean water, and most importantly, their territory is impregnable. Lord Kyle, at the very beginning of the plague, ordered the construction of a high wall of giant trees and stones, surrounding the entire territory. No one can enter or leave at will. What? Old Hawk was stunned. He sealed off the territory? Isn't that just watching someone die without help? Was he standing by and watching someone die, or was he protecting his own people? The man asked. All I know is that outside the wall, corpses are everywhere. Inside, people live and work in peace and contentment. I heard this from a merchant who escaped. His home is right on the edge of Blackwood territory. He said that in the town of Blackwood territory, lights are on at night, and you can hear people laughing, laughter. This word is so unfamiliar and yet so luxurious to these refugees struggling in the doomsday. Everyone was silent around the campfire. In their minds, they could not help but conjure up a picture, a high wall, completely isolating the gray world of death and despair. Inside the wall, there were warm lights, abundant food, and a peaceful night without coughs. That is not the human world, it is simply heaven. Is what you said true? Martha asked tremblingly, holding the child. The hope that had been extinguished in her eyes suddenly rekindled, bursting into a startling light. I swear on my life, the man patted his chest. I'm going to Blackwood territory. Even if their guards shoot me dead outside the wall, it's better than coughing to death or dying of illness here. If I die, I'll die where I can see hope. These words, like a match, instantly ignited the dry wood of survival in everyone's heart, which had long been soaked with despair. Yes, here, it is 100% death. Go there, even if there is only 1 in 10,000 chance, it is still hope. Cherokee Terminator. Which direction is Korokoro Terminator? Old Hawk's voice also began to become hurried. Keep going east. Towards the rising sun. You'll definitely find it. Let's go. Martha was the first to stand up. Her body was still weak, but her eyes became extremely determined. For the sake of the children, let's go to Blackwood territory. That's right. Go to Cherokee territory. Instead of waiting to die here, why not go out and try your luck? 1, 2, 3, everyone stood up. Despair is the best catalyst. When the certainty of death is staring you in the face, any illusory legend becomes a life-saving straw worth risking everything on. This news seemed to have grown wings. Starting from this abandoned farm, it quickly spread to all directions. Have you heard? The Blackwood territory in the east is a paradise. There's plenty of food there. There's no plague there. That lord named Kyle is a villain, but he protects his people. Go to Cherokee territory. That's where we can survive. As the rumors spread, they grew increasingly exaggerated and mythical. Kyle Eisenberg was portrayed in two completely different ways. In the mouths of the nobility and the church, he was a cold-blooded villain who stood by the dying. But in the mouths of these desperate refugees, he became the only god who could bring order and survival. Thus, on this gray land shrouded in death, a strange landscape appeared. Thousands of refugees, coming from different villages, different ruins, and different directions, converged into a muddy torrent. They carried the elderly and children, walked staggeringly, but their goal was surprisingly the same. They rushed towards the east, towards the garbage dump that was once despised and forgotten by everyone. Die in their eyes, the wooden wall that separates life and death is the only light in despair. Chapter 35. The Lord's ruthless wall. The wailing and despair from the outside world have not yet been able to cross the increasingly taller wooden and stone walls of the Blackwood territory. Inside the wall, the scene is completely different. Die in the Lord's study, a warm fireplace quietly licked the dry wood. The air was filled with a faint scent of parchment, ink, and the faint, cool fragrance of Saraphina. Kyle Eisenberg stands in front of a giant map. This map was drawn by him personally, with charcoal pencils of different colors marking every village, every river, and every passable road around Himo territory. At this moment, he was using a red charcoal pencil to draw a heavy circle on the borderline of the black wooden collar. A closed, blood-red circle without any gaps. Are you sure you want to do this? Saraphina's voice came from behind him. She sat in an armchair, gracefully flipping through a report on the territory's food reserves, her long silver hair glistening like moonlight in the candlelight. What else? Kyle didn't turn around, his voice so calm that not a single ripple could be heard. Do you think we have any other choice now? Rationally speaking, no. Saraphina closed the report and raised her purple eyes, like frozen lakes. Our food reserves can only last for 2 more months, while ensuring the basic needs of our people. If we let the refugees in, within 10 days, we'll all be gnawing on tree bark. Not to mention, there will undoubtedly be those infected with gray rot among them. That wouldn't be opening a door, it would be opening a grave. Her analysis is always as precise and cold as a scalpel. Kyle nodded. He liked discussing issues with Saraphina because she could always put aside all unnecessary emotions and get to the heart of the matter. At this moment, the door of the study was suddenly pushed open, and a figure rushed in, rolling and crawling. It was Carl, the militia captain and head of the guard. This usually steady former mercenary was now as pale as a hellhound, panting. My lord! This is bad. Carl even forgot to salute, his voice trembling with fear. They're coming. They're coming. Tell me, Carl, what's going on? Kyle turned slowly, his expression still calm. His composure seemed to have a magical effect, calming the panicked Carl down a bit. Refugees. A refugee wave. Carl gasped, pointing eastward. Our scouts saw it on the hillside 5 miles east. A huge, dark mass of people. There's no end in sight. At least several thousand people. They're coming right towards us. Thousands of people. This number made the air in the study freeze instantly. Cold sweat oozed from Carl's forehead. He looked at Kyle and spoke with difficulty. My lord, what should we do? Our wall isn't completely closed yet. There's still a gap on the east side. And even if the wall is closed, we can't. He didn't say anything else, but his meaning was obvious. You can't just watch thousands of people die outside your walls, right? Kyle's gaze passed over Carl and met Saraphina's in the air. Saraphina's eyes were cold and firm. She nodded slightly, silently expressing her position. Stick to the original plan. Kyle withdrew his gaze and looked at Carl, the loyal but overly simple-minded militia captain. Carl. Kyle spoke. His voice was not loud, but very clear. Here. Lord. Pass on my orders. Carl immediately straightened his back and looked solemn. First, immediately mobilize all able-bodied citizens. Spare no expense. You must seal the eastern gap before nightfall. Use stones, wood, mud, anything else you can find. Yes. Carl responded loudly. He had expected this order. Secondly, Kyle paused, his tone becoming more stern. All militiamen, mount the wall and enter high alert. Sprinkle lime powder around the perimeter of the territory 50 paces to create a clear cordon. Cordon? Carl was a little puzzled. Yes, a cordon. Kyle said word by word, from now on, the Blackwood territory is completely sealed off. No one is allowed to enter or leave. Including our own people. Carl's face turned even paler in an instant. He opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something. Kyle didn't give him a chance and continued to issue the third and coldest order. The third and most important thing is to tell every soldier holding a bow on the wall that any refugee who attempts to cross the line cordon, regardless of gender, age, or status, whether they are crying or begging for mercy. Kyle's eyes became as hard and cold as the cold iron of the north. No need to ask for permission, just use bows and arrows to intimidate and drive them away. Lord! Carl finally couldn't help but scream, you mean, let us shoot arrows at those unarmed refugees? There are women and children among them. How is this different from a massacre? I said deter and drive away, Kyle corrected. Not shoot and kill. Shoot at the ground at their feet, shoot at the sky above their heads. The goal is to scare them, to make them retreat, to make them get out of the way. Do you understand? But what if I fail? Just call it bad luck. Kyle's voice didn't waver. Carl, let me ask you a question. Are we building a wall or a dam? Ha? Carl was stunned by the question and couldn't follow Kyle's train of thought at all. Kyle didn't expect him to answer and continued, it's a dam, a barrier against floods of plague and famine. Now, the flood is coming. Tell me, can we open the gates? Even if there's only a drowning man kneeling outside, can we open them? Carl opened his mouth, unable to speak. No, Kyle answered for him, because if even a tiny crack were to open, all of us, me, you, Saraphina, and the more than 10,000 people inside the wall who trusted me and put their lives in my hands, would all be drowned by the flood, leaving no trace of our bodies. He walked up to Carl, stretched out his hand, and patted his shoulder heavily. I know this order is cruel and ruthless. It will bring infamy upon you and condemn your conscience. But Carl, remember my words. History never judges the victors. And the dead are not qualified to speak of conscience. Go ahead and follow the order. This is so that all of us can survive. Kyle's words seemed to carry an undeniable magic. Carl looked into the Lord's deep, calm eyes, and the struggle and reluctance in his heart gradually gave way to a heavy sense of mission. He no longer hesitated, nodded heavily, and his eyes became firm. Yes. Lord. I understand. After saying this, he turned and strode out of the study. Soon, outside the Lord's mansion, there rang a rapid bell and Carl's hoarse roar. The entire Hymo collar, like a precision machine that was instantly started, began to run at high speed. Silence returned to the study. Saraphina walked over to Kyle and poured him a glass of water. You will become the most infamous lord in the entire eastern border, she said softly, and it was hard to tell whether her tone was praise or ridicule. It doesn't matter. Kyle took the water cup and drank it all in one gulp. Reputation can't be used to make a living. I'd rather be a living villain, cursed by everyone, than a dead good man, engraved on a tombstone and praised by everyone. He walked to the window and looked at the people outside who were busy running around. Their faces were tense and serious, but without a trace of panic, because they believed that their Lord would lead them to survive. This heavy trust was the basis for Kyle to issue that ruthless order. At dusk, on the eastern boundary wall of Hymo territory, the newly felled timber stakes still emitted a damp, fishy smell. A young militiaman named Tom was nervously gripping his longbow, his palms sweaty. Yet he was only 17 years old, and not long ago he was a farmer who didn't even dare to kill a chicken. But now, he had to stand here, with weapons in his hands, facing thousands of his kind. Under his feet, a glaring white line made of lime powder was like a natural moat, dividing the inside and outside of the wall into two completely different worlds. Inside the wall, there is a home with curling smoke and gradually brightening lights. Outside the wall was a wilderness shrouded in twilight and lifeless. Here it comes, someone whispered. Tom followed everyone's gaze and his heart suddenly sank. At the end of the horizon, a long, wriggling black line appeared on the wilderness, dyed dark red by the setting sun. The line was rapidly growing thicker and larger. Soon, they could see clearly that it was a torrent of countless ragged, staggering figures. The cries, coughs, and children's wails mixed together and were carried by the wind, like a blunt knife, cutting everyone's heart. Thousands of refugees have arrived, and together with the refugees staying nearby, the number has reached 10,000. They saw the tall wall standing abruptly in the wilderness, and the soldiers standing there in battle formation. Their steps hesitated at first, and then a greater commotion of hope and despair broke out. It's Kurokirio. We're here. Open the door. Let us in. Please, give me something to eat. The crowd began to surge toward the wall. At this moment, a woman holding a child rushed out from the crowd, and she crossed the white line with one step deep and one step shallow. Please. Save my child. He's dying. The woman knelt on the ground, raised the pale-faced child in her arms high, and made a shrill plea to the wall. Tom's heart sank. The child looked even younger than his brother. He subconsciously put down the bow in his hand. Tom. What are you trying to do? Beside him, the militia captain Carl's thunderous roar woke him from his hesitation. Have you forgotten the Lord's orders? Carl grabbed the bow from the soldier next to him and pulled the bowstring without hesitation. Anyone who tries to cross the line. Retreat. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy. He used all his strength to issue a final warning. However, the desperate mother no longer listened to anyone. She simply held her child and moved step by step towards the high wall, repeating over and over again, "Save him. Please." A trace of pity flashed across Carl's eyes, but was immediately replaced by steely determination. He released the bowstring. Call out. A feathered arrow flew down from the top of the wall with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. It didn't hit the woman, it didn't hit the child. Instead, with a whoosh sound, it accurately hit the ground less than half a foot in front of the woman. The tail of the arrow was still trembling violently. It seemed to be declaring an insurmountable, cruel boundary. Chapter 36, Rumors of the Villain. The trembling feather arrow, like an ice-cold exclamation mark, put an abrupt end to the burning sentence called hope in the hearts of the refugees. Quiet, deathly quiet. Martha, the mother holding her child, stared blankly at the arrow half a foot away from her feet. She could almost feel the chill of the sharp tip, enough to penetrate her bones. Slowly, she raised her head, looking at the blurry soldiers on the wall, and at the peaceful world behind them, belonging to the living. The flame of hope was completely extinguished at this moment. What replaced it were icy cold ashes and the ultimate resentment of being kicked back from the gate of heaven to hell. A scream that was not like a human voice burst out from Martha's throat. She no longer begged or cried. In her eyes, which were once filled with sorrow, there was only crazy and vicious curses. Demons! You are all demons, she roared, her voice hoarse and distorted. You will go to hell. Your lord, that bastard named Kyle Eisenberg, will rot in the ground, his body eaten by wild dogs. All of you will get gray rot, cough up blood, and die slowly in agony. Her curse, like a spark thrown into a frying pan, instantly ignited the emotions of all the refugees outside the wall. The greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. The deeper the disappointment, the stronger the hatred. Liar. They're liars. I was saying, how could the nobles have such good hearts? They deliberately lured us here to make fun of us. I saw it. The Lord is right on the wall. He's laughing. He's laughing at us. A man who was the farthest away and couldn't see the face of the person on the wall at all shouted the loudest. Human emotions, in groups, do not require facts and logic. Thus, the Blackwood collar that they passed down by word of mouth and regarded as their last hope turned from a paradise on earth into a devil's lair in just a few minutes. The name Kyle Eisenberg also completed a gorgeous and rapid transformation from savior to scumbag at the expelled refugees, dragging their feet with heavier and more desperate steps, scattered in all directions. Like a group of mobile plague sources, they spread not only the spores of grey rot, but also a story full of resentment and hatred. In the process of transmission, stories are always processed, polished, and exaggerated. In front of a makeshift porridge shed, a man who had just escaped from the direction of Heimeling was telling a group of newly arrived refugees about his personal experience with saliva flying. Don't go. Don't go to that damn place in the east. He held a bowl of rice porridge so thin you could see your reflection in it, his face showing the relief of having survived. The lord of the Blackwood territory is a lunatic. A complete lunatic. How? Asked a curious listener. He tricked us into retreating beneath the wall, and then he ordered the arrows to be released. The man lowered his voice, his eyes flashing with fear and anger. A rain of arrows. It was like rain. I saw it with my own eyes. A woman holding a child next to me was shot like a hedgehog on the spot. It was so tragic. The child was still crying, hugging his mother's body. Oh my God. There were gasps of shock all around. That's nothing, another survivor immediately chimed in. He clearly felt the previous version wasn't thrilling enough and decided to upgrade the story. I was close, I could see clearly. That Eisenberg villain was standing on the wall, holding a glass of red wine. He drank while watching us scream in the hail of arrows. He's not human at all, he's a demon. That's right. I saw it too, someone nearby immediately echoed, he has red eyes and fangs at the corners of his mouth. This version of the story began to move wildly in the direction of fantasy. A few days later, in a small-town tavern where traveling merchants rested, the story had evolved to version 3.0. A drunken mercenary was slamming the table and shouting nonsense to the room full of drinkers. Do you know what's the most terrifying thing on the eastern border right now? It's not the gray rot. He burped and said mysteriously, it's the flesh and blood fertilizer of the Blackwood territory. What is this? The tavern owner asked curiously while wiping the glass. Hey, how do you think that kid from the Eisenberg family can grow food on that piece of shabby land? The mercenary bared his yellow teeth in a particularly creepy smile. I heard from a servant who escaped from his territory that the kid is a secret cultist. He built a high wall to keep the refugees out, not because he's afraid of the plague, but to keep them in captivity. Captive? Yes. When the refugees were too hungry to walk, he sent people out to capture them like pigs. The living ones were thrown into the mines to dig for a kind of glowing stone until they died. The dead ones were thrown directly into the fields to be used as fertilizer. That's why the potatoes he planted were big and plump, because they were fed with human lives. Vomit. In the pub, several people with poor psychological endurance vomited on the spot. This version of the rumor is thrilling and bizarre enough, and is full of the unique charm of conspiracy theories, so it spreads the fastest and widest. The villainous overlord of the Eisenberg family, a cold-blooded butcher, a devil who fertilizes himself with human flesh, labels filled with malice and imagination were firmly attached to Kyle. While he himself was still in his study, worrying about the territory's financial statements, his glorious notoriety had already taken flight and spread across the entire eastern border. Finally, this filthy wind mixed with lies and despair reached the ears of the saint and the brave man who were saving lives in a village. At that time, Arya was kneeling beside a dying old man, soft holy light emanating from her hands, trying in vain to warm the freezing body. Her forehead was covered in sweat, and her white robe was stained with blood and vomit from someone unknown, making it look gray. Leo had just come back from outside. He kicked the door open and threw a fat and big-eared man to the ground. Alia! Come and see! This bastard hid the relief food distributed by the Holy See in the cellar, intending to sell it at a high price. He pointed at the man on the ground, his face full of anger, like an enraged lion. The man on the ground was so scared that he was pissing his pants and begging for mercy. Aaliyah raised her head tiredly, looked at the man on the ground, then looked at the old man on the bed who had stopped breathing, and a trace of deep powerlessness flashed in her eyes. She whispered, "Leo, leave him to the village elders." I'm tired. Leo looked at Aaliyah's pale face, and the anger in his heart turned into heartache. He walked over and wanted to say something, but a panicked Vatican guard rushed in. "Your Highness the Saint. Lord Brave." The guard's voice trembled. "Something terrible has happened." "What's going on?" Leo asked impatiently. "Which noble has withheld supplies again? Tell me who he is, and I'll chop off his head right now." No. The guard swallowed hard and said, "It's the rumor about Kuroki territory." He repeated the story he had just heard in town about the flesh and blood fertilizer and the cultist lord, which had evolved to its final form. He spoke slowly and in detail. The whole room was eerily quiet, the color drained from Arya's face. She covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with incredible fear and disgust. Leo's expression went through a process from surprise, to anger, and then to rage. When the guard finished saying the last word, Leo's body was already trembling slightly due to extreme anger. Kuroki Collar. Kyle Eisenberg. He pronounced the name word by word, as if he wanted to chew it up and swallow it. Another scumbag from the Eisenberg family. He punched the wooden table beside him. Bang! The sturdy wooden table shattered. They take human life lightly. They have absolutely no conscience. Leo's eyes turned red from bloodshot. I've known for a long time that none of these nobles hiding in the castle are good people. They don't even regard the common people as human beings. They are just a bunch of beasts in human skin. He turned suddenly and looked at Aaliyah, his voice a little hoarse with anger. Aaliyah! We have to get to Blackwood territory. Now! Still immersed in the shock of the horror story, Aaliyah subconsciously asked, Go do what? What? Leo roared, as if he had heard a huge joke. He pointed to the east and shouted, Go and drag the demon down from his throne. Go and tear down his wall of blood and bones. Go and let the light of justice shine into that hellish place. I will make him pay with blood for every innocent person he has killed. Leo's voice echoed in the small room, filled with sacred, unquestionable, righteous anger. He, the brave Leo, the sword of the god of light, the embodiment of justice, has now handed down the final judgment for the villain lord. Chapter 37. The brave man's question. If the wrath of justice were on wheels, it would be faster than the fastest warhorse. Leo and Aaliyah, along with a small team of Vatican guards, rushed to the border of the Blackwood territory almost non-stop. The closer they got, the thicker the air became, a mixture of despair, disease, and death. Along the roadside, corpses and refugees struggling on the brink of death lay scattered everywhere. When they saw Arya's pristine white robe, they stretched out their withered hands, like drowning men seeing driftwood, and uttered faint groans. Arya's heart sank the whole time. She had almost exhausted all her divine power, and could only give a few people a moment of peace. Leo's face darkened the entire time. In his view, each of these corpses was the most painful accusation against the Lord within the high walls. Finally, the tall and cold wooden and stone wall that had been mentioned countless times in rumors appeared on the horizon. It was like a huge, ugly scar, abruptly dividing the world in two. Outside the wall was a hell on earth filled with grief and suffering. Inside, towering watchtowers and soldiers on high alert, a suffocating silence. Stop! The front is the Blackwood Territory Military Restricted Area. Retreat beyond the limeline. The militiamen on the wall spotted them and immediately sounded a warning, their voices loud and alert, their bows and arrows aimed at the approaching enemy. Leo reined in his horse and squinted his eyes as he surveyed the wall. He could sense that there was no trace of magic on this wall, yet it was more oppressive than any other magical barrier. Arya dismounted and looked at the refugees gathered outside the wall, afraid to cross the line, her eyes filled with pity. She wanted to go forward, but was stopped by Leo. Wait, Aaliyah. Leo's voice was low, let's take a look first. At this moment, the scene that they least wanted to see, but seemed destined to see, happened. A ragged woman, holding a thin boy tightly in her arms, rushed out from the woods not far away. Her eyes were distracted and crazy, and she was obviously on the verge of collapse. Food, give us some food. She didn't look at anyone, but just kept muttering to herself, staggering towards the white line. Warning! Retreat immediately, the militia on the wall shouted again. The woman turned a deaf ear to him. She seemed to have lost the ability to think, and only the instinct to survive remained. She held the child in her arms and stepped across the line that represented death and isolation. Call out. There was another sharp sound of breaking through the air. A feathered arrow, accurately and precisely, hit the ground in front of the woman and child, just a palm's length away from the boy's bare feet. The arrow tail vibrated violently and hummed, as if mocking the mother and son's stupidity of overestimating their own abilities. The woman was so frightened by the arrow that she shuddered all over and finally stopped. She stared at the arrow blankly, then looked at her son who was crying loudly in fear in her arms. A despair, like a tide, drowned her last bit of sanity. She did not curse or cry like the refugees before her. Instead, she hugged her son, slowly knelt on the ground, and let out a whimpering sound like a wild beast. The scene was like a red-hot hammer, hitting Leo's chest hard. The anger that had been pent up in his chest since he heard the rumors was completely ignited at this moment and exploded. Leo! Alia sensed the violent aura coming from him and immediately grabbed his arm. Calm down. Don't be impulsive. Calm down? Leo turned around suddenly, staring at Alia with red eyes. How can you ask me to calm down? Alia, did you see that? They are pointing arrows at a child. A defenseless child who just wants a bite to eat. This is the rule of the nobility. This is the order of the Eisenberg family. But, the rumors may not be true. We should first, I only believe what I see with my own eyes. Leo shook off Alia's hand, his patience exhausted. The facts are right in front of us. What kind of bullshit investigation is needed? On the wall, Militia Captain Carl was nervously watching the scene below. When he saw Leo's iconic outfit and the face that was widely circulated in wanted posters, oh no, in the Legends of Heroes, his scalp went numb. My lord, he turned to the young man who was leaning against the wall beside him, as if enjoying the scenery, and said, It seems that the commoner hero Leo has arrived. It seems that he has come with bad intentions. Kyle Eisenberg, upon hearing this, simply raised his eyelids lazily and followed Carl's gaze. Oh, it's him. Kyle's tone was as calm as if he was commenting on the weather today. He's a little more impatient than I thought. Carl's mouth twitched, and he thought, this is more than just a loss of patience, this is simply a moving powder keg. Before he finished speaking, Leo below had already confirmed his judgment with his actions. Eisenberg bastards. Get out of here. Leo let out an earth-shattering roar. The next second, he suddenly drew out the long sword from his waist, clang. The sword rang out with a clear and melodious sound, and a brilliant, sacred golden light instantly burst out from the sword, blinding the eyes. The light was filled with warmth and justice, forming an ironic contrast with the despair of the land outside the wall. For light. For justice. Leo shouted slogans, exerted force with his legs, and soared into the sky like a golden cannonball. The ground beneath his feet cracked instantly, and the powerful force allowed him to easily cross a distance of more than 10 steps. He drew a gorgeous parabola in the air and landed heavily in front of the high wall. Boom! Dust is flying. The militiamen on the wall were so stunned by this superhuman scene that they forgot to shoot arrows for a moment. Oh my god, Carl couldn't help swallowing. Is this guy a monster? Kyle remained leaning against the wall, his posture unchanged. He simply watched with interest the golden glowing messenger of justice below him, a faint, almost mocking smile playing at the corner of his mouth, which Leo considered to be a mocking one. Leo was completely infuriated by his condescending and nonchalant attitude that he pointed the long sword that shone with divine light at the well-dressed, handsome, and leisurely noble young man standing on the wall. All the anger, all the accusations, and all the sense of justice converged at this moment into a question that pierced the sky. Kyle Eisenberg. Leo's voice was like rolling thunder, exploding in the sky above Hymo territory. You coward hiding behind the wall. Has the devil eaten away your humanity? Open the door and let Her Highness the Saint go in and rescue them. Chapter 38. The Saint's plea. Leo's question, filled with righteous anger, was like a huge rock hitting the silent lake, causing 1,000 waves. The refugees outside the wall were so overwhelmed by his divine golden light and soaring aura that they momentarily forgot to wail. They stared blankly at this brave man who seemed to have walked out of a mythical figure. A faint flame of hope rekindled in their eyes. The militiamen on the wall were on edge because of this undisguised hostility. Shoot! Get ready to shoot! Carl yelled nervously, his palms sweating. He didn't think the man in the glittering gold outfit was going to a party. Wait! Kyle finally straightened up from the parapet. He brushed off the non-existent dust on his clothes, his voice steady. Don't be nervous, Carl. We're brave men, not bandits attacking the city. We're civilized people, and we need to be reasonable. But does he look like he's going to be reasonable? Carl muttered softly as he looked at Leo below, who seemed to want to shoot his lord through with his eyes. Kyle smiled but didn't answer. He simply looked at Leo below him with a calm expression, as if he were watching a stage play that had been rehearsed countless times and had a slightly cliched plot. Leo was so furious at his contemptuous attitude that he was fuming. He was just about to stick his sword into the ground to make it look cooler, and then yell a few lines that would better demonstrate his righteous stance, but a white figure slowly walked out from beside him. It's Alia. Alia, what are you doing? Leo frowned and pulled her back. Stay away from that villain. Leo. Alia interrupted him. Her voice was quiet, but it carried an undeniable tiredness and determination. Your anger is useless except for making this wall stronger. She broke free from Leo's hand and took a few steps forward. She didn't radiate dazzling golden light like Leo, nor did she possess an earth-shattering aura. She simply wore a stained white robe, her steps unsteady, her face pale as a sheet. The days of running around and treating the patient had nearly drained her of all her energy and divine power. However, when she came out, everyone's attention was involuntarily attracted to her. She was like the only pure and holy lily blossoming in this filthy and hopeless land. Her fragility, in stark contrast to the cruelty of her surroundings, gave rise to a power even more shocking than Leo's toughness. She walked to the front of the formation and stopped not too far from the high wall. She didn't look up at the aristocratic youth, but turned around first and glanced at the refugees who were looking at her with expectation, numbness, or hatred. She saw the mother kneeling on the ground and the child in her arms who was crying out of fear and hunger. Alia's heart seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible hand, and it hurt so much that she could hardly breathe. She slowly turned around and faced the cold wall that separated life and death. Then, in front of everyone, including Leo's stunned, Carl's puzzled, and Kyle's slightly amused gaze, she lifted the hem of her robe and bent deeply toward Kyle on the wall. This is a standard. An impeccable aristocratic etiquette. This action made Leo's brow twist into a knot. In his opinion, bowing to such a villain was an insult to the saint's status, but Arya didn't care about anyone's gaze. She maintained her bowing posture and spoke slowly in her voice, which was a little hoarse due to fatigue, but still soft and full of compassion. Her voice was not loud, but it was like a clear spring, flowing through this noisy and desperate land, and reaching everyone's ears clearly. My lord. She didn't call him by his name like Leo did, nor did she use any insulting words. This respectful address made Carl on the wall stunned for a moment. I am Alia, the candidate saint of the Holy Sea of Light. I sincerely apologize for the recklessness of my companion, Lord Leo. Leo's face flushed instantly. Alia. You. Arya ignored him and continued, My lord, I understand your concerns. I know that in the face of this terrible plague, any wrong decision could bring devastating disaster to your territory and your people. From a lord's perspective, your caution and decisiveness may not be wrong. These words were beyond everyone's expectations. Leo thought she would directly accuse them, the refugees thought she would bring down divine punishment, and even Kyle on the wall raised his eyebrows slightly, and the amusement in his eyes faded a little. Arya slowly stood up and raised her purple eyes, which were red from crying and fatigue and as clear as the sky after rain. She looked directly at the young man who was watching calmly on the wall, and there was a hint of heartbreaking pleading in her voice. But, my lord, please have mercy. Please look beyond your walls, at these people who, like the people within, once had homes and loved ones. They are not numbers, they are not threats, they are simply a group of pitiful people with nowhere else to go. I dare not ask you to open the door, nor do I dare ask you to give me your precious food. I only beg you, at least open the door a little and let me in alone. Her voice began to tremble slightly. Let me in, let me see how you are accommodating the sick. At least I want to know how these patients are being treated. I want to help them myself, to heal those who are already ill, and to comfort the souls of those who are about to die. My magic may not be able to cure the plague, but at least it can make their last moments of life less painful and more dignified. At the end of her speech, a line of tears finally couldn't be suppressed and rolled down from the corners of her beautiful eyes. She bent down deeply again, and with all her strength, she made her final and most solemn plea. My lord, please. Every life is worth saving. Chapter 39 The balance of reason. Arya's plea was like a feather, light and floating, yet carrying a tremendous weight. The words every life is worth saving echoed like a distant bell, echoing inside and outside the deadly walls. It struck the hearts of everyone, whether they were the desperate refugees outside the walls or the nervous militiamen inside. This is a pure, unadulterated, almost divine kindness. To eye in the face of such kindness, any rejection seems extremely ugly and sinful. Leo clenched his fists. Although he didn't agree with Arya's lowering her stance, he had to admit that Arya's plea was 100 times sharper than his gleaming golden sword. It was a sharp sword of morality, aimed directly at the softest part of people's hearts. He looked at the noble young man on the wall and sneered in his heart, I wonder how you'll refuse this time. Do you dare to reject such a humble request from a saint in front of so many people? If you dare, you will become the public enemy of the entire human world. Even the militia captain, Carl, looked away reluctantly. He stole a glance at the Lord beside him, feeling uneasy. He knew the Lord's decision was right, but before the saint's tearful eyes, any right reason seemed so pale and powerless. However, Kyle's reaction once again exceeded everyone's expectations. He was not angry, impatient, or even the slightest bit shaken. He just stood there quietly, waiting for the echo of the bell to completely dissipate in the wind before he slowly spoke. "Ms. Aaliyah, please straighten up." His voice was still calm, like an ancient well without ripples, but it had an irresistible power. Aaliyah subconsciously straightened up and looked at him with tears in her eyes. Kyle's gaze first passed Aaliyah and fell on Leo, who was covered in golden light and had an expression of "let me see how you quibble" behind her. "Lord Leo." Kyle's tone was as if he was chatting with an old friend. "Your sword is very beautiful, shining with golden light, like a little sun, very imposing." Leo was stunned. He hadn't expected him to speak to him first, and even say something so nonsensical. He snorted coldly, "Stop making sarcastic remarks here. Open the door if you dare." "I'm not being sarcastic, I'm stating a fact." Kyle smiled faintly, a smile that held a hint of helplessness from an adult looking at a naughty child. "I just want to ask a question." He paused, his gaze sharpening, as if he could penetrate Leo's sacred fighting spirit and look directly into his soul. "Lord Leo, your sword is fast, but can it be faster than the spread of the plague?" Leo's expression froze instantly. "You can cut off a person's neck with one sword, but can you cut off the invisible and deadly germs in the air with one sword? You can use your sacred fighting spirit to burn the enemies outside the city to death, but can you burn all the contaminated soil and water sources in this land?" Kyle's voice was not loud, but every word was heart-piercing. "You..." Leo's face turned the color of liver. He wanted to refute, but found that he couldn't say a word. He was a warrior, not a scholar. His sword could cut off injustice and punish evil, but it certainly couldn't cut off the plague. Kyle ignored the speechless Leo and turned his gaze back to Aaliyah. This time, his eyes were softer, yet deeper. "Miss Arya, I see your kindness. Your tears are sincere. Your magic is warm, and I believe in its sacredness." He first gave her affirmation, which made Aaliyah's tense heart relax slightly, but then he changed the subject. "But can your magic warm all those who are dead and dying?" Aaliyah's heart sank suddenly. "You saved a patient." Kyle's voice became cold and clear, like a sharp scalpel, accurately analyzing the cruel reality. "If he turns around, he might infect 10 healthy people with the disease. You warmed a dying person, but every breath he exhaled could become an invisible weapon that kills his family. Can your magic be responsible for this result?" Aaliyah's body shook slightly. The scene she had witnessed these past few days flashed through her mind. The patients she had temporarily cured, only to have their illnesses relapse and bring disaster upon their families, the faces of those who had wept tears of gratitude, only to die in even greater agony, the cruel chain of logic hidden under the sense of powerlessness that she had always been unwilling to think about was now ruthlessly pulled out by Kyle and placed in front of her in a bloody manner. Her lips moved and her face was paler than before. You, standing on your moral high ground, accuse me of being callous and indifferent to someone dying." Kyle looked around at everyone below, his voice suddenly rising. "Excellent. I accept this accusation, but..." He took a step forward, put his hands on the wall, and leaned forward slightly. An invisible sense of oppression instantly enveloped the entire venue. "Before you judge me, I would like to ask you two to answer a multiple-choice question." His gaze moved back and forth between Leo and Aaliyah, his eyes filled with an unquestionable majesty. "In your opinion," he said, enunciating each word in the calmest tone, raising the most earth-shattering question, "is it more important to save the 100, or even hundreds of patients outside the wall who have already blended in with the crowd and are indistinguishable, or is it more important to protect the 10,000 healthy subjects who trust me behind me?" The whole world seemed to have pressed the mute button at this moment. The dazzling golden light on Leo's body seemed to dim a little. Aaliyah's beautiful purple eyes suddenly widened, filled with incredible shock. This is the classic trolley problem, an unsolvable philosophical dilemma designed to test human nature, and now, Kyle Eisenberg, the villain they identified, personally handed the lever of this difficult problem to the hero and the saint. This is completely different. You're just quibbling. You're making up stories." Leo finally found his voice, but he sounded incredibly timid. He could split a boulder with a single sword, but he couldn't break this logical deadlock. Really? Kyle chuckled. How can they be two different things? If I open the door and let the patient in, the people behind me will be at risk of infection. If I don't open the door, the people outside the wall will continue to die. If this isn't a multiple choice question, what is it? He no longer looked at Leo, who was furious but helpless, but instead fixed his eyes on Aaliyah. Your Highness, you possess the purest soul and the most compassionate heart. So, please tell me, what should I choose? Do you choose to save the minority and threaten the majority? Or do you choose to preserve the majority and sacrifice the minority? Please answer this multiple choice question. Chapter 40 Undercurrents under the iceberg. Kyle's words please answer were like the last straw that broke the camel's back, gently pressing on Arya's nerves that were on the verge of collapse. The air seemed to freeze, the wind stopped, the refugees' wailing stopped, and everyone held their breath, looking at the girl in white who was standing in front of the formation, trembling all over. To this question was more cruel than Leo's sword and the most vicious curse in the world. Her faith, the teaching she had been taught since childhood, all told her that every life was equal and worthy of being saved. Giving up on any one of them was blasphemy against God, but her rationality, the reality she had witnessed along the way, coldly reminded her, Kyle was right. Her kindness, her magic, in the face of a massive disaster, could indeed become a breeding ground for disaster. How to choose? Choosing to save those outside the wall meant gambling with the lives of the 10,000 people inside. What right did she have to make this decision for those 10,000 people she had never met? Choosing to protect those within the walls was equivalent to admitting that the lives outside the walls were abandonable. This would instantly shatter her entire belief system. Her lips had lost all color, and her body was shaky. She tried to speak, but her throat felt like it was stuffed with a ball of scalding cotton, and no sound came out. Her mind was blank, and that cruel question, like a relentless capstan, repeatedly crushed her soul. You bastard. Seeing Aaliyah's painful look, Leo finally broke free from the maze of logic and turned to what he was best at, anger. He roared, You are sophistry. How can life be measured on a scale? You are just making excuses for your own cold-bloodedness. Really? Kyle looked down at him, his face devoid of even a hint of sarcasm, only pure calmness. Well, then, Mr. Brave, since you believe my scales are wrong, please provide your answer. Don't tell me your answer is to point a sword at me and shout a few slogans about justice. Leo choked again. He felt like a bull, full of energy, but slamming headfirst into an invisible wall made of logic and reality. He could do nothing but paw in place. The situation remained at a stalemate. On one side is the helplessness of passion and kindness, on the other side is the indestructibility of reason and coldness. In this suffocating stalemate, a figure as cold as ice and snow appeared silently beside Kyle. It's Saraphina. She wore a well-cut black dress, her long silver hair wafting gently in the breeze like a waterfall of moonlight. She didn't glance at anyone below her, simply standing there calmly, like a piece of unmelted ice, instantly cooling the scorching air. Her appearance did not cause much of a stir. The refugees below did not recognize her, and Leo simply thought she was another noble lady hiding behind the wall. Only Aaliyah felt her heart tighten for no reason the moment she saw that figure. It was a very strange, female intuition. She could sense that the calmness of this silver-haired woman and Kyle's were not the same thing. Kyle's calmness was the ease of controlling the situation, while this woman's calmness was a cold, scrutinizing, and distant look, especially when the woman's eyes swept over her vaguely. Aaliyah even felt a hint of hostility. It's time to end this farce. Saraphina ignored the deadlock below. She just turned her head and whispered to Kyle in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Her voice was like ice beads rolling on silk, crisp and cold. Kyle didn't turn around, just said and motioned her to continue. Your problem was brilliant. It successfully kicked the ball back, trapping them in a quagmire of self-denial. Saraphina spoke slowly but with remarkable clarity. But continuing the stalemate won't benefit us. Oh? Why? Kyle seemed very interested in listening to her analysis. Because of their reputations. Saraphina's gaze fell on the dimmed hero and the crumbling saint below. One is a common hero praised by the people, and the other is the future saint of the Church of Light. They themselves are powerful, intangible assets. Their existence is a walking billboard for justice and kindness. If we completely offend them and shut them out, and word gets out, will solidify the reputation of being enemies of justice. That won't benefit your future plans in any way. Sometimes, a false reputation is more useful than real gold. Kyle's lips curved up in approval. Go on. Saraphina's eyes inadvertently swept over Aaliyah again. She saw the girl in white. Although her face was pale and her figure was frail, she still had an aura of holiness that was impossible to ignore. That aura had a fatal attraction for ordinary people. An inexplicable feeling of irritation, which she herself had not even noticed, quietly rose from the bottom of her heart. She doesn't like this aura. What he disliked even more was that this aura was shining towards Kyle at this moment. Having such a holy symbol play a tragic role of being bullied by villains outside its own territory is itself a propaganda failure. Rather than letting her gain everyone's sympathy outside, it would be better. So, Saraphina's voice was a little colder than before. We can let them in. Kyle finally glanced sideways at her. But they must follow our rules. Saraphina met his gaze, her eyes firm. Let them see for themselves how we operate. Let them understand that true salvation doesn't rely on cheap tears and impulsive slogans. What we want to dismantle is not just their current offensive, but also their ridiculous set of values built on castles in the air. Her proposal was both a sober political consideration and a subconscious declaration. She wanted to bring this potential threat under her control. She wanted to let this saint see with her own eyes who was the one who could truly stand on this high wall and stand shoulder to shoulder with Kyle Eisenberg. This undercurrent hidden beneath the iceberg, the bud of possessiveness, quietly broke through the ground at this moment. Chapter 41, The Heretical Ritual in the Buffer Zone. Kyle's cold logical scales slammed heavily into the hearts of the brave man and the saint. Deadlock. A deadlock. Leo was so angry that his entire body was filled with fighting spirit, like a golden boiler ready to explode at any moment, but he couldn't find a valve to vent his anger. Aaliyah was heartbroken, and the faith and compassion she was proud of were crushed to pieces by that cruel choice. At this moment, the silver-haired girl Saraphina beside Kyle whispered a few words in a voice that only he could hear. Kyle's eyebrows raised slightly, as if he was quite interested in her suggestion. Finally, a playful smile appeared on his face, which had always been as calm as an ancient well. He retracted the suffocating feeling of oppression, stood up straight again, and said loudly to the people below, "Okay, Your Highness the Saint." As soon as he opened his mouth, everyone's heart was in their throat. "Your tears have successfully moved this cold-blooded villain like me." Kyle's tone was lazy, as if he had just woken up. "I decided to give you a chance." As soon as these words were spoken, a suppressed, hopeful commotion broke out among the refugees outside the wall. Leo was stunned for a moment, then a smug expression of "you're smart" appeared on his face. He believed that it was his own righteous pressure and Aaliyah's moral appeal that finally made this stubborn noble surrender. However, Kyle's next words brought his arrogance back to reality. "But," Kyle drawled, like a cunning businessman, "if you want to come through my door, you have to abide by my rules. You two may come in. As for the rest of you," he glanced at the hopeful refugees, his voice instantly cold, "stay where you are and don't come near." "You!" Leo was about to explode, but was stopped by Aaliyah. Arya raised her head. Though still frail, a hint of determination shone in her eyes. She wanted to know what this man was up to. She wanted to see for herself where his cold confidence came from. "We agree to your terms." Aaliyah made the decision for Leo. "Good." Kyle snapped his fingers. Squeak. The heavy wooden door slowly opened a crack under everyone's gaze, but what appeared behind the gate was not a wide road leading to the territory, but a second, crude, makeshift fence made of freshly cut wood. Between the two gates was an isolated open space about half the size of a basketball court. A buffer militia captain Carl walked out from the crack of the door with two of his men. He didn't look at Leo and Aaliyah, but placed two wooden basins on the ground, and then, with a clang, placed a large clay pot on top. "The Lord has ordered," Carl said in a deep voice, pointing to the pottery jar, "if you want to go in, wash your hands first." Leo and Aaliyah were stunned. Carl unscrewed the lid of the pottery jar, and an extremely strong, pungent smell of alcohol instantly filled the air. This smell was 3 times stronger than the lowest quality horse urine wine. "What is this?" Leo frowned with a look of disgust. "This is the water of life specially brewed by our Lord," Carl said expressionlessly. He didn't even know what it was, only that the Lord said it was more effective than holy water. "Please, both of you. Wash your palms, backs of your hands, under your fingernails, and 3 inches above your wrists." Wash them all, repeatedly, until I'm satisfied. Leo's face darkened instantly. Are you humiliating us? Using this kind of thing? Leo, Aaliyah interrupted him again. She looked at the basin of clear liquid that exuded a strange smell. Although she was also full of doubts, she chose to believe that there must be a deeper meaning in it. She walked silently to the wooden tub, rolled up her sleeves, and revealed her snow-white wrists. She hesitated for a moment, then dipped her hands into the pungent liquid. A cool feeling mixed with heat came over her, and Aaliyah couldn't help but let out a soft hiss. She began to wash her hands carefully, following Carl's instructions, leaving no corner untouched. This strange ritual made her feel less like a saint and more like a village girl washing vegetables by the river. Leo watched Aaliyah's obedient expression, stamping his feet in anger. But since the saint had already done this, he, a guard, couldn't say anything. He could only hold back his anger and walk to another wooden tub. He put his hand in with great brute force, splashing the water everywhere, as if he wasn't washing his hands, but fighting the water in the tub. After the hands cleansing ceremony was finally over, Carl took out two more things. They were two robes made of the coarsest linen, looking like two large sacks, with only a few holes at the collar and cuffs. Although these robes were rough, they were extremely clean and had a warm smell that came from being exposed to the sun. Put on this. Carl pointed to the robe and said concisely. This time, Leo was completely furious. Absolutely not. He pointed at the shimmering, fine armor engraved with the Vatican's emblem and roared, "This is the glorious armor bestowed upon me by the God of Light. You want me to take it off and wear a ragged sack instead? You might as well just kill me." Arya also looked embarrassed. The white saint's robe she wore was a symbol of her status. Taking it off in public and wearing such vulgar clothing would be tantamount to giving up her identity. Kyle, who was on the wall, seemed to have anticipated their reaction. He leaned against the wall and spoke calmly. His voice was not loud, but it came through clearly. "Sir Brave, can your glorious armor block out the plague?" Leo choked. "Your Highness, have your holy robes prevented you from contacting those patients in the past month?" Aaliyah's face paled. "My rules here are simple," Kyle said, his voice tinged with unquestionable indifference. "I don't care whether your clothes are divine or demonic. As long as they come from outside, they might be stained with dirt I can't see. And these two tattered sacks of mine were boiled repeatedly in boiling water and then dried in the scorching sun for 3 full days. In my eyes, they're cleaner than any of your fancy stuff. Either put it on or get out. Your choice." These words were crude and direct, yet they carried an irrefutable, devious logic. Looking into Kyle's deep eyes, Arya suddenly understood. This man didn't care about status, honor, or tradition. All he cared about was the strange yet strict rules he had established. Finally, she gritted her teeth and nodded to Carl. "I will change." She turned around, with her back to everyone, and under Leo's gaze that was almost spitting fire, she took off her beloved holy robe with difficulty and put on the rough and even prickly linen robe. When she turned around, she was no longer the high-ranking saint in waiting, but looked like a simple country girl who had just walked out of the farmland. Leo looked at Aaliyah, then at Kyle, who had a look of "I knew it would be like this" on the wall, and felt that he had suffered an unprecedented humiliation. But he finally gave in, gritted his teeth, took off his armor, and put on the funny sack. However, this is not the end. Like a magician, Carl took out two even stranger things from his arms. They were two things made of several layers of linen stacked together, with some black powder in the middle, tied together with a rope, which could cover the mouth and nose. The last step, Carl held up the two weird masks and handed them over. "Put this on." "What the hell is this?" Leo looked at the bit that looked like a horse bit and felt his sanity on the verge of breaking. Are you going to put a muzzle on us? What do you think we are? Animals?" "You can call it a mouth and nose protector." Kyle's voice drifted back, a hint of a wicked smile lingering in his voice. "Its purpose is simple. First, it prevents you from spitting saliva into the air of my territory. Second, it also prevents you from breathing in any dirty stuff that might be in my territory. Wear it. It's good for you and good for us. It's fair, isn't it?" Leo was no longer able to speak. He just stared at Kyle as if he was a madman. After the shock of washing her hands and changing her clothes, Arya felt a numb acceptance of this final step. She picked up the crudely made mask and, imitating Carl's example, clumsily tied it around her face. A faint smell of charcoal arrived, and my breathing became a little dull when Leo reluctantly put on the ridiculous mask. The once majestic brave man and the once pure and flawless saint completely disappeared. Instead, there were two heretics wearing sacks, strange masks on their faces, and whose expressions could not be seen. Just like that, they walked with heavy steps into the mysterious buffer zone separated by fences, amid the mixed gazes of astonishment, sympathy, and confusion from countless refugees outside the wall and all the militiamen inside the wall. Chapter 42, Microorganisms on the whiteboard. When Alia and Leo, the two heretics wearing sacks and muzzles, stepped into the buffer zone surrounded by fences, the wooden door behind them creaked and closed again. The world was instantly divided into three parts. Outside the wall is a hell on earth of despair and wailing. Inside the wall is an unknown territory that is both mysterious and orderly. The open space they were in was like a bare stage forgotten by the gods, and the atmosphere was so awkward that mushrooms could grow on it. Leo felt uncomfortable all over, the rough linen robe rubbing against his skin, like countless ants crawling on it. He felt not like a brave man who came to save the world, but like a pagan about to be sent to the stake. Playing tricks. He cursed angrily through his mask. I want to see what you, a cunning fellow, are up to. As soon as he finished speaking, Kyle and Saraphina walked down the wooden ladder on the wall, also wearing those strange mouth and nose protectors. Kyle ignored Leo's provocation, not even bothering to give him a glance. He simply walked to the center of the clearing and gestured calmly. Bring the teaching board over here. Two militiamen in similar attire immediately came in carrying a massive wooden board, more than a meter tall. The board had been meticulously polished and coated with a smooth layer of white paint, making it a bit dazzling in the sunlight. Alia and Leo were stunned. What is this? Some new torture device? Or an altar for some strange ritual? Kyle didn't give them much time to think about it. He took out a charcoal pencil as thick as his little finger from the leather bag at his waist. He walked to the white wooden board which he called the teaching board and started drawing on it without any hesitation. His movements were very casual, and what he drew was hard to describe. First it was a crooked circle, then an oval with a small tail, and finally a ball covered with thorns that looked like a sea urchin. Leo looked at those masterpieces that were comparable to the graffiti of a 3-year-old child, was silent for a moment, and finally couldn't help but explode. Ha! I get it. He pointed at Kyle and let out a deafening laugh. Did you call us in here just to show us your troll-like painting skills? Kyle Eisenberg, you're not only a cold-blooded coward, you're also a hopeless idiot. Kyle stopped writing, turned his head, and looked at him through his mask, as if he were looking at a noisy kindergartner. Sir Brave, in your impoverished imagination, is there room for anything new besides fighting and praying? He used a charcoal pencil to gently tap the doodles on the whiteboard. Today, I will give you a lesson, for free. He turned his gaze to Arya, who had remained silent the entire time. He could see that although the girl was equally confused, there was no mockery in her eyes, only inquiry. Your Highness, along the way, you've saved many lives with your divine arts, yet you've also watched many more perish. Have you ever considered the true nature of the enemy you're fighting? Alia's heart was shocked. Enemy? Was it a plague, a grey rot, a curse from the abyss, a test from the gods to the world? These days, countless answers swirled in her mind, but none of them could truly convince her. Is it an evil curse? She asked tentatively in a low voice. Curse? Kyle chuckled, his voice sounding a little distorted through his mask. A curse that can be spread precisely and over a large area through contact and breathing? This god of curses is incredibly efficient. He turned around and dotted heavily with the charcoal pencil on the small circles on the whiteboard. Your enemy is not some illusory curse, but them. These, he said, emphasizing each word, using a term that had never appeared in this world, I call them microorganisms. Micro means tiny. Shine means life. Wu means object. Taken together, they form tiny living organisms. Kyle's voice was calm, yet it struck Alia's worldview like a hammer. They are countless species of little bugs completely invisible to the naked eye. They exist in the air, in the water, on everything you touch, and even in the bodies of patients. Leo's laughter stopped abruptly, and he was stunned. Little bugs? Are you kidding me? They can't be seen with the naked eye? How do you know they are there if you can't see them? I can't see the wind, but I can feel it on my cheeks. Kyle didn't even look at him, his eyes fixed on Arya. I can't see these little bugs, but I can see the result they've caused, this plague that has left you helpless. Aaliyah's breathing suddenly stopped. Her brain seemed to be struck by thunder, and it went blank in an instant. Now, let me answer your biggest question. Kyle seemed to see through their thoughts and began to connect all the clues. Why did I make you go through that ridiculous, heretical ritual? He used a charcoal pencil to draw a stick figure on one side of the whiteboard. Countless small dots flew out of the figure's mouth. First, the mouth and nose. He pointed at the little man. When a patient coughs, talks, or even breathes, they spray countless droplets mixed with saliva, invisible to the naked eye. These little bugs ride on these droplets, like little carriages, traveling through the air, searching for their next home to live in. He raised his hand and pointed at the masks on their faces. So, I let you wear this. Its function is to build a wall to block those little carriages that try to rush out or rush in. Aaliyah subconsciously touched the mouth and nose protector on her face. The rough touch and the faint smell of charcoal suddenly took on a new and chilling meaning at this moment. Then Kyle drew a hand covered with dense, smaller dots. Second, your hands, he said. You've come into contact with patients and touched things they've used. These bugs will cling to your hands like dust. Then, when you use your hands to rub your eyes or eat, they'll find a new doorway into your body. He pointed to the two empty wooden basins next to him. So, I let you wash your hands with that pungent liquor. Because that liquor can kill most of the little bugs attached to your hands. Arya stared blankly at her hands. She remembered the cold yet burning sensation, the washing motions she had once considered ridiculous. It turned out, it was a war she was completely unaware of, a war against an invisible enemy. Finally, Kyle's charcoal fell on the rough linen robes they wore. Third, belongings. His voice became increasingly steady, yet also increasingly shocking. Your clothes, hair, shoes, everything you bring in from the outside world can become a temporary carrier for these little bugs. They'll lurk on them, waiting for an opportunity. So, I'm going to have you change into these sacks that have been boiled in boiling water and exposed to the scorching sun. High temperatures and exposure to the sun are also effective ways to kill them. It is transmitted through droplet transmission, contact transmission, and fomite transmission. Kyle wrote down the 3 transmission channels on the whiteboard, using words that people in this world could understand. Each word was like a huge rock, constantly impacting Aaliyah's already shaky cognitive barriers. Nonsense. Total nonsense. Leo finally recovered from his shock. He pointed at the whiteboard and shouted fiercely, "Disease is an evil miasma. It's a punishment from the gods. These heresies of yours are blasphemy against the gods." Really? Kyle finally turned his gaze towards him, a hint of pity in his eyes. Then, Your Excellency the Brave, please use your theory of divine punishment to explain why your sacred fighting spirit can purify evil spirits but not the so-called miasma? Why can the divine arts of Her Highness the Saint heal broken bones but only temporarily relieve the patient's pain? That's because our faith is not devout enough. Leo came up with a weak excuse. No. Kyle shook his head. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone, including the militiamen on the wall who were craning their necks to eavesdrop. That's because, from the very beginning, you chose the wrong enemy and used the wrong method. You brandish your swords at the air and chant hymns to the sky, but you turn a blind eye to the truly deadly enemies in your hands, mouths, and clothes. Your failure has nothing to do with faith. Kyle turned around and drew a heavy horizontal line under the 3 words on the whiteboard with a charcoal pencil. It's just about ignorance. Aaliyah's body trembled violently. Ignorance, this word, like a red-hot iron, was deeply seared into her soul. She always thought she was powerless, but Kyle told her that she was not powerless, but ignorant. These two feelings are worlds apart. Powerlessness is the despair of facing irresistible forces, while ignorance is the void that can be changed and filled. At this moment, her worldview was not shattered, but a huge crack was forcibly opened. On the other side of the crack, a whole new world called science, full of cold logic and strict rules, is revealing a hideous yet charming corner to her. In that instant, her emotions shifted dramatically from warning and pity to confusion and shock. She looked at the man's back. He was no longer a cold-blooded villain, but a prophet holding the truth, a being from another world, one she could not understand at all. Chapter 43, Breathing Isolation Hospital. It's just about ignorance. Kyle's light yet weighty verdict plunged the entire buffer zone into a dead silence. Leo's face flushed the color of liver, and even through the mask, one could feel his burning anger and humiliation. He wanted to refute, to roar, to chop the whiteboard covered with heresy with his sword, but when he opened his mouth, he found that his throat seemed to be blocked by something, because he sadly discovered that Kyle's twisted logic seemed to really explain some things that he couldn't explain. And Arya, on the other hand, was completely lost in her own world. In her mind, countless circles with tiny tails, drawn by Kyle, danced. Her mouth, her hands, her clothes, these ordinary things, at that moment, were shrouded in an invisible, deadly shadow. She felt that the castle she had built over the past 20 years, built with holiness and faith, was being hit again and again by a battering ram called microorganisms, and was covered with cracks and was crumbling. The theory class is over. Kyle casually tossed the charcoal pencil into the leather bag and dusted his hands. Next, it's time for the practical tour. Please come in, my two distinguished guests. I'll show you for yourself how my ignorance can combat this plague. He turned around and signaled the militia to open the second fence gate of the buffer zone. Behind the door, there was not the clean and tidy Lord's mansion as imagined, but a wider area that was strictly divided. Leo and Aaliyah followed Kyle and Saraphina inside with completely different feelings. What appeared before them were rows of extremely simple, long wooden houses built with new wood. These houses didn't even have a decent foundation. Light from outside could be seen through the cracks in the walls, and the roofs were just covered with the simplest thatch. Ha! Leo found his target again and let out an exaggerated, buzzing laugh. Is this what you called the place to fight the plague? A few shabby houses that are worse than cowsheds? Kyle, I take it back. You're not an idiot, you're a lunatic. You're going to lock up patients in a place like this to die? Arya's heart sank. This scene was even more rudimentary than any refugee camp she'd ever visited. The glimmer of hope she'd felt thanks to that microbe theory was instantly dashed by the reality before her. Bullpen? Kyle paused, glanced back at him, his tone filled with the helplessness of an adult facing a naughty child. Your Excellency the Brave, I suggest you use your muscle-filled brain more instead of just using your eyes. Or, at least, you could learn from Her Highness the Saint and observe quietly. He ignored Leo and pushed open the door of a wooden house. Come in. Aaliyah took a deep breath and walked in first with trepidation. The expected scene of patients groaning, polluted air, and the smell of death and corruption did not appear at all. A fresh breeze, smelling of grass, trees, and sunshine, blew in from the other end of the cabin, ruffling the strands of hair on her forehead. She was stunned. This cabin wasn't so much a house as a giant, roofed vent. Its sides, devoid of full walls, were lined with enormous windows that opened completely from top to bottom. Sunlight streamed in unimpeded, illuminating every corner of the house, while air flowed freely through it. The entire cabin seemed to be breathing inside the room. There were 10 simple wooden beds, each holding a patient. Unlike other places where patients were crammed together in agony, they maintained a considerable, even luxurious, distance between them. What surprised Aaliyah the most was that this place was very clean. The floor was compacted earth, but it was swept spotlessly clean. The patient's bedding, though coarse linen, was starched and washed to a pale white. There was not a trace of foul odor in the entire room, only the faint scent of herbs and lime water. How is it possible? Aaliyah muttered to herself, her voice full of disbelief. She had been to too many places that held patients, whether they were aristocratic manors or village churches. Whenever there were more than 3 patients, the unique, sour odor of vomit, excrement, and death would almost make one faint. But here, with 10 patients, it was as clean as an ordinary house. Why not? Kyle's voice sounded behind her. I told you, those bugs love to ride on spit carriages. If the air isn't circulating, these carriages will keep spinning around in the house. The bugs from one patient will soon run into another patient's house. He pointed to the wide-open windows and said matter-of-factly, so, I'll just tear down the wall and let the wind blow all these carriages away. Simple, effective. Aaliyah's brain buzzed. She thought of the little man Kyle had drawn on the whiteboard, with tiny dots coming out of his mouth. She thought of what he had said about oral foam transmission. It turns out, The long distance between the beds and these breathing windows are all for this. This man actually turned his theory, which sounded absurd, into reality in such a simple, crude, yet extremely effective way. What about the smell? Arya couldn't help but ask. What about the patient's filth? Why is there no smell in here? Kyle didn't answer, but nodded to a staff member at the door who was also wearing a linen robe, a mask, and leather gloves. The staff member understood and silently and carefully took out a wooden bedpan from under a patient's bed, then turned and walked out of the wooden house. Aaliyah and Leo followed him out subconsciously. The worker, carrying the chamber pot, did not dump it in a random corner like they had seen him do. Instead, he walked to a deep pit dug specifically behind the wooden house. Beside the pit stood a large wooden barrel filled with white powder. The staff first sprinkled several spoonfuls of white powder into the chamber pot, then carefully poured the contents of the chamber pot into the deep pit, then sprinkled a thick layer of powder into the pit, and finally carefully buried the area with the soil next to it. The whole set of movements is smooth and flowing, with an almost sacred solemnity. That's lime. Saraphina, who had been silent until then, spoke in her clear, cold voice, as if to supplement Kyle's theory. Kyle said that lime can kill the little bugs left in the filth and effectively mask the smell. Aaliyah was completely stunned. She watched the staff member meticulously clean the bedpan and his gloves with liquor, watching him handle the dirtiest and filthiest things in the eyes of the world, as if he was completing an extremely important job. She thought of the filth that was carelessly discarded on the roadside and in the river, and of the villages where more diseases arose due to improper handling. It turns out that even these most inconspicuous details hide the difference between life and death. Use the simplest materials to achieve the most effective results. Kyle walked over to her and summarized, "Your Highness, building a magnificent Holy Light hospital would require vast sums of money and years of work. However, these breathing cow sheds of mine only require 100 workers to build a row in 3 days. My territory is very poor. I don't have the money to pursue luxury. I only pursue one thing." He paused, his eyes sweeping over the patients who were resting quietly in their beds. Survive. These 3 words were light and airy, but they were more shocking than any word of justice that Leo had ever shouted. Leo was speechless. He looked at the simple, clean, orderly, and bizarrely logical world before him, and felt his worldview being crushed inch by inch. The common sense he was so proud of was proven to be worthless here. As for Arya, a huge wave had already been set off in her heart. She looked at Kyle's profile. This man didn't use any divine power or chant any sacred prayers, but used wood, lime, and a set of strange theories to create a shelter that she had never dared to dream of, a shelter that could truly allow patients to recuperate. This is not a miracle built on financial resources, this is a power called wisdom. A truly great power that transforms decay into magic. Chapter 44, The Sacredness of Boiling Water. If Kyle's microbe theory was a battering ram, then the breathing isolation hospital was a ramming horn. Arya felt as if the outer walls of her castle of faith had begun to crumble under the repeated blows, revealing her bewildered self within. She was still immersed in the huge shock brought by the 3 words survive, but Kyle did not give her too much time to feel sad. The tour isn't over yet. Like a conscientious tour guide, he led the 2 days tourists to the other side of the quarantine area. The next attraction, I personally call it, the Kuroki Rio Grande Baths. A large bathhouse? Leo's nerves had been tortured to a point of being somewhat fragile. He sneered almost reflexively, "Why, Lord, are you still going to ask these patients to take a hot bath so that they can meet the God of light with dignity? In a sense, you're half right." Kyle paused in front of an even noisier, steaming open space. "It's just that the people who come here to bathe aren't patients, but the little bugs that took half their lives." Aaliyah raised her head, and the scene that came into her eyes made her confused again. Here, there was nothing that had anything to do with holiness or purification as she had imagined. There was no altar carved with holy emblems, no curling incense, and no priest chanting in a low voice. There were only several huge iron pots that were blackened by smoke and large enough to hold 2 adults. Beneath the pot, a blazing fire burned, the wood crackling and sending sparks flying. Inside, boiling water seethed, white steam mixed with black smoke rising into the sky, making the entire area hot and humid. Several subjects, also wearing protective linen robes, were laboriously stirring the contents of the pot with huge wooden sticks and tongs. Sweat soaked their robes, and their faces showed no trace of piety, only the seriousness and concentration of their labor. This is not so much a holy place of purification as it is an open-air, huge, messy kitchen. At this moment, a wheelbarrow was pushed in from the direction of the isolation ward. The cart was filled with blood-stained and medicine-stained bandages and sheets that had been changed from patients, as well as some metal tweezers and small bowls of medicine. Aaliyah's pupils shrank suddenly. These items, no matter where they are found, are considered contaminated items of the highest order. According to Vatican regulations, handling them requires an extremely complex purification ritual. She had witnessed with her own eyes how a respected old bishop fasted and bathed, prayed sleeplessly in front of the altar for 3 days and 3 nights in order to purify a scalpel contaminated with the plague, and consumed a large amount of holy water and precious holy light powder before finally declaring that the knife was clean again. The scene was solemn and dignified, and filled with sacred glory. However, in the Blackwood territory, the leader pushing the cart walked to a big pot without even blinking, grabbed the pile of filthy cloths and utensils on the cart, and poured them all into the boiling water with a splash. Aaliyah's mouth opened slightly, but no sound came out. Leo was also stunned. He was stunned for a long time, and finally found a perfect breakthrough that would allow him to regain his confidence. Crazy. You're completely crazy. He pointed at the cauldron of filthy bandages, as if he had seen something blasphemous and outrageous. Kyle. Are you cooking a pot of plague soup? You're mixing these most evil and filthy things together. Are you thinking they're not spreading fast enough? His voice was filled with fear and anger, as if what was coming out of the pot was not steam, but a poisonous miasma that was about to destroy the world. Evil? Filthy? Kyle looked at him with interest. Sir Brave, in your opinion, are these cloths and ironware evil, or are the little bugs attached to them evil? They're all evil. Leo roared. No. Kyle shook his head and turned to Arya, whose face was also pale. Your Highness, let me ask you this. Which do you think is more sacred, holy water that requires chanting prayers to be effective, or this pot of boiling water that can instantly kill all life? Aaliyah was confused by this question. She answered subconsciously, Of course it is the holy water of God's grace, really? Kyle laughed, pointing at the big pot. His voice was not loud, but it was clear enough to drown out the gurgling sound of the boiling water. Then tell me, can your holy water make a piece of raw meat cooked instantly? Aaliyah, can your holy water completely destroy the ability of a hard seed to germinate? Aaliyah, can your holy water make a lively person stop breathing in 3 minutes? Arya's face grew paler. Of course she knew the answer. No. Your Highness, I'll tell you another secret. Kyle's tone was as calm as if he was stating a perfectly normal fact. Those little bugs invisible to the naked eye are also living things. They're just like you and me, afraid of heat. I'm very, very afraid of heat. He defined the scene before him in an almost cruel, declarative tone. High temperatures are one of the simplest, most effective, and cheapest ways to kill them. No prayers or faith are required, just enough firewood and a large enough pot. I call this process physical salvation. Physical salvation. Arya's brain was almost shut down by the impact of these new and unprecedented words. She stared blankly at the cauldron. The fire burned, the water simmered, and those bandages, which she had once avoided, filled with death and ominousness, were repeatedly steamed and boiled in the purest and most primitive heat. There is no trace of holiness, there is only sweat, steam, fire, and labor here. However, this pot of what looked like witch's soup contained a more powerful and unquestionable power than any purification ritual she had ever seen. A force of destruction and rebirth. She thought of the old bishop who had spent 3 days and 3 nights, using all his energy to purify that small scalpel. Here, a large pot can purify hundreds of such items in 1 hour. Pragmatism is crushing all her understanding of ritual and formalism that she has established since childhood in the most brutal and unreasonable way. She had always believed that sacredness was a state that could only be achieved through piety and complex rituals, but Kyle told her that the sacred can sometimes be the raging fire in the furnace and the boiling water in the iron pot, as long as it can achieve the ultimate goal of salvation. Look, Your Highness the Saint. Kyle's voice brought her back to reality. A civilian, using a pair of giant tongs, plucked a bandage from the pot, already boiled white. Though it still bore traces of indelible stains, it exuded an indescribable sense of cleanliness amidst the scalding steam. This bandage is cleaner than any new one you took out of the temple, Kyle said calmly, because there are no living bugs on it anymore. Aaliyah stared at the steaming bandage, as if she saw not just a piece of rag, but a world that had been completely turned upside down. She felt the ground beneath her feet was collapsing, while the sky above her head was forcibly torn open by this rough, life-filled steam, creating a new, wider hole. Chapter 45, The Concerto of Herbs and Logic. Arya felt like a drowning person who was forcibly pulled out of the water. Every breath she took was filled with new, unfamiliar, and even choking air, from the theoretical class on microorganisms to the breathing isolation ward, and then to this cauldron of boiling water for physical salvation. Kyle Eisenberg, the legendary villain lord, is using a set of logic that she cannot understand at all but cannot refute to dismantle her life creed of the past 20 years, piece by piece, and then throw it into the boiling plague soup. Okay, the last stop of the tour. Kyle seemed completely oblivious to the frantic expressions of the two people behind him, maintaining his leisurely, tour guide pace. If ventilation and isolation are ways to cut off the enemy's reinforcements, and high-temperature disinfection is a weapon to destroy the enemy, then the next places we need to visit are our arsenal and headquarters. He led them around the steaming area and into the deepest part of the isolation zone. There, too, stood a row of simple wooden sheds. But unlike the wards, these sheds had several skylights on their roofs, and a strong, bitter herbal odor wafted out, piercing one's nose. This smell was familiar to Arya. It was the smell of cheap herbs brewed by rural herbalists or by those in the slums who couldn't afford medical care. It was filled with poverty, helplessness, and a tiny glimmer of hope. Herbs? Leo's nose twitched. The last bit of his sense of superiority left after being bombarded repeatedly seemed to have found a chance to revive. I thought it was some amazing arsenal. Kyle, you're not trying to tell me that your ultimate weapon against this natural disaster is this herbal soup that even the old ladies at the village entrance can make? He almost laughed out loud. I admit that those mystical things you mentioned earlier have some tricks, but using herbs to treat diseases? Don't be ridiculous. If herbs were effective, the pharmacists of the Holy See would have developed effective medicines long ago. Why would you be here cooking these country folk things? This time, Kyle didn't argue with him. He just pushed open the door of one of the wooden sheds and made a pleased gesture. Seeing is believing, Your Excellency the Brave. Please come in. As soon as the door opened, the strong smell of herbs mixed with wood smoke hit me in the face. The shed was like a busy workshop. On the left, a dozen women and children sat before piles of freshly picked herbs. Each of them held a small atlas, meticulously sorting, washing, and chopping the different herbs according to the instructions. Their movements were slow and careful, repeatedly comparing each herb with the atlas, fearing a mistake. To the right, rows of simple earthen stoves were built, with dozens of pottery jars placed on top. Before each stove stood a local, intently controlling the heat and stirring the dark brown, bitter-smelling potion in the jar with a wooden spoon. The whole scene is busy and orderly, full of the assembly line beauty of the industrial age. Arya's eyes fell on the atlases held by the women and children. She took a few steps closer and saw precise charcoal drawings of various herbs, accompanied by easy-to-understand text: 3-leaf heat-clearing herb, remove the roots and keep the stems, silver-edged cough-relieving flower, only the petals. This, she thought of the apprentices at the Vatican pharmacy, who had to spend years memorizing voluminous herbal tomes before they could even distinguish hundreds of different herbs. Here, Kyle, with just a few thin atlases, transformed a group of illiterate women and children into qualified herbal medicine processors. This won't cure gray rot, Kyle's voice rang in her ear, as if he'd guessed what she was thinking. In fact, these decoctions aren't even a cure. Then, what are you doing? Aaliyah asked blankly. Prescribe the right medicine for the right condition, Kyle answered succinctly. If the patient has a high fever, I'll use heat-clearing herbs to reduce their temperature. If the patient has a severe cough, I'll use cough-relieving flowers to relieve their symptoms. I can't kill the bugs in their bodies, but at least I can help my subjects strengthen their bodies' walls, giving them more strength to win this war on their own. He pointed at the people working on the assembly line and said, I don't have the time or resources to train professional pharmacists. So I break down the most complex processes into the simplest steps, with each person responsible for just one step. This is the fastest way and the least likely to cause errors. Aaliyah's heart was hit hard again. Treat the disease with the right medicine and enhance resistance. These concepts were so unfamiliar to her, who was used to using divine arts to directly purify the lesions, but they contained a simple and powerful philosophy. Her magic was like thunder sent down from the gods, which would either destroy the enemy in the battlefield together, or be completely ineffective. Kyle's method was like that of an experienced general. He did not seek to kill the enemy with one blow, but instead, by repairing the city walls, comforting the soldiers, and cutting off the enemy's food supplies, he gradually pulled the balance of victory towards his side. The two methods are clearly superior. Humph, nice words. Leo remained stubborn. He pointed at the black medicine and raised a final question. How do you know your heat-clearing grass will definitely reduce fever? How do you know your cough-relieving flower will definitely stop coughs? The effects of herbal medicine vary from person to person, and sometimes they can even have the opposite effect. What's the difference between what you're doing and murder? This was his last stand. Herbal medicine was a field fraught with uncertainty. Even the Vatican's master pharmacists couldn't guarantee 100% efficacy. He believed this must be the biggest flaw in Kyle's heresy. However, Kyle just looked at him quietly, even with a hint of pity in his eyes. Your Excellency the Brave One, you have finally asked the most crucial question. He did not answer directly, but turned around and picked up a thick notebook bound with rough paper from the hand of a clerk in charge of recording next to him. He handed the notebook to Aaliyah and opened a page. Your Highness, please look. Aaliyah's eyes fell on the unremarkable booklet. Then, her breathing completely stopped at this moment. There were no fancy words or sacred prayers on it, only forms, neat tables drawn with charcoal, filled with cold logic. The first column is the patient's name and bed number, the second column is the date, the third column is the time, accurate to morning, noon, afternoon, and evening, the fourth column is body temperature status. There are no precise numbers on it, but it is described using words such as slight fever, high fever, scalding, and return to normal. The fifth column is cough status, which record states such as mild cough, severe cough, coughing up blood, and stopped. The sixth column is type of decoction taken, which clearly states prescription number 1, mainly for clearing heat, or prescription number 2, mainly for relieving cough. The seventh column, which is also the longest one, is remarks, which densely records the various reactions of the patients after taking the decoction. Patient John in bed number 3 took prescription number 1 this afternoon and began sweating profusely within half an hour. His temperature dropped from scalding to high fever. It's working. Patient Mary in bed 7, after taking prescription number 2 this morning, her coughing frequency has significantly decreased, but she has developed mild diarrhea. She needs to be carefully monitored. Patient in bed 11, no significant improvement after taking prescription number 1. Try doubling the dosage tomorrow. Page after page. It is full of such calm and almost cruel observation records. Aaliyah's hands began to tremble uncontrollably. She finally understood the most core, terrifying, and greatest part of Kyle's system. It's not about microorganisms, ventilation, and isolation, nor is it about high-temperature disinfection, but this is this way of thinking, of observing, recording, analyzing and improving. Her divine arts were powerful and holy, yet fraught with uncertainty. Every use was a gamble, as she placed everything on the elusive faith and the divine grace. If she succeeded, she thanked the gods. If she failed, she could only blame her own lack of faith. She had never considered, nor could she analyze, why one attempt succeeded, only to fail the next. Miracles cannot be recorded or analyzed, but Kyle's method works. His system is a cold, rigorous closed loop that allows for continuous trial and error, continuous correction, and continuous improvement. He admitted his ignorance, so he observed. He admitted that his method might be wrong, so he recorded. He hoped to find a better way, so he analyzed. How can this be a country folk herbal remedy? This is clearly an ongoing, chillingly rigorous scientific experiment, using the entire quarantine area as a laboratory and all patients as research subjects. Of course, my method is subject to error. Kyle's voice, as if coming from another world, confirmed her thoughts. But my records will tell me where I'm wrong. Sir Leo, you ask me how I know it works? The answer is in this notebook. Hundreds of patients have told me this through their own personal experiences. My system may still be very crude and rudimentary. But given enough time and enough records, it will continue to improve itself, becoming more and more accurate and effective. Now, please tell me. Kyle's gaze became as sharp as a knife for the first time, piercing deep into Leo's soul. Is your sacred fighting spirit, which relies on prayer and luck, more reliable, or is this notebook filled with facts and logic more reliable? Leo stumbled back a step, his face drained of all color. He lost, the defeat was complete and utter. The strength, justice, and common sense that he was proud of were as fragile as a piece of water-soaked paper in front of the cold logical loop established by this man. And Aaliyah lowered her head, staring at the book that recorded life and struggle, and her eyes became moist without warning. What she saw were no longer cold words and forms, rather, it is an incomparably magnificent concerto, performed by herbs and logic for the sole purpose of survival. Chapter 46. Thunder of Faith. Time seemed to be frozen at this moment by that rough record book. Leo stumbled back a step, his foot hitting gravel and making a slight sound, but he was completely unaware. His face was as pale as paper, and his mouth opened and closed, but no meaningful syllables emanated. Everything he was proud of, his God-given strength, his unwavering righteousness, his common sense in the world, was shattered before this cold, rigorous booklet filled with patient responses. He felt like a reckless man who rushed into an alchemist's workshop shouting, "Your bottles and jars are not as hard as my fists," only for the other party to calmly show him how to use these bottles and jars to create an alchemical bomb that could flatten a hill. As for Aaliyah, she remained motionless, looking down at the booklet. Her hands were shaking so hard that the pages of the booklet rustled. For a moment, she felt that what she was holding was not a rough booklet, but the heavy lives of all the patients in Blackwood territory, their every weak breath, every painful groan, and every tiny victory after wrestling with death. Her eyes grew hot and her vision began to blur. She no longer saw words and forms, but a road. A completely different path from the one she knew, the path to the kingdom of God, paved by prayer and miracles. This road carries no divine light, no angelic chance. It's muddy, bumpy, and filled with the thorns of trial and error and the pitfalls of failure. Yet, under Kyle's guidance, it's been paved, step by step, firmly, by countless people, using their feet, their sweat, and the simplest observations and records. This is a path to survival. The tour is over. Kyle's voice broke the deathly silence. He gently took the record book from Arya's hand and handed it back to the clerk beside him, his movements as gentle as if he were handling a sacred object. "Let's go back." He turned around and was the first to walk out of the shed filled with the bitter smell of herbs. Leo followed behind in a daze, as if all his bones had been pulled out. Aaliyah took a deep breath. The smell of herbs and smoke made her feel a sense of peace that she had never felt before. She raised her feet and followed. To get out of the deepest part of the quarantine zone, you need to go through the entire camp at this time. Aaliyah's eyes were no longer filled with tourist-like curiosity and shock, but she observed everything she saw from a completely new perspective. She saw the residents, dressed in protective linen robes, busy at their respective posts. Their faces were devoid of smiles, serious and even a little numb, but their eyes lacked the despair Arya had seen in the eyes of the refugees from the outside world. Yes, there is no despair. She saw a militiaman, responsible for transporting supplies, pass by the big bath and hand the remaining water in his kettle to his sweaty companion who was stirring the cauldron. The two did not speak, but nodded silently. She saw a woman distributing food. As she handed oatmeal to a slightly recovered patient sitting at the door of the ward to get some fresh air, she would patiently remind him, "The Lord said you should drink more water and fill your stomach so you have the strength to drive away the bugs." She saw several young people who had just changed shifts and taken off their protective suits. They were sitting far away, rubbing their hands with liquor and whispering about which bed's patient had a better appetite today. There are no passionate slogans, no fanatical prayers to God, and no illusory promises for the future. Everything here revolves around the most core and simple goal: to survive. The axis that keeps this huge and sophisticated system running is the noble young man who walks in the front and does not look very tall from the back. Each of his orders was cold and rational. Each of his designs is full of pragmatic considerations. In every decision he made, he placed human life above God's dogma. These people may not understand what microorganisms, cross-infection, and clinical observation are, but they trusted him. A trust that was almost blind, yet incredibly solid, because they had witnessed with their own eyes how the Lord's methods were allowing their loved ones and friends to gradually escape from the clutches of death. This kind of trust is more powerful than any kind of faith Arya has ever seen. Finally, they passed the final wooden fence of the quarantine zone. The noise, the heat, and the bitter smell of medicine were now behind them. As the fresh air rushed into her lungs, Arya felt a tightness in her chest, as if a huge rock were pressing down on her, making it difficult for her to breathe. She looked at the back of Kyle, the villain lord who was rumored to be cold-blooded and indifferent to people in need. She thought of the patients she had comforted with her magic along the way. She had given them a moment of peace, given them false hope, and then watched them die in agony. Her kindness was more like a ritual of self-satisfaction. Kyle, on the other hand, used the most ruthless wall to isolate risks, the most heretical rituals to establish order, and the most blasphemous methods to bring vitality. His cruelty is to save more people. Her kindness seems so pale and powerless. For the first time, the word rescue took on a different weight in Aaliyah's heart. She stopped. Kyle seemed to notice and stopped, turning to look at her. Leo, on the other hand, walked forward on his own like a wandering soul, as if he wanted to escape as quickly as possible from this place that had shattered his dignity. The sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, dappling onto Kyle's body. The strange mask covering his mouth and nose had been removed, revealing a handsome and calm face. Arya's lips moved for a long time, and finally, a question that almost exhausted all her strength came out from her trembling lips, the sound as light as a feather in the wind. "My lord, don't you believe in the God of light?" This is the ultimate question. It was the last cornerstone of her faith that needed to be confirmed. In this world where theocracy reigned supreme, anyone who didn't believe in the God of light was practically a heretic. Yet, a godless noblehead, using his own methods, accomplished something even a miracle couldn't. This in itself is the greatest mockery of the entire Vatican and the entire belief system. Kyle didn't answer immediately. He just looked at her quietly. In his deep eyes, there was no mockery or pity, only a calm and frank look at a fellow human being. He saw the confusion, pain, and struggle in the eyes of the girl in white, as well as the desire to grasp a new fulcrum after being on the verge of collapse. After a long time, he slowly spoke. His voice was not loud, but it was as clear as a bell striking on the soul. "Ms. Arya, I believe in any method that can keep people alive." These words were like a bolt of thunder that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. There was no deafening sound, but a bottomless gap was blown up in Aaliyah's spiritual world. Kyle looked at her moonwhite eyes that were slightly widened in shock and continued calmly, "If the God of light can do it, I will believe in him. If science can do it, I will believe in it." Aaliyah felt as if the castle of faith in her mind, which had been built with piety and dogma for 20 years, was completely raised to the ground from the foundation to the top of the tower by an irresistible force. The moment these words fell, she had always believed that faith and salvation were tied together. Believing in the God of light was for the sake of salvation, but Kyle completely tore them apart in an extremely clear, even outrageous way. What he believes in is not a specific God or an abstract concept. What he believes in is the method itself. It is the effective method that can achieve the ultimate result of keeping people alive. What a practical, powerful, and awe-inspiring value. Aaliyah stood there blankly. She looked at Kyle in front of her and felt for the first time that the light emanating from him was brighter and warmer than the holy light of any cardinal she had ever seen. That is not the light given by God. It is a kind of brilliance that belongs to human beings themselves, rooted in rationality, logic, and humanism. At this moment, her emotions quietly completed their final transformation. From the initial vigilance and pity, to the subsequent confusion and shock, it finally settled into a heartfelt and unshakable feeling. Admire. Chapter 47. Abandoned life. Arya stood there blankly, her mind blank, even forgetting how to respond. She simply stared at Kyle, into his calm, honest eyes, realizing for the first time that the word human could possess such power that could shake even the gods. Leo, standing beside him, was like a stone statue with its soul drained out, his eyes lifeless. He just mechanically followed along. Kyle's relentless, coldly rigorous logic had shattered his prideful heart. What he needed now wasn't a fight, but a quiet corner to slowly heal his shattered pride. The atmosphere was delicate, with one shocked and speechless, one distraught, and one calm as usual, and fell into a strange tranquility among the three people. However, this tranquility was suddenly torn apart by a shrill cry coming from not far away. "Stop! Don't come any closer! Put down what you're holding! Back off!" It was a stern shout from the militia on guard outside the buffer zone. Immediately afterwards, there was a mixture of cries of men and women, filled with despair and pleading. "Please! Please! We're at our wits' end. Only here is there any hope." This sudden commotion made everyone alert. Aaliyah recovered from the huge mental shock and looked in the direction of the sound. Leo's empty eyes finally showed a little focus. Kyle frowned slightly and immediately walked towards the direction of the commotion. In an open space a few dozen steps outside the buffer zone, a ragged, sallow-faced couple was stopped by two militiamen armed with bows. The couple looked on the verge of collapse. The man knelt on the ground, kowtowed repeatedly toward the buffer zone, his forehead a bloody mess. The woman clutched a small bundle wrapped in a tattered blanket, weeping heartbreakingly, nearly fainting. "My lord!" A militia captain came running over, reporting nervously, it was a refugee couple. "They tried to break through, but we stopped them." They were holding. I think they had a child. Child? Aaliyah's heart suddenly tightened. At this moment, the couple seemed to have spotted Kyle and his group. They seemed to have seen their last straw and became even more excited. Please, Lord. Have mercy, the man cried hoarsely. We don't want anything. Food, water. We don't want anything. We just want our daughter to live. The woman also cried out, her voice broken and desperate. She's almost dying from the fever. The doctors and priests out there are all useless. They all say there's no hope. We heard, only the Lord of Blackwood territory has a solution. Please, save her. Save Anya. However, the militia pulled their bows even harder, with the cold arrows pointed at them. This was the iron rule set by Kyle, and no one could cross the line. Faced with the threat of death and the instinct to survive, the poor parents finally made the most painful decision. The woman kissed the blanket in her arms for the last time, tears streaming down her face like a broken dam. Then, she and her husband looked at each other, seeing the same heartbreak and determination in each other's eyes. Under everyone's astonished gaze, the woman carefully placed the small package in her arms on the ground as if it were a rare treasure. Then, she and her husband staggered to their feet, wailing loudly and running towards the distant wilderness without looking back. Anya! Forgive Mom and Dad. Live well. That cry, more like a cry of life than a warning, filled with the immense sorrow of separation from one's loved ones, made the heart tremble. Soon, their figures disappeared into the shadows of the woods, leaving only the desperate cries that still echoed in the wind. The entire scene fell into dead silence in an instant. Everyone's eyes were focused on the open space, that abandoned, tiny ball wrapped in a tattered blanket. It just lay there quietly, motionless, as if it was not a life but a piece of luggage that had been discarded casually. Oh my God! Aaliyah covered her mouth, tears welling up in her eyes. She couldn't imagine the kind of despair that could drive parents to abandon their own flesh and blood. Her heart felt like it was being gripped by an invisible hand, the pain so severe that she couldn't breathe. It's a child. They left the child behind. Her first reaction was to rush forward. As a saint, saving the dying and the wounded was her duty. Every life was worth saving, let alone such a pitiful child abandoned by his parents. However, as soon as she took a step, she was stopped by a hand. It's Kyle. His expression remained calm, but his eyes had become incredibly serious. He didn't look at Arya, but instead stared intently at the small package on the ground. His voice was low but clear as a command. Everyone, maintain your distance. Do not approach. Archers, maintain vigilance. His command froze Arya in her tracks. She looked at Kyle in confusion, her eyes filled with pleading. My lord. That's a child. She's so young, she needs help. Of course I know she needs medical attention. Kyle's voice was calm, but his gaze was like a scalpel, calmly analyzing the situation. But I also know that she is currently one of the most dangerous sources of infection in the world. These words were like a bucket of cold water, poured over Arya's burning compassion. Only then did she realize the seriousness of the problem with this child. Anya had been confirmed by her parents to be infected with gray rot and was terminally ill, suffering from a high fever and coma. Her tiny body was host to countless little bugs, as Kyle called them. Saving her means taking a huge risk. Not saving her and watching a young life disappear in front of her went against all of Arya's beliefs. Just when Arya was caught in a dilemma, Leo, who had been silent all the time, finally took action. A glimmer of light rekindled in his previously empty eyes. But that light was no longer the golden flame that once heated up his blood. Instead, it was a mixture of pity, pain, and a cold, resolute, chilling light. He looked at Anya lying on the ground, tightened his grip on the hilt of the sword at his waist, and his teeth chattered. This brave man, defeated by logic and facts, seemed to have finally found a new, extreme, and cruel outlet for his power and justice that had nowhere to go when faced with this concrete, sharp and bloody tragedy. This abandoned life is like the real version of the difficult problem Kyle once posed, only this time, what was on the track was no longer a blurry number, but a living, dying little girl. Kyle looked at Aaliyah's conflicted expression, looked at the dangerous light that had rekindled in Leo's eyes, and then looked at the little life in the distance. He knew that this debate on ideas was over. What followed was a bloody open book exam with no standard answers. And he is the only person who sets the questions and the only examiner. Chapter 48, The Hero's Purification. The wind blew across the clearing, picking up a few dead leaves and brushing against the tiny life abandoned in the tattered blanket. The blanket moved slightly, as if the child was twitching unconsciously, or as if it were just a prank by the wind. This tiny scene was like a needle, piercing the heart of everyone present. Aaliyah's tears were already flowing uncontrollably. She bit her lip hard to stifle her sobs. A fierce war was raging within her. On one side, her duty as a saint and her innate compassion urged her to charge forward recklessly. On the other, the cold logic of the source of infection and risk control that Kyle had just implanted in her mind, like a chain, bound her feet tightly. What should she do? Use magic to save her? But magic couldn't even cure those with milder symptoms. Should she rush over and embrace her? Would she then become the next host of the little bug? She discovered that kindness can also be so heavy and powerless at times, and in this suffocating silence, Leo moved. He walked forward slowly, step by step, and stopped about 10 steps away from the child. A complex expression now emerged on his face, pale from the blow he had sustained. There was reluctance, there was pity, but more than that, there was a twisted yet resolute resolve that had been reformed after finding an outlet for his outburst. He seemed to have found his place as a hero, not in Kyle's incomprehensible logic, but in the familiar, black and white arena of judgment. We can't do anything. Leo's voice was hoarse and low, but it carried an unquestionable assertion. He didn't look at Kyle, but turned to Aaliyah. His eyes seemed to say, "Look, Your Highness, this is what we should do." Aaliyah looked at him blankly. "Leo, what did you say?" "I said, we can't save her," Leo repeated, his tone a little more serious. He took a deep breath, as if gathering strength for his next words. "Aaliyah, you and I both know that when the gray rot reaches this stage, any divine magic is futile. The disease in her body is so deep that it is impossible to reverse it. Her soul is almost completely corroded by filth." He stretched out a hand and pointed at Anya lying on the ground from a distance. His gesture was like a judge who pronounced the fate of a sinner. "She's no longer a simple child. She's a walking source of infection. A moving disaster. Every breath she takes sows the seeds of death into the air. Every moment we hesitate increases the risk of infection for this land, and even for the innocent people behind Lord Kyle." His voice became more and more passionate, and his eyes, which had rekindled their light, flashed with a fanatical, self-touched justice. "So?" He suddenly drew the long sword from his waist. With a humming sound, brilliant golden fighting spirit instantly enveloped the sword, emitting a sacred and majestic light. "In order to prevent her from continuing to threaten more innocent people, and to free her from this endless pain and let her soul rest in peace, we must do this immediately. Perform the highest intensity holy purification on her." Holy purification? These 4 words, like a poisoned dagger, stabbed into Arya's ears. She shuddered all over and looked at Leo in disbelief, her face instantly turning paler than snow. "Leo! Are you crazy? What nonsense are you talking about?" she screamed. "Holy purification? Don't you know what that is? Isn't that killing her?" The so-called holy purification is the Church's ultimate means of dealing with demons or fallen beings deeply corrupted by evil forces, beyond redemption. It uses the purest and most explosive divine power of light to completely evaporate and annihilate the target, along with all the filth within them. From a physical perspective, this is not salvation. This is execution. I'm not crazy. Aaliyah. I'm more sober than ever." Leo practically roared, his young face revealing a resoluteness that was almost cruel and unbelievable for his age. "This is a necessary sacrifice. A decision that must be made to protect more people. This is the responsibility of a brave man. But she's just a child." Tears welled up in Arya's eyes. "She's still alive. How could you use the word purification to treat a living, defenseless child? A child about to spread the plague?" Leo retorted without backing down. He even began to twist Kyle's theory to arm himself. "Didn't Lord Kyle also say that? We need to isolate her. We need to eliminate the source of infection. What I'm doing now is the most thorough and effective way to eliminate it. Are you going to watch her drag us all down with her?" Aaliyah was so stunned by his twisted logic that she couldn't utter a word. She could only shake her head helplessly and look at Kyle, who had remained silent from beginning to end. "Lord, please say something." she cried, casting a pleading look at the man who had just overturned her worldview. She hoped, no, she prayed, that this man who had built the arc of life with rigorous logic would stand up and refute Leo's crazy murder theory, which was under the banner of justice. Kyle finally moved. He didn't look at Leo's sword that shone with the light of justice, nor did he pay attention to Alia's expectant eyes. His eyes were always fixed on the small, abandoned life in the distance. He spoke calmly, his voice not loud, but like a boulder thrown into a torrent, instantly drowning out all the noise. Lord Leo, what do you want to do? Leo looked at him warily, holding the sword tighter. Kyle asked slowly, can your so-called holy purification guarantee that it will 100% kill the little bugs in her body, without any escaping? This question left everyone stunned. Leo obviously didn't expect Kyle to ask this. He frowned, then answered proudly, of course. My sacred fighting spirit can turn her and the land around her into scorched earth. No filth can escape. Very good. Kyle nodded and continued in his leisurely tone, as if discussing the weather. So, will the purifying energy shock create air currents? Will it blow those little bugs on her blanket and skin, which you haven't killed yet, further away? Into our quarantine area? Leo's expression froze. Or, Kyle continued, can your purification be guaranteed to be instantaneous? If, at 0.01 second before the purification was complete, she coughed violently due to the excruciating pain, would the bugs in her lungs burst out with her last breath, forming a larger and more concentrated pollution area? A cold sweat broke out on Leo's forehead. He had never thought about these details. Kyle's gaze finally withdrew from afar and fell on Leo's face. His eyes were as calm as an abyss. Sir Leo, until you have a detailed report on the impact of sacred purification energy shocks on the spread of microbial aerosols, verified by hundreds of experiments, I suggest you put aside your flashy but impractical methods. Because your purification, in my opinion, is not eliminating the source of infection. Kyle spoke word by word and gave the final conclusion. It's creating a larger-scale, uncontrollable biohazard. Chapter 49. The villain who stands up. Creating a larger-scale, uncontrollable biohazard. Kyle's voice was low, his tone steady, as if he was stating an established fact. However, this conclusion, like an invisible hammer forged by pure logic, struck Leo's high, shining self-esteem with a sacred light. You're talking nonsense. Leo's face instantly turned the color of liver. Kyle described his holy purification, which he was so proud of, as a bomb that would detonate a cesspool. This was a profound humiliation. His hand gripping the sword was shaking, partly from anger, and partly from the weakness of being unable to refute after having his thoughts spoken so clearly that he hadn't really thought about airflow, coughing, or microbial aerosol formation. His mind held only one image, a flash of golden light, the purification of evil, and himself, standing before a scorched earth, striking a righteous pose, simple, efficient, and handsome. But now, this picture was torn to pieces by Kyle with a few words that he couldn't even understand. I'm talking nonsense? Kyle didn't even raise his eyebrows. He turned to the militia captain beside him and asked in a tone that was almost casual, Carl, what would happen if I threw a big rock with all my strength at a pile of dry cow dung? The militia captain named Carl was stunned for a moment, then answered honestly, my lord, that will explode, and feces will fly everywhere and get all over us. Very good, a very vivid metaphor. Kyle nodded and turned his gaze back to Leo. Sir Leo, you are now ready to throw the biggest stone you have ever thrown onto that most dangerous pile of cow dung. Do you think the consequences will be any different from what Captain Carl described? Puff, a young militiaman nearby, couldn't help laughing out loud, then quickly covered his mouth tightly, his face flushing red. You! How dare you compare the sacred power of purification to something so filthy? Leo trembled with rage, his golden fighting spirit flickering unsteadily. He felt like he wasn't conversing with a noble, but arguing with a venomous, troll-like creature from a goblin's latrine. However, no matter how angry he was, he couldn't refute a single word of the core question raised by Kyle. Lolia stood aside and had completely stopped crying. She stared blankly at this bizarre confrontation. On one side, there is a hero holding a holy sword, radiating a sacred light, but raging in impotence. On the other side, there is a villain wearing a simple linen shirt, with empty hands, but calmly conducting a pollutant diffusion risk assessment. The absurdity and subversion of this scene caused her brain to shut down again. She couldn't bear it, she was helpless, and she could only watch like a helpless spectator, watching how these two men representing two extreme ideologies on the stage would decide the fate of the child. Leo's patience was finally exhausted under the dual pressure of self-esteem and logic. Enough! I don't want to listen to your nonsense anymore. He roared, and the light on the sword surged again. I only know that evil must be eliminated. This is the will of the God of Light. Aaliyah, stand back. I'm about to begin. His cornered sense of justice has now twisted into paranoid madness. He will use the most direct and explosive actions to prove himself right and regain the glory of the brave man. Aaliyah's heart instantly rose to her throat. She looked at Leo in horror, but found that she was powerless to stop him, however, just as Leo was about to swing his sword. Carl. Kyle's calm, almost cold voice sounded again. Bring me my equipment. This order, like an invisible barrier, instantly brought the tense atmosphere on the scene to a standstill. Leo froze. Aaliyah was also stunned. The militia captain, named Carl, immediately turned and ran to a storage shed in the quarantine area without hesitation after receiving the order. He and another militiaman quickly returned, carrying a pile of things. It wasn't some finely crafted armor, nor was it some magical treasure. It was an ankle-length robe made of thick linen, a pair of long gloves made of the same material, and a double-layered strange mask that was twice as thick as the ones they wore on their faces. Everything exudes a clean and dry smell, as if it has been repeatedly steamed in boiling water and then exposed to the scorching sun. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, Kyle calmly and quickly put on these simple equipment without the slightest hesitation. He first put on the heavy double-layer mask to protect his mouth and nose tightly, then he put on the thick linen robe and wrapped himself tightly from head to toe. Finally, he put on the long gloves, carefully tucking the cuffs into the gloves without leaving any gaps. Throughout the entire process, his movements were skillful and methodical, as if he had practiced them 1,000 times. His composure and professionalism imbued this seemingly ridiculously simple outfit with a reassuring, rigorous sense of ritual. After getting dressed, Kyle turned around. His entire body was wrapped in the gray-white linen, with only a pair of deep and calm eyes revealed. Then, he took a step forward, and under the gazes of everyone who looked as if they had seen a ghost, he resolutely walked towards the little life that was abandoned dozens of steps away, step by step. At this moment, time seemed to be slowed down. Aaliyah's pupils instantly contracted to their limit. She covered her mouth, her body trembling slightly from the immense impact. What did she see? She saw the villain lord who was rumored by the outside world to be cold-hearted and indifferent to the dying. When the brave man representing light and justice holds up the butcher knife and wants to wipe out an innocent life in the name of purification, however, he chose to wear the simplest protection and walk alone towards the most dangerous and fragile life that everyone regarded as a disaster. Of this scene, like a red-hot iron, burned deeply into Aaliyah's soul. Kyle. Stop. Are you crazy? Leo finally recovered from his shock and roared in disbelief. Do you want to die? Don't you know how dangerous it is in there? This roar sounded full of concern, but underneath, it was more like the hysteria after the collapse of the worldview. He couldn't understand this noble coward who had been hiding behind a wooden wall, using the coldest orders to keep refugees out, a man he saw as cowardly and without any sense of honor. Why did he dare to do something that even a brave man like him wouldn't dare to do? Kyle stopped. He did not look back, but turned sideways, looking at the brave man who was still holding the holy sword high through the thick mask. His voice, filtered through layers of masks, seemed a little dull, but it carried an unprecedented and unquestionable power. Stop it, Leo. She's still alive. Please throw away your brain, otherwise it will affect your viewing experience. QWQ. Chapter 50. Request in the tent. She's still alive. These 4 words came out through the thick linen mask. The sound was dull, but it was like 4 precise and heavy bells, knocking on the hearts of everyone present. Leo's sword, held high, gleaming with divine light, seemed profoundly awkward at this moment. The golden fighting spirit on the sword felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over it, dimming its brilliance. He froze in place, sword raised, like a ridiculous statue forgotten by history. His tragic, heroic scenario of sacrificing the small for the greater good was shattered by Kyle's simple, brutal words, along with his newly inflated heart of a hero that he, Leo, a brave man canonized by the holy sea of light and the embodiment of justice, had just tried to purify a living child, but the rumored cold-blooded and ruthless villain lord walked towards her. This realization was like an invisible slap in the face, slapping him hard in the face. Kyle ignored the brave warrior behind Him, who was already mired in self-doubt and illogicality. He walked up to the small figure and slowly squatted down. His movements were gentle and steady, without the slightest hint of disgust or fear. Through his thick linen gloves, he extended 2 fingers and gently probed for the artery on the side of the girl's neck. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Everyone held their breath. Aaliyah's heart was in her throat. She stared at Kyle's finger, as if it was the pointer that determined the fate of the world. After a few seconds, Kyle withdrew his hand. Then, with an unimaginable tenderness, he carefully picked up the hot, weak little body, along with the tattered blanket. He gently rested the child's head in his arms, and his other hand held her body steadily. The whole action was like holding the most fragile and precious piece of porcelain. This scene completely destroyed the last line of defense in Aaliyah's heart, called common sense. In her past 20 years, nobles were supposed to be proud and maintain an elegant distance from commoners. And lords, especially notorious lords like the Eisenberg family, were supposed to treat commoners like dirt. But the man in front of him, this villain who was cursed by everyone, held a refugee child who was covered in disease and whose life could be taken at any time in his arms so tenderly. Aaliyah's mind was blank. She couldn't think of anything. She just subconsciously followed the back of the man wearing a simple protective suit but looking extremely tall. Carl. Kyle, holding the child, issued a second order without turning back. Immediately. Set up emergency isolation tent number 1 at the edge of the quarantine zone. Prepare all supplies according to the highest protective standards. Yes. Lord. Militia Captain Carl shouted, and immediately rushed off with a few men. They moved without hesitation. Clearly, their lord had already made plans for this emergency. Leo finally lowered his sword slowly, the light extinguishing completely. He stared at Kyle's back, then at Aaliyah, who had followed him. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. He felt like a clown, having just been sung passionately in the center of the stage, and then, in the blink of an eye, the main cast and the audience had all gone to the next set, leaving him alone, under the spotlight, looking so lonely and ridiculous. Soon, a small, independent white tent was quickly erected at the edge of the quarantine area. Kyle held the child and walked in without hesitation. Aaliyah stood at the door of the tent, struggling with a conflict between her conscience and her conscience. Go in? Or not? Reason told her that it was the gathering place of the highest concentration of little bugs and a vortex of death, but the emotion, an emotion that she herself couldn't explain, a mixture of admiration, shock, and a strange attraction, was like an invisible hand, pushing her back. She hesitated for only a second, then, she took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind, opened the tent curtain, and followed in with a panicked look on her face. The tent was very simple, with only a simple wooden bed covered with clean linen. Kyle had already gently placed the little girl, Anya, on the bed. Without stopping, he immediately took out a clean cloth and a small bottle of strong liquor from a wooden box that the militia had just delivered to him, and began to carefully untie the girl's tattered and dirty clothes. His eyes were focused and calm, without a trace of distracting thoughts, just like a most professional doctor treating his patients. Arya stood there, bewildered, like an uninvited guest who had strayed into a sacred place. My lord. Her voice trembled. What should we do? My magic may be useless to her. Her voice was filled with helplessness and bewilderment. After witnessing the limitations of divine magic in Kyle's rigorous system, she felt a deep lack of confidence in the power she had once been most proud of. Kyle was gently wiping the girl's burning forehead with an alcohol-soaked cloth. He didn't even look back at her, but his words accurately captured her hesitation and anxiety at the moment. Your Highness the Saint. He still used the honorific, but his tone had subtly changed. It was no longer the distant politeness of before, but an unquestionable order issued in an emergency, purely for the purpose of solving the problem. Now is not the time to argue about doctrine. These words, like a magic needle, instantly penetrated into Aaliyah's chaotic ocean of thoughts, miraculously calming her turbulent emotional storm. Kyle finally turned his head. His eyes, blurred by the double mask and sweat, now seemed unusually bright, as if they could see through people's hearts. Her vital signs are extremely weak. He stated the harshest facts in the simplest language. She has a high fever, her breathing is rapid and weak, and her heartbeat is almost inaudible. If this continues, she will die from organ failure in less than half an hour. Aaliyah's heart sank. I need your help, Kyle said. This isn't a request, it's a statement, a team leader assigning the most critical tasks to their core members. Arya subconsciously straightened her back and listened attentively. Kyle's eyes fell on the girl's thin chest, and his voice was clear and decisive. full of the absolute confidence and control of a professional. Use your divine arts, Your Highness. However, do not radiate energy over a large area aimlessly as you did before. That is a waste of your precious strength. Now, focus your healing magic precisely and continuously on her heart and lungs. What you have to do is not to cure her. That's not possible for now. What you have to do is maintain her heartbeat, keep it at a minimum, strong beat. What you have to do is maintain her breathing, so that her lungs don't completely shut down. Don't interrupt. Output your power steadily, like a stream of water. Think of yourself as a machine driven by divine power. Finally, he looked into Arya's moon-white eyes, which were wide open with shock, and gave the final order. Leave the rest to me. Chapter 51, The Concerto of Divinity and Science. Leave the rest to me. Kyle's words, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, caused ripples in Arya's heart. Aaliyah opened her mouth, her mind blank, focusing divine power precisely on the heart and lungs? Channeling it as smoothly as a stream? Treating oneself like a machine driven by divine power. To her, these words were like explaining to a great swordsman how to embroider with a needle and thread. They were unfamiliar, absurd, yet, straight to the point. She, the Holy Sea of Light's rarest healing genius, the saint-in-waiting Aaliyah, had been instructed on how to use divine arts for the first time in the past 20 years. Furthermore, her instructor was a villain nobleman who knew nothing about divine arts. This is simply ridiculous. However, looking at Kyle's eyes that were still as sharp as an eagle through the mask, and looking at the little girl under him whose breathing was so weak that it was almost unnoticeable, Aaliyah found that she could not produce the slightest resistance or doubt in her heart, because she knew that what he said was right. Her previous treatment methods, which were as open and as radiant as the sun, were too extravagant and wasteful for this life that was like a candle in the wind. It was like using a battering ram to crack a walnut. It would only smash the walnut to pieces and not produce any good results. Okay. I'll try. Arya gritted her teeth, as if making up her mind. She walked forward, squatted on the other side of the wooden bed, and closed her eyes. She abandoned all her grand prayers and those gorgeous spellcasting gestures. Following Kyle's guidance, she began to try to feel and control. A soft, milky light gathered in her palm this time. The light didn't radiate out instantly as usual. Instead, she forcibly confined it into a fist-sized ball of light. The ball danced restlessly in her palm, divine power constantly emanating from its edges. Clearly, this meticulous manipulation was a huge challenge for her. Don't be nervous. Kyle's voice sounded in her ears, steady and powerful. You're not detonating it, you're guiding it. Imagine that your divine power isn't a bucket of spilled water, but a thread of light, the thinnest of threads. Aaliyah took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. Silk, this metaphor emerged in her mind, and she began to try to extract the slightest trace of divine power from the unstable ball of light. Done, she successfully pulled out a strand of energy that was thinner than a hair and emitted soft light from the light ball. Very good. Kyle's voice was filled with approval. Now, let this thread touch her chest gently and slowly. Feel it, feel her heartbeat with your heart. Aaliyah carefully manipulated the thread of light, letting it slowly and gently fall on Anya's thin chest like a feather. At that moment, an unprecedented feeling was clearly transmitted to her mind through the connection of divine power. It was an extremely faint and chaotic pulsation. Dong. Ta. Dong dong. Ta, faint, chaotic, and as if it would stop completely at any time. This was completely different from anything she had ever felt before. Before, she had been a high-ranking giver, showering divine grace upon the world. But now, she was like the most humble listener, bending down to listen to the most vulnerable cries of the lowest level of life. Her heart was gripped hard by this weak beat. Feel it? Kyle asked. I feel it. Aaliyah's voice was a little hoarse. Then follow its rhythm, use your strength, and gently push it. Every time it weakens, give it a little support and let it jump again. Remember, it is not to replace it, but to assist it. Kyle's voice sounded like the most experienced instructor, teaching an incredible surgical operation. Aaliyah held her breath and immersed all her attention in the faint pulsation. When the heartbeat weakened to near cessation once again, she manipulated the thread of light and gently and tenderly injected a trace of divine power. Boom. The exhausted heart seemed to be injected with a bit of vitality and beat vigorously. Efficient. Aaliyah's eyes burst into disbelief and surprise. She succeeded. For the first time, she used this embroidery method to precisely control divine power, and it produced an immediate effect. Once the door to this new world is opened, everything behind it becomes clear. She no longer needed Kyle's guidance. Relying on her instincts and talents as a healing genius, she quickly mastered this new technique. She split the thread of light in two. One thread gently wrapped around Anya's heart, like a magic pacemaker, maintaining her weak yet steady heartbeat. The other thread even more gently covered the girl's lungs. With each of her labored breaths, a glimmer of light was injected, assisting the dilation of her alveoli, like a magic ventilator, providing her with the most precious oxygen. An unprecedented joint treatment began silently in this small, simple tent. Aaliyah closed her eyes, beads of sweat oozing from her forehead, her holy face filled with concentration. She placed her hands on the girl's chest, and a soft white light formed between her fingertips and the girl's body, forming a sophisticated diagram woven by divine power, sustaining life. Opposite her, Kyle's work was also carried out simultaneously. He did not have the otherworldly power of Arya. Everything he did was full of the mundaneness of a mortal, yet equally rigorous and suffocating. He used a cotton ball soaked in alcohol to gently wipe the girl's scalding body over and over again. He meticulously cleaned her forehead, neck, underarms, palms, soles of feet, every area that could effectively dissipate heat. This was a primitive, basic physical cooling method, but it was also the most effective at this moment. The temperature inside the tent was unusually hot and stuffy due to the girl's high fever and the lack of ventilation. Kyle's thick protective suit was already soaked with sweat, but he paid no attention. His eyes showed no trace of disgust or impatience, only respect and dedication to life. Then, he pulled out a small ceramic bowl from the supply box. Inside was a bowl of dark-colored, bitter-smelling herbal decoction. This was a medicine he had asked his subjects to brew in advance, which had the effect of reducing fever and relieving coughs. The girl had fallen into a deep coma and was unable to swallow on her own. Instead of forcing the drink down roughly, which would have choked her, Kyle picked up a clean, hollow straw from the side of the bowl. He dipped a drop of decoction with a straw, carefully brought it to the girl's cracked lips, and gently dripped the drop of medicine into them. One drop another. Drop of this was a process that required great patience and carefulness. Just like that, drop by drop, he fed the hope of survival into that little life. There was silence in the tent. There was only the suppressed breathing of the two people, and the girl's moans, which were still weak but gradually became steady under the combined effects of magic and drugs. 1 represents the most sacred and extraordinary power in this world. 1 represents the most basic and rigorous science in another world. 1 who uses ethereal magic to maintain the operation of life. A foundation of survival supported by solid physics, theocracy and science, magic and logic. These two seemingly incompatible concepts are harmoniously intertwined in an incredible way at this moment for the common goal of saving lives. It was like a magnificent and solemn concerto played in a desperate situation. Chapter 52. The weight of that smile time, in the stuffy tent, was stretched into a sticky and long line. At this moment, outside the tent, the sun slowly slid from the scorching heat of noon to the warmth of the west. The light shone through the gaps in the tent, and the projection on the ground also moved quietly inside the tent. However, it felt like another world, a secluded realm ruled by silence, sweat, and concentration. There was no day or night here, only life wrestling with death in a silent tug-of-war. The air was filled with a strange smell of alcohol, herbs, and sweat. The only sounds were the two people's deliberately suppressed, heavy breathing and the intermittent, faint moans of the little girl on the wooden bed. Aaliyah felt that her mental strength had been stretched to its limit. Maintaining divine power into such fine threads and continuously providing assistance output was more exhausting for her than any previous large-scale treatment. Sweat trickled down her forehead, soaking the silver hair by her cheeks. She looked a bit disheveled, but also possessed a breathtaking, holy beauty. But she didn't stop because every time she felt like she was about to collapse, she would subconsciously turn her gaze to the man opposite her. Then, she would always regain her strength. She looked at Kyle. He knelt beside the bed, his posture straight as a pine tree. His thick protective suit was already soaked with sweat and stuck tightly to his back, outlining a broad and solid outline. His profile was mostly obscured by his mask, revealing only a pair of focused, almost cold eyes. Beads of sweat covered his forehead, and a drop of sweat slid down the bridge of his nose and dripped onto his glove, but he was completely unaware. All his attention was focused on the work in his hands. Use an alcohol cotton ball to wipe the body, inch by inch, without missing any details. She fed the medicine through a thin wheat tube, drop by drop, with more patience than an embroiderer threading a needle. There was no trace of disgust in his eyes, no fear when facing filth and disease, and no indifference that nobles used to have when facing the untouchables. It was a look Alia had never seen in anyone's eyes. It was a pure, unadulterated respect and dedication to life. It was as if what he was facing wasn't a source of disease that could infect him and kill him at any moment, but a priceless treasure that he needed to devote all his energy to repair. Alia's eyes were a little dazed. She looked at him, and the figure of another person emerged uncontrollably in her mind, the brave man, Leo, who was standing outside the tent at this moment, perhaps anxious about her safety, or perhaps annoyed by his own powerlessness. Leo was handsome, powerful, and radiant, like the sun. Every time he wielded his holy sword, every time he punished evil and promoted good, he was met with thunderous applause from the people. Before today, Arya had always believed that this was the pinnacle of masculine charm, the very image of a hero, but now, she looked at the sweat-soaked profile of Kyle's face, into his calm, focused eyes. She suddenly felt that Leo's figure, shining with golden fighting spirit, seemed a little distant and a little thin. For the first time, she realized so clearly that a man's charm may have nothing to do with his personal strength, family background, or handsome appearance. It is a kind of power that cannot be accurately described in words, but can make people feel extremely at peace in the most desperate moments. If I had to give this power a name, that should be called reliable, Arya thought. At this moment, a subtle but clear change was transmitted to her perception through the connection of divine power. Boom. 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 The heart that had been supported by her divine power, at a certain moment, actually beat 3 times continuously and powerfully. Alia shuddered and opened her eyes suddenly. She immediately focused more attention on sensing the girl's vital signs. She could clearly hear her weary heart regaining its rhythm. While still slow, it was no longer chaotic. Her breathing had also become deeper, no longer the shallow groan that threatened to break off at any moment. She looked up in surprise and looked at Kyle. Her heartbeat. Kyle stopped what he was doing almost at the same time. He stretched out his gloved hand and gently placed it on the girl's forehead. After a few seconds, his shoulders, which had been tense, relaxed visibly. The horrific fever that was high enough to cook eggs finally subsided. He extended 2 fingers and probed for the girl's carotid artery. The chaotic and weak pulse had been replaced by a steady, regular beat. It worked. They snatched back the child who was already in the hands of death. At this moment, a huge, overwhelming feeling of fatigue hit both of them at the same time. Alia felt a blackness in front of her eyes, and her hands, which maintained the output of divine power, could no longer support it and fell down weakly. Kyle also let out a long, deep sigh. That breath seemed to wash away all the tension and fatigue that had accumulated in his body. He slowly sat down on the floor, leaning against the edge of the bed, feeling as if nothing had been done to him. He raised his hand and, with some difficulty, took off the double-layer mask that was so hot that he was almost suffocating. A pale, tired, yet exceptionally handsome face appeared before Arya. His hair was wet with sweat and plastered to his forehead. His lips were chapped from lack of water, and his eye sockets were slightly sunken from extreme concentration. He looked like he had none of the elegance and composure that a noble should have, but it made Alia's heart skip a beat. Kyle didn't notice Alia's strange look. He just looked at the little figure on the bed, whose breathing had become steady and peaceful, and the tense lines on his face finally softened completely. Then he turned his head and looked at Alia, who was also slumped on the ground, with a look of exhaustion and surprise on her face. The corners of his mouth slowly lifted up, revealing a clean and pure smile. That smile carried the relief of surviving the disaster, the relief of exhaustion, and the most sincere affirmation of his comrades. "We succeeded, Miss Alia." His voice was a little hoarse due to fatigue, but it was like the warmest spring breeze, blowing away all the haze and heaviness in the tent. Boom. Alia felt as if her brain was struck by a warm thunder. The whole world, all the sounds, all the colors, seemed to disappear completely at the moment when that smile bloomed. All that remained in her eyes was the tired, smiling face. In Arya's eyes, that smile was warmer and brighter than the compassionate holy light on the most magnificent statue she had seen in the holy city. An uncontrollable heat suddenly surged from her heart to her cheeks instantly flushed with a charming blush, all the way to her ears. She could clearly hear her own heart beating wildly, even more chaotic than the little girl's heartbeat just now. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but found that she couldn't even utter the simplest syllable. At this moment, the statue of faith in her heart called God of Light, which had long been full of cracks, finally collapsed, and on top of that ruins. A brand new seed with a scorching temperature, named love, quietly sprouted and broke through the soil. Chapter 53 Saints T. Ever since the thrilling tent rescue, there seemed to be a subtle change in the air of Hymo territory. At least, that's the case in the Lord's mansion. The next morning, when Kyle finished processing the first batch of morning newspapers in the buffer zone and dragged his body, which was a little stiff due to severe lack of sleep, back to the study, he unexpectedly found a familiar figure standing at the door. Arya changed into a clean, plain linen robe provided by the Blackwood collar, and her long, silver hair was simply tied back. The morning light streamed in through the corridor windows, casting a soft halo around her. She looked less like a saint and more like a pious girl from the neighborhood who had just returned from morning prayer. "Your Highness." Kyle was a little surprised. He thought that after the extreme exhaustion last night, she would sleep until at least noon. "Good morning, Anya's condition is stable. You don't have to worry." He thought she came to inquire about his condition. However, Arya didn't follow his lead and start a conversation about work, as usual. She simply stood there, her hands clasped nervously in front of her. A suspicious blush etched itself on her fair cheeks, and her beautiful moon-white eyes averted their gaze, not daring to look him in the face. This look made Kyle's heart skip a beat. Oh no, could it be that yesterday's scene scared her and left some psychological trauma? Or has she finally realized and wants to settle the score with me, condemning me, a heretic who dared to instruct the saint in the use of divine arts? Just as Kyle's mind raced through several contingency plans, Aaliyah finally mustered up the courage, raised her head, and spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito's hum, yet remarkably clear. Mr. Kyle." Kyle? All the ideas he had prepared about the dialectical unity of magic and science and special measures in special times were instantly blocked by these three words: Kyle. "Mr. Why does this name sound so awkward?" He was stunned for a moment, then realized what was happening. Oh, perhaps after yesterday's battle together, this saint felt that the title Lord was too distant, and wanted to change it to something more approachable, to express that we were already comrades in the revolution. Yeah, that makes sense. And Mr. Kyle is one less word than Lord, so it's definitely an improvement in communication efficiency. "Good morning, Miss Aaliyah." Kyle nodded obediently, completely unaware of the girl's complicated thoughts. He pointed to the study door and said, "What can I do for you? If you want to know about Anya's follow-up treatment plan, we can go in and talk." No. Aaliyah waved her hands quickly, her face redder. She kept saying I for a long time but couldn't make any sense." Kyle looked at her like this, and his guess became more and more certain. It was indeed due to excessive mental exhaustion that her logic became a little confused. He looked at her with the care of a junior colleague and said gently, "Ms. Aaliyah, you were exhausted last night and should get more rest. I'm here, so you don't have to do everything yourself." When Aaliyah heard this, her heart suddenly warmed, but she was also a little annoyed. She felt warm because of his concern, but she was annoyed because he seemed to have completely failed to understand her meaning. She took a deep breath and finally spoke out what she had prepared all morning. "Mr. Kyle, regarding what you mentioned yesterday, that microorganisms and the principle of high-temperature sterilization, I still have a lot of questions. Can I ask you for some advice?" "It turns out that I came here to ask a question." Kyle breathed a sigh of relief. "Excellent, I'm not here to pick a fight. Besides, this is Her Highness the Saint, the future high-ranking official of the Vatican. Imbuing her with scientific thought now is like breaking through the fortress of feudal superstition from within. It's a truly profitable investment in thought." "Of course." Kyle's attitude instantly became much more enthusiastic. He pushed open the study door and made a pleased gesture. "I'm happy to answer your questions, Miss Aaliyah. Knowledge should be shared." So, in the next few days, an extremely strange scene appeared in the Lord's mansion. The venerable saint lady had completely transformed into a curious child. She no longer prayed all day, nor did she go to the isolation ward for large-scale divine comfort. Instead, she followed Kyle around like a little tail. "Mr. Kyle, why does lime kill bugs? How is it different from the purification of divine power? Mr. Kyle, in that epidemic prevention manual you drew, why did you emphasize downwind and headwind positions? Are there little bugs in the wind? Mr. Kyle, why do you require everyone to drink boiled water? Is there something invisible in the well water?" "Mr. Kyle displayed remarkable patience in the face of this student whose thirst for knowledge was somewhat excessive. He treated her as a virgin land of science waiting to be cultivated, and patiently explained basic hygiene and epidemic prevention knowledge to her using the most understandable metaphors. He was completely unaware that every time Her Highness the Saint asked a question, what shone in her moon-white eyes was not so much a desire for knowledge, but rather admiration for the teacher himself. She was just looking for the most legitimate reason to stay with him. This peculiar makeup lesson lasted until late at night on the fifth day. The light in Kyle's study was still on. He was currently developing a more detailed manual for epidemic prevention work throughout the Blackwood territory. From water management and garbage disposal to the rotation and disinfection procedures for militia patrols, every detail needed to be finalized by him personally. After working so hard for several days, he felt dizzy. He rubbed his swollen temples and picked up the water glass on the table, only to find that it was empty. Just as he was about to get up to pour some water, there was a gentle knock on the study door. Tap, tap. "Come in," Kyle said without raising his head, thinking it was Saraphina or Carl coming to report on work. The door was pushed open a crack, and a slender figure walked in awkwardly, carrying a tray. Kyle looked up and saw the person coming. He was stunned. "Ms. Aaliyah? It's so late, why haven't you rested yet?" Aaliyah didn't answer, but lowered her head, walked quickly to his desk, and gently placed an exquisite ceramic cup on the tray in front of him. A warm scent mixed with light floral fragrance and a hint of sweetness instantly filled the air. Aaliyah's voice was soft, with a hint of shyness and tenderness that only appeared in the dead of night. "I see you've been very busy these past few days, always staying up late. This is an herbal tea I made with tranquilizing flowers and sweet leaf. Maybe it can help relieve your fatigue and calm your mind." Kai subconsciously glanced into the cup. The clear tea soup has a beautiful amber color, and a few lavender petals stretch out in the water, which is very beautiful. A warm current slowly flowed through his heart, which was filled with all kinds of data and reports. He looked at the saint in front of him, who had her head lowered and her ears red with nervousness, and suddenly felt that all the why questions she had asked in the past few days seemed to have answers. Kyle picked up the teacup, brought it to his lips, and took a sip. The fragrance of flowers and plants instantly blooms on the taste buds, and the perfect warmth slides down the throat into the stomach, dispelling the chill of the late night and the fatigue of the past few days. "It smells great," he praised sincerely. "Thank you, Miss Aaliyah, for your trouble." Hearing his praise, Aaliyah lowered her head even lower, but the corners of her mouth rose uncontrollably. Then you continue with your work. I won't disturb you anymore." She turned around like a frightened deer and fled from the study. Kyle looked at her somewhat flustered back, then looked down at the cup of warm herbal tea in his hand, smiled and shook his head. Of course he could sense the change in Her Highness the Saint's attitude. But he only thought that it was the professionalism and personal charm he showed at the critical moment of life and death that impressed the naive little girl and made her develop some admiration for the strong. "This is normal." Kyle took a sip of tea, put these messy thoughts behind him, and turned his attention back to the pile of documents in front of him. He didn't realize it. From that night on, this cup of herbal tea with the fragrance of flowers and plants, brewed by the saint herself, became a standard item in his study every night. Chapter 50 For the brave man's puzzle. If some people in the Lord's mansion felt refreshed by the increasingly warm and harmonious atmosphere of the past few days, then there must also be some people who felt uneasy. This person is the brave Leo. These days, Leo felt like he was going crazy. He was like a lion trapped in a cage, pacing back and forth between the temporary residence and buffer zone arranged for them every day. He had no place to vent his energy and sense of justice, so he could only rush around in his chest, making his temples throbbing. He didn't understand how things turned out like this. Ever since that day when Kyle, the villain noble, walked out of that small tent with Arya, everything went wrong. Aaliyah, the saint-to-be who was as holy as moonlight and as firm as an oracle in his heart, had changed. She no longer prayed devoutly to the god of light every day. Instead, she was like a little girl who had just entered school, holding a booklet filled with strange symbols drawn with charcoal. It was some kind of epidemic prevention manual written by Kyle, and it was obviously heresy. She no longer discussed with him how to spread the light of justice to this plague-ridden land. Instead, she followed the villain from the Eisenberg family all day long, asking questions that sounded absurd to him. "Mr. Kyle, why do you wash your hands under running water? Mr. Kyle, why do we have to boil the dishes? Mr. Kyle." Every time Leo heard the sickly sweet Mr. Kyle, he felt his teeth ache. What he couldn't stand the most was the late night every day. As the Saint's Guard, he was naturally responsible for her safety. He had seen more than once that Arya would quietly sneak into Kyle's study like a thief, carrying a cup of steaming hot stuff. "Once you wait, it will be a long time." About a single man and a single woman, in the dead of night, in the same room, Leo felt like his head was about to burst into flames. Who was that man? Kyle Eisenberg. A heartless, merciless, and unrepentant nobleman. A speculator who used intrigue and heresy to gain popularity. A coward with no sense of chivalry, only a coward who hid behind walls and fired arrows from behind. How could the holy Aaliyah be deceived by such a person? Did she forget how he had driven away those poor refugees with his arrows? Did she forget how she had begged him for those lives? The more Leo thought about it, the angrier he became. He even began to suspect that Kyle had used some evil magic or drugged Aaliyah to turn her into what she was now. No, he had to do something. He had to pull Arya back from the brink of depravity. That night, when Leo once again saw Aaliyah carrying the familiar cup of love potion and walking into Kyle's study, he did not sulk from a distance as usual, but walked directly to the end of the corridor outside the study, leaned against the wall, crossed his arms, and waited quietly. His handsome face was now filled with a solemn expression of impending storm. Not long after, the study door opened. As usual, Aaliyah walked out quietly with a satisfied and shy smile. When she looked up, she was startled to see Leo standing in the shadow of the corridor. Leo? Why are you here? I'll wait for you. Leo's voice was low and hoarse, like a stone polished by sandpaper. Aaliyah sensed something unusual in his tone. The blush on her face quickly faded, replaced by a hint of confusion and wariness. Wait for me? What's going on? Let's talk. Leo didn't give her any chance to avoid it. He looked directly into her eyes and asked word by word, Aaliyah, what's wrong with you? Do you know what you've been doing these days? Aaliyah frowned. She didn't like Leo's questioning tone. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just asking Mr. Kyle for some knowledge that can help save more people. Knowledge? Leo seemed to have heard the funniest joke of the century. He sneered and took a step forward. You call those weird and unorthodox rituals knowledge? Washing your hands with stinking liquor, covering your face with black charcoal cloth, and throwing everything into the pot to boil. Aaliyah, wake up. You are the candidate saint of the Church of Light. Your power comes from your sacred faith, not these shameless and despicable means. His voice was a little loud due to excitement, and it was particularly harsh in the silent corridor. Aaliyah's expression also turned cold. She took a step back, putting some distance between herself and Leo. Despicable? Leo, please tell me, what is despicable? What is honorable? She asked calmly, is it honorable to watch a child die because of lack of medical treatment and then use divine purification to free her? Or is it more honorable to bend down and use all despicable means to snatch her back from the hands of death? Leo was choked by her words and his face turned pale. That was just an isolated incident. He was just lucky, he argued forcefully. But he callously locked so many refugees outside the walls. That's a fact. He's an inhumane villain. That's also a fact. Why can't you see it? No, the one who can't see clearly is you, Leo. Aaliyah shook her head gently. There was no anger in her eyes, only a hint of deep fatigue and disappointment. Before, like you, I believed salvation meant wielding holy light and punishing evil. Along the way, we punished many greedy businessmen and executed many corrupt officials. We won the cheers of the people and felt like we were the embodiment of justice. She paused, looked out the window, and looked at the quiet and orderly camp in Hymo territory under the moonlight. But what about those people we saved? They will still get sick from drinking unclean water, die from a small infected wound, or have their families destroyed by a sudden plague. What has our justice really changed, other than giving ourselves a sense of satisfaction? Aaliyah turned her head and looked at Leo again, her eyes clear and firm. And he, Mr. Kyle, used those methods you might consider despicable to ensure that no one in the entire territory was infected with the plague. He used the knowledge you might consider honorless to keep a child I had already given up alive. He may not have helped everyone, but in his own way, he protected the more than 10,000 people behind him. She took a deep breath and uttered the words that had been lingering in her mind for a long time. Leo, perhaps our understanding of salvation is too narrow. These words, like a ruthless hammer, hit Leo's heart hard. He stared blankly at Aaliyah in front of him with his mouth open, feeling as if he was meeting her for the first time. The saint who always followed him, healed his wounds with gentle magic, and looked up at him with admiration as he slew demons and monsters, is gone. Instead, there was a woman who was completely unfamiliar to him, who had her own independent thoughts and even looked at him with a logic that he could not understand. Unprecedented irritability and panic instantly gripped his heart. No! That's not right! He practically roared, "Salvation is salvation! Justice is justice! It's using the upright holy sword to judge evil, and using heartwarming divine arts to soothe suffering. Not like him, like a gutter rat, measuring the value of life with a calculator. You've been deceived by him, Arya. You've been completely deceived by him." Looking at Leo's almost paranoid, flushed face, Aaliyah knew that there was no point in continuing. An insurmountable gap has appeared between them. She stopped arguing, but gave him one last look of pity, then turned and walked silently towards her room. That back figure was resolute and firm. Leo was left alone, standing like a petrified statue in the empty corridor. The moonlight shone in from the window, stretching his shadow thin and long, filled with loneliness as if he was abandoned by the world. His fists were clenched so tightly that they made a crackling sound. Not only did he fail to save Arya, but he was completely negated by her set of twisted logic and heresies. A mixture of anger, unwillingness, and the humiliation of being betrayed by his former companions fermented wildly in his chest. He raised his head, looked across the corridor, and stared at the closed study door. Kyle Eisenberg. It's all because of this man. It was he who used those despicable means to pollute the purity of Her Highness the Saint. It was he who used those heresies to shake the faith of Her Highness the Saint. He is the real evil. Leo's eyes gradually became cold and dangerous. Since Arya has been bewitched and cannot extricate herself, then I will cut off the root of this bewilderment, in the name of the brave, in the name of justice. Chapter 55. Hostesses dessert. Some things, once started, will naturally become habits. For example, every night at midnight, Arya would walk into Kyle's study with a cup of carefully blended herbal tea. This has become an unspoken and somewhat sweet secret ritual in the Lord's mansion. Kyle remained the same workaholic, immersed in mountains of books and literature, tightening every component of the precision machinery of the Blackwood territory. Meanwhile, Aaliyah, transformed from a high-handed saint into a gentle and considerate military chaplain, healing the Lord's physical and mental fatigue in her own way. The same is true tonight. "Mr. Kyle, your tea." Aaliyah pushed open the door, her voice soft and gentle, with a hint of intimacy that she herself was not aware of. Kyle looked up from a report on the buffer zone's material consumption. Seeing her, his furrowed brow subconsciously relaxed. He took the cup of warm tea, the warmth from the cup lining penetrating his fingertips and warming his heart. "Thank you." He took a sip, and the familiar fragrance dispelled some of his fatigue. "How is Anya today?" "She's recovering well and can now drink half a bowl of meat porridge." Speaking of the little girl they had rescued, Aaliyah's face lit up with genuine joy. "Uncle Carl said that in a few days, we might be able to transfer her to the general quarantine area." "This is all, thanks to you." "It's us," Kyle corrected. "Without your divine power, she wouldn't have survived the first night. But it was you who made me realize that divine magic could be used in that way." Stars twinkled in Arya's blue eyes. "You opened my eyes to a whole new world." The atmosphere in the study became a little subtle under the flickering candlelight. A handsome and dedicated young lord, a beautiful and charming holy girl. One is sharing world-shaking knowledge, the other is offering the purest admiration and love. This picture is as beautiful as a lyric poem. However, just when the poem was about to reach its most moving chapter, a crisp and calm syllable interrupted the rhyme of the poem. Tap, tap. There's a knock on the door. Unlike Aaliyah's tentative knock, this knock was unhurried, with a precise rhythm, and carried an unquestionable aura of ownership. "Come in," Kyle replied. The door was pushed open and Saraphina appeared at the door. She was wearing her impeccable black dress, her long silver hair flowing in the candlelight, reflecting the cold moonlight. In her hand was a silver tray, on which was placed a small, exquisite, and obviously expensive dessert. The pastry was decorated with red berries and white frosting, and exuded a sinfully sweet aroma of butter and honey. Saraphina saw it all. She saw the blush on Arya's face, a mixture of shyness and joy, which had not yet faded. She saw the lines on Kyle's face softened by relaxation. She also saw the cup of herbal tea on the table, which was emitting wisps of hot steam and belonged to the outsider. Her gaze remained unchanged, as still as that calm, icy lake. But if someone familiar with her were here, they might have detected a subtle hint of vigilance in her back, which was straighter than usual. She walked gracefully to the desk and gently placed the tray of snacks down. The entire movement was smooth and flowing, as if she had rehearsed it 1,000 times. "Thank you for your hard work, Kyle." Her voice was like a piece of fine jade, clear and pleasant, yet with a natural sense of distance. But at this moment, a rare touch of softness was mixed into it. She didn't look at Aaliyah, her eyes were on Kyle from beginning to end, as if there were only the two of them in the study. "I see you didn't eat much for dinner, so I guess you don't have much of an appetite." She gently pushed the plate with her silver fork and passed the dessert to Kyle. "This is specially made by the kitchen according to your taste. It has double honey and a little rum. Try it." Kyle's eyes lit up instantly. As a social animal who was raised on junk food in his previous life, he has an almost instinctive love for sweets. These past few days, he's been eating dry bread and drinking cold water, and his mouth is almost dried out. He unceremoniously forked a piece of dessert and stuffed it into his mouth, his eyes almost narrowed in happiness. Delicious. Saraphina, you are my savior." Saraphina looked at his defenseless appearance, and finally a very faint, genuine smile appeared in her cold eyes. That is the smile of a winner. Only then did she seem to notice the third person in the room. She turned her head and cast her gaze on Aaliyah, who was standing aside, looking somewhat bewildered. "Oh, Miss Aaliyah is here too." Her tone was calm and polite, but it was like a velvet-wrapped, sharpest ice pick, piercing the other person's heart with precision. Aaliyah clenched her hands subconsciously. She felt like an uninvited guest who had sneaked into someone else's home. Every movement and every word of Saraphina silently stated one fact: this was her territory, and Kyle was her property. She understands his taste, cares about his diet, and participates in his work. She is the hostess of this family and the only indispensable partner in Kyle's career and life. "And what about yourself?" Aaliyah looked down at the cup of herbal tea she had brought on Kyle's desk. That cup of refreshing and healthy tea seemed so plain, shabby, and even a little out of place next to the plate of fragrant, specially made sweet snacks. "Just like myself." Just when Aaliyah felt embarrassed and was about to find an excuse to leave, Saraphina's cold voice rang out again. Those words were light but carried a great weight. "Your Highness the Saint is probably not used to the simple meals in our territory." Aaliyah felt her cheeks burning instantly. This sentence is too poisonous. On the surface, it is a polite expression of concern, but in fact it instantly creates an insurmountable gap. It says, "You, a saint high and mighty, are untouched by the mundane world. We, on the other hand, are mere mortals toiling over the mundane affairs of our domain. Your tea is the saint's coarse tea. My snacks are the plain meals the Lord enjoys. We are one world, and you are a guest." There seemed to be invisible sparks crackling in the air. Arya dug her nails into her palms. She was no fool. She could clearly sense the undisguised aggression and assertion of sovereignty in the other person's words. This was a battle unlike any she had ever experienced, a war between women without the flash of swords and sabers, yet more suffocating than any other battle. Our Lord Kyle was happily enjoying his second piece of dessert at this moment, completely unaware of the air pressure in the study that had dropped to freezing point, and the strong smell of gunpowder in the air. He even raised his head and enthusiastically issued a suicidal invitation to Arya. "Miss Aaliyah, would you like to try it too? This is really delicious." The smile on Saraphina's lips deepened, but there was a hint of cold sarcasm in that smile. Aaliyah looked at Kyle's pure and innocent face, then looked at Saraphina's cold and sharp eyes, and her heart was filled with mixed emotions. She pulled the corners of her mouth, revealing a smile that was uglier than crying. "No. No thanks, Mr. Kyle. I remembered I had some unfinished prayers. Enjoy yourselves." After saying that, she almost ran away. Chapter 56. The hostess's budget. After losing the silent battle of snacks and tea last night, Arya was depressed for the whole morning. She locked herself in her room. For the first time, she didn't visit Anya in the quarantine area, nor did she look through the nearly torn epidemic prevention manual. She simply sat by the window, watching the servants busy in the courtyard, replaying every look and every word from Saraphina last night in her mind. "Your Highness the Saint is probably not used to the simple meals in our territory." Those words were like an invisible, ice-hardened needle, piercing her heart and making her feel cold and painful. He lost completely and had no chance to fight back. With a single piece of pastry, Saraphina effortlessly carved a galaxy called daily life between her and Kyle. In that galaxy, she was the hostess, and she was just a traveler who occasionally passed by, casting a few stars. No, I can't just give up like this. Aaliyah stood up suddenly. She took a deep breath, and the fighting spirit rekindled in her blue eyes. Indeed, in the area of life, she was a complete layman. She didn't know what kind of snacks Kyle liked, nor did she know which hand he used to review documents, but she has her advantages. There was a higher level of resonance between her and Kyle, a resonance about the concept of salvation. It was an unprecedented exploration of the combination of science and divine magic. Snacks will be eaten and tea will get cold, but the spark of thought, once ignited, will not be easily extinguished. This is the most solid foundation for her to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. After realizing this, Arya felt the haze in her heart clear away. She adjusted her robes, straightened her back, and her face regained its former confidence and composure. She has to take the initiative this time. She did not wait until the evening. Instead, when the afternoon sun was at its brightest, she knocked on Kyle's study door, holding the epidemic prevention manual in which she had made dense notes. "Mr. Kyle, I have some ideas about the details of the manual that I would like to discuss with you." Kyle was delighted to see her. He was always generous with his time to this student who was eager to learn and always asked good questions. "Please come in, Miss Arya. I was just looking for you. I need some advice on the illustrations for the second edition of the manual." The two of them quickly came together, head to head, and started a heated discussion over the draft manual spread out on the table. "Mr. Kyle, regarding this illustration of droplet transmission," Aaliyah pointed to the little figure on the sketch. "I think if we could draw some small dots of light scattered around like dandelion seeds next to the sneezing motion, wouldn't it make it easier for those illiterate subjects to understand this invisible danger?" Kyle's eyes lit up. Visual emphasis. What a great idea! This way, the communication channel will be much more intuitive. "Miss Aaliyah, you are a genius." Aaliyah's cheeks couldn't help but blush at his undisguised praise, but her heart felt sweeter than honey. See, this is their way of communicating. IT has nothing to do with romance or taste. It is a resonance at a higher dimension and soul level. Just as she was about to make another effort and put forward her own suggestion on the color division of quarantine areas, the familiar knock on the door, as if measured with a ruler, rang out again. Tap, tap. Aaliyah's heart skipped a beat and sank. Instantly, "She is here." Kyle didn't even look up. "Come in." The door of the study was pushed open and Saraphina walked in. Today, she didn't carry any food. In one hand, she held a thick stack of accounts wrapped in brown paper, and in the other, a parchment report filled with numbers. She was like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath, exuding the aura of official business and efficiency. She walked straight to the desk, ignoring Aaliyah beside her, and slapped the parchment report on the draft manual that Kyle and Aaliyah were working on together, perfectly covering the illustration of droplet transmission. "Kyle," she said, her voice emotionless, like she was reading a military order, "I need your signature now on the supplemental budget for medical supplies." Kyle was interrupted and looked up in confusion. "Supplementary budget? I remember we approved one just last week. Our lime stock will be depleted in 3 days, alcohol consumption is 30% higher than expected, and we need to urgently procure charcoal powder for masks." Saraphina spoke quickly and clearly, as if delivering a perfect performance report. "I just checked with the finance officer. If we don't increase this budget immediately, the entire epidemic prevention system will run out of supplies within 5 days." She paused, then finally turned her gaze to Kyle, her tone leaving no room for doubt. "This is related to the operation of the entire territory, and we can't delay it for a moment." These words were like a bucket of cold water, poured over the little flame-cold spark of thought that Arya had just ignited. "It's over." Aaliyah's heart was completely chilled. "If we say that last night's snack was a dimensionality reduction attack at the level of life. So, today's budget is an absolute crushing." In reality, Saraphina presented her with a cruel fact in an irrefutable way. "What you and I discussed were the theories and ideas in the manual, but what he and I decided was the survival and lifeline of tens of thousands of people in the entire territory. Which one is more important? It goes without saying. As expected, Kyle's expression immediately turned serious. He pushed aside the draft manual, picked up the budget report, and began to read it with a frown. "Is the gap so huge? Which link's consumption exceeds the standard?" "It's mainly the daily disinfection of the militia patrols and the regular lime spreading outside the buffer zone. The specific data is here." Saraphina pulled out another report, pointed to the densely packed numbers on it, and began to explain to Kyle. "Look, the unit price of alcohol has been raised by 7% by upstream merchants due to our high demand. I've asked John to negotiate with the Chamber of Commerce, but it's difficult to lower the price in the short term. So, I suggest, the two of them, one asking, the other answering. One had a frown on his face, while the other answered fluently. Their conversation was filled with terms that Aaliyah couldn't understand: inventory turnover, procurement costs, logistics losses, fiscal deficit. They formed an impenetrable barrier called domination. In this barrier, they are partners fighting side by side, a community that depends on each other, and the two core gears of the huge war machine of the Blackwood territory. And Aaliyah was completely and cleanly excluded from the barrier. She stood there, looking so out of place, like a bard who had accidentally entered the Grand Council's meeting room. The epidemic prevention manual in her hand, which embodies her wisdom and hard work, now looked so pale and so unrealistic. Just as Aaliyah was finding it difficult to breathe, Saraphina seemed to have finally finished her report. She raised her head and looked at Aaliyah with a cold, professionally apologetic look. "Ms. Aaliyah, I'm sorry to interrupt your discussion." Her tone was polite, but it hurt more than any sarcasm. "These are just mundane matters of the territory, and I'm sure they're boring to you." Aaliyah's lips moved, but no words came out. Yeah, boring. These mundane affairs that concerned the eating, drinking, defecating, urinating, life and death of thousands of people were not only boring to her, she couldn't even understand them. Once again, she was defeated miserably. "No. I won't." She squeezed out a few words from her throat with difficulty, and felt her cheeks burning. "I'm sorry for disturbing you. You are busy. I'll take my leave first." She turned and left the study almost as if she was escaping. From behind her came Kyle's still oblivious voice, tinged with concern. "Saraphina, do you feel that Miss Aaliyah seems to be always worried lately?" Saraphina didn't answer his question. She simply picked up the quill on the table, dipped it in ink, and handed it to Kyle, her icy blue eyes reflecting his confused face. "Sign it, my lord." Her voice was calm and composed. Time waits for no one. Chapter 57. The bell of farewell. Time is the best antidote. It can not only heal wounds, but also cure plagues. When the last gray rot patient in Blackwood territory, the little girl named Anya, was finally transferred out of the intensive care isolation tent and was able to take 2 trembling steps in the sunshine, good news also blew into this once isolated territory from all directions along with the refreshing autumn wind. "My lord! Great victory! Great victory!" Militia Captain Carl, this towering figure, lost his composure in the study for the first time. He even forgot to knock on the door and walked right in, his weathered face flushed red with excitement, as if he had just drunk 3 pounds of liquor. Kyle was checking the grain reserve data after the autumn harvest with Saraphina, and his shouting almost made him drop his pen. "Carl, calm down." Kyle rubbed his temple. "What's so exciting? Have the goblins learned to queue for the bathroom? It's even stranger than that." Carl slapped his thigh, his voice so loud it shook a speck of dust off the bookshelf. "Sir, those folk remedies you've been spreading are going viral." "Folk remedy?" Kyle was stunned. "Yes." Carl gestured excitedly. "My scouts report that in the villages surrounding the territory, no one's praying to that damn priest anymore. Every household has a layer of white lime sprinkled on their doorstep. They call it the Lord's magic dust. They say that after it's applied, the sick won't dare visit." A faint, calculating smile curved the corners of Saraphina's mouth. "It seems the first batch of our free copies of the simplified illustrated version of the Epidemic Prevention Handbook has had a more than expected publicity effect." "It's more than just propaganda," Carl exclaimed with a beaming smile. "There's also that boiling water cult. Scouts say there's a village where the village chief spearheaded the movement, telling everyone he knows, everything can be boiled, high temperatures can cure all diseases. They throw everything that's touched a sick person into a giant pot and boil it. Guess what? There haven't been any new patients in their village for 2 weeks. Now everyone in the surrounding area has copied them. Every day, there are several giant pots bubbling with steam at the village entrance. If you didn't know better, you'd think they were having a buffet." Kyle couldn't help laughing at Carl's crude yet vivid description. He could imagine the scene. A group of simple villagers, with the most pious attitude, carried out the most scientific disinfection procedures, but gave it the most superstitious name, the core of science, covered by the shell of theology. Absurd, yet incredibly effective. This was exactly what he wanted, to spread the seeds of modern epidemic prevention to this ignorant land in the most accessible and cost-effective way. "Well done, Carl," Kyle praised sincerely. Have the scouts continue to observe and record the specific effects of these folk remedies in different areas. This data will be of great use later. This is an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. It is different from a good harvest or winning a war. This is an unparalleled sense of accomplishment that comes from using knowledge and logic to pry open the entire world and save countless invisible lives. Not only did he protect his own territory, his thoughts, like dandelion seeds, crossed the cold wooden wall and took root and sprouted in the wider world. However, just as the Lord's mansion was immersed in this joy, the arrival of an uninvited guest put an end to this song of victory. That was a messenger from the holy sea of light. He rode a tall, pure white horse, dressed in a meticulously crafted silver-edged priest robe, his face adorned with the stereotypical arrogance of the holy city. He didn't stop at the gate of the territory, but rode directly to the Lord's mansion, loudly announcing his purpose. By order of the cardinal, I am delivering the latest directives from the holy see to prepare Saint Alia Dawn and the brave warrior Leo Astria. This news, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly caused ripples in the Lord's mansion. Alia and Leo were in the courtyard, guiding several recovering patients through restorative exercises. Upon hearing the messenger's voice, their expressions changed drastically. Great! Leo almost immediately revealed a relieved expression. Alia, our mission is finally completed. We can leave this damn place. For him, every day in Blackwood territory was torture. There was no honor or justice here, only rules and logic that baffled and frustrated him. He couldn't wait to return to his familiar world, a world where swords and divine light could resolve everything. As for Alia, her face turned pale in an instant. Leave, these two words, like two heavy hammers, hit her heart hard. She subconsciously clenched her hands and felt that her breathing became a little difficult. Was she leaving here? Leaving the man who would discuss microorganisms with her and give her a tired but warm smile. The messenger unfolded the parchment with the mark of holy light and read in an emotionless, chanting tone. Since the grey rot plague on the eastern border has been effectively controlled, the patrol mission of the saint and the hero has been successfully concluded. Alia Dawn and Leo Astria are ordered to depart within 3 days and return to the holy city to report on their work. There must be no delay. Every word was like a death knell, striking Alia's heart. She took the light parchment, but felt it was extremely heavy, almost making it hard for her to breathe. What should she do? She had been taught since childhood to put the Vatican's orders first. But she couldn't bear to do that. She couldn't bear to leave the isolation hospital here, the unfinished epidemic prevention manual, and even more so, the person who taught her all this. In the evening, Alia came to Kyle's study again with extremely complicated feelings. This time, she didn't bring tea or manuals. She just stood there quietly, looking at the focused back under the candlelight, her lips moving several times, but she didn't know how to speak. What's wrong, Miss Alia? Kyle seemed to notice something was wrong with her. He turned around and asked gently, is there something wrong with Anya's body again? No, it's not. Alia shook her head. She lowered her head, not daring to look Kyle in the eye. Anya, she's fine. That's. Alia took a deep breath, finally mustered up the courage, and handed over the Vatican's order. Mr. Kyle, we are leaving. Kyle took the parchment and glanced at it quickly. The study fell into silence, only the candlelight flickered. The gentle smile on Kyle's face slowly froze. He looked at the words, depart within 3 days, on the instructions and frowned unconsciously. So soon? He asked subconsciously. These 3 simple words almost made Alia's tears, which she had been holding back, burst out. Doesn't he want me to leave either? Kyle certainly didn't think it was that complicated. He simply felt that this chief medical advisor and divine tool was working well for him. Many projects had just started, and with her departure, many things would have to be rearranged, which would be very troublesome. He pointed to the draft of the epidemic prevention manual on the table, which was filled with various illustrations, and said in a tone that was purely from a work perspective and with a hint of regret. However, the final version of our manual is not yet complete. You are the only one who knows the details of many of the divinely assisted treatments. I also want to discuss with you how to improve the purification technique into a small-scale environmental disinfection technique. Every word he said seemed to be an attempt to keep her, but every word has nothing to do with emotion. Alia's heart is half honey and half berberine. How she wished he could say, Alia, don't go. Even if it's just a simple sentence like this, but he didn't. He always talked about manuals, projects, and work. Perhaps, in his heart, he is really just a useful tool whose life is about to expire. A huge sense of loss gripped her heart. It's okay, Mr. Kyle. Arya forced herself to smile, even though it looked uglier than crying. I'll organize all my notes on the application of divine magic tonight and leave them to you. I believe, with your wisdom, you will definitely find an alternative solution. After saying that, she couldn't stay here for another second. She bowed deeply to Kyle, then fled from the study as she had done last time. Kyle looked at her hurriedly leaving back and scratched his head in confusion. He picked up the Vatican's directive, looked at the manual on the table, and finally let out an inaudible sigh. At this moment, the study door was pushed open again. Saraphina walked in with a cup of steaming black tea. She placed the cup next to Kyle and glanced at the parchment from the Holy City. There was no ripple in her amethyst-like eyes. She spoke slowly in a calm, almost cold tone, stating the matter of factly. Her arrival was an accident. Her departure is a return to normal. Chapter 58, Guardian Amulet. On the eve of departure, the moonlight was like water, quietly sprinkling on the courtyard of Heimeling. Arya locked herself in her room, not crying or praying. She simply spread out a clean piece of parchment and, fulfilling her promise to Kyle, began to organize all her notes on the application of divine magic. The tip of her pen scratched against the paper as she wrote about the disinfecting effects of purification on different materials at different concentrations, the positive impact of calm on the psychological state of isolated patients, and the potential of holy light detection to identify early-stage infected individuals, as Aaliyah was writing. She suddenly stopped. As she looked at the words in front of her, these brand new systems that she had personally established, integrating the sacred and science, an idea uncontrollably surged up from the bottom of her heart. This is more than just a note, this is her hard work, her faith, and the brand new miracle she found on this land. Just give up, return to that cold holy city, repeat the same prayers every day, and leave her future to the decisions of cardinals she had never met? No, she couldn't do that. After seeing the true sea of stars, who would want to return to that beautifully decorated cage? Her mission should not be to sing hymns in the White Tower of the Holy City. Her battlefield was right here, beside the hospital bed in the quarantine area, in the pictures in the manual, and in Kyle's eyes that always sparkled with reason and wisdom. She sat there, with no holy doctrines or empty prayers in her mind, but just recalling the scenes she had experienced here. She remembered the confident and focused look on his face as he stood in front of the whiteboard, drawing those little bugs called microorganisms. She remembered the beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as he wiped Anya's body to cool her down in the tent. She remembered him looking at Anya, who was out of danger, and giving her that tired but extremely warm smile. Leaving is not a return to the right track, but a betrayal of her new soul. Aaliyah, what are you still hesitating about? We are leaving early tomorrow morning. Have you packed your luggage? Leo's impatient urging voice came from outside the door. Aaliyah took a deep breath, stood up, and opened the door. Leo, I've made up my mind. She looked at the hero in front of her, her eyes calm and firm. I'm not leaving. Leo was stunned, and then he seemed to have heard a huge joke. What did you say? Not leaving? Are you crazy? This is an order from the Holy See. Do you want to disobey the will of the cardinal? I'm not disobeying. Alia's thoughts were clearer than ever. The order is based on the claim that the plague has been effectively controlled, but according to the standards we've established, it won't be considered over until all patients have completed their observation period and the epidemic prevention system can operate independently. As the only person who possesses divinely assisted healing techniques, it would be irresponsible for me to leave rashly. I will personally write to the cardinal to explain the situation and request an extension of my tour. She used the logic Kyle had taught her to perfectly justify her determination. You? Leo was choked by her words and was speechless. You are just quibbling. You are clearly deceived by that heretic lord. Mr. Kyle is not a heretic, Aaliyah corrected him word by word. The lives he saved are more sacred than any hymn I've ever heard. My battlefield is here, Leo. If you long to return to the Holy City, you can leave on your own. I will explain to the church that the responsibility lies solely with me. After saying that, she ignored the stunned Leo and gently closed the door. The great determination brought her unprecedented peace. She walked to the window and took out from her pocket something she had spent the entire afternoon weaving, a small amulet made of branches of holy wood. She had thought of it as a farewell gift, but now, its meaning was completely different. She bit her fingertip and dripped a drop of blood into the center of the amulet. She mobilized all the divine power in her body and cast the most powerful protection magic she could master on it. The light brightened and then quickly faded away. After doing all this, Aaliyah pushed open the door, ignoring Leo, who was still dazed at the door, and walked straight towards the person she was determined to fight alongside. Kyle wasn't in the study at the moment. He was standing alone on the second-floor terrace of the Lord's mansion, feeling a strange sense of emptiness over the impending departure of his excellent employee. What a pity! Such a great potential researcher. He was muttering to himself when he heard light footsteps behind him. That he turned around and saw Aaliyah in the moonlight. She was wearing a pure white dress, and the moonlight enveloped her. Her moon-white eyes were surprisingly bright. "Mr. Kyle," she called softly. "Ms. Aaliyah," Kyle said, a little surprised. "It's so late, I've decided." "I won't leave." Aaliyah interrupted him directly. Her voice was loud and full of unquestionable power. Kyle was stunned. "What?" "I'll apply to the Vatican to let me stay." Aaliyah raised her head, meeting Kyle's clear yet slightly puzzled eyes, and handed him the amulet she had been clutching. "Blackwood Territory's epidemic prevention work isn't completely complete yet, and the epidemic prevention manual needs to be refined. My mission isn't complete yet." Kyle looked at the exquisite amulet in her palm and listened to her declaration of overwhelming career ambition, and was a little overwhelmed for a moment. Aaliyah's cheeks were as red as the sunset glow in the sky. She lowered her eyes, and her long eyelashes cast two small shadows in the moonlight. "This, please accept it." She paused, as if making an extremely difficult decision. Then, in a voice as soft as a mosquito's hum, yet incredibly firm, she uttered the words that completely overturned the beliefs of her first half of life. "May the light." She suddenly stopped, biting her lower lip tightly with her pearly teeth, as if saying her final farewell to something. Then she raised her head, and her sapphire eyes flashed with an unprecedented, resolute, and fiery light. "No," she corrected, "may my humble prayers protect you forever." After saying this, she seemed to have exhausted all her strength. She pressed the amulet into Kyle's hand, not even daring to check his reaction, and turned and ran. Her back, hurried and resolute, carried the shyness and tragic grandeur of a young girl who had given her all. Kyle stood there blankly, holding the amulet that still carried the girl's body temperature. He looked down at the little thing and thought about what Aaliyah had just said. "Oh. I see." Kyle slapped his forehead and showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. "This is a typical business partnership pledge of allegiance. She learned a whole new concept from me and realized her true value, so she decided to stay and continue to shine and make great achievements." "Well, that makes sense. So, this amulet is essentially a token of intent for a project cooperation. As for the phrase 'my prayers,' it must be expressing her blessing for our joint endeavor." "Yes, that must be it." After figuring it all out, Kyle put the amulet in his arms with peace of mind. An S-rank magic item with a powerful protective barrier attached. It looks durable too. Not bad, this partnership is worth the investment. He nodded with satisfaction, completely unaware that he had just, in a very straight man way, interpreted a girl's purest and bravest confession into a business plan. Chapter 59, Gaze from afar. While Arya was searching for Kale, Saraphina wasn't in her room. She was walking down the quiet corridor on the second floor of the Lord's mansion. Moonlight streamed through the arched windows, casting a lone, cold shadow across the floor. She remembered what she had said 2 days ago: her arrival was an accident. Her departure is a return to normal. But at this moment, she did not feel the expected calmness of everything is back under control. On the contrary, an inexplicable and indescribable irritability, like an invisible feather, gently scratched the lake of her heart. She needs to be observed when emotions cannot be understood. More observation is needed for analysis. Instead of returning to her room, she walked to the end of the corridor, to the vacant guest room facing the courtyard and terrace. She didn't light a lamp, but stood quietly in the shadow by the window, like a perfect ice sculpture blending into the night. Her gaze was calmly cast toward the moonlit terrace below. There was no one there. What is she waiting for? She herself doesn't know. Perhaps she just wanted to confirm one last time whether the uncertain factor would really disappear peacefully and without leaving any trouble. Time passes by every second. Just as Saraphina felt that her actions were meaningless and was about to turn around and leave, 2 figures appeared on the terrace, one in front and one behind. It's Kyle and Aaliyah. Seraphina's breathing stopped almost imperceptibly at that moment. Her ice blue eyes narrowed slightly, like alone. wolf lurking in the snow after discovering its prey, but the next second, Aaliyah's words "I won't leave" came into his ears. She saw Arya standing there, like a lily about to wither in the moonlight, fragile, yet with a kind of desperate beauty. She saw that the girl's face was a mixture of shyness, sadness, and a resolute courage to risk everything. Then, she saw the movement. Aaliyah reached out and handed something to Kyle. Saraphina's pupils suddenly shrank. "What is that?" "It is a small amulet that seems to be woven from some kind of branches." Then, Arya raised her head, her cheeks flushed, her lips moving, as if she was saying something. Saraphina couldn't read lips, but she could read those eyes. At that moment, in Arya's sapphire eyes, there was no more devotion to God, no more compassion for the world, only one thing: a pure, undisguised, almost burning love. It was a look that showed one giving everything of oneself without reservation. Seraphina's heart seemed to be gripped tightly by an invisible hand. She had always believed that Arya's feelings for Kyle were based on admiration and gratitude. It was a benign, controllable emotion, like a student's feelings for a teacher, or a subordinate's feelings for a superior, but she was wrong, totally wrong. This is not worship, but this is a confession. Seraphina's eyes were fixed on Kyle. She saw Kyle froze, then she saw Aaliyah almost forcefully stuff the amulet into Kyle's hand, and then, like a frightened deer, turned and fled the scene. Throughout the process, Kyle did not refuse. He didn't push her away, didn't step back, and didn't even throw the thing away immediately after she turned around. He simply stood there, head bowed, gazing at the amulet in his hand. The moonlight shone on his profile, outlining a gentle, even somewhat bewildered gratitude that Seraphina had never seen before. Crack! A slight crisp sound rang out in the quiet guest room. Seraphina slowly lowered her head and looked at her hands. She hadn't known when she had grasped the hardcover diary she always carried with her, gripping it so tightly that her slender, well-maintained knuckles had lost their color from the excessive force, turning a deathly pale. The crisp sound just now was her nail, which was broken due to the huge grip force. But she felt no pain at all. A chill more biting than the wind on the western glaciers penetrated her limbs and bones. In the past few rounds, whether it was the daily infiltration of snacks or the display of power of budget, she won the victory without suspense. She used her best weapon, the hostess, to force Aaliyah to retreat step by step. She thought she had won the war, but just now, Arya launched a Jedi counterattack using a weapon she had never thought of and most disdained to use. That weapon is called emotion. It has no logic, no cost, and no reason at all. And Kyle, the man who remained calm even in the face of a massive army and a deadly plague, he actually fell for it. He accepted the amulet, that damned amulet filled with another woman's love and prayers. Seraphina stood in the shadows by the window, motionless. She watched Kyle put the amulet into his arms, then turned and walked back to the Lord's mansion. The entire terrace returned to calm again, as if nothing had happened. But Seraphina knew that nothing was the same. An alarm sounded frantically in her brain, which was as precise as a clock. She slowly raised her hand and gently stroked the cold leather cover of the diary with the fingertips of her intact hand. Under the moonlight, her expression was even colder than usual, and within her amethyst like eyes, there surged undercurrents that outsiders could not understand. Chapter 60. My fiancée Saraphina returned to her room. She did not light the magic crystal lamp on the table. The only light in the room came from the cold moonlight outside the window and a lonely, flickering candle on the desk. Her walking posture was still as elegant and standard as if it had been measured with a ruler, and her face still had that icy expression that had never changed. But if someone looked closely, they would find that her right hand, which was wearing a white silk glove and holding the diary, was trembling slightly at an extremely inharmonious frequency. She walked to the desk and sat down, her movements smooth and effortless. She placed the black hardcover diary on the table with a soft paw sound. Then she slowly took off the silk glove on her right hand. The sight under the gloves is enough to make any aristocratic lady who pursues perfection scream. Her pinky nail was broken in the middle, revealing a glaring piece of flesh. The dark red blood that had already solidified formed a shocking contrast with her snow-white skin. This is the wound caused by excessive force near the window of the guest room just now. At the time, she didn't feel any pain now. The piercing, belated pain finally crawled up to her brain along the nerve endings, but Seraphina just looked at it expressionlessly, as if the hand did not belong to her. She opened a drawer and deftly removed a pair of small silver scissors, a clean bandage, and a small bottle of clear liquid. She calmly cut the broken nail, cleaned the wound with the liquid, and then carefully bandaged it. Throughout the process, her hands didn't tremble at all, as calm as if she were handling an object completely unrelated to her. After treating the wound, she finally turned her gaze back to the open diary. The candlelight danced on the white pages. As usual, she should now begin tonight's review. Log, Harvest Month, Day 27, Sunny. Event analysis. Alia, a member of the Illuminati touring group, refused to comply with the order to leave the country and has been confirmed as a long-term resident variable. Threat level assessment, high risk/unstable. Her brain was still automatically generating these analysis reports with an almost instinctive, cold logic. This was once her most proud ability, digitizing all phenomena, quantifying all emotions, and incorporating the entire future into her calculations. But today, these clear and rational words seemed so pale and ridiculous in her mind. Saraphina's breathing became a little rapid. A hint of confusion appeared in her amethyst eyes. She lost, she won all the tactical rounds, but at the final strategic level, she was fatally struck by her opponent in the most primitive, brutal, and unreasonable way. That woman, Aaliyah, wasn't fighting on the same dimension as herself. What I am showing is I can help you manage your territory, which is a rational binding based on interests in the future. The woman took out her bloody heart, held it in front of Kyle, and told him, everything I have is for you. How foolish. How effective. Saraphina's knuckles turned white again as she held the quill. She had always thought that Kyle and she were the same kind of people, who believed that everything could be controlled, but he actually accepted the amulet, that stupid thing that embodies all the love of a young girl, and has no practical output. What does this mean? This means that beneath his hard, rational shell, there is a soft area that she has never touched, and which can be moved by such stupid emotions. This was the biggest blind spot in her calculations. A fatal blind spot. She can no longer handle problems with the ease of a partner as she did in the past, because the enemy has begun attacking her belongings. Right, all property. Since when? The name Kyle Eisenberg has quietly become this word in her definition. An unprecedented, cold, and domineering flame ignited from the deepest part of her heart. She suddenly raised her head, and all the confusion and bewilderment in her ice blue eyes had faded away. Replaced by an unquestionable determination, she dipped the pen into ink and let the tip hover over the blank space of the diary. She stopped writing those dry analyses. She took a deep breath, and then, with an unprecedented force, filled with strong emotions, almost tearing the paper, she wrote a few lines, stroke by stroke. That's not analysis, that's not recording. It was a manifesto. An unchangeable declaration to the world and to herself. Blackwood territory is my territory. The first line, calm and objective, seemed to be stating a truth. This was the cornerstone of all her actions. Kyle Eisenberg is my fiancé. In the second line, her writing style suddenly became sharp. She unsheathed the identity she had always deliberately kept at arm's length, like the sharpest sword. This wasn't a request, nor an expectation, it was a declaration of an established fact. No one is allowed to question this point. The third line, written in thick ink, carried a resolute and decisive tone. She had drawn an insurmountable red line for this fact, even the holy maiden of the holy sea of light. She wrote the last line with almost gritted teeth. The tip of her pen nailed the name to the paper, like a butterfly specimen that dared to covet her treasure. Finished, bang. Saraphina slammed the diary shut. The huge noise echoed in the silent room, startling the candle on the windowsill so much that it jumped violently and almost went out. The flickering candlelight illuminated her cold yet beautiful profile. Her expression completely changed at this moment. If she was a quiet and dangerous iceberg covered with snow before. At this moment, she is an ice volcano awakening from the inside and about to erupt deep within those amethyst-like eyes. Burning was an icy yet intense heat, possessiveness. Chapter 61. The poison of jealousy. In stark contrast to the bustling atmosphere of Blackwood territory, which is filled with sweat and hope, the air in its neighbor, Count Barev's castle, is always cold and dull. The wind here seems to carry a hint of decay. Dim candlelight barely illuminated a corner of the castle's main hall. Count Barev, a bloated, pale, middle-aged man, sat gloomily in his massive, dark oak chair. His fingers drummed repeatedly on the gemstones inlaid in the armrests, his small eyes flickering with a malevolent light as flickering as the candlelight itself. In front of him, a scout was kneeling on one knee with his head buried deeply, as if he looked at the earl for one more moment, his soul would be devoured by the overflowing malice. Explain. Count Barev's voice sounded like the friction of rusty iron sheets, dry and harsh. Yes, Lord Earl. The scout's voice was noticeably trembling. According to recent investigations, the changes in Blackwood territory have been very, very significant. Get to the point, come on. Count Barev's tone was filled with extreme impatience and cruelty. My time is not spent listening to your stuttering. Yes. Yes. Scout Come-On shuddered with fear and quickly told out the report in detail. Every word was like an invisible poison needle, accurately piercing Count Barev's already fragile nerves. First, food. My Lord Earl, you know that in the past, even the most drought-resistant rye couldn't grow well in the Blackwood territory. But now their fields are filled with golden wheat and vast fields of potatoes. Their granaries are full, and I heard they're building new ones. Bang! Count Barev slammed his fist on the armrest. The gem hurt his hand, but it was far less painful than the pain in his heart. Full. He squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth. Due to bad weather this year, the grain harvest in his territory was expected to be reduced by at least 20%. He was considering how to squeeze more food from the mouths of those untouchables to fill his warehouses. And that good-for-nothing, that dandy boy who had been driven out of the capital, actually managed to grow a full warehouse of grain in a garbage dump. This is impossible. Keep talking. His voice was already ferocious. Come on, lowered his head even lower. The second thing is, people. My lord, do you remember those refugees we drove away when the plague broke out? A bunch of dying trash. What's wrong? Barev snorted disdainfully. Most of them went to Blackwood territory. Now, not only are they not dead, but most of them have become Kyle Eisenberg's subjects. I've seen them. They're all strong now, and their eyes, there's no numbness in them, only fanatical worship for their lord. They're reclaiming wasteland and building roads. The entire Blackwood territory is like a high-speed mill, and everyone is working desperately. Count Barev's face began to twist slightly with jealousy. What he despised most were the peasants. In his view, the people of his territory were nothing more than animals to be exploited. But that idiot Kyle had actually turned a bunch of trash into a loyal workforce. This is illogical. This is simply an insult to the ruling wisdom of all traditional aristocrats. And there are trade routes. Kamon's voice became smaller and smaller. He knew that the next piece of news would be the most fatal. Trade route? Count Barev's eyelids twitched. Yes, my lord. Kyle Eisenberg, he opened a new road to the edge of the Wailing Valley. Now, many caravans from the west choose to go through Blackwood territory to avoid our high tolls. Although that road is more dangerous, they say that in Blackwood territory, they can buy cheap food and a magical building material called cement. Our tax revenue has decreased by 30% this month. Bang! This time, Count Barev could no longer control himself. He grabbed a silver goblet on the table and smashed it hard on the ground. The silver goblet rolled on the hard stone slab, making a harsh sound. Waste! Waste! That damn waste! He growled in a low voice, the fat on his face trembling with anger. Why does he do that? Why? He couldn't accept it. He, a cow of pure blood and well versed in the ways of aristocratic rule, was slapped hard in the face by a notorious dandy who was exiled from his family. This must be shit luck, yes. That must be it. Count Barev's brain began to frantically search for a reason that he could accept for Kyle's success. That idiot must have dug up some treasure from ancient ruins in that garbage dump. Yes, that's for sure. Those grains, those so-called cement, are all from the ruins. He's just a lucky thief. He felt a sense of pleasure in his own thought, as if this could erase all of Kyle's efforts. Kamon knelt on the ground, not daring to breathe. He knew, of course, that those achievements were not a matter of luck. He had seen with his own eyes the neatly planned fields of Blackwood territory in the strange yet efficient machines powered by water. It was a brand new power full of wisdom that he could not understand, but he would never dare to say such words even if he was beaten to death. Count Barev gasped, his chest heaving violently. He waved his hand as if to shoo away a fly. Get out. Keep watching. I want to know his every move. Yes, sir. Kamon was as if he had been pardoned, and crawled out of the hall. Count Barev was the only one left in the hall. He stared intently at the last detail that the scout had mentioned in his report. By the way, sir, some time ago, Her Highness Alia, the candidate saint of the Holy See of Light, also stayed in the Blackwood territory for a long time. It is said that she and Lord Kyle had a very close relationship. However, she left a few days ago. But, Carmen hesitated and added, Kyle Eisenberg has always been accompanied by a beautiful woman with long silver hair. I heard that she is his fiancée, Miss Saraphina. Saint, beautiful fiancée, these 2 words, like 2 red-hot irons, burned Count Barev's jealous heart. Why, how come that loser not only has wealth and land, but also a woman like that? the holy saint stayed for him, and the iceberg-like beauty was his fiancée, and what about me? I can only face my fat pig-like countess every day, who only knows how to complain and ask for jewelry. Unfair. How unfair. Count Barev stood up unsteadily and walked to a huge floor-to-ceiling mirror on the wall. The mirror reflected a man with a distorted face and resentful eyes. His face, swollen from indulgence and gluttony, now looked like a jealous demon crawling out of hell. He picked up the deformed silver cup on the ground and refilled it with scarlet wine that looked like blood from the wine barrel next to it. He raised his glass and whispered to the hideous self in the mirror in a hoarse voice like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue. Kyle Eisenberg, he pronounced the name, each syllable filled with deep hatred. You're a piece of trash from the Eisenberg family, a piece of trash to be despised. His voice was filled with a self-hypnotic, morbid pleasure. You don't deserve all this. He looked at himself in the mirror and gave himself a smile that was uglier than crying. Your land, your wealth, his eyes became greedy and lustful. And your woman will all be mine. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly drank the poisonous wine in the cup that was full of jealousy and malice. The scarlet wine flowed down the corner of his mouth, leaving a trail on his chin that looked like dried blood. This cup of poisonous wine filled with jealousy not only intoxicated his reason, but also completely ignited the fire of conspiracy called destruction in his heart. Chapter 62 Whispers in the Shadows. Count Barev knew that his brain, which was burning with jealousy, had not completely lost its sanity. Send troops directly to attack Hymo territory. What a joke. No matter how much of a loser Kyle Eisenberg was, he still had Eisenberg blood in his veins. While that family had been eroding in the power struggles of the capital, a lean camel was still bigger than a horse. The old fox in the family, commanding a large army in the north, was not someone a small border earl like him could afford to provoke. A head-on confrontation was the behavior of a reckless man, but he, Count Barev, considered himself an elegant and intelligent hunter. Hunters never wrestle with wild beasts, but are good at setting traps. The night grew darker. Count Barev walked through the gloomy corridor and came to the study. He walked to a row of huge bookshelves along the wall, reached out and tapped the spine of a book on the third row titled On the Self-Cultivation of the Nobility 3 times in a specific rhythm. With a teeth-grinding creaking sound, the entire bookshelf slowly moved to one side, revealing a pitch-black entrance leading to the underground that was only wide enough for one person to pass through. He walked in, carrying a magic lantern. This was his secret room, a secret even his fat wife didn't know. The air smelled of dust and moldy parchment. In the center of the secret room, there is a stone table and 2 chairs. A figure was already sitting on one of the chairs. The man was completely shrouded in a large, frayed black cloak, the hood pulled down extremely low, his entire face hidden in bottomless shadows. Only a strand of gray hair, seemingly devoid of all life, dangled from the gap in the hood. He sat there like a solid mass of darkness, blending in with the surrounding shadows. If it weren't for the light of the magic lantern casting an outline around him, his presence would have been almost imperceptible. You're here. Count Barev placed the lantern on the stone table, sat down on another chair, and tried to make his voice sound calm and majestic. The smell of the Earl's gold always guides his most loyal servants. The shadow spoke, his voice as hoarse as 2 rough stones rubbing against each other, with a hint of mockery. Tell me, what shady trouble have you got this time that requires my dirty hands to handle? Count Barev didn't mind the other party's rudeness. When dealing with such people, dignity is the most worthless thing, and gold coins are the only language. I need you to help me deal with someone. Barev went straight to the point. Oh? The shadow seemed to be interested, leaning forward slightly. In this remote place, is there a character worthy of your excellency the Earl, spending a large sum of money to ask me to take action? Kyle Eisenberg. When the name came out of Barev's mouth, the shadow paused noticeably. Eisenberg? A hint of solemnity lingered in his hoarse voice. The family of the iron-blooded Grand Duke? My Lord Count, my fees are high, but I won't provoke a ducal family. That would be courting death. Of course I know. A cunning smile crossed Barev's portly face. He lowered his voice, as if sharing a tempting secret. I don't need you to take direct action. What I need is a natural disaster, an accident that seems to have nothing to do with me or anyone else. Natural disaster, the shadow repeated, as if chewing on the meaning of the word. That's right. Barev's eyes lit up. He unfolded a map he had prepared long ago and pointed his finger firmly at a mountain range east of the Blackwood territory. Here, the Wailing Valley. A forgotten place where even hunters are reluctant to set foot. My people have discovered that in the deepest part of the valley lies an ancient sealing stone. Sealing stone? The Shadow's tone finally showed real professional interest. Yes. Barav began to introduce his product like a salesman. A sealing stone used to suppress the aura of an ancient demon. It's so old that its magical power is very weak. However, it still works, like a cork, blocking the violent and ominous aura in the valley. The Shadow fell silent, seemingly assessing the difficulty and risk of this mission. You mean, I want you to smash it, Barav said word by word, his eyes filled with malicious pleasure. I want you to pull the cork out of the bottle. Let the foul smell that has been suppressed for hundreds of years spread out again. Ha ha. The Black Shadow let out a deep, owl-like laugh. Interesting. Artificially creating a cursed land where monsters frequently appear. This is indeed much more clever than directly sending troops to attack. Brilliant? Barav raised his chin proudly. This is just the first step. Mord, my dear dark mage. I want more than just to cause him a little trouble. He stood up, like an actor rehearsing a play, opened his arms and passionately described his grand blueprint. I will have that land ravaged by endless low-level monsters. A swarm of goblins today, a few hobgoblins tomorrow. I will make his subjects restless and his soldiers exhausted. I will consume his food in endless battles and turn his wealth into piles of useless fortifications. His voice echoed through the chamber, filled with morbid excitement. And then? Mold's voice remained flat, as if he was listening to a boring story. And then? Barav's smile grew incomparably more sinister. When that loser is tortured to exhaustion, when his people are destitute, when he kneels down and begs me, his good neighbor, to save him, he paused, savoring this wonderful moment of fantasy. I, Count Barav, will descend with my knights like a god. I will come to save them as a benevolent neighbor. I will naturally take over his defense, appease his people, and finally, incorporate his fertile land and his beautiful silver-haired fiancée into my territory. What a perfect plan, Mold commented emotionlessly. The games of the nobles are always so entertaining. So, what's the price? The topic finally returned to the core. Barav took out a heavy purse from his arms and threw it on the stone table. The purse landed on the stone table with a clatter sound that was intoxicating. Here are 500 gold coins, the deposit. Mold didn't even look down, but just stretched out a dry, chicken claw-like hand and gently stroked the purse, as if feeling the weight and quality of the gold coins. Not enough, he said coldly. Breaking the ancient seal is risky. Furthermore, the Eisenberg family is involved. This price is only enough for me to help you take a walk in the valley. Barav's eye twitched, and the pain in his flesh pierced his heart. But he knew now was not the time to bargain. After the matter is completed, I will give you another 1,000 gold coins. In addition, I can provide you with a completely safe shelter in the basement of my castle until the storm has passed. Is this condition sufficient? Mold was silent for a moment. Make a deal. He stood up slowly, and with his dry hand, he put the purse on the table into his cloak. The whole process was silent. Within 3 days, the souls of the Wailing Valley will begin to sing. My Lord Earl, I wish you, that your wish will be fulfilled soon. Before he finished speaking, his figure, like ink dropped into water, silently merged into the shadow of the secret room and disappeared. Count Barav was once again the only one left in the secret room. He looked at the empty space opposite him, then at the map spread out on the table, a satisfied, twisted smile on his face. He seemed to have seen the Blackwood territory wailing under the impact of the monster tide, the useless Kyle kneeling at his feet and begging for mercy, and the stunning, silver-haired beauty trembling in his arms. Just wait, Kyle Eisenberg, he whispered in the shadows, his voice filled with the joy of impending victory. The show is about to begin. Chapter 63. An uneasy omen. Autumn in Heimuling should be the most pleasant time of the year. The sky was high in azure. The last corn stalks were harvested and stacked in the fields. The air was filled with the unique fragrance of harvest, a blend of earth and vegetation. The faces of the people in the territory were filled with smiles of contentment after having enough food and clothing. However, this tranquility was broken by the sound of hurried horse hooves. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Urgent military information from the patrol. A group of dusty knights rushed through the crowd of people chatting and basking in the sun in the town. At their head was none other than the captain of the guard, Karl. He dismounted with such a swift and decisive movement that his armor, stained with dirt and grass, even bore a few scratches of varying depths. He ignored anyone's greetings and rushed straight into the Lord's mansion. The servants and guards along the way made way for him. Kyle was in his study, reviewing the territory's final quarterly budget with Saraphina. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow across the ledger before him. Everything seemed peaceful and tranquil. Bang! The study door was flung open. Lord! Karl rushed in with a cold and murderous aura, interrupting the peace. Saraphina frowned slightly and was about to remind the captain of the guard to pay attention to etiquette, but Kyle raised his hand to stop her. He knew Karl, a calm veteran who would never lose his composure like this unless it was a matter of great importance. What happened, Karl? Tell me slowly. Kyle put down the quill in his hand, his expression calm, but his eyes had become sharper. Karl took a few deep breaths, trying to calm his chest, which was heaving violently due to the rapid running. Something's wrong in the woods to the east. He got straight to the point, his voice a little hoarse from his haste. Something's very wrong. Tell me more specifically. At first, it was just some wild beasts. Karl struggled to organize his words. He wasn't good at writing elaborate reports, but he trusted his instincts as a veteran. About 5 days ago, our patrol encountered a few frenzied wild boars. You know, those guys usually avoid us, but that day they charged at us like crazy. We thought it was just a fluke. He paused, his expression growing more serious. But over the next few days, things got worse. The deer, wolves, and even bears in the forest became extremely aggressive, and they looked very strange. Strange? Kyle asked. Yes, it's strange. Karl nodded vigorously, as if trying to find a more accurate word. Their eyes are bloodshot, as if they are frightened by something, or as if they are enraged. They are not hunting, nor are they defending their territory. It's more like running for their lives. Yes. Running for their lives. They attack any living thing they see frantically, as if there is something even more terrifying chasing them. Saraphina's expression turned serious upon hearing this. Abnormal animal behavior is often a sign of disaster. Kyle didn't say anything, just listened quietly, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the table. Karl continued, if it were just wild beasts, we could handle it. But since yesterday, we've encountered something else. Goblin. As soon as these words came out, the air in the study seemed to freeze. Are there many? Kyle's voice dropped. Not many. There were only 7 or 8 in the first wave, and we encountered more than a dozen today. Karl shook his head. But that's not the problem. Lord, I've dealt with goblins before. Those green-skinned dwarves are cunning, but also cowardly and greedy. But these 2 waves we encountered are completely different. They were running around in the woods like headless flies, wounded and with their armor and weapons discarded. When they saw our team, their first reaction wasn't to ambush or flee, but to charge at us screaming and die. It was as if staying where they were was more terrifying than dying at our hands. Karl finished speaking, raised his head, and looked at Kyle with his eyes that were bloodshot from days of vigilance, but still sharp. Lord, this isn't normal seasonal monster activity. Veterans on the border say they've never seen anything like it. It feels like something has awakened deep within the Wailing Valley, letting out a roar that has driven every living creature living outside, beasts and monsters alike, fleeing in terror. Wailing Valley. When these 4 words came out of Karl's mouth, Kyle's pupils shrank suddenly. A dusty, almost forgotten game memory from him was like a lake surface where a stone was thrown, and clear ripples instantly appeared. There was indeed such an inconspicuous event in the early plot of Eternal Crown. Strange movements in the Wailing Valley. In the game, this is just a continuous, low-reward clearing mission. Players will notice an unusually high spawn rate of monsters outside the valley. If left unchecked, the monster wave will slowly increase in level, eventually leading to the appearance of a mini-boss. For players, this is simply a bonus event to gain experience and materials. But Kyle remembered it clearly, and the game's official background setting collection gave a deeper explanation of this incident. This is not a natural phenomenon at all. This was a carefully planned man-made disaster caused by the neighboring Count Barav, who secretly bribed the dark magician to artificially destroy the ancient sealstone deep in the valley in order to weaken and annex the Blackwood territory where the player was located. This event marks the beginning of Count Barav's series of quests. If not handled properly, the territory will be dragged down by the continuous tide of monsters, the economy will collapse, and the people will lose their hearts. In the end, Barav will annex it without bloodshed under the pretext of rescue. A chill ran up Kyle's spine. He had always believed that as long as he farmed peacefully and didn't get involved in any trouble, he could live a peaceful life. But he forgot that in this world where the strong prey on the weak, having too much fat in your arms is a sin in itself. Jealousy is a weapon that hurts more than any sword. I see. Kyle took a deep breath and stood up abruptly. The calmness on his face disappeared, replaced by a calm and decisive look that seemed like a storm was about to come. The other two people in the study were shocked by the aura that suddenly burst out from him. Carl. Here. Carl subconsciously straightened his body, like a soldier being inspected. I order you to immediately reduce the patrol's alert range to within 5 kilometers of the territory's edge and abandon the outer outposts. All squads will be merged and operated as squadrons. No soldier will be allowed to patrol alone. Shift the entire defense focus to the eastern city wall. Yes. Carl accepted the order without hesitation. He didn't understand how the Lord could make such an accurate judgment in an instant, but he never questioned an order and would only carry it out unconditionally. Saraphina. I'm here, Kyle. Saraphina also stood up with a serious expression. Immediately notify old Hannes in the engineering department and have him drop all non-urgent tasks. I want him to raise the east wall by another 2 meters and reinforce the bases of all arrow towers within 3 days. Also, transport all the logs, rocks, and kerosene in the warehouse to the foot of the east wall. Be prepared for battle at any moment. Okay, I'll do it right away. Saraphina turned around immediately and prepared to convey the order. Wait. Kyle stopped her. There's one more important thing. Write an urgent letter to the capital in the name of the Lord of Blackwood territory for me, requesting assistance. A request for help? Saraphina was stunned for a moment. Kyle, is the situation so serious that we need to ask for help from the capital? We ourselves, listen to me. Kyle interrupted her, walked up to her, and said in a tone that was undeniable, in the letter, don't mention that we were attacked, and don't exaggerate. You should write like this. He organized his words and began to speak calmly. Your Majesty and all members of the Council. Recently, in the Wailing Valley in the eastern part of our Blackwood territory, an abnormal fluctuation of magical power has occurred due to unknown reasons. This fluctuation has caused disturbances in the surrounding ecology and increased activity of low-level monsters, posing a potential threat to the security of the territory. To prevent future crises and ensure stability on the kingdom's borders, I, Kyle von Eisenberg, hereby implore the king to approve 2 assistance programs. First, I implore the Royal Capital's Quartermaster Department to urgently allocate a batch of strategic supplies to our unit, including but not limited to 30,000 standard arrows, 500 barrels of alchemical kerosene, and the appropriate repair tools. All expenses will be borne by our Blackwood territory's finances. Secondly, Kyle's gaze deepened. The source of this magical anomaly is unknown, and it's probably beyond the ability of ordinary soldiers to investigate. To accurately address the root cause and prevent the situation from escalating, I implore the king to dispatch a professional magical consultant proficient in magical detection and ancient runes to our territory for on-site investigation and guidance. He looked at Saraphina and emphasized each word. Remember, we must be humble and have a good reason. We are not asking for aid, but for technical support to prevent minor problems from becoming major ones. This is for the overall benefit of the kingdom. Do you understand? Saraphina was very smart and immediately understood Kyle's intention. The letter was impeccably written. It acknowledged the existence of the problem without sounding incompetent or panicky. The offer to cover the cost of supplies silenced the penny-pinching nobles. The request for magical advisors rather than the military framed the incident as a technical problem requiring professional solution. rather than a military crisis requiring full-scale action. This way, we can get the most effective help without making those people in the royal capital think that we are making a big deal out of nothing. I understand. Saraphina nodded heavily, and her eyes looking at Kyle were full of trust and a hint of imperceptible admiration. No matter how sudden the situation is, this man can always make the calmest and most correct judgment in the first place. As Kyle issued one order after another, the entire Blackwood territory, the giant that had just awakened from its slumber, began to quietly enter a state of combat readiness with astonishing efficiency. Chapter 64, The Gift of the Capital. The royal capital, terrace, in stark contrast to the austere, warlike atmosphere of the Blackwood territory, the kingdom's heart of power remained immersed in a never-ending prosperity and elegance. The nobles' carriages rolled along the clean cobblestones, leaving behind a trail of crisp hooves. The poetry and harp sounds in the salons, through the stained glass windows, seemed to carry the scent of gold dust. Kyle's letter for help, delivered day and night by the fastest griffin messenger, now lies quietly on the long rosewood table of the imperial meeting. The letter paper was made of slightly rough birch bark paper produced by Heimo Ling compared with the other exquisite official documents on the table that were specially supplied by the royal family and exuded the fragrance of black orchid. It seemed a bit out of place, like a country boy in coarse clothes who accidentally walked into a palace ball full of elegant ladies. The Chancellor of the Exchequer, Earl Green, who was so fat that his neck was almost disappearing, pinched a corner of the letter with 2 fingers in disgust, squinted his eyes and read it, letting out an exaggerated snort. The magic power of Wailing Valley is unusual? Ha, my dear colleagues, does anyone still remember where Wailing Valley is? I only remember that place. Even the most greedy goblins are reluctant to shit there, because it is too remote. His words were met with a low, knowing laugh. The Minister of War, a general sitting across from him with a meticulously trimmed beard and a frame as straight as a javelin, snorted coldly. A worthless fellow exiled by his family now has to complain to the capital about dealing with a few goblins? He's truly brought disgrace upon the Eisenberg family. That's not true, General Marcus. Finance Minister Earl Green shook his plump fingers, a shrewd businessman's smile on his face. At least, this young Lord Kell is sensible. Look, he requested a transfer of supplies, but clearly stated, all expenses will be borne by the Blackwood territory's finances. He's much more lovable than those lords who cry out for tax cuts and subsidies whenever they run into trouble. Humph, how can his impoverished territory have any financial resources? I'm afraid he will have to sell himself to pay for this. The Minister of War curled his lips in disdain. That's none of our business. Earl Green spread his hands, looking indifferent. As long as the treasury accounts match, he'll have to send us the money, even if it means selling everything he has. I suggest approving his request for supplies. 30,000 arrows, 500 barrels of kerosene, that's a substantial order. It will help clear out the inventory at the Quartermaster General's warehouse and generate revenue for the workshops in the capital. Why not? This statement immediately gained the approval of most of the nobles present. To them, this was just a business deal. As for the life or death of Kuroki territory, who cared? So, what about his second request for support? The Prime Minister, a gray-haired old duke who presided over the meeting, knocked on the table to draw everyone's attention. He hopes to have a magical consultant proficient in magical detection and ancient runes to conduct an investigation. Magical advisor? The Minister of War looked as if he had heard something ridiculous. Just for a few goblins? Send a third-level battle mage over there, and he can burn the forest clean with a single fireball. What an exaggeration! Maybe things are not that simple? A weak voice sounded. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. It was the representative of the Royal Magic Academy, a rather dull-looking vice president wearing thick crystal glasses. He seemed unaccustomed to speaking in such situations, and his face flushed slightly when everyone looked at him. Ahem. What I mean is that the Wailing Valley is indeed an energy node according to ancient documents. Although it has been abandoned for hundreds of years, if there is a problem with the sealing stone, the chain reaction it will trigger, theoretically, it is unpredictable. Lord Kyle's caution is not entirely unreasonable from an academic perspective. Academic perspective? The Minister of War scoffed. We're discussing the kingdom's security, not writing your moldy papers. The vice president was choked and speechless, and could only sit back with a red face just when the situation reached a stalemate and everyone was ready to dismiss the matter as a minor inconvenience. An old and powerful voice sounded from the corner of the conference room. "I think this is very interesting." When everyone heard this, they all looked sideways, and a look of awe appeared on their faces. The speaker was an elderly man with snow-white beard and eyebrows. He wore a plain gray mage robe, devoid of any ornate patterns, yet seemingly imbued with the essence of the vast ocean. He hadn't participated in the discussion from beginning to end, merely dozing with his eyes closed. Now, he slowly opened them. What kind of eyes were those? Cloudy, yet seemed to be able to see through the essence of all things. The Dean of the Royal Academy of Magic, the legendary wizard, Anthony Merlin. "Mr. Dean." The Vice Dean bowed respectfully. Dean Anthony ignored everyone and just tapped the table lightly with his skinny fingers, as if he was thinking about a very interesting problem. A man widely acknowledged as waste was able to establish order in a wasteland and even start making a profit. Now, with a keen sense far exceeding that of an ordinary noble, he has sensed a possible, deeper problem with magical power and precisely requested technical support rather than military assistance. He looked around and said in a low voice, but it was clearly heard by everyone, "Don't you think this is contradictory and interesting?" A fool suddenly became smarter than everyone else. Either he's hiding something very deep, or he's gained some kind of opportunity that we don't know about. The old wizard's words plunged the nobles present into deep thought. They might look down on Kyle, but they would never underestimate Dean Anthony's judgment. "So, what you mean?" the Prime Minister asked cautiously. "Satisfy him." Dean Anthony's lips curled up into a mischievous smile. "Not only must we satisfy him, we must also give him the best." He turned to look at his timid deputy and said, "Go back and tell the Academic Affairs Office to cancel all other graduation projects for me." "Ha?" The vice president was stunned, his glasses almost slipping off. Dean, why is this happening?" Dean Anthony did not answer him, but in a tone that was almost chanting and full of pride, he slowly said, "Didn't our academy just give birth to the most outstanding genius in history?" At the age of 17, he completed the theoretical construction of precision shaping of advanced fire elements and independently wrote 13 papers on stabilization of magical turbulence, each of which is enough to put those so-called magicians to shame. At the age of 17, he single-handedly defeated a panel of examiners consisting of 3 veteran battle mages during his graduation combat drill, earning the title of Red Lotus, the ultimate honor in fire magic, unattainable for decades. With every word he spoke, the atmosphere in the conference room grew more solemn. Even the nobles present, even those who knew nothing about magic, had heard of that infamous name. Elise Cromwell. When Dean Anthony read out the name, his eyes sparkled with undisguised admiration and pride, as if he was talking about his most perfect work. Her theoretical knowledge is impeccable. But genius needs to be grounded in the mud before it can truly shine. Talking on paper is ultimately vain. True magic is used to solve problems, not to admire it in a lab. He stood up, walked to the center of the conference table, and took the letter from Kuroki Lord in his hand. This magical disturbance in the Wailing Valley will serve as Elise Cromwell's graduation project. "What?" the vice dean cried out. "Dean? That's Iris. Asking her to handle such a trivial matter at the border? This is a waste of talent." "What a waste of talent." "Waste?" Dean Anthony laughed, a smile like an old fox. "No, it's precisely the perfect whetstone. I'm curious, what kind of flower will bloom when our academy, nurtured with the most sophisticated theories, the vastest resources, and the highest level of knowledge, lands in that vulgar land where it's said even water can't grow rice?" He paused, his eyes becoming more playful. "Also, I want to see whether that little guy named Kyle Eisenberg is truly stupid or just pretending. The idea of a supreme genius colliding with a supreme waste is more interesting to me than any ancient rune." Everyone present could sense a strong sense of malicious interest in watching the fun from the dean's words. How is this support? This was clearly the royal capital, or rather, it was a gift that the legendary wizard had given to that remote territory on a whim, tinged with contempt and scrutiny. "It's decided." Dean Anthony made the final decision, not giving anyone a chance to refute. "Convey the joint order of the royal family and the academy, at the request of Lord Kyle Eisenberg of Blackwood Territory, the Royal Academy of Magic will dispatch its top graduate, Red Lotus Mage Elise Cromwell, to Blackwood Territory to handle the magic anomaly in Wailing Valley incident. This operation will serve as her graduation assessment, and Blackwood Territory must fully cooperate without error. As the Dean's final words fell, an ornate document sealed with a gold-stamped coat of arms was quickly drafted. A falcon with the element of wind attached to its wings, carrying this gift that determines the fate of countless people, soared into the sky, turned into a stream of light, and flew towards a distant corner forgotten by the royal capital. No one knew what kind of thrilling waves this seemingly trivial decision would cause in that barren land. The nobles in the royal capital quickly put the matter behind them and continued their feasting and singing. In the distant Blackwood Territory, Kyle, who was directing the defenses on the city wall, had no idea that the magic consultant he was about to meet was a girl with red twin tails, the most troublesome girl in history, who could poke a hole in the sky. Chapter 65 Red twin tails falling from the sky. The reply from the royal capital came faster than expected. The messenger falcon with the wind element attached to it almost tore through the air and delivered the gorgeous document with a gold seal to Kyle's hands. When Kyle, Saraphina, and Aaliyah finished reading the contents of the document together, the small reception room in the Lord's mansion fell into a subtle silence. The Royal Academy of Magic, the chief graduate? Saraphina tapped the tabletop lightly with her slender fingers, her beautiful eyebrows slightly furrowed. The Mage of Red Lotus, Iris Cromwell, sounds like a very experienced lady. She deliberately emphasized the word senior, and her mind had already sketched out the image of an old lady with gray hair, a serious expression, and perhaps even a jewel-studded staff. That sounds impressive, Aaliyah said naively. The capital has sent the best experts. I'm sure the problem in Wailing Valley will be solved quickly, Mr. Kyle. Kyle didn't say anything, just rubbed his chin with a strange expression. Red Lotus Iris, this name stirred a tiny ripple in the depths of his memories, belonging to another world. If he remembered correctly, this seemed to be an important NPC that would appear in a later version of the game, a humanoid self-propelled turret known for its hot temper, extraordinary strength, and extreme arrogance. But why did she show up now? And in the form of a graduation project, the butterfly wings of the plot seemed to flap even more violently than he had imagined. No matter who comes, we should show hospitality. Kyle finally smiled and broke the silence. Carl has already led people to the entrance of the territory to wait. Let's go to the door to greet them and don't be impolite. Saraphina and Aaliyah naturally had no objection. The three of them arrived at the Lord's mansion and waited on the flat open ground for this gift from the capital. The servants had already prepared refreshments in guest rooms, and everything seemed in perfect order. Time passed by minute, but the scheduled carriage did not appear at the end of the road. Could it be that they were delayed on the road? Aaliyah looked into the distance with some worry. It's possible. Saraphina adjusted her skirt. It's a long way from the capital to here. Even with a magic carriage, it would take several days. At this moment, Kyle's ears moved slightly, and he seemed to hear a sharp sound breaking through the air. He subconsciously raised his head and looked towards the blue sky. What is that? Following his gaze, Saraphina and Aaliyah also raised their heads. A tiny red, visible against the azure sky, was growing at an alarming rate. It wasn't a bird, nor was it a griffin, it was a pure, flaming crimson trail, plummeting towards the Lord's mansion. Enemy attack? Seraphina's face changed and she subconsciously wanted to chant a defensive spell. Wait. Kyle held her hand. His sharp eyes had seen the true face of the red dot. There's someone on it. Before he finished speaking, the red light came whistling towards him. When it was still dozens of meters above the ground, it suddenly slowed down in a way that defied common sense, bringing up a soft magical breeze, as light as a feather, and finally hovered steadily and accurately in the open space in front of the Lord's mansion. It was not until this moment that everyone saw clearly that it was not a strange flying object at all, but a gorgeous flying carpet woven with complex silver magic patterns and with a flaming halo flowing around the edges. On the flying carpet stood a young girl. She wore a tailored, predominantly black and white, elite uniform with the academy crest outlined in gold. Beneath the skirt of the uniform were two straight, shapely calves wrapped in white stockings. The most eye-catching thing was her long, red hair, as dazzling as a burning flame. It was tied into two high ponytails that almost reached the sky. As she landed lightly, her hair drew two energetic, proud and unruly arcs in the air. The girl's face was as delicate as a doll's, with fair skin, but her ruby-red eyes were filled with a coldness and alienation that was inconsistent with her age. She was about 17 or 18 years old, which was completely different from the image of a senior lady that Saraphina had mentioned. Kyle, Saraphina and Aaliyah just stood there and looked at the uninvited guest, but this uninvited guest didn't even glance at me. She seemed completely oblivious to the three highest-ranking members of the Blackwood territory before her as she preoccupied herself with pulling out a strangely shaped instrument made of crystal and mithril from a small pouch at her waist. It resembled a monocular telescope, but the lens was engraved with constantly shifting tiny runes. The girl raised her magic detector and scanned the entire territory as if no one was around. Her gaze swept over the distant city walls, the nearby farmland, and the Lord's mansion. Sweeping over it inch by inch, the air was awkwardly quiet. The perfect smile on Saraphina's face had begun to stiffen. As the daughter of a marquis and the future wife of a lord, she had never been so completely ignored before. Aaliyah was a little at a loss. She looked at the red-haired girl who exuded the aura of keep away from strangers, and then looked at Kyle, not knowing what to say. Finally, after half a minute of scanning, the girl put down the instrument in her hand and made a sound that was soft but clear enough for everyone present to hear. Laughed. It was an undisguised contempt that came from the bottom of the heart, and was also wrapped in a full sense of superiority and contempt. Snort. Her rosy lips parted slightly, and the words that came out were as cold and biting as the cold wind in the north. I thought it was some major magical disturbance, but it turns out to be just this level of foul aura? What an exaggeration! With just one sentence, the atmosphere on the scene instantly dropped to freezing point. This statement not only denies the seriousness of the problem in Howling Valley, but also directly defines Kyle's request for help as the exaggeration of an incompetent person. Saraphina's brow finally furrowed uncontrollably. She looked at the overly arrogant girl before her, a trace of cold scrutiny flashing through her amethyst-like eyes. She sensed a strong, aggressive threat from this girl. Aaliyah, standing nearby, subconsciously leaned closer to Kyle. Her moon-white eyes, always filled with tenderness and compassion, were now filled with worry and confusion. She couldn't understand why this young mage, who had come to support him, harbored such obvious hostility toward Mr. Kyle. Chapter 66. The first sermon on waste. That contemptuous humph and the harsh making a mountain out of a molehill were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing invisible ripples in the open space in front of the Lord's mansion. Seraphina's smile, which was as perfect as a textbook on etiquette, had a visible crack. Aaliyah clutched the corner of her clothes tightly, her eyes full of worry. However, Kyle, who was at the center of the storm, remained calm and composed. At this moment, Iris finally took her proud gaze away from the magic detector in her hand and officially turned it to the man standing in front of her. It was an invasive scrutiny, not like looking at a noble lord, but more like a strict scholar examining a flawed paper, or an alchemist examining a worthless piece of scrap metal. Her gaze moved from Kyle's hair down to his calm eyes. "Are you Kyle Eisenberg?" Her voice was clear, yet it carried a condescending assertion, as if pronouncing the name itself was a condescension. "I've heard of your reputation," she said, a hint of undisguised sarcasm curling up the corners of her rosy lips. "The shame of Eisenberg, a piece of trash who can't even build the most basic magic circuits in his body." She pronounced the word waste with exceptional clarity, like two poisoned steel needles, precisely piercing the most fragile dignity of a noble. The air froze instantly. Seraphina's breath suddenly caught, and her fingers curled slightly at her sides, nearly digging into her palms. She was even ready to use the harshest diplomatic language to make this rude headmaster understand that this was the Eisenberg family's territory, not a classroom where she could act recklessly. Aaliyah was so angry that her face turned red and her lips moved, but she didn't know how to refute such harsh words. But at this tense moment, Kyle smiled. He wasn't angry, didn't defend himself, and didn't even show the slightest bit of embarrassment. His smile was gentle and calm, as if what he had just heard was not humiliation, but an insignificant greeting. "Miss Cromwell, welcome to Blackwood territory." He nodded slightly, his posture calm and proper, as if a true host was entertaining a slightly noisy guest. "You must be tired after such a long journey. Why don't you come in first and have a cup of tea and rest for a while?" This sentence is like a drop of cold water falling into a boiling oil pan. It completely exploded. Iris's beautiful eyebrows instantly stood up, and her delicate face was stained with a thin layer of red because of anger, making her fiery red twin ponytail seem to burn even more vigorously. "Drink tea?" She raised her voice so high that it seemed to cut through the air. "What do you know, you loser?" She took a step forward and pointed at Kyle aggressively, her ruby-like eyes spewing anger and contempt, as if she wanted to burn this ignorant man in front of her to ashes. Every second counts in dealing with the monster wave. Every second you waste here could result in the death or injury of innocent people in the villages outside the valley. Do you understand what responsibility and efficiency mean? Her words were so fast, like a barrage of magic bombs, bombarding Kyle. I rushed here from the capital at full speed on a flying carpet, without even a sip of water, just to quickly deal with the mess you border nobles couldn't handle. And you're still thinking about drinking tea? Is your brain filled with mush? Saraphina could no longer maintain her elegance. She said coldly, Miss Cromwell, please watch your words. You are facing the Lord of Blackwood territory, His Excellency Kyle Eisenberg. Aaliyah also mustered up her courage and said quietly but firmly, Mr. Kyle sought help from the capital for the safety of his territory. He is not, you two should shut up right there. Iris didn't even glance at them. Her firepower was still focused on Kyle, her proud twin ponytails swung impatiently behind her head. You're just a vase that can only hide behind men, a saint who can't even understand the situation. You have no right to speak here. She once again pointed her finger at Kyle, the contempt in her eyes was extremely strong, as if looking at him any longer would be an insult to herself. You are an amateur who has no concept of crisis and only cares about having fun. Shut up right now. She stretched out her slender fingers, almost poking Kyle's nose. Now, take me to the scene of the magical anomaly. Don't waste my precious time here. After I finish dealing with this pile of garbage, I have to hurry back to write my graduation thesis. The deafening shouting echoed in front of the Lord's mansion. Elise Cromwell, the most outstanding genius in the history of the Royal Academy of Magic, used her best and most direct method to give a ruthless public lecture to the useless Lord in her eyes. At this moment, her favorable impression of Kyle had plummeted to freezing point. The undisguised contempt of a genius for mediocrity was as intense and vivid as her nickname, Red Lotus. Saraphina and Aaliyah, standing behind Kyle, looked upon this arrogant, domineering red-haired girl, and their opinions of her instantly plummeted. In that moment, they forgot their subtle feelings for each other and subconsciously stood on the same side, forming a temporary alliance solely to protect Kyle's dignity. The smell of gunpowder filled the air, ready to explode. Chapter 67. Witch's solo dance. Before the sound of Iris's scolding, which was mixed with anger and contempt, faded away, a long and shrill horn sounded from the direction of the distant Wailing Valley, tearing the tranquility at the edge of the territory. Woo! The sound was full of ominousness and chaos, like a groan coming from deep within the earth. Here I come. Carl, who had been waiting on the city wall, suddenly felt his pupils shrink. He grabbed the megaphone hanging from the parapet and shouted to the people below, everyone, alert! Archers, get ready! The first wave of monsters is approaching. A murderous atmosphere instantly settled on the city walls. Soldiers quickly took up their respective battle positions. The sounds of drawn bowstrings and the calls for moving rolling stones and timber intertwined into a tense prelude to battle. The fury on Elisa's face was replaced by a colder, predatory focus. She ignored Kyle and turned to look at Carl, who had already drawn his sword and was about to descend from the wall to command the flank troops. Hey, that captain, she said in a commanding tone. Carl stopped and turned back to look at her with a frown. I am the captain of the Blackwood Guard, Carl. Miss Cromwell, what can I do for you? It's not so much instruction as an order. Iris raised her small, delicate chin, as proud as a peacock with its tail spread. You and your men, just stay on the city wall and watch. Don't come down and get in the way. Carl's eyebrows knitted into a knot. Miss Cromwell, according to the scouts' report, the first wave of monsters number over 300, and they are a mixed breed. I suggest that you suppress them from the front, while I will lead a team of elite troops to attack from the flanks to minimize their impact. You mean, I can't handle it alone? Iris interrupted him, with a dangerous smile in her voice, as if she had heard some huge joke. That's not what I meant. Collaborative operations are, shut up. Iris's eyes turned completely cold. I'll say it again, you guys, stay here and watch. We don't need any help to deal with a bunch of brainless bastards. She glanced at Carl and the soldiers behind him who were on high alert with contempt. Her eyes seemed to say, you mortals will only hinder the pace of genius." After she finished speaking, without even waiting for Carl's response, she leaped up in front of everyone's stunned gazes and jumped directly from the city wall that was more than 10 meters high. "Be careful!" Aaliyah exclaimed subconsciously. However, the expected fall didn't happen. The gorgeous flying carpet, which she had been keeping in the pouch at her waist, automatically unfolded the moment she leaped, firmly supporting her body. With a light tap of her toes, like the most graceful dancer, Iris landed steadily in the center of the carpet. The flying carpet carried her, and she transformed into a stream of fiery red light. She went against the flow of people and flew alone towards the dark tide of monsters. On the city wall, everyone held their breath. Kyle, Saraphina, Aaliyah, and Carl stood side by side, their eyes fixed on the lonely and proud figure. In the distance, a surging black tide appeared on the horizon. The sharp cries of goblins, the excited roars of goblins, and the heavy breathing of wargs mixed together to form a noise that made your scalp tingle. Facing these hundreds of monsters of various shapes and emitting a foul aura, Iris hovered in midair, so small that she seemed to be swallowed up at any time, but she was not afraid at all. She slowly closed her eyes and stretched out her fair hands. The free fire elements in the air began to gather towards her at a frantic speed. "In the name of fire, heed my call." Her voice was not loud, but it carried a strange penetrating power, clearly reaching the ears of everyone on the city wall. It was no longer the sharp and sarcastic tone of before, but a chant full of rhythm and majesty. "The crimson lotus that burns everything, the furious fire that tears the earth apart, transforms here into a tornado of destruction." As she uttered the last syllable, she suddenly opened her eyes. In those ruby-like eyes, it seemed as if real fire was burning. In the open space before her, the air began to twist violently, and a massive tornado composed of pure flames rose from the ground. It spun madly, emitting a deafening roar, instantly engulfing the hundreds of goblins and gnomes rushing in the front. The shrill screams lasted only a moment before they were drowned out by the roar of the flames. The low-level monsters, caught in the flames reaching thousands of degrees, were burned to ash before they could even struggle. The fire tornado raged among the monsters for more than 10 seconds, leaving behind a large charred vacuum zone that smelled of sulfur. The soldiers on the city wall stood there with their mouths agape, dumbfounded. They had seen the magicians and the Legion use fireballs, but compared to the natural disaster before them, that was nothing more than child's play. "Oh my God! Is this the magician from the royal capital?" a young soldier muttered to himself, almost dropping the longbow in his hand. Alone, she was alone. Another veteran rubbed his eyes hard, unable to believe what he saw. However, this is just the beginning. After clearing out the vanguard with one strike, Iris didn't even breathe. She looked at the enemies who had paused briefly out of fear, but soon continued to surge forward, pushed forward by the monsters behind them, and a hint of impatience appeared on her face. "It's just endless garbage." She raised her other hand, and this time, the water vapor in the air began to condense rapidly, and the temperature around her dropped suddenly. The sigh of winter, the will of the glacier, transforms into a rain of spears that pierces the sky. The spell was chanted faster and more concisely than before. The previously clear sky suddenly became gloomy. Countless ice spears, gleaming with cold light, appeared out of thin air beneath the clouds. Each one was the size of a spear, its tip flashing with a deadly sharp edge off-fall. She uttered a word softly. At the next second, hundreds of ice spears, like the most violent rainstorm, with sharp whistling sounds, covered the other area with the densest concentration of monsters. Puff! 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 The dull thud of flesh piercing continued. With unparalleled penetrating power, the ice spears easily pierced through the warg's tough fur and the troll's thick muscles. The charging monsters were pinned to the ground in droves, their blood instantly staining the ground red, then quickly frozen by the chill emanating from the ice spears. The entire battlefield was half a scorched sea of fire in purgatory, and half a scarlet frost graveyard. 2 area magic spells, precise, powerful, and filled with the aesthetics of violence, completely wiped out the dark first wave of monsters in less than a minute. The whole world seemed to have quieted down. Only the girl in the elite uniform, her red twin tails fluttering in the wind, remained quietly suspended in midair. She was like an actress who had just completed a gorgeous solo, awaiting the audience's applause. After a moment of dead silence, thunderous cheers erupted from the city wall. "We won! We won! Long live Miss Cromwell! So powerful! She's the incarnation of the fire goddess." The soldiers expressed their shock and joy at surviving the ordeal in the simplest way possible. Carl watched it all in silence, his eyes complex, but he had to admit that this power had surpassed his understanding of personal strength. Amidst a sea of adoring and awe-inspiring gazes, Iris piloted the flying carpet and slowly and gracefully landed on the city wall. She rolled up the flying carpet, gently brushed off the non-existent dust on her uniform, then raised her head and looked around at the soldiers whose faces were flushed with excitement. Finally, an undisguised, triumphant smile of a victor appeared on her lips, and she fully enjoyed the admiration and glory that she deserved. Chapter 68. The Lord's discordant voice above the city wall is a boiling ocean. The soldiers raised their weapons high, cheering with all their might, their eyes filled with the most primitive admiration and awe towards Iris. In their eyes, this red-haired girl who had descended from the sky was no longer some commander sent from the capital, but a goddess of fire and ice, a weapon of war walking among the mortal world. It's so powerful. I've never seen such terrifying magic. One person. She took down an entire wave of monsters all by herself. Oh my God. With Miss Cromwell here, what monsters do we have to fear? The praise poured in like a tide, and Iris accepted it all calmly. She raised her chin slightly, her fiery red ponytail swaying gently in the breeze of victory, and her delicate face was filled with the smugness and pride that belonged to a genius. This is her, Elise Cromwell. Wherever she goes, she is the most dazzling presence, and she always brings overwhelming victory and the supreme glory that comes with it. She subconsciously glanced at Kyle, who was not far away, with a hint of provocation and boasting in her eyes. See, you useless person, this is a power you will never understand, and you will never be able to reach. Now, shouldn't you be ashamed of your previous rudeness and ignorance? Saraphina took in the scene before her, a complex expression flickering in her amethyst eyes. She was delighted by her victory, but the overly sharp and aggressive aura of the young woman made her instinctively uncomfortable. Aaliyah, on the other hand, simply felt reassured by this powerful force. She clasped her hands together, genuinely happy for the young woman who had saved them all. At the height of this heated atmosphere, a voice that was so calm and even a little inappropriate rang out clearly, like a drop of ice water falling into a boiling oil pan. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Cromwell. It's Kyle. He didn't cheer excitedly like the others, but just stood there with a calm expression as if he was watching a drill that had nothing to do with him. Elisa's smug smile froze slightly. She turned her head and looked at Kyle with raised eyebrows, ready to listen to what kind of belated and incoherent flattery this useless lord would say. However, Kyle's next words made the expressions of everyone on the city wall slowly freeze. The battle just now was quite spectacular. Kyle offered a polite acknowledgement. Then, his tone as calm as if he were reading a territory's financial statements, he said, according to my preliminary estimate, you consumed approximately 40% of your magic power. Elisa's brows furrowed slightly. What was he talking about? Kyle ignored her expression and continued in his emotionless tone. You destroyed a total of 327 low-level monsters, including 192 goblins, 88 gnomes, 41 wargs, and 6 lone ogres. This single-digit accurate count subtly dampened the cheers of the surrounding crowd. The soldiers looked at each other, bewildered as to why the Lord would say this at this moment. The smile on Iris's face had completely vanished. She felt something was amiss, but couldn't quite place it. So, she asked coldly, what do you want to say? What I'm trying to say, Kyle finally raised his eyes, meeting her gaze calmly, is that, on average, the amount of magic you expend on each monster you destroy, if converted into living magic, is probably enough for an average family of 3 to use illumination magic for 3 full days. The air suddenly became quiet. Illumination, to exchange 3 days of life for a goblin's life. This metaphor was so strange, so down to earth, that Elise didn't know how to refute it for a moment. How could the gorgeous magic she was so proud of, worthy of being included in textbooks, sound like a loss-making business in this man's mouth? What do you mean? Iris's voice trembled a little, not because of fear, but because of an unprecedented, offended anger. Kyle didn't answer her question, but pointed to the battlefield. Also, Miss Cromwell, your fire tornado was indeed incredibly powerful, but it also burned our second line of defense, set up 100 meters in front of the city wall, the patch of grass coated with animal repellent. Replanting and regenerating it will require at least 20 workers. He pointed to the other side. And your ice lance formation, while accurate, is extremely destructive to the surface. Those deep pits will become natural shelters for subsequent monster attacks. Filling them up and recompacting the ground to prevent it from affecting our subsequent deployment of defensive equipment will require at least 30 additional workers. One cold number after another came out of Kyle's mouth, the additional burden of 50 man-hours. These words, like an invisible slap, slapped Iris hard in the face. The victory she was proud of, her gorgeous solo dance, was completely deconstructed and belittled by this man using vulgar words such as artificial and cost that she had never heard of before. The enthusiastic atmosphere at the scene was completely dampened by this cold shower. The soldiers looked at each other, their admiration and joy transformed into bewilderment and confusion. Saraphina's eyes flickered with surprise. She found Kyle's way of looking at things to be so unique and sharp. That's enough. Elise finally exploded. Her face flushed red and her beautiful eyebrows stood up like an angry cat. You're a piece of shit who can't even sense magic. How dare you use your ridiculous calculations to evaluate the battle of a proper mage? Do you even know what magic is? Do you even know what the art of elements is? Her voice was sharp and angry, trying to use her noble status and professional field to regain the right to speak. However, Kyle simply looked at her quietly, his eyes showing no disdain or mockery, only a calmness that only infuriated Elise even more. It was as if her roar was nothing more than the chirping of summer cicadas to him. He did not argue with her anymore, but slowly raised his hand and pointed at the wailing valley in the distance, which was still covered with dark clouds and from which low roars continued to be heard. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone on the city wall. Like a heavy hammer, it shattered the last shred of hope in everyone's hearts. And, Miss Cromwell, he paused, his eyes becoming extremely serious, do you really think this is the end? The real trouble has just begun. Chapter 69, Rough Iron Lump. Before he finished speaking, the sound of a horn was heard again from the distant wailing valley. Woo-woo-woo. This time, the horn sounds were more rapid and intense than before, as if dozens of trumpeters were blowing simultaneously. Immediately afterwards, a black tide surged on the horizon again, its scale and number far exceeding the first wave. The second wave is coming. The number is at least twice as much as before. The lookouts on the city wall had a trembling voice. Iris was so enraged by Kyle's cost-accounting fallacy that she trembled all over, her pretty face flushing crimson. She was just fuming about having nowhere to vent her anger, and this second wave of monsters was like a perfect target. Humph. Lord Trash, watch me. She gritted her teeth, her voice filled with anger. This time, I'll show you what true efficiency is. And what the unbridgeable gap between genius and mortal is. She raised her hands again, and the magic around her began to gather at an unprecedented speed. A scorching aura filled the air, and even her fiery red twin tails seemed to ignite, emitting a dangerous red glow. Clearly, the genius girl, incited by Kyle's peasant arithmetic, prepared to unleash even more powerful and extended magic, utterly blasting all enemies, along with Kyle's fallacies, into ash. Stop. Just as she was about to finish the chant, Kyle didn't even look at her. He just gave an order to Carl beside him in a calm and decisive voice. Did I ask you to take action? Back off. Carl. Here. Carl responded immediately. Position number 1, activate, yes. Without hesitation, Carl turned and ran to the back of the city wall, shouting to a group of soldiers and craftsmen who had been waiting for orders, Lord's order. Position number 1, activate. Quick. 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 Elise's chant was interrupted, and magic surged in her chest, nearly causing her to cough. She stared at Kyle in disbelief. How dare this loser give her an order? And in such a tone that didn't allow for argument? You. She was about to explode, but her attention was drawn to the heavy creaking sounds coming from behind the city wall. With the joint efforts of dozens of soldiers, rows of strangely shaped behemoths were slowly pushed out from under the covering tarpaulin and placed at the shooting positions that had been reserved on the city wall. The moment Iris saw those things clearly, she was stunned. What is that? A monstrous mass of rough wood and blackened steel. Its main structure consisted of a massive crossbow arm, seemingly capable of cleaving a city wall. Connected to it was a dazzlingly complex system of gears and a massive capstan. Connected to the sides and undersides of these mechanisms were massive water bags and pipes, seemingly some kind of propulsion system. The entire structure was clunky and ugly, reeking of greasy rust and damp wood. Its lines were devoid of any aesthetic appeal. Compared to the elegant and precise rune arrays of magic, it was a stark contrast between civilization and barbarism. What is this? Aaliyah was also stunned and asked in a low voice. Saraphina's eyes were filled with confusion and shock. In all her time managing the territory, she had never seen Kyle tinker with anything like this. This was completely beyond her understanding of war equipment. After her initial surprise, Iris's face immediately turned into one of deep disdain and contempt. She looked as if she had just heard the funniest joke of the century, and a hint of sarcasm curled up at the corner of her mouth. Humph, she snorted disdainfully, crossing her arms over her chest as she leisurely watched the soldiers frantically stringing and loading arrows onto those iron lumps. I thought they were some impressive trump cards, but they're just a bunch of crude iron lumps. She shook her head and spoke in a tone that sounded like she was teaching an ignorant student. This machine, driven by pure brute force, is bloated, slow to react, and its accuracy is a joke. Facing hundreds of fast-moving monsters, it'd be lucky if it could hit one or two. It's a sheer waste of materials and sheer stupidity. Before she finished her words, the monster tide in the distance had already rushed into the range of 500 meters. Kyle ignored her long speech, just raised the small red flag in his hand and waved it down suddenly. Put. With his order, the soldiers on the city wall simultaneously pulled the mechanisms on those iron lumps. The next second, the sarcastic smile on Iris's face completely froze. The expected clumsy, single launch did not occur. Instead, there was a teeth-aching, rhythmic roar. Boom. 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 Boom, driven by hydraulic gears, those ugly mechanical creations began firing continuously at an incredible speed. Every time the massive crossbow arm opened and closed, it would launch a multi-meter-long, specially sharpened crossbow arrow at a speed almost impossible to detect with the naked eye. There are no gorgeous magical light effects, no deafening elemental explosions. What we have is just the sharp whistling sound made by the crossbow arrow tearing through the air, which makes your scalp tingle. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Dozens of giant crossbows were activated at the same time, and hundreds of crossbow arrows comparable to siege spears formed a barrage of death in just a few seconds, like a steel rainstorm, covering the swarming group of monsters. Puff. 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 The dull, continuous sound of flesh being pierced became one continuous cacophony, like a sledgehammer striking a massive piece of raw meat. The wargs charging in the front didn't even have time to utter a single wail before they were pierced simultaneously by 3 or 4 crossbow bolts, the immense force pinning them to the ground. The goblins and gnomes behind them fell like wheat being mowed, falling in droves, their flesh skewered by the massive crossbow bolts into horrific skewers. This scene is neither gorgeous nor elegant, and can even be said to be bloody and cruel, but it's insanely effective. The monster tide's momentum was abruptly halted by this utterly unreasonable storm of steel. Their vaunted numerical advantage, at this moment, became a major liability, forcing them to crowd together and become the perfect target for this barrage of death. On the city wall, everyone was silent. The soldiers stared blankly at the iron lumps they had made with their own hands, which were madly unleashing their power, their eyes full of fanaticism. Saraphina and Aaliyah covered their mouths, their beautiful eyes filled with shock. As for Iris, she still kept her arms crossed, but her face, which always showed arrogance and disdain, was now blank. Her mind was in a mess. Why can these crude, aesthetically pleasing iron lumps, which don't even have a trace of magical fluctuation, exert such stable, such continuous, such efficient and deadly killing power? There was no chanting, no mana consumption, only the cold machinery executing the purest killing. The continuous muffled sound of crossbow bolts piercing the flesh and the shrill howls of the monsters before their death seemed to form a strange and terrifying symphony, mercilessly mocking her previous high-sounding talk about precision and efficiency. Chapter 70. The roar of alchemical fire oil. The steel rain continued to pour down tirelessly, turning the front half of the battlefield into a bloody slaughterhouse. However, Kyle's brow did not relax. Roar, accompanied by a few dull roars, several huge figures, far larger than goblins and wargs, squeezed out from the back of the monster tide. They were nearly 3 meters tall, covered in gnarled muscles, with skin a rocky gray-green. In their hands, they wielded thick stone clubs or uprooted tree trunks. Ogre, these big guys with thick skin and flesh are simply war machines born for charging into battle. Ding. Dang. Dang. The massive crossbow bolts, previously invincible, now made a sound like metallic collision as they struck them. Most of the bolts merely grazed their thick skin, sending sparks flying before being deflected. The few that were lucky enough to penetrate only superficially into the flesh, inflicting no fatal wounds. Far from deterring them, these wounds utterly enraged these foolish creatures. Roaring, they used their massive stone clubs to smash any small monsters in their path into pulp, steadily advancing towards the city wall. On the city wall, the soldiers, whose morale had just been boosted by the power of the giant crossbow, suddenly became solemn again. No! That thing is too hard. A crossbow arrow can't penetrate it. Damn it! Let them rush over and we're done. Iris, who had been petrified, finally found a way to regain her voice. A subtle glint of pride flashed in her eyes, as if to say, "See, this is all your ironclad skills can do." As she cleared her throat and was about to speak in a tone that said, "Even though you're stupid, I'm still merciful and want to help you solve your problem," when the man's voice spoke again before her. Crossbow position, conserve ammunition, and use free fire to eliminate the miscellaneous soldiers. Kyle's tone remained as steady as if he were playing chess. Catapult troops, prepare. Trebuchet, Iris' words were about to come out of her mouth, but she choked back. She looked in the direction of the sound and saw another commotion behind the city wall. A dozen soldiers and craftsmen were pushing out several, even more rudimentary gadgets. They were frames constructed entirely of wood, their core structure a long lever. At one end was a net for projectiles, and at the other was a counterweight box for hanging stones of varying weights. The entire contraption had a primitive, clumsy feel, like an antique unearthed from some remote mountain village. The corners of Iris' mouth couldn't help but twitch. If the hydraulic crossbow just now could be considered a crude lump of iron, then these things in front of us were simply toys of primitive people. She almost laughed out loud. Using this thing against ogres? Was he kidding? Even if he threw all the stones from the wall, hitting the ogre's rocky skull would probably only scratch it. See, she finally found her chance. With a hint of triumph, she whispered to Saraphina and Aaliyah beside her, her voice just loud enough for Kyle to hear. This is the limitation of purely physical attacks. Facing the tough bodies of high-level monsters, this energy-free attack method is completely futile. Ultimately, we must rely on the elemental power of our magicians to disintegrate them from the inside. Before she could finish her words, Kyle's annoying, commanding voice rang out again. Catapult troops, load bomb number 3. The soldiers took action immediately. Instead of carrying stones, they carefully took out tightly sealed black pottery jars from the wooden box next to them and gently placed them into the net bag of the catapult. Elisa's brow furrowed. A clay pot? What's in it? Poison? Acid? Humph, a boring little alchemical trick. For a creature as vigorous as an ogre, ordinary toxins and acids wouldn't have a decisive effect unless it were the breath of a giant dragon. She decided not to speak anymore, simply crossing her arms and waiting with a look of anticipation for Kyle's toys to put on a ridiculous farce. She had already made up her mind. Once these pots proved ineffective, she would immediately strike with a magnificent exploding fireball, making this ignorant, useless lord fully understand the true meaning of power. Kyle raised the banner in his hand, his eyes fixed sharply on the ogres that had rushed into the 200-meter range. Like an experienced hunter, he patiently waited for the perfect opportunity. Target, Area A7, Ogre Cluster. He calmly reported the coordinates. Number 3 counterweight, 3 bursts, volley, put. As he waved his flag, the soldiers operating the trebuchets slashed the ropes attached to the counterweights. The heavy stones plummeted, and the huge lever arms swung upward with incredible force. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, several black pottery jars drew parabolas in the air, passing over the soldiers in front who were still being slaughtered by crossbows, and fell with incredible precision into the area where the ogres were most concentrated. Snap! Snap! The clay pot shattered with a sound, and black liquid as sticky as swamp mud flowed out of the broken pot and splashed all over the ogres. The ogres were stunned for a moment, looked down at the sticky liquid on their bodies that emitted a strange smell, scratched their heads in confusion, as if they didn't understand what was going on. On the city wall, the sarcasm on Iris's face became even more intense. I'm just saying, she had barely uttered 3 words when Kyle's next order was roared out. Archers! Rockets ready! Target area, cover fire. The archers who had been on standby immediately put on arrows wrapped in oilcloth, lit them in the brazier next to them, and pulled the bowstrings. Put. Buzz, a rain of burning arrows fell like meteors towards the area soaked in black liquid. At the moment the first rocket landed. Boom. An indescribable, violent flame suddenly exploded from the ground. The flames weren't just ordinary red, but a glaring, ominous orange. As if alive, they instantly engulfed the entire area. The viscous black liquid was the most terrifying accelerant, greedily clinging to the ogre's skin, fur, and even its weapons, burning furiously and emitting a terrifying sizzling sound. The screams, so shrill that they did not seem to be uttered by any living creature, resounded throughout the battlefield. The previously invulnerable, majestic ogres were now reduced to flaming torches, writhing and howling in a sea of flames. They frantically slapped the flames from their bodies, but the alchemical oil was like a maggot on the tarsal bone, unable to be extinguished. They rolled on the ground, but the flames only spread faster. The pungent stench, a mixture of oil and some burning minerals, could be clearly smelled on the city wall even from hundreds of meters away, making people feel nauseous. Kyle watched all this with an expressionless face. This was one of his trump cards, a concoction of the alien version of napalm made from the most common animal fat in the territory, mixed with phosphorus powder dug from the mines, and some flammable resin. It was perfect for dealing with creatures with weak brains but extremely strong defenses. Knowledge is power. This saying is true in every world. The city wall fell into deathly silence once again. Not if it was said that the hydraulic crossbow just now brought shock to Iris. At this moment, this purgatory on Earth created by chemistry brought her a cold shudder from the depths of her soul. The fire magic she was so proud of, though gorgeous and powerful, was essentially about manipulating the fire element in the air to create an explosion of high-temperature energy. But this thing before her, it was different. It was a substance that could be thrown, could cling, could inflict endless pain and death. This isn't magic anymore. This was another system of knowledge that she could not understand at all, yet was terrifyingly efficient. She looked at the ogres who fell painfully in the sea of fire, and then looked at the man standing on the city wall, calmly directing everything. Kyle Eisenberg, this man, with his crude iron lumps and dirty alchemy, easily dealt with the crossbow formation and the elite monsters that even she herself found difficult to deal with. The whole process is low cost, simple to operate, and has excellent results. The price/performance ratio is horribly high. Her proud heart, a genius, was shaken to its core. The knowledge system she had always believed in, which was centered around magic, seemed to be torn open at this moment.